Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Something Wrong I Can Feel It, Prologue. I woke up in my room with a feeling of strangeness that I couldn't get out of my head. Something was wrong. But I couldn't put my finger on what it was. This is my room, I know it is. But there is something different, subtle differences that would make an OCD person scream out of discomfort. Or maybe scream because of the fact that maybe I am not in my room anymore. People normally scream in these situations, right? I look around trying to localize the source of my discomfort. Did my parents take some of my things as a punishment? Bed. Same. Wall color. Same. Books/manga/comics. Different. Computer. Thick. What? They stole my PC gamer. What is this old thing doing in its place? Where once I had three 24-inch full HD LED monitors. Now it has only one very thick monitor, which looks like it came out of a public library. I look at the bed clock and know that it is 6:06 p.m. I had taken a nap because I had experienced some of the worst headaches of my life. Wait. I don't even have a bed clock. How did I know what to look for? And that it was there. Like it's a habit to look at it. I always look at the time on my smartphone. It seems that staying up 2 days in a row playing games on the internet is not good for you, who could tell? Note to self, just because it's the summer vacation doesn't mean I can overdo it. Wait a minute. It's summer. Why is it so cold? And why is the sky already so dark? It's still 6 p.m. There is definitely something strange going on. Stay calm and think. My name is Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Dual nationality. Brazilian father, USA mother. I currently live in wait. Or is it New York? I'm confused. Arg. A sharp pain goes through my head and everything makes more sense now. Oh, now I see. Now I get it. Now the pieces are falling into place, the room that is so similar and different at the same time, the strange climate, things seem older. Putting on my glasses for nearsightedness and looking at the date on the clock I can see, it is January 21st, 2004, my birthday, I will be 16 today. And my parents are coming to pick me up and we are going to eat something I like at 7 p.m., so I slept in the afternoon, to have more energy. The day is the same, the month the same. Strange is the year, it should be 2022 and not 2004. I was transmigrated. I was transmigrated in myself. Self-insert in itself. But 18 years in the past, only I am the same age before I go to sleep. That is, in this world I was born 18 years earlier than in the previous world. I went from Gen Z to Boomer in a nap. But why? Why me, and what is this new world? It looks modern and similar to my old world, so I'm not in an iSky fantasy harem unfortunately. The action figures give a clue, there is a Darth Vader and others that I recognize, but there are others that I do not. Where there should be a 60 cm x 100 cm Superman All-Star poster there is a Captain America 1. And I have far fewer Legos than I used to. Hey. Is that a half-finished Millennium Falcon? I didn't have that before. Neat. Wait. Focus. Maybe it's the similarities that are anchoring my sanity, but I'm not freaking out. But I need to know where I am. Try to remember, Hector. The history of this world compared to my former world developed similarly. A feeling of dread begins to spread through my body, I have a hunch where I am. My memories of this life are the answer. My life here is eerily similar to my old one. Except for where I am, I should live in Rio, not in New York and Queens. My location makes me feel that something is at stake here. It doesn't seem to be random. And everything is confirmed, as in all fanfics, there is a fucking Tony Stark in this world. And I know a Peter Parker too, by the way. This explains a lot. My parents are doctors, they met each other doing volunteer work in the Amazon, they are good people, with similar interests, similar professions, it is not strange that they married eventually. But when they got married, and I was about to be born, they decided to settle in Rio, helping less fortunate people, and still have a more stable job and far from being harassed by my mother's relatives. Only in this Marvel universe. A world of geniuses and better technological developments than the previous world, they had excellent job offers here in the Big Apple of the world, at the plot point, at the convergence of people of interest. And so I moved here last year with my parents that are working in one of my grandfather hospital. To start high school, where? Obviously Midtown High, where more people of interest converge. Destiny is messing with me. Let's go, focus in my situation. My mind, or soul, has been transferred to Marvel's multiverse, to an alternate version of myself, which is located in the place where everything can go wrong, but which has the greatest opportunities. My family, hobbies, names are the same. I can say that this is much better than being a drop-in and waking up in an alley with only the clothes on my back. Or no clothes at all. Now I can address the elephant in the room, or rather the bottle in the room. That could only be my cheat. I think as a look to the strange bottle in the corner of my vision. I vaguely remember reading the Meta Essence Iowa and finding the essence of Gacha cooler because it gave more variety, and would be more interesting if I were to write a fanfic. It would be a plot device, whatever I wanted the Gacha to give. But I would be the author, and I wouldn't start in Marvel right away. But now there is a transparent bottle with a multicolored liquid that seems to spin in a whirlpool, or roulette wheel, right there on my study desk. I sigh and stand up. I pick up the bottle and examine it. There is nothing written on it. No messages or notes from an ROB, just the bottle. But when I touch it I know it's for real, it's really happening. It's not a prank. I'm not starring in my own version of The Truman Show. I am in Marvel and I have the power of Gacha. Of winning anything in the Omniverse, of all fictions. My luck is not the best, but the essence of Gacha is not about draining your resources. And destroy your dreams as in other Gachas. The essence limits its monthly draws. But don't give away useless things like stones or handkerchiefs. All meta essences are OP in their own way, Gachas would be no different. I drink it in one gulp. Without hesitation. It's the strangest thing that ever touched my mouth. I tried to swallow it without giving it time to taste, but it is impossible. It is hot, warm, and cold. Sweet, bitter, and hints of mint on the finish. As if to cover every possible taste and sensation, one at a time, leaving traces in your mouth. And the knowledge, the rules, and possibilities enter my head, at the same time as essence goes into my stomach. Or it should, but I feel as if it disappears in the middle of the path. Merging with my whole body. It is my power now. I try to feel some change in my body. But nothing has changed, for now. Closing my eyes I try to reach for the essence, apparently I can choose how it will manifest. A roulette wheel, balls in a bowl. I go with a screen showing the cards, which I am most familiar with. The essence of Gacha, which I will from now on just call Gacha, is unlike any other Gacha, which you can use whenever you want and draining your money. The rules can be simplified like this. It is possible to gain people, items, powers from all works of fiction. There are other consumables that increase powers, modify items' appearances, change character personalities. One-time use only. You earn 0.1 Gacha point per day. You need 0.3 Gacha per roll. You can buy a maximum of 100 Gacha points monthly, for $0.1 or equivalent, per Gacha point. You can buy in groups of 10 rolls, spending 30 GP and guaranteeing that at least one good card will come, above what you would earn. Or you can pay double, 60 GP for 10 rolls, for something specific to the world you are in. That's basically it. There are other buying modes, where you get cards for free, but their tier is low. So I would normally have 130 GP per month, varying in months with 28, 30, or 31 days, giving me 43 cards monthly. Getting $100 is easy, the problem is the limitation in rolls. But I have to see the level of what will come. Apparently better things will come the more you use, maybe even the limit per month will be removed. $1 per GP is very cheap. Without hesitation I open my wallet and take out a $100 bill, and wish to use it in the Gacha. The bill disappears. There is nothing gaudy about it. No particles of light or flames. It just disappears. And a 100 GP appears in my view. I wish the Gacha to change the display. It becomes a simple screen in the air, the Gacha points in the upper right corner. In the center is an empty circle, I think that's where the card will appear. Ah. It has two other different tabs. I want to click and it changes the screen to a bunch of standing rectangles. That's where the cards I won't use will be. I can't turn them back into cards, so I have to be careful. Especially with characters that I can't hide or explain their origin. And on the third tab, actually number 1, you have an oversimplified version of character statuses. It has my name, race, and some empty spaces for powers, items, and character assimilation. 1/3. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, human. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. None. In progress. Dash, empty, empty. Summon characters. None. Powers. None. Equipped items. None. Then I can absorb or assimilate the characters, gaining their powers or summon them to be my subordinates, lovers, mentors, friends, bros, etc. And it seems that the simultaneous assimilation is at most 2. How long would it take? Gacha said the characters are loyal, but could I send someone heroic to kill innocents? And also the items. They will be mine, and I can control who can use them, but are they physically summoned forever? Do I have to carry a sword around with me? Or are they stored in their own pocket dimension? A lot of testing is needed. And there is only one way to get answers, using the gacha. Short introduction. But I thought in ending here because the next chapter is already ready and will be released simultaneously. Anyway, I have no idea of how long I will make the chapters. Varies to the moments. Enjoy. Chapter 2, Roll the Gacha. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Be like a tree, survive the rain but use it to grow. I decided to spend 60 GP for the cards specific to the setting I am in. I am in Marvel, a world of high danger and equally high levels of power. I will gain good things, right? And powers and items from here would be easier to explain. I can't go around using a lightsaber, for now, or Kamehameha. Copyright gonna end me. And spend 30 GP on normal gacha, giving me a total of 20 cards, and hopefully I'll get Dr. Manhattan and have an easy life. But I don't think it's possible at first. But I'll settle for Jiren or Superman. I'm not greedy. With gacha I can become God in an instant. Just be lucky once and bam, multiversal entity. I can't help but let a smile escape. I know I'm in a dangerous world, but I have the opportunity to be super strong, actually the strongest. The nerd and horny teenager in me also thinks about finding and summoning various characters, I can't deny it. But I won't fall into that trap, that's real life. I could die any minute, I have to take it seriously. Maybe because it is so similar to my past, I have no problem adapting. Now, let's spin the gacha. Starting with Marvel Gacha, I wish for 60 GP to be consumed and the roll begins. 1. Flurkin. 2. Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb. 3. Chakra Books. 4. EDI Biomech Suit version 2.0, Earth 1610. 5. Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth 25271. 6. Neutralizer Gun. 7. Simplified Marvel Siowa. 8. Power Boost Card. 9. Loki, Earth 199999/MCU. 10. Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Earth 1610. Nothing game-breaking, but very good. I haven't become a cosmic hero, but I'm already above the street-level guys. I won Miles, the Spider-Man with the best power set. I didn't win a Franklin Richards. But Miles is one of the strongest who are not cosmic level. I already feel a little relieved. Now let's get to the big picture. 30 GP is consumed, leaving me with only 11 GP, which I will keep for now. Roll the gacha. 1. Sword of Actuation, Berserk. 2. Package, Funny Valentine, JJBA, SBR. 3. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Low Tier /1 month. 4. Batman, Bruce Wayne, DC. 5. 500 CP. 6. Background Customization Card X. 7. Source of All Living Matter, Shingeki no Kyojin. 8. Shago, Kim Possible. 9. Power Boost Card. 10. Made in Heaven Stand, JJBA, so. Well. Again nothing that will make me bitch slapping everyone, but I am already much stronger than most. I won't die in some alley apparently. So I started to analyze what I won. There's nothing useless, is what I thought before, but it's not quite like that. There are things that I can't use, because of momentary circumstances or because I'm unable to at the moment. Made in Heaven, a stand that makes the user accelerate infinitely, and able to accelerate non-living things, on a universal scale being able to bring the universe to its endpoint and start again. But I can't use it. Because I don't have Enrico Pucci. That would be bullshit. Why can't I equip Gacha's abilities? The essence said that everything was usable. The answer comes to me as I question in my head. Certain abilities are born of very specific, inherent things in a character. The soul, personality. So I need the character to be compatible. So if I gain Zanpakuto's, stands or unique abilities I need the character too. Makes sense, at least that restriction doesn't apply to powers born of genetics or physics. Gacha will adapt my body apparently. Will my skills be passed on to my children? Food for thought, but it doesn't matter now. That's a problem for the Hector of the future. I don't envy this guy, with all the threats that are coming his way, sucker. Going back to dealing with unique abilities, I will need the user to use stands. Which is not a problem for Funny Valentine, since I won his complete package. Him, his stand, even his clothes, which I will never wear, not even at gunpoint, and an American flag. Then I will have and be able to use D4C no problem, and with no chance of rejection. By the way, these abilities usually have a touch of personality and own will, Zanpakuto's and stands, so the requirement for the character is to help me use them without a problem. This restriction is more for my benefit then. And I can use something like a Zanpakuto. Like a sharp katana, but I won't be able to use its Shirkai and Bankai. The sword of actuation I will not use either, not because I cannot, but because I am not crazy. That sword can open gaps between the real world and the astral world. And by Stan Lee's mustache, I will not use that shit in Marvel. What kind of eldritch abominations or demons can crawl into this world if I carelessly use this fucking thing? Until I get stronger and am used to my possessions, I will try not to cause Armageddon. There are already enough people trying. And Zeta Flight Space Station has a similar problem. The item will appear relatively close by, so I will need to be in space to have my own base in orbit. TSC. I need a cosmic character. The resources on this space station would help me a lot, as well as not being easily accessible to others. Giving me security and privacy. Two things that are scarce in this world. Fucking bald bastards. In total I got 5 characters and a pet. Flurkin is a kind of cat with a universe in its stomach that can eat anything, the Lovecraftian monster in the form of a narcissistic animal. I'm not using it for now either, more trouble than it's worth. Unless I want to dispose of some corpses. Back to the 5 characters, I have to choose which ones I will assimilate and which ones I will invoke. Well, Shago is more useful summoned, right? Cough. I have Batman, Funny Valentine, Miles Morales and Loki from the MCU. All are good, but I can only assimilate 2 at a time, and I don't know how long it takes to assimilate a character. I need to think a lot when choosing. Apparently, the stronger it is, the longer it takes. And the difference between me and the character is a factor as well. So I as a human wimp will take time to assimilate Loki and Miles, and I am in no hurry to assimilate both of them, because I won't be so easy to kill, thanks to the other items. Source of all living matter is what gave the powers to Foundress Emer, the healing factor in itself is worth a lot, and EDI Biomech Suit version 2.0 is what gave super strength and invulnerability to Thor in the Ultimate Universe. Having Batman's skills and D4C sounds better to me. I have to get used to having powers. Becoming an Asgardian can also bring problems. Better to go into the safe route. I'm the kind of guy who only advances to the next stage when I can one-shot everyone there. And since I'm in Marvel, I better try not to attract attention until I can survive a nuke, or something similar. I materialized the Source of All Living Matter card. It has the image of a transparent hallucigenia and text saying that I will gain the powers of all the Titans, super regeneration, will not have the curse of Emer and will be able to create something similar to the paths, and it also says that if I train I can do things that were never shown in the manga. I use it without further hesitation. The card glows for an instant, disappears, and I feel my spine warm for a few seconds. And then I don't feel any different. I'm afraid I'll cut myself to test my regeneration and turn into a 300-meter titan in this residential area. I will use the Funny Valentine card now. After the card disappears, I feel different. I have something I can call on. And I feel that something is changing. I will open my status page. 1/3. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, human. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. None. In progress. Funny Valentine, 5%, empty. Summoned characters. None. Powers. Source of all living matter. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap, stand. Equipped items. None. Already at 5%. I try to call D4C. A light blue ghostly figure with red details and what looks like rabbit ears emerges from my body. I would have sworn the details were pink, I thought to myself as I stand facing D4C. Maybe it has adapted to me. I wish D4C to pick up a book, and he does without hesitation. D4C was a stand with no apparent personality, and I have no problem controlling him. I decide to do a test. I take a pen from the table, and without hesitation I stab it in my hand. D4C hold the pen between 2 of his fingers, faster than I can see. So it's the same type of stand as Star Platinum, I can't help but speak. Hoo-hoo. D4C it is a close-range stand, with all its statuses at A. And with dimension, jumping powers. I will test it lightly, I start crouching to get under my bed. And I wish to use D4C skill. In my vision it opens up a world of possibilities where I can reappear. Like the vacuum of space, with various entrances where I can enter to reappear, some near and some far. The condition is that it is in a place that has 2 objects that make something similar to a passage. I step out from behind my study desk, between it and the wall. I can't help but smile. I can use powers. How cool is that? Ha ha ha. Hey, don't judge me. I'm just a normal teenager. I say pointing at D4C. Now I have an escape route and high regeneration. I can feel safer in this dangerous world. Before assimilating Batman, I will test the biomech suit from Ultimate Thor. If it doesn't do what I expect, I will change my mind and assimilate Miles. I take the card and materialize it, a garment that looks like a bulletproof vest with a thick belt and 6 circles of light appear in my hand and I start to put it on. The suit should be for someone bigger than me. I watch the loose-fitting suit on my naked torso. But in a moment it begins to adjust and becomes tighter. As if it was made for me. Looking in the mirror I see myself. A young man of 16-year-old, with curly rebellious black hair and blue dull eyes, and I am damn skinny. This outfit would look better on someone much more muscular, I notice by looking at my thin arms. I've never considered myself handsome, but my parents are handsome so it's in the genetics somewhere, it just hasn't blossomed yet. I hope. My father is a Hondome and charming man, 188 centimeters, light brown skin, brown eyes, chiseled jaw, black hair that he keeps in a buzz cut and he has muscles that you wouldn't expect under that medical coat. The guy has an easy smile that can captivate anyone. I don't know how he does it, but he arrives at an unknown place, and everybody becomes his best friend before he leaves. My mother is a beautiful woman, straight blonde hair, 160 centimeters, blue eyes that seem to glow and can make everyone like her, from how kind she can be. And there is me. I am not tall like my father, nor do I have that healthy, tanned skin tone. My hair is curly and unruly, my eyes are blue but not sparkling like my mother's. And puberty is not being nice to me, I look awkward, pimples, a shadow of a goatee, dental braces and the development of my body is all out of place. I sigh. Maybe the cards will let me pick up some of the character's looks, I wouldn't mind having Batman's muscles, but it's not my looks that I need to focus on right now. This costume apparently enhances all my physical attributes. Let's go, the circles begin to glow and I finally feel power running through my body. My muscles haven't increased or anything like that, but I know that if I punch that wall, my fist will go through without any problems. To confirm this I approach my bed, and lift it with one hand with no problem. Nice. D4C, punch me, I say to the floating stand. Come on, I know you instinctively protect me. But if Jotaro can make Star Platinum stop his heart to full Dio, you can punch me to test my durability. But, take it easy at first. I know I sound like a coward, but better safe than sorry. I don't want to become a donut. D4C punch me in the arm without another thought after I brace myself and I feel nothing. I mean, I felt the punch connecting with my arm, but it didn't hurt, and it doesn't seem to have any bruises. Huh. Neat. That costume is awesome, with that I don't need to assimilate Miles for now, let's see what kind of changes Batman will bring me in the long run, ring. But before I can make the Batman card in my hand disappear, the telephone in the residence rings. Annoyed by the interruption, I decide to go and settle this soon, so that I can get back to my discoveries. Hello, Carvalho residence. How can I help you? Hello. Hector, right? I am Christine Palmer, work with your relatives. I have bad news. The voice on the other end begins hesitantly, before starting to speak and proceeding to turn my world upside down. Click. After I finish the call I stare in shock into nothingness. My unconscious gaze goes to the Batman card that I still have in my hand. This universe has a pretty twisted sense of humor, huh? I chuckle humorlessly. My parents are dead. Chapter 3, Cliché Sad Origin Backstory. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. I have come to understand the world will have its way with us despite what we might wish, or once believed. Ron Rash. Yes, it's them, I confirm, choking a little, to the policeman as the zipper is opened. I almost can't believe it. Today was a roller coaster of emotions. I was so excited 30 minutes ago. And now this. These are not fictional body parents that I stole in my transmigration, and now I no longer have to worry about having them nagging me as I go about discovering this new world. These are my parents in the past life and in this life. The same ones. I want to scream and cry. Blame someone, but I stay calm for now. At least until I get home to cry in the shower. Okay, thank you. It was a car accident, it seems they lost control and fell into the East River. They were submerged for a while, probably unconscious. They didn't resist until they got to the hospital. The policeman next to me reports the case, his voice distant to my ears. My eyes still fixed on the bodies. I'm sorry for your loss, son, he gives me his condolences before walking away. I don't know if it is the Batman card, which I have already put on to assimilate, but I am putting on a strong front. Without collapsing in tears I continue to look at my parents, and observe in more detail. Maybe his paranoia has already taken root in my being, but I feel that there is something fishy here. My father is a great swimmer, he drives as carefully as possible, I picked this up from him. There are no marks on his hand from any attempted escape. My mother is the same. Did they just fall into the river and decide to drown? Dr. Palmer approaches slowly, snapping me out of my thoughts. Hector, I know this is difficult. Why don't you come sit here with me for a minute? she says, trying to guide me into a deserted hallway of this hospital wing. Probably wanting to give me privacy in case I want to cry. But I'm just in shock. I'm sorry, doctor. But can I stay alone with my parents one moment, please? I say without looking at her. Oh, of course, take all the time you need. I will stay outside, she says, squeezing my shoulder a little to comfort me. When I am alone in the room, I finally cry a little. I need 1 minute to calm myself. After this, I look to my parents. I truly look to my parents. I start fumbling with their clothes, looking for something. I'm not looking to any object, I know that they already been retrieved them. I am looking to their skins. There's no seatbelt marks in their shoulders. Nothing that says, fighting for his life under the water. My suspicious only grew. But I will not find anything more there, so I decide to leave the room. Dr. Palmer is still waiting for me, just like she said. I pass her and sit in a bench against the wall. So she starts again, hesitantly, after sitting next to me. Your parents were good friends of mine. If you need anything, don't hesitate to look me up. Thank you, doctor. It just doesn't seem real, you know. So abrupt. Today is my birthday, goddammit. I can't believe it. I say, bringing my hands to my face and leaning forward, trying to hide whatever ugly looks I'm showing. I feel her hand on my shoulder, trying to comfort me. I don't know what it is, but I don't want anyone to see me so vulnerable. I stand up and say a few words to her, already trying to leave. I thank you for your consideration, doctor, but I need some time alone, try to rest. Sure. Do you want me to drive you home? She asks me. No. I don't want to disturb you. I'll take a cab, I reply. I really need some time alone. I say goodbye to her, hearing again that she will be at my disposal should I need her, and repeating her condolences. Already in the cab, I start to think. Dr. Christine Palmer. I remember she was a love interest of Doctor Strange in the MCU. In the comics she was a nurse, here she is a surgeon, similar to the MCU. Except the year is 2004, and there is already an Iron Man in the world. In fact, last month was the Stark Expo, where the events of the Iron Man 2 movie took place. There is also a Spider-Man. In hindsight, I realize that Peter became Spider-Man in the end of last year. I remember the trip to Oscorp. I am not his friend, but I remember he looks bad at the end of the day. I had even considered going to check on him, but he already had Ned for that. I'm the lonely, awkward socially type. I hesitate to make conversation. Me, Peter and Gwen Stacy just have a certain mutual respect for each other for being intelligent. That's the limit of my social life. This universe seems to follow the MCU timeline, in the big events, but it seems to have elements and characters from the comics. I remember now that Doctor Strange was a coworker of my parents as well, and his accident already occurred, a few months ago. It seems that I am in a transition period where the great things of this world will start to become more public. I need to research carefully, so as not to attract the wrong kind of attention. I have my biomech suit under my clothes right now, just in case. My parents have just died in a car accident after all. And I am in a car. When I think about it, that feeling of something wrong comes back. Intuition. Never had it. Could it be the hidden abilities of the Batman card? Could it be that someone wants my parents dead? Why? They don't work for the government. Not that I know of, a part of my mind whispers to me. This is a new world, maybe they're in some sort of super secret work. Did they step on someone's toes? Or was it greed? My parents are rich. My mother has shares in several hospitals, the one I just visited included. Inheritance from my grandfather. It seems my mother was the only daughter who was not a disappointment. Or are they just unlucky? They saw something by chance. Cutting loose ends. Revenge. Jealousy. Or maybe some kind of cosmic justice. Maybe in my old world I died, and in this world it is my parents. Maybe I am being watched by a bunch of ROBs who are placing bets on how this traumatic event will influence my life. Hero or villain? I sigh, no use thinking about it for now. I'll try to let it go. But not forget about it. I will research that in the future. If someone really eliminated my parents, it means that I am being watched at this very moment. I need to act the part of a clueless teenager in grief. The cab arrives at my house. After paying more than the necessary, I get out of the car and go into the house. I take my gift from my pocket. The police officer gave to me early. I open to find a watch. A very good one. I think they want to say something about my habits of always arriving late. In the back of the watch there are words that say, "Time waits for no one. TCH. I don't want to think about anything else until now. Today was the craziest day of my life. I'm going to sleep. Maybe I will wake up in my old world. With my parents alive. 1/3. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, human. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. None. In progress. Funny Valentine, 9%, Batman, 6%. Summon characters. None. Powers. Source of all living matter. Dirty D's done dirt cheap, stand. Equipped items. EDI Biomech Suit V2. Others. Chapter 4, Time waits for no one. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Change is inevitable. Growth is optional. John C. Maxwell. I open my eyes because of my alarm clock. I see it's 5:30 a.m., so early because my dad had started making me join him on his morning jogs. Start living a healthier lifestyle, he said. I reach my arm to the ceiling and flex my power. A ghostly pale blue hand leaves my arm. It wasn't a dream, and I didn't go back. I whisper. As I put my forearm over my eyes. Damn it. I allow myself to stay in depression for a minute, until I realize that nothing will change. I get up without batting an eye and go get my glasses. I get them right away, without even fumbling a bit. My movements are more precise, in fact my vision is great. I open my status or character sheet, because I'm not a gamer. 1/3. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, human. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. None. In progress. Funny Valentine, 16%, Batman, 12%. It made progress while I slept. Did I assimilate memories or something during REM sleep? I'll look at myself in the mirror and, wow. Muscles began to show. It wasn't a Tobey Maguire-like transformation like in the first Spider-Man movie, but I'm more defined. And taller. My hair is softer and the pimples are gone a little too. Huh, neat. I think I'll run alone anyway, physically I feel great and full of energy. I need to move. And I didn't even look at everything I won yesterday in more detail, I'll analyze it as I run. I quickly put on my running clothes and realize that my movements are actually more efficient, more precise. Batman, huh? Maybe even the fact that I'm strong-willed enough to go out for a run so early instead of staying in bed has something to do with assimilation. Leaving the house and realizing how cold it is this morning doesn't stop me and I get moving. And I start to think. How far do my card assimilation gains go? Initially I thought I would gain their status, skills, powers. But maybe I earn more than that. Earn their talents, traits, willpower, hobbies, more subtle things. I have to be careful not to assimilate the Joker, or someone similar, until I'm sure I only get good things from his personality. Having Batman was very lucky. The truth is, I'm not this amazing guy who would be perfect as a protagonist in some story. I'm pretty ordinary. With an ordinary life. Bruce Wayne, despite not having a cosmic-level strength, can help me correct several problems that would probably be the cause of my eventual early death in this world. Genius-level intellect, hardworker, unbreakable will and various skills he has learned over the years. I'm not a genius, not even in my old world, let alone this one. I'm very smart, but not a genius. If I were to catalog Einstein and Hawkins as 10 geniuses in my old world, I would be a August 10th. I was the top of my class, but I didn't have a brilliant, revolutionary, or inquisitive mind. And in the world of Marvel, where characters break that scale. Reed Richards and Thanos who are probably 15 out of 10. And even Tony Stark and Peter Parker who must be October 13th. I'm still one of the smartest in school, but it's more about knowing how to study, good memory and stuff. I know I wouldn't be in the future on any history book page as someone who changed the world. In fact, that was one of my concerns and reasons of lack of confidence. Disappointing my parents, who are very intelligent and respected in their field of competence. So I'm very happy to be among the smartest people on the planet now. Thank you very much. Too bad I didn't get the full Bartman package, as well as Funny Valentines. Would I get the Wayne Enterprises? Hoo-hoo. I would be happy with just the suit and Batmobile. Maybe the Hellbat armor too. Now I have a wardrobe full of pink clothes and coats, and a USA flag, because it came in Valentine's package. Speaking of Valentine, I haven't tested that thing. I mutter to myself and start looking around. And quickly spot another fellow runner coming down the path to my right. I change direction for him, and start running towards him. Nothing strange. When I'm close enough I make D4C appear quickly and in front of him. A jump scare to be exact. But he doesn't even react, and crosses D4C as if he wasn't even there. So normal people can't see you, nice. I say looking at D4C, who floats beside me. But one test is not enough. I spot a hobo sitting against a wall and start moving towards him. I take a granola bar out of my pocket and hold it out to him. Hey dude. Here. He looks at me and takes the cereal with a grateful nod. Not even looking at the pale blue head a few inches in front of him. Coming out of his torso. I wish for D4C to come back, and when I turn my back to go my way, I make D4C grab his arm. What a hell. He screams and starts trying to escape. Are you okay, man? I ask, pretending to be worried. My hand is paralyzed, he says. Yeah, it's really cold out here. You should find somewhere else to sit. I say, narrowing my eyes, and make D4C hold on tighter. Fingers. They're fingers, something holdin' my arm. GG Ghost, when he starts to despair, I make my stand release his arm. Hey man, calm down. You're not drunk, are you? Take a deep breath and calm down and you'll get better, I say, crouching down to his eye level. After D4C lets go of him, he calms down, takes a deep breath and walks away, still muttering something under his breath. Well. That went well, I guess. Ignoring the fact that I might destroy that guy's sanity. But he'll probably be fine. And this will become a good story for him to tell his hobo friends around a burning trash can. Stands act exactly like stands should act, there was no nerf on them. Good to know, but I don't know how they interact with people who are connected with mysticism and magic. After all, there is no magic in JoJo, to make a comparison. And I think ghosts in JoJo could see stands, like that girl in Part 4. Changing the subject, something I've noticed now is that I'm not tired, and I'm outpacing most other early runners. And I'm not even wearing the Thor suit. It wouldn't be training if I cheated after all. So, I think I'm instinctively running more efficiently than they are. Neat. I have to catalog my other stuff. I will do it while I run. My spatial awareness seems phenomenal. I feel people approaching by breathing, footsteps, and even air displacement. Batman is broken. Peak human, you're goddamn right. Something that was bothering me was those 500 CYOA points. Can be used on any CYOA document won by Gacha. All prices have been equalized. Sayoa. I got a very weak Marvel CYOA, seems to be a jump chain, has powers, but all low level like invisibility and shape-shifting. It has some interesting items like adamantium or vibranium weapons. But I won't spend CP for now. I will wait for the need to arise. And it seems like they stay forever. Like a store. Because a fourth tab has appeared. For CYOA documents, and the 500 CP are indicated there in the upper right corner. Regarding consumables, I have 2 power boost cards, 5 background customization card, and a shonen setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month. The travel ticket allows me to spend a month in a shonen anime or manga that is not so high in power levels. Time will not pass here. I can go there anytime on the timeline of that world. I cannot bring back people alive, and only objects I can carry. And some items will not work here. Like Dragon Balls. But if I win Dragon Balls in Gacha, it will work normally. The best option would be to go to an anime where I can learn something, like Naruto or One Piece. When I go there, my body will adapt to the laws of the universe and I will be able to use chakra or haki, without having to gain a character from their world. Or maybe I should go to a high-tech world. And learn never-before-seen scientific advances there. Well, let's leave the ticket for the future. I need to weigh my options carefully. The background customization card apparently has 2 uses. They can be used in conjunction with travel ticket, allowing me to have a background in that world, rather than arriving as a drop-in. That would make things easier. And it's to be used by my summons. As long as it makes a little bit of sense. For example, I can make Shago have been trained by the Red Room. That would give documents and a history of the world I'm in. I won't have to keep creating false documents and figuring out where my harem came from. I mean, subordinates. The power boost cards are self-explanatory. Allows you to improve a power qualitatively and quantitatively. But I don't know how big that boost will be. I could save it for a better power in the future, but I have 2. And I need to know how it works. I can use in my Founding Titan power, which I don't see much of an advantage in the world of Marvel, other than regeneration. Or in D4C, which maybe evolves into Requiem or awakens Love Train. I can wait and see if I can upgrade Loki's capabilities, and see if I can transform him from his MCU form to his comics counterpart. But I will use in D4C. It's my most discreet power. Make my mind, I don't hesitate further. I don't even need to take that card out of my inventory. It disappears after I wished it was used in D4C. And I didn't wake up Love Train. TCH, I wanted to redirect my misfortune to other people. I whine a little. I stop running and sit on a bench in a park, and I'm going to test out the changes. First, D4C can go 10 meters away from me now, before the limit was 2 meters. And it seems to be 3 times stronger. One of his abilities is that in case I was mortally wounded I could transfer my consciousness to an alternative version of myself. That was shit. I can now transfer my injuries to alternate versions of myself. Sorry, from other worlds. Is for the greater good. My greater good. The greater good of Hector Prime. Self-declared. There are infinite versions of myself, which means if I don't die instantly, I'm immortal. I also feel like I could awaken a new skill. But I don't know how many boost cards would be needed. Better not use the other one for now. As I'm seated, I start to think when I'll summon Shago, she's my only possible summon. And I don't even say that because I'm horny. I'm already assimilating Valentine and Bruce. And I can't have Loki and Miles as subordinates. It would cause more questions than I need to. And the powers of these two I can use to increase my personal strength. Don't make a mistake. If I had gotten Power Girl or Wonder Woman, I wouldn't hesitate to assimilate both. Hot women or not. My personal strength comes above my dick. But there's nothing Shago would do that others wouldn't do better. Like spying for Batman, physical abilities with Miles, and energy projection with Loki. So having her as my right-arm woman, it's not just because she's my childhood crush. No sir. But even with the background cards, I won't summon it now. I need to be strong enough to control her in case she isn't as loyal as I imagine she will be. And I need to establish myself better in this world. I can barely take care of myself, how will I have subordinates? Another of my items is a compilation from Chakra books. Normally I would think it referred to Naruto, which would be really cool, but since it came from my Marvel Gacha, I know it's not. Reading the description of the card, it seems that it talks about the mystical arts of this world, like seeing the supernatural, strengthening the body, meditating, runes, finding channels and chakra points, finding yourself yada yada. Which is great in itself. I don't want to have to rely on Ancient One or Doctor Strange to learn magic. What I least want right now is to get attention. Stay under the radar until I have some global scale threat to deal. Or be strong enough to just not care. I get up excited to begin my initiation into magic. I can't materialize the books in public. So I decide to run home. Arriving home, I am surprised by a familiar face. Dr. Palmer. Are you looking for me? I ask, surprising the doctor, who looked worried as she fiddled with her cell phone. Hector. You scared me, I mean, you're here. I was worried. I come here, and no one looks to be in home, and I started to think. The doctor starts talking quickly to me as she puts her cell phone in her pocket. And I look at her. I really look at her. Dark circles, messy hair, slightly shaky hands. I twitching a little. Signs of lack of sleep and excess caffeine. She must have finished her shift by now, and she came to check on me. She didn't find me and thought the worst, that I made a mistake, maybe even committed suicide. Strange, since when am I so good at observing details like that? You're a nice person, Dr. Palmer. You came straight from your job to check on me, even if you don't have to. I say, smiling a little. What? Of course I'm gonna look for you. I really mean what I say back there. I want to help you. Your parents are great friends. Is the least I can do. That's no problem at all. And I believe this, she is genuinely nice. Looking back at her appearance, I ask, when will you need to go back to the hospital? My evening turn starts at 3 p.m. She answers without much thought. Damn, that's rough, say. Why don't you sleep here, eat a little, and after you are appropriately rested, you go back to saving lives? I offer, a little worried. And I really want to repay her nice attitude. What? No. I don't want to impose. I just go rest in home, she answers. And how far is your home? I ask instantly afterwards. A little far. She responds after a little hesitation. Apparently noticing that she doesn't have a good reason to decline my offer. Look, doctor. I know you probably want to look like a trusted adult to me. In this difficult time. She flinches a little, I see right through her apparently. Weird. I'm nailing in reading her and giving reasonable responses. But you look really tired, maybe this is normal to you, maybe I'm overstepping, maybe it's unnecessary. But I really don't want you to drive in this fatigued state. I say, and now she flinches visibly. Thoughts about how my parents that just dies in a car accident. Could you please sleep a little, I will wake you to lunch. And after you eat, I will feel really better and let you go drive to a little far away. After my little guilty trap. She cedes, and accepts my hospitality. Damn, I am smooth now. As I lead her into one of the guest rooms, and point out the bathroom, in case she wants to use it, I think how I'm really assimilating the hidden status and talents of some sort of the characters. Valentine is the president. A social and charismatic person. And Bruce knows his way to navigate the high society. And they're influencing me. Or better, I am learning from them. More attention to detail, a more critical mind, charisma, high confidence, self-esteem. The Hector of 2 days ago had none of those things. I have none of the urges or vices, super nationalism, or dislike of firearms. So I think I only assimilate beneficial things, with few, if any, downsides. Neat. Looking in the mirror again, without glasses because I don't really need them anymore, I admire myself little. I'm looking really nice. I didn't change drastically, but I did go up a notch on the hot scale. I'll check, and I see that Valentine's increased by 1% and Bruce's 3%. There may be two explanations for this. 1. The more the percentage, the longer the assimilation will take. 2. The training. Run, analyze, test my powers, etc. I acted more like Bruce, so I assimilated more of his character. Doing things the character would do, or using his abilities, training like him, accelerates assimilation. I'll have to go heavier in training. Although I'm not in a hurry because there's no immediate danger. I have to think that every minute with the slot occupied is a minute that I could be assimilating another character. Going to make my breakfast. Dr. Palmer just went to bed. She said she would have something to eat when she woke up. I start thinking about a workout regimen, things to buy and things to do. I need a lawyer, and I need to prepare the funeral, warn family and friends. I have to talk to my paternal grandparents there in Brazil. They will be devastated. TCH. That's not the kind of thing someone as young as me should be worried about. I mumble as I drink my coffee. That coffee actually looks more bitter today. Chapter 5, Doing Adult Stuff. Not the fun type though. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. If you don't have enemies, you don't have character. Paul Newman. I'm not feeling tired. I think to myself as I collect certain things that I will study now. I slept little. I ran. And I still feel refreshed. None of the cards I'm assimilating have superhuman physical characteristics. But I remember reading somewhere that Batman had trained himself to only need 3 hours of sleep, and be like he got 8 hours. Alfred also thought the training was so inhumane, that anyone else would have died or gone insane. And here I am. Reaping all the benefits, without any of the suffering or effort. Ah. Feels good to cheat. But I don't have time to just sit around and wait for the powers to come to me. For all I know, this world could be Marvel Zombies, and it could happen tomorrow. That's why I've already planned my training routine, in order to assimilate Miles as quickly as possible. I want to have assimilated them all by the next monthly draw. Stopping to think. I think it was good to start with the weakest ones. And even not having anyone overpowered at first. How long would it take for me to assimilate Darkseid or a Celestial? Heck, even Superman should last for months of assimilation. From a weak normal guy to Superman, it can't be that simple. It almost makes me have thoughts of just summoning the very OP characters. I would have them instantly serving me. But I get that thought out of my mind in the next second. Personal power is the best type of power. When I'm going to assimilate characters like Thor, I need to be at least a similar power level. To take days, I can't spend months with the slot full. I wonder if the number of slots will increase in the future. Probably yes. I hope from a yes. Sipping my coffee, I open a laptop. My father laptop. I need clues. I'll look for everything he's done lately. If he was messing with suspicious people, I'll know. He kept everything on this laptop. I'll turn the house upside down using D4C later. When I don't have a visitor. But for now I can start by looking at the most obvious places. And although I'm excited to learn magic from the books I got, I know that I am not a gamer, that the books will disappear in my hand and I will gain the knowledge and how to use it in an instant. It will take time and discipline. That's why I'll read the books when I can fully dedicate myself to them. I don't even know if I can use magic, or if I have talent. I know Loki's card will help me. But since I can't assimilate him now. Arg. So much to do. And there's only one of me. And summoning someone else would cause me to have more things to do instead of helping me with my problems right now. TCH, going back to the laptop, my father's password I already knew. He was never the type to hide anything. So, deep down, I'm already half aware that I won't find anything suspicious in it. Can be my biased thinking, but I don't think they are involved with something shady. I think they're victim. And they're surprised as me, for what's happened, when it happened. Half an hour later, nothing. There are things related to family and friends, photos, trips that have started to be planned. Work stuff. Patient files, which I'll look more closely at later, looking up everything about them, texts and written surveys. Emails, work. His life is us and his patients. I'm a little relieved that I didn't find out that my father was, I don't know, associated with Hydra, and was experimenting on mutants. Or something like that. Perhaps the death of the two is simply the result of someone's greed. Or perhaps even simpler, an accident. No. I know it's not. Someone is responsible. And I won't let my guard down until I find out. I'm making lunch, having looked through more papers and documents in my parents' room. And once again I didn't find anything that led anywhere. I did half an hour of shadow boxing to expend all that energy I have now. And I noticed that my movements became more fluid over time. As if I've remembered how to fight, after staying rusted for a long time. I know it was because I lacked muscle memory. At the end of my short shadow boxing session, my movements in the mirror were incredibly fast and accurate, which even surprised myself. Batman's percentage went up by 1 more. Now I'm thinking about joining some dojos. But time is very precious to me right now. I will look for tutorials on the internet. Speaking of internet, in addition to looking for my parents' things, I went to research the state of the world on my computer. Funny that despite being 2004, my PC is a good a sum of 2010 to 12. Thank you, genius of this world. And these geniuses were my main research focus. I can't look up very specific and secret names with my meta-knowledge. But I can research scientists, people famous enough that it wouldn't be strange for a young geek like me to be interested. I also did some stupid research between one and the other. As entertainment, manga, anime, porn. Everything to mislead. I cannot be careless. Maybe they have a program on the internet that alerts them if someone writes certain names. First and at least, many things in entertainment are the same. Famous titles like Harry Potter, Indiana Jones, Star Wars also exist here. Older manga like Hajime no Ippo, Yu Yu Hakusho, Evangelion too. But Naruto, One Piece, Bleach and movie franchises from the mid-90s that I knew in my old world don't exist here. Now the most important. Iron Man, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man and Hulk are already common knowledge. In the MCU these things would start in 2008. I'm not in easy mode then. Mutants are a thing too. Magneto is pretty famous international terrorist, but no mention of the X-Men. But I search about Henry McCoy and Charles Xavier, and they are well respected in the scientific community. But Dr. McCoy rarely appears. I think someone is already blue. As a side note, there's a mutant ghetto here in New York. I think with 1,000 inhabitants, very shitty place, but can be useful in the future. Bayville High School exists as well, with a certain institute for youngster gifters nearby. I believe the X-Men must be in my age group, which could mean X-Men, evolution. But it's best not to rely on meta-knowledge other than knowing that characters exist and their powers. I have no idea that they will be good or evil. I'll just use it as a reference, for all I know this is the ultimate universe and Wanda/Pietro is a Alabama thing. Ah. I sigh at the thought that there are people with unstable sanity out there with powers to wipe out this planet. And Wanda is just one of many. I need to win a spaceship in Gacha. And having the option to just eat myself from this planet. Something smells good. Dr. Christine Palmer says, walking into the kitchen, looking a lot more relaxed. Wearing my mother's shirt and pants, which I'd left for her in case she wanted to. I noticed her approaching right before she announced her presence. I faintly noticed to myself. You look a lot better, and that outfit fits you perfectly. I say. Oh. These are really comfortable, I will give it back later. She says, smoothing the clothes over herself. You can keep if you want. I was planning on donating most of my parents' stuff. Superfluous stuff in the case. Nothing with sentimental value. Clothes, shoes, and maybe auction some watches and jewelry online. And give the money to charity. She stops and looks at me impressed. What? I don't know that will be disrespectful or not, but I think they would like, they always helped people in life. So I thought I'd do one last good deed on their behalf. Or something like that. I say a little uncertainly, trying to explain myself too much, maybe, but I don't want her to think I'm a heartless bastard. I think that is wonderful. They would love it. That's very nice from you, Hector. She says with a hand in my shoulder. After a comfortable silence, and when it started to turn into an uncomfortable silence, I decided to change the mood by drawing attention to the food. I don't know what you like, so I made a mistake-proof recipe. Vegan Caesar salad and baked chicken rollatini with spinach. I say, starting to put the food on the table. The good doctor hurries to help with dishes and cutlery. It's light enough not to leave you bloated and gives you energy to carry on for a long day. Wow, looks great. You will be a very good catch to any lady out there. She says, teasing me a little. 2 days ago I probably blush and change the subject. But. My good doctor, are you implying something? Just a heads up. To me, age is just a number, I say exaggeratedly flirty, for her to see that I am just kidding. She chuckles and gives me a playful slap in the shoulder. Ha ha. A number like the 5 on my sentence, she retorts. Please. I'm sure that you can take just community service, I will even help you. I say, showing my palms, to placate her. Well, I can present to you some good girls. I'm worried that you will be led astray of the right path for someone ill-intentioned. I have some cute nieces, if you want. Hey. A niece of you can't be more than 10-year-old, right? So I'll have to refuse. I don't steal cradles. Now she laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. Aren't you too charming? Now I'm worried about whatever lady catches your eye, not the other way around. I can't guide my innocent nieces to an evil boy like you. She responds. There's no woman who doesn't like to have her age downsized. And she called me boy, so I have zero chance for now, huh? I can change the subject. Well, let's dig in. All this food can't disappear for itself. I say, gesturing to the table, after finishing all preparations. During lunch we have a light conversation. When we're done and she's helping me with the dishes, the topic gets a little more serious. I will take care of the funeral, don't worry. She said when I mentioned some things I had to do. I don't want to burden you more. I reply. That would help me a lot. I don't know anything about how to organize something like that. It won't be a problem. In fact, I've already started. And the hospital is helping. It will be tomorrow, if that's okay with you. Actually, I should have talked to you earlier, but it turns out I was more tired than I thought. She says, apologizing. Is there a friend of yours you want to call? She asks after a moment. No. I think only they family and friends from work should go. And I don't have any friends either way. I still have to notify my grandparents in Brazil. I don't even know how to broach the subject. I decide to talk to her. Look, my paternal grandparents are in Brazil. It wouldn't be possible for them to arrive on time. I don't even know if they would want the two of them buried here. I'm sure not for my father. But at the same time, my parents wouldn't like to be separated. So I was thinking. Is it possible to cremate both, gather the ashes and then divide them? I want the two of them to have a ceremony here and in my father's hometown. She looks at me. I think that's possible, I will arrange, she says after thinking a little over. I smile. Thanks, doctor, you have no idea of the weight that you are taking from my shoulders. I mean truly, I honestly don't want to have to deal with the funeral. My chest tightens just thinking about it. I know it's bullshit that I'll have to face the two of them being buried forever. But a part of me just wants to delay this moment as long as possible. Please. I'm glad that I can help. And call me Aunt Chris. No need to be so formal. Okay, if you insist. Thanks, Aunt Chris. She smiles and after a while she decides to go. I will inform you later tonight the time and place of the funeral. Now I have to go, get some things from my apartment, and go back to work. Yay, she finishes, faking excitement. You have my contact, don't hesitate to call. She says as I guide her to the door. Before leaving she turns around and puts her hand on my shoulder and speaks. You're acting very mature, for all that's happened, your parents must be proud. And she gives me a kiss on the cheek before walking out the door and getting in the car. After giving her a little nod, I enter the house. It's time to learn magic. According to what I knew from my past life, unlike DC magic, which always has a price to pay, like memories, emotions or the universe going to charge you somehow in the future with karma. In Marvel, you use magic with energy. You manipulate energy to alter, manipulate, create what you have in mind, regarding the purpose of magic. Maybe make fire, summon storms, create illusions, heal wounds. But you need some power source for all cases. The problem is that not all beings have these reserves of energy to use, like the Aesir of Asgard. Then you can take that energy from other beings, deities, cosmic forces, or dimension. In the MCU, the Ancient One takes energy from the Dark Dimension. In the comics, Selene Galio takes life force from people. The gods of Asgard have their own divinity and maybe dimensions of their own. I think Mjolnir is connected to an external dimension as well, so Thor had trouble utilizing his divinity. He cheated. So being without Mjolnir allowed him to grow not only in character but also in strength. That's why Odin banished him. I think I read somewhere that Thor was sent to Midgard to be a blind spot for those who seat above in shadow, who are the ones who make the Ragnarok cycle, and Odin wanted some hope to save it. Asgard. Not sure, I read on the wiki. I've never read the comics so hard, only the most famous ones. Civil War, House of M, Planet Hulk and others. Who can blame me? I'm young, and it's hard for new fans to get their bearings with so many reboots and alternate universes and timelines. I'm getting off topic. Back to magic. These chakra books are different from what I thought. They don't teach you how to get energy from other places, or how to use amazing spells that can level cities. It teaches to meditate. Achieve inner peace. Increase your inner strength. Circulate your aura or chi, open meridians and chakra gates. Strengthen the body and mind. Create mental spaces, make astral projections. More basic stuff. But that for me is exactly what I need. I have the Loki card, but it's the MCU card, where Asgardians are aliens that people in the past confused with gods and created religion. They're not that impressive compared to the Asgardians in the main universe, and probably this universe I'm in. So I'll have to learn the most basic magic. And safer one. Making an oath to never draw energy from any outside force. I don't think I need it anyway. Just win a card from some protagonist ice guy and bam. Mana. At that moment when I was on the third and final book, in a part that interested me a lot about creating a palace for mental defense, the doorbell rings. Can a man take a breath to become a wizard? Opening the door I find a man in a suit and briefcase. Everything about him screams lawyer, and my instincts scream shady lawyer. Mr. Carvalho. Hector Carvalho, I presume. He says with a smile on his face. Yeah, and you are. I say, with only my face visible. He doesn't know it, but D4C is behind him ready to turn him into a dognut if he makes any suspicious moves. I've looked around, and he seems to be alone. His car is a Mercedes-Benz parked right in front of my house. I'm Leopold Darrow, the lawyer of your relatives. First of all, I must say that I am terribly sorry for this tragedy. They don't deserve such an unlucky accident to befall on them. He says with a face full of regret, but I'm not buying anything that he is saying. I'm grateful for your kind words, Mr. Darrow. But I have to ask the reason for your visit. I say, letting my grief show on my face. I now have a pretty good poker face, but will be strange if I show nothing when talking about the death of my parents just yesterday. Well, as hard a moment are. Is my legal duty to pass some information to you, Mr. Carvalho, he says apologetically. Of course. Don't worry, you are only doing your job. Enter, please. Do you want a drink or something like that? I offer and open the door fully now, and guide him to an empty guest room. With nothing to him to see. I will accept, please. Will be a long talk. Water would be good. He says smiling after and while opening his briefcase, and taking a bunch of papers. All right. I will be right back, make yourself comfortable. After bringing a jar of water and 2 glasses, I sit at the table and start listening to what Mr. Darrow have to say. Just as I expect, he talks about my parents' assets, money, life assurance. He looks very competent, I find no flaw in his talk. Later I will double-check if nothing have been left out, but he don't appear to be lying about the money at least. For the little that I know. But he appears to be avoiding a certain topic. My legal guardian. I narrow my eyes slightly. And decides to try to get this guy out of his comfort zone. Is good that you're so efficient, Mr. Darrow. I want to resolve these pending issues as early as possible. I'm thinking in return to Brazil, and Eve with my grandparents. And I finally see a reaction on that face that apparently has a little perpetual smile. He widens his eyes, and then disguises himself to normal. If he'd just shown surprise, he wouldn't have been so suspicious. But the fact that he instinctively and immediately tries to disguise that reaction, say that something smell fishy. My paternal grandparents living in Brazil, and if there's someone of my family that I can be absolutely certain that don't have anything to do with my parents' deaths, are them. They live very simply on a small farm where my father grew up, they are kind and relaxed people. They don't care much for material goods. Even with my dad constantly sending money, they never used it. They keep it in an account in case of an eventuality, like a natural disaster or something. People who live off the land are like that, you have to be prepared for the will of heaven, they always say. In the end my father gave up on making them live more luxuriously, and just tries to convince them to stop toiling in the fields and live without working for the rest of their lives. But they can't even do that, hoo-hoo. It's not easy to stop a person who has worked honestly all his life. Idleness and boredom would do more harm than good to my grandparents. That's why I talked about my paternal grandparents. I can at any time leave this place that seems to be the center of problems, New York. I always have that option. Maybe in the future if this country have something like Super Registration Act or something, I can just refuse and go back to Brazil. Dual nationality for the win. I think Doom abuses his diplomatic immunity too. Yeah, this country, this city, don't make me feel good after the accident. Maybe I must go back. I say shrugging my shoulders, but eyeing him carefully. I don't know, Mr. Carvalho, there are so many legal issues, will be hard to maintain contact in another country. He say a little nervously. But I can resolve this from Brazil, right? I ask innocently. Yeah, but you will have to start again, and is not any lawyer that you can trust, he starts rambling reasons. Who are you sweating, Mr. Darrow? I understand, there's too the fact that my parents want my education to be here. So, is just an alternative. I say helpfully. Yes. I mean, here you will have great opportunities. You have no idea. This place is dangerous, but truly is full of opportunities, and the reason that I'm hesitant in leaving. Well, he says, recovering his calm and finishing his glass of water. I think that I spoke of everything. No, you not. So I will take my leave, please. Any questions, don't hesitate to ask, he says, giving me his card. Okay, have a good day, sir. Thank you for everything, I say, smiling. Please, it's just my job, he says, leaving. After he leaves, my smile turns a bit colder. D4C is still watching him get in the car and start driving. I have to act fast, I can't let others get ahead of me, I mutter. I was going to look it up on the internet, but I remember it's 2004, so I go check the phone book. After a phone call, I start getting ready to leave. I wear my Thor suit under my clothes. I take my documents and copies, in addition to the documents that Attorney Darrow brought, and put them in my backpack. And then I start to walk between the wall and the couch. Using D4C, I go out 2 blocks away between a garbage and the wall of an alley. Looking around and seeing that no one is around, I pull my hood up to cover as much of my face as possible, without looking like a thug, and go after a cab. When I finally get one, I go in and show the paper I had written down at home. To this address, please. I say to the overweight man behind the wheel. All right, kid. In no time, he responds before taking off. 40 minutes later I left the cab, giving a good tip to the driver. I enter a very simple place, where there was a sign saying, Nelson and Murdoch Attorneys at Law. Chapter 6, First Meeting with a Person of Interest. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. For everything that is great and inspiring is created by the individual that can labor in freedom. Albert Einstein. I enter the office that look a little precarious. But, not through negligence of the owners, I can tell, as it is very clean, and certain things like the lamps, chairs, and tables have new and clean appearances. So it's just the general condition of the building. Expected, I would say, knowing who the people I'm visiting are. Foggy Nelson and Matthew Murdoch. Is Foggy a nickname too? Like Matt? I couldn't remember for my life his true name now. I notice the looks of the two. The most notable is the slimmer and fittest with brown hair and sunglasses even indoors, Daredevil himself, the man without fear, but I think he at least isn't being recognized by that name. He is referred to as the Masked Man or Devil of Hell's Kitchen. So he must have started recently. I think to myself. The other is shorter and fatter, with blonde hair slicked back. He's friendly looking, seems like a nice guy and fun to be around, and he's the first one to greet me when I walk in. But no doubt Murdoch noticed me coming much earlier. Oh. Welcome to Nelson and Murdoch, the best law office of this street. How can I help you? He says, standing up to shake my hand. Good evening, I call early. My name is Hector Carvalho, a pleasure. I say, squeezing the hand that was extended, and then purposefully making a faux pas, I reach out to Matt, who was still seated. Matt, hand at 12 o'clock. Shake it, Nelson say, joking. I'm sorry, I should said early, but he is blind, you know, but no less good in what he does, he says, assure me. I'm Franklin Nelson, and this not-so-handsome man is my associate Matthew Murdoch, he continues as Matt stood up and extended his hand. I know he can feel my hand, but he left some inches a ways, and after it's been explained that he's blind, I'm the one who has to shake his hand. Sorry, I should have noticed, I apologize. No problem, in truth. I'm flattered that you don't notice, he says good-naturedly. After leading me to a chair, Foggy sits in front of me and starts talking. You call early asking if we can handle guardianship, opening of probate proceedings and others. We are not specialized in anything in truth. So why don't you share your trouble, so that us can counsel you with the best of our capabilities? Foggy says much more professionally. How do you even know that there is a trouble? I ask just to light the mood before the heavy talk. Someone only search a lawyer in trouble, sigh. Because of this that people hates us so much. He says a little dramatically, seeing right through my act of make small talk. I chuckle a little before I starts more solemn. Well, my parents died yesterday, in a car accident. Oh. I had guessed from the matter discussed over the phone, but my condolences, Foggy says empathetically. No kid should have to go through that, Matt adds, and Foggy looks at me with a complicated look. Okay, he lost his parents early too. The problem is how. You see, my parents are successful doctors, and this accident is very abrupt. Okay, listen to me. I know that every accident is like that, out of the blue, but I really think it was weird. I say, trying to convey my concern and the reason I came here. Foggy shows a surprised face for a moment and speaks. Wait. Carvalho. It is the couple of doctors who were in the newspaper this morning, the ones who fell into the river. Foggy declares after having remembered. So you think there's some foul play going on? Matt asks, leaning forward a little, maybe wants to hear my heartbeat. Now I need to be careful in what to talk. Yes, I know it might sound desperate, but I know my parents. My dad drives as carefully as possible. I always make jokes about how old he looks. And always take care that the car is in the best condition. I say, starting my argument. They were coming so we can celebrate my birthday, goddammit. The two wince a little, because of the tragic situation in an occasion that should have joyous. I press forward. When I went to recognize their bodies, there were no marks that they tried to escape the car. It didn't look like they had a concussion. My father is a great swimmer. He is muscular and over 6 foot tall. There's no way he could have just been knocked out like that. And the two at the same time. The first thing my father would do in an unavoidable accident would be to try to protect my mother, and even she had no signs of trying to escape or fighting for her life. I may be thinking too much, I don't have proof. But I can't shake this feeling that something is strange, I conclude. And before you misunderstand, I'm not here for you to investigate or anything. I say, putting my hand on the universal stop sign for both of them. I want to double-check all my inheritance and be emancipated. I complete by saying the real reason for having coming to that office. I want complete control over my money and my life. I don't want to be at the mercy of I don't know who for the next 2 years. Also, if whoever did this to my parents did it for the money, my emancipation will take him out of his comfort zone, and he'll have to act more drastically, step out of the shadows, and when he does, I can fight back. POV, Matt Murdoch. I hear him coming, even before the door opens. Ever since that fateful day in what my life take a 180-degree turn, I've had this gift in compensation for what I've lost. And so I know that this is not a normal young man. At first I thought he might be an enemy, an assassin sent by one of the many I've stepped on my toes during my nightly activities. Someone who finally connected my two identities and decided to attack me while I'm at my most vulnerable, and with someone to protect. He moves calculatedly and almost without making a noise. When he entered he looked around, as if checking something, maybe escape routes or if there was something dangerous in the room. His breathing is trained and heartbeat calm, but the muscles seem coiled to move at any moment. I also notice that his attention is more focused on me than Foggy. It would be hard to notice if I didn't have super senses. But it's strange, such a young person shouldn't act like he's been living dangerously for years. My suspicions continue even when I shake his hand and notice the lack of calluses. He doesn't constantly hold weapons, nor sticks, swords, crowbars. He looks like a paradox. Like someone more trained and experienced had switched bodies with a teenager. It looks like an action movie plot, seems absurd. But aren't we living in absurd times? People with abilities that look like they're straight out of a comic book are real now, and their appearances are increasingly frequent. I myself can be included in the midst of absurd things. Maybe he's like me, I'll have to watch him carefully. He could be a danger to Foggy. When he sits down, he adjusts his chair so he doesn't have his full back to the door. Another point that he is not normal. His feet were always and completely on the ground, so he could get out of the fragile sitting position at any moment. Can't talk, I'm sitting just the same. As he begins to tell his story I pay special attention to his breathing, temperature, and heart rate. He's not lying, he never lied, and when he talks about his parents I see the first cracks in the strong face and silence that he puts on. Holding back imperceptible tears, pounding heart, muscles tensing and then relaxing. He really looks like he's here for legal advice only. Maybe that's because I can relate with his story of losing his parents so soon. It doesn't matter if he has something special or a secret. I think. I will do my job as a lawyer and help him as best I can. Hector POV. So you suspect that someone was responsible for your parents' deaths, and that person is close to you, Foggy begins. And you could be next on the list. But not to be eliminated, but controlled, when that someone has you under guardianship. Matt finishes the reasoning. Precisely. I may be overthinking. But I want to be prepared for the possibility. And do you have any suspects in mind? Matt asks. No, I shake my head. If it was really foul play, it's probably a family member on my mother's side. My father is an only child and my paternal grandparents are in Brazil and they're simple people who live on a small farm. My mother's family on the other hand. She has a brother and sister. Inheritance from my grandparent. And she inherited most of it from being my grandpa's favorite and she's always been more disconnected from the rest of the family. I see. Foggy says, going over my papers. The Bellucci family is really well in life. And I think that you mother. And now you have at least 60% of everything in shares. And I'm not even talking about money and other properties. I believe you were right to look for us. You'd be surprised at the ugly things people could do for a lot less money. Matt says to me while Foggy is still looking at my papers. But let me say a word of warning. Your seeking of independence will derail the plans of whoever is after your wealth. So take care of your own life, it's the most important thing. He says seriously. We will try to seek your emancipation as quickly and quietly as possible. We know a judge who has a soft spot for orphan child, he concludes. Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Murdoch. Now would be a good time to cover up a certain flaw in my actions in coming here. Would you happen to be related to Jack Murdoch? The Batlin Murdoch? I ask surprised. I even use D4C to quicken my heart for a moment and make my surprise more genuine. Oh, yes. He is my father. Matt responds a little put off by the sudden shift of conversation. That explains a lot. I thought you look familiar. You two look surprisingly fit for someone who was blind, sorry. My dad was a big fan of Batlin Murdoch. And I watched with him. He loved that your father never gave up. He would take one and give back a stronger one. We always spar a little after watching box. I say excitedly. And it's all true. In this life my father and I watched various types of sports like this. I think my father wanted me to be more active. Or wanted to find a sport I enjoyed as a hobby. Now with the outstanding move I've solved why I seem to be such a good fighter. It fly over my head that Batman's subconscious acts might have gotten me into trouble. And also because I focused more on Matt, he is suspicious. That was my mistake. Seeing a hero and character like that for the first time. My calm facade aside, I was a little nervous and excited in the inside. And I know his senses may have picked up on something. Oh, thanks. It's always good to meet a fan of my dad, he says smiling a little. After that Foggy stops reading the papers and gives Matt a summary. After a little discussion between the three of us I say goodbye to both of them. After saying goodbye to the lawyer duo, I find myself walking through a mall. There are certain things I plan to buy like a new laptop and smartphone, which I'll know isn't bugged or anything. Yes, I'm paranoid that way. No corrective glasses and some tools. Things I can take in the backpack I brought with me when I bring my papers. Matt and Foggy assured me that they will get my emancipation. Apparently my good school record, tragic history, and other things can move the court decision in my favor. I may need to take a psychological test, or participate in legally mandated psychiatric counseling until age 18. The judge not wanting to let me alone, and wanting to make sure I don't get lost in the wrong way apparently. Understandable, I am a child alone in the world with much money, can be a recipe to disaster. But I can accept, for my independence and freedom. When I get home I will email other documents that they have sent me a list. It will be good to have the consent of my grandparents, the paternal ones, who are the only ones alive. The important thing is that I don't come under any uncle's guardianship. I emphasize that part, implying that I distrust any of them to Foggy and Matt. They understood, and perhaps they will use this distrust to appeal for my emancipation. But as a last resort, I don't want to appear suspicious. Changing the subject, the experience of meeting a hero proved very important to me. Not because I'm a fanboy, although I like Daredevil, but because I realized something I had overlooked. People can read me very easily. In this world privacy is a distant concept to those who will get involved with the world of superpowers. Telepathy, super senses, X-ray vision, precognition, postcognition. Not to mention technological surveillance. In this world it's hard to have a secret. I need to be prepared for everything. And information is too valuable to be given so easily to others. One more reason to avoid contact with the world of heroes or villains for now. Daredevil isn't a problem knowing I'm more than I look. He acts alone, so will hard for it to spread. He doesn't have much time to investigate me. And even if he tries to confront me, I can win. He's nice, but not one of the strongest. But this encounter reminded me why I've been so careful. I don't have any kind of plot armor against powers. Some kind of bullshit against mind control. Kilgrave can make me his bitch with one word. And this scares the shit of me. Despite all this potential that I have, is just that, potential. I need to be extra careful until I can handle these threats. It reminds me of JoJo in my past life, even though Jotaro is one of the strongest in the world. One of the best, if not the best, close-range stand in purely physical combat. And one of the most overpowered time-stopping skills. He almost died to a rat in Part 4. In combat, just because you're stronger doesn't mean you're absolutely certain to win. There are many factors. A dangerous game of rock paper scissors, where someone weaker can easily finish you off, because their skill set is your counter. Finally I finding a deserted place, I use D4C, and I start moving between things until I get home. It could be because I'm not used to it, or because I haven't assimilated Valentine 100% yet, but I can't use D4C teleport for more than a few blocks. I decided to go home using it to practice and increase the percentage. Now is the hardest part of my day. Break the news to my grandparents. I pick up the phone and dial the international number for them. Hello. Who's talking? Grandma. It's me Hector, I'm Callan. Oh Hector, my little grandson. How are you? It is fine. Eating properly. So long, ooh. I'm so glad you called. Your grandfather just left, but I can call. Raymundo. Hector is calling. Come fast. I give a low laugh listening to how my grandmother acts. But I grit my teeth and prepare to break the news soon. The longer I take, the harder it will be. Grandma, I have something bad to tell you. In that conversation alone I spoke the words I most hated to speak in my entire life. And I heard my grandmother's happiness turn to ash because of it. It's like I'm suffering the news all over again. Chapter 7, Goodbyes. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Independence isn't doing your own thing, it's doing the right thing on your own. Kim John Payne. After a not-so-good night's sleep, at least they're getting shorter and shorter, I find myself getting ready for the funeral. In 10 minutes and Chris will pick me up for the ceremony. Being a man, I can get dressed fast. And apparently I know how to tie a tie, I learned it by dreaming. Well. Not dreaming, but after waking up I noticed that certain knowledge was floating in the front of my mind as I was thinking about something. Watching Spider-Man fight Green Goblin. I think about how he could have fought better and done it right. Disassembling the laptops I bought yesterday. I think of better ways to assemble them more efficiently and to avoid malfunctions in the future. And now dressing in a suit. I have no problem, even when I've always needed my mom's help. Knowledges of Bruce Wayne and Funny Valentine are coming to me. That worries me. A person is formed by his memories. Will I lose myself and my uniqueness by assimilating different cards? I sigh and try to get my head off the pessimistic thoughts. I didn't gain any memory. And that knowledge was not transplanted. They came during my sleep REM very peacefully. No pain or confusion. I'm grateful for them, actually. It means that I will be able to learn things from the cards. Different fields of science, martial arts, techniques, magic. I won't just gain the ability to do it, I'll learn how to do it too. It reminds me of the earlier Spider-Man and Green Goblin fight I watched, apparently they've been having encounters like this for a while. And no one knows the identity of the two. It might seem strange to anyone who's only watched Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, but in the comics Green Goblin's identity has long remained a mystery even to readers. Things here aren't settling down in time for a movie or a comic book. That's good and bad. It makes things more difficult, but I may have more opportunities. I've missed so many opportunities. I couldn't get an Ivan Vanko arc reactor, Hulk blood or Abomination, a radioactive spider, kill Victor Von Doom. You know, these things. Not to mention the things that might be happening in the shadows that I have no idea. Everything related to the X-Men, in space, S.H.I.E.L.D. and others. TCH. I hate not knowing. After all this thinking, I realize I've just finished with my tie. I'm thinking faster too, maybe I should write down my changes, no. Bad idea. I shake my head before going to put on my new suit and glasses. Looking at myself in the mirror, even trying to keep my nerd persona, I see that I'm much better than before. Smoother hair, brighter eyes, more upright posture, less pimples on my face, I shaved off all facial hair. I can already be considered a handsome teenager. If before I was June 10th, now I'm August 10th. And if I take my clothes off to show off my new defined muscles, I'm sure I can score an extra point. And this is just the beginning, I will get better, smarter, stronger, more powerful and good-looking, I allow myself a smile. I see a message from Aunt Chris saying that she arrived. Early than expected. But it's okay, I'm ready. I run my hand down my torso, feeling my ultimate Thor suit underneath. Nodding to myself, I leave the house to say goodbye to my parents. Even though I am present at this ceremony, everything seems so far away. There are many more people than I expected, from family members to patients that both of them helped. And that's just the life they've built in New York this past year. I'm glad to hear they were well liked. Well, not enough. I think morbidly looking at the coffin going down 6 foot underground. A single coffin with their ashes. United even after death. They would like it. As their son I got special attention, but I have to say I hated being approached by so many people saying things like, I know that is hard, with time everything will be better. No shit. I don't want to be consoled, especially when you say the obvious. I much prefer people who just pat me on the shoulder and speak well of my parents. That they were good people, deserved more. Those pitying looks bother me. And if only they were pity. My mother's brothers and sister are almost looking smug. As if in the end they won some secret competition of who stays alive the longest. Bastards. Aunt Chris stayed by my side the entire time. In fact, it's more that I stayed by her side all the time. Anything to avoid having to blend in with my mother's family. TCH. My maternal grandfather was so cool, how did these guys end up like this? And I won't even talk about my cousins. Of all the people at this funeral, the ones who came to talk to me. Two of them caught my attention for completely different reasons. The first is my uncle. All my new Batman-like instincts are screaming that this guy can't be trusted, and that not a single word that came out of his mouth was genuine. Uncle Alexander Bellucci, unlike his namesake, the Great, the man is a disappointment to all who create the slightest expectation for him. Starting with my late grandfather. You see, my paternal grandfather Thomas Bellucci started with nothing, and slowly walked to success, and at the end of his life he had a network of hospitals and shares in several pharmaceutical and medical companies. Apparently he had a big break during World War II. He was one of the Howling Commandos. That's right, Captain America's squad. I was shocked when I found out too. And when I joined with the memories of this life. He loved to tell what he was like on the battlefield, a small, light-footed guy who ran around saving lives. But he had the strength to carry soldiers twice his size. Myself in this life loved hearing this story. After the war, everyone in the squad was able to retire, with rewards and great connections. Many remained in the army, because they did not know another life. And they were promoted to higher ranks. He predicted that after the nukes, there wouldn't be a major war for a long time. So he decided to save the common people. He was also disappointed in how the war ended. 2 unnecessary massacres, after all that Cap have done to prevent. He died stopping a bomb. To our own government do the same in Japan, he confessed to me one time. The clinic he opened was successful, and he also provided psychiatric care. He was one of the first to see that the body and mind were intertwined. Back then, someone with trauma was seen more as mentally weak. People don't care too much with psychiatric care, even for soldiers. I think seeing the horrors of war made him notice the soldier might leave the war, but the war never leaves the soldier. Well, my grandpa is a great guy. He had 4 children, the oldest and the man I is talking right now is Alexander Bellucci. And as I said, a disappointment. He's not smart, doesn't look good, and doesn't have any business talent. That wouldn't be a problem, if he didn't act like he had everything I said. The man is arrogant, misogynistic, ugly, xenophobic, and keeps making subtle little comments that offend people. He never got along with my father. My dad almost punched him once, when he mentioned something about wasting time helping kids in the tribes in the Amazon. My mother, after realized that my uncle was going to lose some teeth, she placated the situation before it happened. My mom wanted everyone to get along, but sometimes that just isn't possible. And why dear Uncle Alexander is a disappointment. Well, if you compare it to my mother and the other brother and sister. He never stood out. He needed help getting into college. Problems with alcohol, drugs, bad grades, minor criminal misdemeanors like drunk driving and almost killing a guy. A lot of times he got away with it just because he had a rich dad. But dear Uncle Alexander's biggest disappointment was during an argument with my grandfather. My grandfather gave him an ultimatum to get his life straight. He got mad. He said he never wanted anything to do with my family again, that he didn't need my grandfather. So to prove the point he used all of his savings from his allowance. That it had all been my grandfather's gain. But he conveniently forgot and decided to enter the real estate market. In the real estate market. LOL. In the USA. LOL. In my life, the real estate crisis happened a little later. But in this world, it happened much sooner. LOL. Right around the time he decided to invest. LOL. Ha ha ha. Need to say he came back with his tail between his legs to my grandfather. My grandfather took him back, gave him a position to manage one of the sectors in one of the hospitals. For him to go up from there. Well, he hasn't climbed the professional ladder much for all these years. Probably because of all that weight he has. So this guy came to talk to me. Give me his condolences. He gave a speech about how shocked he was by the news and that the world won't be the same without my parents. I almost threw the punch my dad owed him all these years. He just became my first suspect in the involvement of my parents' death. And I feel like I'm right about that. I almost agree to move in with him. This guy can't hurt me, that's the truth. And he thinks I'm a stupid kid. I can infiltrate and find out everything about him or kill him at any time. A push from D4C down the stairs. Or any other kind of accidental death. I can teleport with D4C and have an alibi on the other side of town. But that thought disappears almost instantly. Being under his care would put me under constant surveillance, preventing my growth. The second person who caught my eye was a big surprise for me. Dr. Donald Blake came to my parents' funeral. Donald Blake, it's Thor. Thor's origin as a human is different in the comics when compared to his movie. To teach him humility, Odin trapped Thor in a vessel with a human identity. A surgeon with a crippled leg, Donald Blake. And even made Thor lose his memories. Only after a long time, when Thor began to have more compassion and to think more before acting rashly, did he implant a compulsion for Donald Blake to go to Norway to find Mjolnir and become Thor. By the way, I remember there was a saga in the comics where Donald Blake's alter ego goes crazy and going in a killing spree. It even absorbs the Odin force. Even so, he didn't regain his full memory for a long time. I didn't know that my parents knew Thor, but I'm not that surprised. Donald Blake is a surgeon in New York. It's not that hard for him to meet my parents when he works in one of my grandfather's hospitals. The man in front of me is the Norse god of thunder, and he may have already regained his identity as Thor. Heck! Is this Cain the Mjolnir disguised? He came over to give me his condolences and say to me be strong, because that's what my parents would want me to do. Very Viking I would say, but maybe is only my bias. Aunt Chris decides to have a little chat with Dr. Blake. And a little part of the conversation take my interest. Donald, where is Jane? Are you still together? She asks. We are together and strong, Christine. Jane is in New Mexico researching some space anomaly. Astrophysicists always have to move around the globe to get a better look at the stars, you know, he answers smiling. So it's a mix of the MCU, or maybe just an adaptation for these modern times. Both Jane Foster and Christine Palmer were nurses in the comics. At that time it was less common for women to have professions such as doctors and astrophysicists. Today it is normal. I really am at the beginning of the storm that will be this world. I wonder when and what will be the first large-scale invasion of the planet. Loki. Kree. Skrull. Galactus. Thanos. Dr. Donald Blake leaves a little later and I'm still not sure if he's Thor or not. Many have already said goodbye too, leaving only me and Aunt Chris. Do you want a ride to home? She asks me. No. I think that I'm gonna stay for a while. Give my propers goodbyes. I reply. She nods her head and doesn't try to convince me anymore. After she leaves, it's just me in the cemetery. Me and the tombstone with my parents' name. I look a little at the sky, I see it's cloudy. It's just a misty morning of January. No rain, huh? I was expecting some cliches for the weather, huh? I sigh and kneel in front of the tombstone and just let myself bathe in the moment. In the silence. I let the thought that my parents are really dead sink in my mind, I start off not too well. I was never the most religious, you know. I've always been skeptical, cynical. I think it was because it made me look smarter, like an internet atheist. I chuckle a little. But now I know there's something out there. There are gods in this world, one just came out of your funeral. But I don't think you're going to Valhalla. You guys are cool and all, but not cool Vikings. Ha. And here I go again, I always do it to light of the situation, making jokes when things get too serious. But I need to be serious now. I need to be serious from now on. I am your son. I am your son for 2 lives. It's weird, I was transmigrated. I have repeated memories, new ones. I feel that the me of my past life has a little more precedence when compared to the me of this life. Maybe it's because he's further along in time, or because this world is fictional for my other one. But I mean, not for a second did I stop thinking of myself as your son. In this life or the old one. That's why it hurts so much to know that I lost you guys. I finally cry a little now that I'm alone. Without you. I'm going to have to decide what kind of person I'm going to be from now on. I don't think I belong in the heroic business. But I also don't consider myself a villain. I've thought a lot, and I still don't have a concrete answer. But I think I know where to start. Like it or not, you guys created a good person. You two are a good people. From an outsider's perspective, it may seem naive or idiotic. But I think I want to help people, you know. At least try. My priority will be my life always. But I think I should try to repay my luck to the world. The two of you are really rare people, who did not deserve to have died so soon. I want to create a world where good deeds are appropriately rewarded. I think there's a line from Batman like this, sometimes people deserve to have their fate rewarded. I won't have the crippling hero complex like Spider-Man. But I will start helping people more. Be more active. In hindsight, maybe because of the assimilation of Valentine and Batman, I see that I was very passive. Afraid of making mistakes, of failing. I will try to let it go. Failure can be a great teacher, Master Yoda says. Or, great teacher failure is more accurately, I again joke a little. I will try to change the world for the better. And if I fail, well. They who lose. I will take spaceship and visit the rest of the universe. I thought I could just ignore everything, you know. Move to Brazil. Staying there for a few years growing in power with Gacha. And then come back kicking ass. But that would be an easy way out. And you, Dad, taught me that sometimes the easy way out isn't worth it. I feel like I would lose if I decided to escape. That I will regret for the rest of my life. I will fight and start my fight by bringing justice to whatever did this to you too. My justice I complete darkly, see. I'm not hero material. Well, that's it. I say standing up after a minute or two. I don't know if I'll be here constantly. I don't know if you're watching me from somewhere, or if you two can't, or if you've already reincarnated. Haha. Perhaps you two were ice skate in some other world as well. One married couple in a fantasy world. That time a doctor couple was reincarnated in another world, ha 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 ha, would make a good title. I would read your story. But I don't think Mom would let you make a harem dad. I'm going now. I'll try my best. I love you guys, I say goodbye. I should have said these things while I could. Teenagers should value their parents while they have them. Chapter 8, I'm going to Brazil. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. You're going to Brazil. Mordekaiser probably. Today is my 4th day since I was transmigrated into this world. And now I'm finishing packing for my parents' second funeral. Which will happen in my paternal grandparents' hometown. The flight is at 2 p.m., and I have already called Aunt Chris, Matt, and Foggy to let them know that I will be spending a few days in Brazil. And when I get back, I will contact them. I would usually have everything ready and at the airport, but a little inconvenience happened last night. My house was invaded by people wanting to kill me. Flashback. Third POV. The night before. A 98 Chevette stopped on the street of the Carvalho residence, with 3 adult men inside. It's that house with 3 floors, painted white, said the one who was driving. Now you two go in there and do one of 2 things, either you kill the kid quietly and make it look like a suicide, the kid's parents just died, nobody's going to think it's weird he didn't want to live anymore. He has no close friends or family. Continued the men behind the wheel. He handed a small box to the other men in the passenger seat. In there is a syringe, it will cock out the kid. After that you take him to the bathroom and finish the work, after that he presented the other option. Or do you make it look like it was a robbery gone wrong, if he wakes up, kill him, steal something, mess up the house a little and come back, capice? Okay, but what's wrong with our unlucky companion? You are well prepared. Who wants him dead that much, asks the one who was sitting in the back while checking some tools. All I know is he's got a big inheritance there. And if he disappears, one of the chief's associates will be very rich. And so the boss will have a finger in several hospitals across the country. Now go, it must be easy, the kid lives alone now. And I have information that there is a door in the back, no dogs. Bedroom on the 2nd floor. Go. The one who is apparently the leader ended up shooing the other 2 away. He had information that showed someone close to the family was helping them. After putting on ski masks, the 2 criminals got out of the car and started moving towards the house. Arriving in the backyard after jumping over the neighboring yard wall, they found the door. One of the 2 pulled out some tools and started working on the lock, while the other kept watch. They weren't the common low-life thugs apparently. After a few minutes of effort the door opened. From here on would be a piece of cake, they thought. All they would have to do is go to the 2nd floor room, inject the kid with the syringe, take him to the bathroom and slit his wrists. If all went well in 10 minutes they would be far away. What they didn't count on was that they weren't going to kill a normal young man. They were breaking into the house of someone very paranoid and cautious. So paranoid that he was sleeping in a different room on the ground floor. A room right in the corner and forgotten. So paranoid he slept on the floor without a pillow or blanket. His whole body and ear plugged into the floor. And when the 2 entered, he woke up immediately due to the vibrations of the footsteps. And he was already watching them through the eyes of a ghostly figure. He slept in a suit that made him invulnerable to common weapons. These thugs had 0 chance at all from the start. Finally. A clue. The young man thought as his eyes got harder watching the 2 invaders. Bandit 2 POV reaching the 2nd floor I signal Jimmy to look at the rooms on the left while I looks at the ones on the right. After he nods, I proceed to look for the unlucky brat. The first bedroom has nothing, it appears to be an office. After going back to the hallway I'm waiting for Jimmy to return from the first room he entered, to see if he's had better luck. But he still hasn't returned. After a full minute I get impatient, is this idiot stuffing his pockets with some jewelry? I decide to go follow this idiot to remember him to keep his head in the game. But when I enter the room, I realize that it is completely empty. It appears to be a couple room. A big bed. Wardrobe covering an entire wall. Photos at the head of the bed. But no sign of Jimmy. I saw him entering this room. The door was still open. I was going to take care of you first. You looked like the one giving orders. But then he walked into this room, and I couldn't let him contaminate anything with his dirty hands. I hear a voice that sends goosebumps all over my body. Going to pull the gun while I scream. Who's there dash? I couldn't pull the gun from my waist because something grabbed my elbow, and I got punched in the throat from an impossible place, where previously there was no one. I fall rolling on the floor, trying to get away from whoever is in the dark attacking me. I already checked with the other guy. You don't have any communication devices in your ear. I was worried about alerting you. That's why I caught him in one move. The voice speaks again. But I don't see anyone. But I don't want you screaming. It will wake up the neighbors. And I can't speak, it's hard to breathe. Feeling my waist, I see that I already have no weapon, and nothing else in my pockets. How? As I start to get up, my knee is bent in an awkward position. But before I scream, some rag is stuffed into my mouth and I'm finally face to face with this monster. Black. A figure dressed all in black. Covering the entire body. A tight suit, so I can see it's a man, but it's impossible to recognize anything else. Are there any more of you? Hey, don't look at me like that. You don't have to talk to answer. Nod your head yes or no. The figure continues with a hoarse voice. While holding me by the hair. I can't make my body stop shaking. The figure starts to look to the side, as if trying to notice something in the distance. I think it's my chance and I'm going to try to punch him in the face, and try to throw him to the ground. I am bigger, I can overwhelm him in strength. Make this a dirt fight. Before my fist touches the bastard's face, his hand connects with the inside of my elbow, then he uses his own elbow to pull my arm away and grab my shoulder and the back of my neck. He pulls my head and headbutts me in the nose. TCH, reflex, hey, don't go dirtying the carpet. He says, taking the cloth to my bleeding nose. I just realized there's a suspicious car parked at the end of the street. Do you know what that means? He asks me ominously. It means you missed the chance to be useful and answer my questions. By the time my dizzy mind finally grasps the danger of his words, I'm already starting to fall unconscious. The unlucky ones are us. Hector POV. This unstable molecule fabric costume I bought at CYOA from Marvel is very useful. Very breathable. It does not impede movements. It's like the Fantastic Four suits. Only 50 CP. I bought it to be the base of my future costume. For now, there's nothing to highlight. Just the full body suit. Like Black Noir in the comics of the boys. These guys didn't stand a chance. After taking all the damn belongings. Gag and tie them. I turn my attention to the car on the street. Sending D4C out the window, I can see there's a suspicious guy behind the wheel. D4C's vision is very good, even from so far away. He must be these guys' escape driver. After putting Bandit Leader with Bandit Useless together, I grab a blanket and throw it over the three of us. Soon after, I'm already sitting in the back seat of the car on the street. With the other two thugs strapped to my side. The car thug still hasn't noticed my arrival. D4C is so OP. Using the gun that I just take from Bandit Leader, I point it at the bandit car's neck and say in my Batman voice. Don't move, he instantly stiffens. Answer. Why are you targeting the boy? Yike, how? I don't give him a chance to continue replying and I close his mouth from behind. Meanwhile D4C is looking all over the car for hidden weapons. You only do and talk what I want. I say, almost breaking his jaw. Now I will repeat, why did you try to attack the boy? I ask again and then slowly withdraw my hand, but I'm squeezing the gun to his neck. I don't seem to have the disdain for weapons like Batman does. Good. Calm down, man. We were just going to rob the house. It looked like rich people live there. I grab his nose and twist. Breaking easily. Lie again, and I will move to you fingers. I didn't break his hand because I have a plan in mind, and he's going to need his hand. They had a syringe, to probably knock me out. This was all designed to kidnap or kill me. Okay. The boss wanted the boy erased discreetly. Because of an inheritance or whatever. He says quickly, not wanting to test how far he would go with threats. And who is your boss? It's the Kingpin, dude. And if you know what's good for you, it's best not to get involved. Just let us get the job done before your whole family. I grab his ear and yank it off. I told you just say what I want you to say. I say coldly as he tries to stop the bleeding. Kingpin, huh? Someone in my family has a connection to the criminal world. What else do you know? Who knows, maybe it'll put me in a good mood enough not to rip your dick off. Okay, please no more. The boss said to take care of the kid and make it look like suicide or robbery. And someone connected to the boss could have the inheritance, so the boss would have control over the hospitals, he says quickly. Makes sense. The Kingpin has control over the police, firefighters, politicians. Hospitals would be a good place to have influence too. To kill people discreetly. Or prevent certain people from surviving. Okay, I believe in you. I say and feel the relief taking over his body. Now drive until I tell you to stop. I end up pressing the barrel of the gun to the back of his neck. He swallows hard and starts driving scared. After following my instructions of left or right for a while, I'm finally where I want to be. As one of the abandoned parts of the city, it wouldn't be strange for this place to be used for drug dealings. I noticed you guys have some fun toys in your trunk. I say, signaling with my head to the machine guns floating in front of the car. He cannot see. But D4C is holding both weapons. Oh God. You are one of them. A freak, he says, now more scared than ever. He must be mistaking me for a mutant. Before he can do anything else, I hit him over the head with the butt of the gun, leaving him unconscious, and to be sure I repeat the action with the other two. Then I remove all the bindings and gags. I return their belongings. I fix them in the car and leave. That would be the moment I would leave and be the end of the night. Batman don't kill. I never killed before. Well, there is a first time to everything. And I'm no Batman. D4C hand one of the machine guns to me. And we started shooting, first 3 very accurate shots to each head to kill them. There's no need to them to suffer. And then I shoot all over the car, even at the gas tank, making an explosion, eliminating the 3 of them. Batman doesn't use weapons. In truth, he is disgusted by them. Glad to know I don't get harmful stuff from cards. I can do what I want, without the morals of the characters that I assimilate affecting me. Good to know. Now I have a lead, and the deaths of these 3 cannot be connected to me by the authorities or anyone. Walking close to a wall and a pillar, I return home. I can go further and further. I just killed 3 people, a part of me is shocked and terrified. But that part of me needs to shut the fuck up, that I can't leave weaknesses in this world. 4 a.m., huh? Let's try to get some sleep. END flash app. And that's why I woke up later than I planned. I shouldn't be so tired. Looks like it was more mental fatigue. It was my first conflict. It was easy, but it took me a while to fall asleep because of the adrenaline. I managed to remain calm the entire time, but inside I was nervous. Now I'm deciding whether or not I can take the Thor suit to the Brazil. This won't go through the airport. Do I need to leave it right here? It's okay not to use it, I'm pretty hard to kill with my regeneration. But I don't want to let it go. When I'm away, even hiding it, I won't feel safe. As I think about this, certain information comes to mind. Items summoned through the gacha always work no matter what universe you are in, and can never be used against you in any way. These items are always in perfect condition and will not degrade in any way. They can only be used by you, and by those who have direct permission from you. These items are summonable and will appear by your side no matter what. Items that require things such as energy source or ammunition will have an infinite amounts of them, however you can't siphon or use them for any other way. Neat. I had forgotten this because items can't be made into cards again. But this is more of an inconvenience with people summoned. Objects can be brought into my hand. It means I can summon it to my hand at any time. And I can stop others from using it. And I feel like I can do it in different ways, Mjolnir-like, or making the person feel pain, or even making the item intangible and untouchable. I head to the house safe, hidden under my parents' bed. And I put the suit there. I close and walk away. And I try to call the suit. It appears in my hand. No sound or beam of light, it just appears. After locking it in the safe again, I'm going to get ready to leave the house. I take my bags, which consists of just 3. One with my clothes, other with my laptop and stuff like that, and the other with a urn with half of my parents' ashes. With that, I confirm that everything is okay with the house. All doors locked. The lock the bandits broke last night is still in perfect condition. What kind and considerate people, taking care of the property of others like this. R.I.P. Now I can go to the airport. Goodbye, New York. For a while. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, human. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. None. In progress. Funny Valentine, 25%, Batman, 29%. Summoned characters. None. Powers. Source of all living matter. Dirt D's done dirt cheap, stand. Equipped items. None. Chapter 9, Travel. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. But I wondered, how would I feel about killing someone? Now I know. It's no big deal. Chris Kyle, the American sniper. Unknown location. In an office 2 men are seated at a table, facing each other, with several papers between them. Just one look is enough to notice the power dynamic between the two, one is obviously the subordinate of the other. Is that all, Wesley? I have matters to attend to, says the man who is obviously in charge. Both his posture, physical appearance, and the air around this man screams that he is dangerous, and used to giving orders. He is a bald and apparently a fat white male, sitting in a luxurious chair. But if look more closely, a person can notice that underneath his expensive suit he is a mountain of muscle, and he is much taller than he appears at first glance. One last thing, sir. The other replies, he is also in a suit, is thin and wears glasses with his hair combed perfectly. If the other person who appears to be the boss is a businessman, this is obviously his secretary or lawyer, judging by appearance alone. But the two are much more than that. Go ahead, growls the behemoth of a man, he doesn't like to waste time. And he has plans with a beautiful lady later. A lady he's had his eyes on for a long time, nothing can go wrong. And being late is a faux pas he doesn't want to make. Tom, Eddie, and Jimmy are found dead this morning. The ones that are sent to deal with the orphan boy last night. Car in flames, dozens and dozens of bullet holes. He is interrupted when his boss slams his hand on the table as he stands up. It is a testament to the mental fortitude of the man called Wesley that he does not flinch. Just stop talking and patiently wait for his boss to speak. Who? The bald man practically growls through his teeth. Something to do with the orphan boy, he asks. I don't think so, sir. Wesley responds as he removes his glasses to clean with a tissue. The three were found several kilometers away from where they were supposed to be to complete their task. If I had to guess, by the modus operandi, I would say that they were punished. Wesley complete. First that masked man and that spider, now this Punisher. How many of these annoying vigilantes are gonna to be a thorn on my side? The boss says, full of frustration and anger. It's time to lift our game. Let's go ahead with that project with Alexei and Mac Gargan. I give my okay, he adds. Wesley just nods. What about orphan boy, sir, he asks after a pause. Forget about the boy for now, he's not going anywhere. We have bigger problems with these vigilantes. They are costing me a lot of money. Alexander should have had better control over a teenager. Text him, we've already helped you deal with the couple, if you can't deal with a child, what use are you to us? The boss ends ominously. It will be done, sir. Wesley confirms before standing up. And with a final nod he leaves the office. Wilson Fisk sits back in his chair and allows himself a deep breath. He cannot show weakness to anyone, not even his most trusted man James Wesley. But everything has gone wrong for him lately, he sometimes just wants to explode and kill someone. But he remembers that he can forget about these problems for a while at dinner with his lady Vanessa today, she is his safe haven in these turbulent times. With much happier thoughts Wilson Fisk, the kingpin retires from his office for the pleasant evening that awaits him. Hector POV. I still have 4 hours of flight to go, is my thought as I sit in my comfortable seat in first class. Before it wouldn't be a problem, I could just sleep. But now I'm more hyperactive, with more energy to expend. And boredom is killing me. Even assimilating much more calm and experienced characters, I'm still a teenager apparently. Could I score one of the flight attendant? There's a blondie who's been giving me looks for a while. Or is it because I'm in first class? And I'm just a customer? Well, my gut says I have a chance with a little effort. But actually, I'm still a virgin. And losing my virginity in a plain toilet is not how I plan of being my first time. And also I'm very young, this will give most adult women a pause. Too many things to lose. Well then, let's do some research. I've already tried to take a nap, and in 30 minutes I've woken up fully refreshed, so I won't be able to spend time sleeping anymore. Opening my new laptop I start to update myself with figures of interest in this world. It's okay to do this on this laptop because I haven't registered any accounts with it. Even if someone hacks or steals it, it's impossible to connect it with me. Let's start by seeing who Wilson Fisk is to the world. Doing a search for Fisk, I find the English and Spanish school in Brazil. But with a little more scrutiny I find the man I'm looking for. He is a philanthropist with shares in several transportation companies. So this is the cover for his criminal empire. There's very little about the man, he doesn't draw attention, even though he's a giant. I've only found a few photos at charity events, and since he doesn't have a company of his own, it's impossible to locate his headquarters. Even though I know he must be in New York. TSC. As expected, nothing useful. But I have to pass the time, and nothing better than researching my new enemy, not that he knows it. I killed those three by making it look like the Punisher, just to not connect with me. I intend to stay in Brazil for a few days until I can assimilate Miles. I want that spider sense to avoid having my house blown up with me inside. But actually I'm relieved, now I have a clear enemy. And I know he's not that menacing when compared to others in Marvel. As I am now I can destroy the Kingpin. After that I started looking up the status of the world of heroes. To see if I missed something. Dr. Octopus made his debut. Apparently it didn't follow the movie. Otto Octavius was an Oscorp employee who kidnapped Norman Osborn to take funds to do his own project. Spider-Man stopped Otto, saved Norman. Hoo he saved the Green Globin. Norman probably hid his own strength during all that ordeal. Or maybe is that double personality thing. Henry Pym. This is a dangerous man for several reasons. TCH. He is young. Should I kill him? Calm down, Hector. Is not a healthy solution to your problems going killing everyone that have done something bad in the comics. You ended up starring the comic, Hector Kill the Marvel Universe. After concentrating on the task of studying the world I am in, and not confusing it with my old one. Time starts to go by fast. I never had that level of concentration. I research about countries that exist here, different historical events. Does a mutant kills President Kennedy? This explains some of the hatred, along with the obvious propaganda against mutant kind. And no public appearance of the X-Men, Charles Xavier, erasing everyone's memory when anyone sees them. If I am any other person will be good be part of a group. Resources, connections, and others. But as a comic reader I know the problems of these group of heroes. From time to time, heroes are fighting more heroes than villains. World War Hulk, Civil War, Avenger vs X-Men and many others. It's so much conflict, Pollux, asshole people. Ugh. I have the Gacha, I'm not like any other person. I can have my loyals companions and subordinates. Because of this I decide to build my own group. Will be much better, with blackjack and hookers. Now I'm getting off my plane at Salvador Airport. I'll stay at a nearby hotel where I've already booked a room, and in the morning I'll take a bus that will take me to my father's hometown and my grandparents' farm. They wanted to pick me up at the airport, but I refused. Too much effort for them to come, only to going right back. Next day. AAA Brazil. I feel more comfortable and relaxed here. Land of the Gambiarra, caramel dog, corruption, the Brazilian way and internet trolls hue br. If the reason for my visit was happier, I would be smiling right now. Looking at the landscape through the bus window, I keep thinking that everything is really far here. I'm going inland and you can see miles and miles of pastures and crops. And some separate communities. My grandparents' farm is in the countryside of Bahia, and I know I said before that my grandparents are simple people. But their little farm is many times bigger than Manhattan. And it's not even that big compared to the really rich farmers. There are families that have lands that can extend even beyond state borders. Brazil has plenty of land. My grandparents may not live in super luxury, but they have money in the form of land and livestock. And my father helped to annex more land, that's why it's so big. And I'm the one who will inherit everything now too, huh? I see now that I am well off. I'm not a billionaire, but I can live my life peacefully if I want to. But I know it's not enough. I will use the money my parents left me to earn much more. If Lex Luthor can, I can too. I always found bullshit in those fanfics, the MCs that create a multi-billion-dollar company in months. Pfft. I already planned. Even with my funds, it will take years for me to establish myself, if all goes without a hitch. And I know there will be obstacles in the form of people. Besides, who the fuck starts presenting technology that surpasses anything seen in the world out of nowhere like that? Why not write a sign on the back, kidnap my relatives? Dumbass. I will be careful. I know it's inevitable to make enemies. But a wise man, despite not avoiding making enemies, does not go looking for them. I finally arrive. At the bus station where I get off, my grandfather is waiting for me. My grandfather has a lot of similarities with my father, tall, brown skin, very fit to his age and a smile splitting his face. He's wearing a very cowboy outfit, hat, boots, striped shirt, belt with a buckle bigger than my wrist. Typical. Oh my son, look at you. So big and strong. He's the first to speak, rushing over to give me a hug. Here, physical contact is much more common. Then he was inspecting me, probably to see if I'm missing any limbs. Typical grandfather thing. Grandpa, I've missed you. I just wanted that would be under better circumstances. I resolve to address the issue soon, so we can get over it soon. His face shows a sad expression instantly. I know, but you're in good health. It's all that I care now, he says. Then he notices the big suitcase in my hand. Is this, he says, choking a little. Yes. Half of my mother and father ashes, I say, and notice he's almost crying. But my grandfather is a man from a much more different and difficult time. He thinks a man could not show emotions, which would be synonymous of weakness. He turns around quickly with his hand on his face and starts walking away. I see. Let's go. Your grandma is waiting. The car is in that direction. He says without looking back. I sigh. Everyone deals with grief differently. My father is the only surviving child of the two. There were 4 others. But they didn't survive childhood, due to various complications. It's quite unusual, my childhood friends had a lot of uncles. It is normal for a couple to have between 12 and 18 children at that time in Brazil. The walk to the car continues in silence. But after getting into my grandfather's Ford F-150 SVT Raptor, the mood improves a little. I think my grandfather just wanted to regain his composure. He starts asking me all sorts of things you'd expect a senior in your family to ask. What am I doing, my friends, girlfriends, ugh. After crossing the small town that is the birthplace of this part of my family. Not much to see. We started to cross fields and fields of green. On my grandfather's farm I noticed the large number of cattle. Nelore is the breed, I think. The whites are more predominant in Brazil. After another 30 minutes of travel, with now me asking questions about the farms. I saw a huge lake, which my grandfather said is used for fishing as a hobby. And he promised to take me there afterwards. This farm is big. It even has a river that cuts through it and supply the reservoir of water. Hills and a forest. Apparently large landowners have to set aside 20% of their property to keep the forest untouched by humans. It's a good thing, I think. And my grandfather agrees. He is not the greedy type, who wants as much profit as possible. He even opens this part up for visitors to trail. There's a waterfall with an underground grotto somewhere in the back, he said. There's even a fossil of a giant sloth in the background. The place is protected by the authorities. Nice. I have to look later. We finally arrived at my grandparents' house. The roar of the truck's engine must have alerted my grandmother, because she came out to greet us on the porch. And once again she is the one who takes the initiative. Oh my baby. She cooed, look at you, so handsome. Are you eating enough? You look skinny. I will take care of you these days. Put some meat in these bones. Oh. You look much like you father. You must be a philanderer. Or do you already have some nice lady in your heart? If not, I can show you some good gals. The daughter of Esther is a real beauty. And she goes on and on. Without letting me go even for a moment. My grandma is a small thing with a head full of white hair, brown skin, crow feet in her eyes, and smiling mark around her mouth. Now that my grandfather has taken off his hat I can see that his hairline is thinning out a lot too and it's all white, but he looks younger than my grandmother. Even though he's the oldest. Men, aging like fine wine. All right Maria, let the kid breath. You haven't let him say one word until now, you notice, my grandfather comes to my rescue. Silence Raimundo, I have so much to catch up with Ito. Ito is my nickname, only people that know me from childhood call me that. And it's sad to think that the number is very small now. After that I hand over the suitcase with my parents' urn. Then my grandmother breaks down crying. TCH. It's so hard. I had handled it so well until now. But seeing your grandmother crying so much, there's no one to hold back. Hugging my grandmother tight and consoling her, I can't help but cry my eyes out. Chapter 10, I am me. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Sometimes we must lose ourselves to find ourselves. In my past life I was never a very religious guy. But since I ended up in this new world I have to rethink my concepts. Gods exist here, beings who can decide my fate without my consent. Either because they have the authority to do it, or simply because they are insanely powerful. That's why I feel a little uncomfortable in this church. I don't remember how Marvel treats Christianity or Catholicism. I know there are a lot of demons who call themselves Lucifer, but I don't remember if there's a heaven or Almighty God Yahweh that I don't even know about, like in DC with the presence. I know of the one above all, but I don't know if he has representation in that religion. Or if the god of Bible here is like Odin. I know that exist a Greek pantheon. And Bast from Wakanda. And many others. TCH. It's uncomfortable not to know. I'm so behind that is not even funny. But let's focus on the ceremony. As expected, a priest is preaching at my parents' funeral. Then we will have the procession for the burial. And in 7 days we will have the seventh-day Catholic Mass. Which consists in directing the soul of the deceased to God. 7 days I think is for the soul to solve any unfinished business or regrets on this plane. So I'll be here for a while. No problem, my classes return in 2 weeks. Staying here will be good for my mind and body. I realized before by looking at the large land that my grandparents have. I can use it for training. I'll be able to test my abilities without worrying about being watched like I would in New York. I will start tomorrow. For today I will focus on my family. Both the one that left and the one here on land. It was very different from the burial in New York. First, the tradition is different. And second, having my grandparents, people who are really devastated by the loss of my parents, makes it all the more emotional. I know few people here, but a lot of people came to talk to me. Give their condolences, talk about my father's childhood, who had seen me when I was just a baby. And I really feel like they're being genuinely nice and kind. Restores my faith in humanity. In this small community there is rarely an asshole. The cynical part of my mind just argues that this is normal. In such a controlled social group, if someone gets a tarnished reputation their life is much more complicated. But I just want to believe that there are people who are good just for being good. If I get to be this cynical, I'll become Lex Luthor. Many people confuse cynicism equals intelligence. And goodness equals naivety or foolish. In that regard I prefer to be more like Superman. He's not a blind idiot who ignores what suits him. He knows very well that people have great potential for evil. He can hear them goddamn it. He can listen to people suffering and doing atrocities better than anyone. But he believes these same people have infinite potential for good. Maybe because I'm in a similar place to Kent Farm, my thoughts are growing a little more optimistic. That is good. I like it. You always think the worst of people, it gives you an edge, but it also blinds you to the possibility of trusting anyone. Superman to Batman. Justice doesn't always have to come from the darkness. It's something Batman himself realizes after Superman's death. Am I gaining Batman memories? Subtly at least. Memories make us who we are, then I will become more like the characters that I assimilated. Well, as long as my body and mind isn't taken by anyone. No big problem. People change over time. And I'm still in control without being swayed. It's like watching a movie. You can learn and you can apply what you have learned to your life. But I'm not becoming a puppet to these thoughts. The proof is that my way of thinking is much more Superman-like than Batman-like, and I'm assimilating Batman. But I'm Hector. I had a good life. Relatively wealthy, parents who love me. I have zero reason to be an edgy teenager who broods over everything or to become a villain. I'll deal with the Kingpin, it won't be pretty. But I'm not of the Night, the Vengeance, the Batman. I'm Hector. I'll do things my way, because any way I do it will be Hector-like. And I will make all these powers, experiences, and knowledge my own for real. Simple like that. After my little epiphany, the ceremony went off without a hitch. We're back at my grandparents' house. My grandmother went to rest. She is mentally exhausted. My grandfather and I talked for a while, before he left too. It's still 5 p.m. I'm not tired. So I think I'll take a look at Gacha, plan what I'm going to train during my stay in Brazil. I want the screens to appear in front of me. 1/4. Gacha. Gacha points. February 4th. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, human. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. None. In progress. Funny Valentine, 28%, Batman, 33%. Summoned characters. None. Powers. Source of all living matter. Dirty D's done dirt cheap, stand. Equipped items. None. Others. Chakra books. Unstable molecule suit. EDI Biomech suit version 2.0. March 4th. Non-used cards. Characters. Shago, Kim Possible. Flurkin. Loki, Earth, 199999/MCU. Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Earth, 1610. Items. Sword of Actuation, Berserk. Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb. Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth, 25271. Neutralizer Gun. Powers and Abilities. Made in Heaven Stand, JJBA, So. Consumables. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Low Tier /1 month. Power Boost Card. Background Customization Card X05. April 4th. Saiowa Options. Saiowa Points. Simplified Marvel Saiowa. I feel like I'm stagnant in assimilating the characters. I've been in this world for 6 days, and I've only completed a third of the 2. Normally I wouldn't have a problem. But on February 1st I will be running Gacha again. That's right, despite the fact that I came to this world on the 21st, the possibility to deposit 100 Gacha reset points on the first day of each month. And coincidentally, I would have accumulated 30 Gacha points that day. When I arrived in this world, I had 1 GP that comes daily. I spent $100 to buy another 100 GP. With 101 GP, I bought a general roll of 10 that spent 30 GP and a roll of the setting, Marvel, that spent 60 GP. In total I spent 90 GP, leaving 11 GP. Why didn't I roll it 3 more times? It's 3 GP per roll, right? When you roll a group of 10, it's sure to come with something with the tier beyond my level. In this case, it was Miles Morales and the Made in Heaven stand last time. That's why it's best to roll in a group of 10. In the description of the essence, talk about tiers. But I'm not using tiers. It's too hard to classify all the fictional omniverse like that. Because of this I am letting very ambiguous. On February 1st I will have accumulated at least 20 GP, and I will be able to buy 100 GP again. Giving me the number of 120 GP. I'll roll everything in general this time. I will win the incredible number of 40 cards. There are two reasons why I don't roll into the setting again. Firstly, I can get things of here if I put in the effort, besides it's expensive. And secondly, I want as many cards as possible at the moment. I want to get to know Gacha better. I'll be happy even if consumables come. I didn't know I could earn CYOAs, or tickets to visit another world. And Marvel's power level fluctuates a lot. I can win from J. Jonah Jameson to the Beyonder. It's not much different from the general Gacha that spans all fictional worlds. In 6 days I will have more cards. I need to assimilate the 2 I have now as quickly as possible. It will be my priority. Then I'll assimilate Miles, and think about whether to take a slot with Loki. Maybe it's better to wait and see what will come in the next Gacha. Focusing on other things, I will finally have the chance to test my Titan form and regeneration more deeply. Here in Brazil I have more space and more time. I'll try to cut off a finger or an arm tomorrow, and turn myself into a small Titan. I don't know how well I can handle it. I have to be prepared for the possibility of being seen. Maybe I should go now. Nah. Tomorrow I'll find a way. There's a lot of space with mountains out there. And the trees make this the perfect place to use D4C. I will train until I master out my few skills. I've been neglecting them for far too long. But I couldn't help it. I've been busy these days. Now I will study magic. How to imbue spells and objects. I feel it will be useful in the future, but it is very complicated. But what young person doesn't want to learn how to craft enchanted items? And it has great potential to combine technology with it. I know that in the short term won't change much, but the long-term benefits are absurd. I'm in a bottleneck trying to visit my own mind. No matter what I try, or how much I meditate, I can't get into my inner world and start working on my more complex mental defenses. Do I need to have Esper, Psych, or magic powers? I know and feel that my mind is well guarded subconsciously, but I want to build my inner palace like the book says. It's so cool. TCH. Let's focus on what I can do, instead of what I can't do. 27 January. Brazil, Northeast Region, Bahia, Chapada Diamantina. The sun is up and I'm stretching to start running. The activity on the farm started a long time ago. I would have left earlier, but my grandmother practically threatened me so that I would have to eat the third plate of cake. Not that I care, it was wonderful. Apim cake from my grandma, moi chef kiss. I usually leave without breakfast to run, but I don't plan on coming back early. Because I'm going to train with the excuse of exploring the farm. After finishing my stretch I start running. I pass people at work, wave at them. Stop by to chat a little with them. They give me their condolences if they don't have the opportunity previously. Others I ask about cool places I can visit. Most people talk about the waterfall, an interesting trail, a cave. It is not by chance that this region is a great tourist spot. There must be people at the waterfall, so I'll go to the forest trail. I quicken my step. After almost an hour running I finally got where I wanted to be. The forest on my grandparents' property. It is full of jatoba trees, which can reach up to 40 meters in height. The ones here are usually between 15 and 20 meters. Perfect. I step inside and start moving more freely with my powers. Using D4C to appear on a higher branch. And I'm jumping from there. It would be easier with Spider-Man powers but I'll manage. Finally I find what I was looking for, a part that ends in a deeper ravine, a clearing about 10 meters deep and 30 meters in radius. Probably soil erosion in the past. The terrain is rocky. I jump without hesitation. This is where I will have my first transformation. After a look into space, I see I won't have a problem. So I take my clothes off, leaving only my boxers. I set my smartphone in a corner to record, and take out the knife I had brought. I'll try to transform myself into the smallest possible version. I don't even know what it is. But I will. To complete the ritual, I obviously start singing Yausi Bigirl. I cut my hand and I transform. When I center myself, I'm crouched down in the clearing again. But I realize I'm naked, and I don't have a penis. That's the most important. When my mind clears, I remember I was training my Titan transformation. I get up and see that my head doesn't go past the beginning of the clearing. I think I'm about 7 meters tall. It's not my limit. I feel like I can go over 100 meters. It's probably my minimum, similar to the cart Titan that is 4 meters. I've tried my best to be as small as possible, but it looks like I might become smaller, perhaps. Now, regarding my appearance, as far as I can see there is no deformity. Very human, no exposed muscles, but exposed bones. I have bony protrusions in several places, like on my ribs, elbows, and shoulders. I don't know about my face. I look at my smartphone, realize it's still pointed at me. And I start doing poses so I can observe my body later. Now it's time to test my skills. First harden, and it comes naturally with the skin on my arm hardening and darkening. Then it crystallizes. It looks so much like the hardening of the armored titan at first, in that a layer of armor, the shade darker than my skin, covers my arm. As for the crystallization that the other titans usually use. Removing the armor, I brace myself and moves to wall of the ravine. And punch it. A large crater opens, but my hand is destroyed. And it starts to regenerate almost instantly. Strength and regeneration tested. After that I test my fingers and teeth. They are extremely durable like the ones on the jaw titan. In fact, all my teeth look sharp and exposed from the mouth. But I can only tell by touch. After that it's time to test the strongest of them all. The Titan Warhammer, which can form any object with its hardened Titan substance. I close my eyes and imagine my body being enveloped in this. White armor begins to cover my body. The Titan skills are coming very naturally. After that I start to form various objects like swords, hammers and even more complex structures like character statues. They didn't come out perfect, but apparently I'm good. And Hector don't know, but he is very good with using his powers in general. This factor is the result of the gacha giving the possibility of using everything without problem, Batman control over his own body and Hector natural and hidden talent in using superpowers. He can be considered a genius in this, unnatural, and is only showing now. After several tests I want to get off the Titan. I kneel and struggle to get out. I have to locate my real body at the back of my nape and wish to regain control of it. With that I make the back of my neck open and emerge from the neck of my Titan form. Parts of the musculature are still attached to my body. Like my cheeks and arms. Before I completely withdraw I decide to try moving my Titan body like this. It's difficult, but possible. Like a mecha. I can make my Titan arms move and even make my Titan body to get up. But it lacks precise control. It's better to be fully fused with the Titan. After I completely exit, steam begins to emerge from the body in greater quantities. I try to get one last look at the face. Very human. Long black hair, teeth sharp and exposed, with the canines protruding more. Very cool. After it completely dissolves I approach where it was before and collect different substances that are the result of my hardening. Crystals and others. I'll study it later, to see if it has my genetic material and consequently a danger for me to let it drop anywhere. Depending on the outcome, I won't be able to use my Titan form carelessly. In fact, I never intended to use it in fighting. I find it useful just for the regeneration and the possibility to say fuck it and nuke my enemies in case of a desperate situation. Very American of me, by the way. Then I'll go check my smartphone. Finally looking from a third-person perspective to my Titan form. As I sit down, I decide to cut in on my calf. A very long cut. And don't transform, okay. I did it. I won't have any accidents in case I cut myself. Steam starts to come out of the cut and it closes almost instantly. I want to cut off one of my limbs to confirm, but I think better of this. The limbs have fingerprints and obviously genetic material. What will I do with a severed hand of mine? Bury probably. But someone can find, a dog sniff and dig up. This could bring complications. My paranoid side will rest better knowing that no part of my body is lying around. Thank you very much. I still have 2 hours until lunchtime. For some reason I decide to meditate. I feel it will be a good idea. Breathing in and out. Then it happens, I can finally enter my inner world. In my mind. The view is a night sky. The world is covered in water, like an endless lake that reflects the night sky, with few stars. There are a few clouds in the sky too. But the main thing is the big beam of light on the horizon. Like a big tree made of energy. I see, it is similar to the paths of the subjects of Emer. Only instead of sand it's a big lake. Now I understand why I can finally access it. It's my knowledge about my abilities, the knowledge about myself. Previously I was afraid of making a mistake, so I was cautious in using my powers. But now I have a good idea of what I can do. How can I visit my own mind, my inner world, without knowing myself? Feels good to learn. After lunch, too much by the way, Grandma, you know, I catch a ride with my grandfather to visit the city. He's going to meet some of his friends. They have a tradition of getting together in a bar, drinking, and talking about their lives, and that of other people who pass by. Watching soccer also when it's on TV. I have another objective, I will take a walk around the city and visit certain establishments. I have things to do and things to buy. Are you sure that you want to take them off? The dentist asks me while I sit in his dental engine. Yes. My teeth are good enough, I will put them back in the future. I just want to escape my other dentist in New York. I lie. My teeth had improved a lot, and they were being hurt by the dental braces. I know they are now doing more harm than good. I know my teeth will get perfect over time. So I'll take off my braces right here, with someone who doesn't know my dental historic. So as not to be suspicious of my so rapid improvement. Okay, if you insist. But I have to say. With time your teeth can go back to their previous positions. I advise to find a dentist trustworthy and to finish your procedure. The dentist talks helpfully to me. Thanks, doc. I will. I lie again. Dentist never again. Soldering gun and station, oscilloscope, multimeter, solder remove, hot glue gun, rotary tool, drill and power supply. That will be everything, the clerk at the electronics store asks. Yes. And I will pay with this card. Is accepted here. I respond by giving the card. I'm walking around town buying everything that might interest me. I'm going to start working with electronics. I have a long way to go to build my own Batcave-like hideout. I also bought some fabrics and leather. Metal belts and compartments. I intend to make my own utility belt. After I buy everything I think I need, I'm meeting my grandfather and friends at the bar. I spent the rest of the afternoon drinking Coke, playing pool, gossiping and hearing histories of the past. With that I have a routine, training, eating, spending time with my grandparents, working in my utility belt. I am completely focused on extracting as much of my abilities as possible. With this, days later I finally complete the assimilation. Exactly on February 1st, I finish assimilating Funny Valentine and Batman. It took more than 10 days to assimilate these two. I felt better than ever. And it was at the best possible time. I'll use Gacha to get 40 cards and see who's next. On February 4th, Friday, I will return to New York. And I will return much better than leaving. Now. It's time to Gacha. Chapter 11, Second Gacha. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Act like you trust people, but do not. New York, unknown place. He is where? The overweight man exclaims furiously into the phone as he stands up and starts pacing nervously in circles. How can he leave the country like that? He is a minor. And why was I not informed? On the other end of the phone line, you can hear a voice patiently explaining to the first man. Mr. Bellucci, Hector is already 16-year-old, he can travel unaccompanied and without authorization. He left immediately after the funeral for a second funeral with his paternal grandparents' family. There is nothing wrong with that. But if he doesn't come back, Darrow. What if he decides to live in that third world country in the woods? I will have nothing. You will have nothing. Alexander, Hector's uncle exclaims, making a shower of saliva and his face turning red. That would be unfortunate. But now it's out of our hands. Mr. Hector has a dual nationality and is off American soil. There's nothing we can do, lawyer Leopold Darrow still responds in a calm voice. No, that can't. I want him back. I want him on my tutelage. How can we bring him back? The deal was him under my guardianship, Darrow. I remember the deal. But it's impossible to force him back. He is with his direct family, his grandparents, and only his own decision can move him. Let's forget about the deal. Unfortunately, we didn't gain anything from the circumstances, but we didn't lose anything. Darrow concludes, he is the family's lawyer. He works to all of Bellucci family. Although Alexander Bellucci had approached him offering a large sum if he could make him Hector's legal guardian and he had accepted, now his hands were tied. This can't dash. You know what? Forget about that. Sometimes things aren't meant to be, right? Alexander says as he abruptly calms down, I have things to do now. Have a good night, Darrow, he says goodbye ending the call. Likewise, Mr. Bellucci, is the last thing Alexander hears before he presses the button to end the call. Bam. Damn it. That can't do. My neck is on the line here. Alexander slams his hand furiously on the table. Lawyer Darrow doesn't have all the details. He is unaware of Alexander Bellucci's involvement with the death of Carvalho couple. He doesn't know about the deal with the kingpin and consequently doesn't know about the ultimatum Alexander have received. There's no need for Darrow to know these things, he just needed to do his job. Hand over the brat's guardianship to me, so before he came of age he was going to have an accident and all my problems would be solved. But then Darrow brought to Alexander's attention the possibility of Hector living in Brazil, which forced him to move forward with his plans. Informing and asking the kingpin for help again, the little invasion on the Carvalho residence was planned. But it was never carried out. The men who were supposed to do the dirty work apparently died to a vigilante or in a gang fight in the night of the act. And Hector left the country the next day. So much bad luck is falling on Alexander Bellucci's head. I shouldn't go through all this. Alexander mumbles as he tugs at a few strands of hair. I should already own everything in the family. I'm the oldest. I am the one who have been working and giving my blood and sweat to the family patrimony. But that old man passes it all on to that bitch who spent years in that miserable country. Going native, forgetting about her family. He says, gritting his teeth. She comes back married and with a little runt in the hips. She comes to work in the family hospitals long after me. And she never cared about the management of the place. But in the end, she gets most of it. I can't accept this. I need to think of a way to bring the little bastard back and end his miserable life. And so all my problems will be solved. Alexander concludes in the darkness of his office. Brazil, Carvalho Farm. Hector POV. It's the beginning of the night. My grandparents have already retired to sleep. Countryside people sleep and wake up early. All-day Valentine and Batman percentages stood at 99%. Only in the afternoon I passed the limit. It was a good feeling. Like a click in my body and mind. I decided to wait alone in my room to perform the new Gacha. The small TV in my room is broadcasting news of an incident in New York. Apparently, the moleman tried to sink Manhattan Island. Bringing the place underground or something like that. But he was stopped by the efforts of the Fantastic Four. Moleman. This is a pretty obscure character. I need to be careful. It seems that all sorts of threats are out there in the world. And I don't know or remember half of them. Because of that I can't come to live in Brazil for a while. I need to stay close to the other heroes, in the center of the big events. It would be very unlucky for the world to end while I was chilling here in the calm place that is this country. Interestingly, Spider-Man also played a role in this incident. More by saving people who were almost killed by the earthquakes. But JJJ doesn't let the webhead be seen as a hero. So the credit goes to the Fantastic Four. But that just makes it clear that this world is quite different from the movies, where characters can't appear in someone else's movie. Who I think is even a meme in my last life. World is ending, hero when is not his movie, chills. So many things could be happening right now, X-Men fighting Apocalypse, Secret Invasion, Ultron being made, Thanos killing half of a planet. And I'm here completely oblivious to it all. TCH. I need to get stronger, and my way is the Gacha. Let's see what tools I will gain today, to grow in the food chain that is this crazy world. 1/4. Gacha. Gacha points. General Gacha. In setting Gacha, Marvel. February 4th. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, human. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. Funny Valentine. Batman. In progress. Empty, empty. Summoned characters. None. Powers. Source of all living matter. Dirt D's done dirt cheap, stand. Equipped items. None. Others. Chakra books. Unstable molecule suit. EDI. Biomech suit version 2.0. March 4th. Non-used cards. Characters. Shago, Kim Possible. Flurkin, Pet, Marvel. Loki, Earth, 199999/MCU. Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Earth, 1610. Items. Sword of Actuation, Berserk. Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb. Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth, 25271. Neutralizer Gun. Powers and Abilities. Made in Heaven Stand, JJBA, So. Consumables. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Low Tier /1 month. Power Boost Card. Background Customization Card X05. April 4th. Siowa Options. Siowa Points. Simplified Marvel Siowa. I have 122 points. Today I will get 40 cards. I can't even imagine. I feel like I haven't even tested everything I've won, and it's true. I didn't transform into a 300-meter titan and I didn't even use the Sword of Actuation. But I'll have the whole month ahead of me to get used to my newfound powers. Plus a few days off until I get back to New York and my high school life. The changes in my appearance might raise a few eyebrows, but I haven't been seen by anyone there for over 2 months. So it should be okay to blame puberty. Being a loner has its perks now. Now it's time to roll. I take out my cell phone to do a ritual. It's simple, I put a song with remix. And I use Gacha in the drop of the music. In the most sick part. Let's go. First group of 10. 1. Package, Arcane Jace, League of Legends. 2. 500 CP. 3. Manga, anime, novel, Japanese, Gacha mode. 4. Minecraft inventory. 5. Power Boost card. 6. Power Boost card X. 7. Huntress, Helena Bertinelli, DC Comics. 8. Weakness Removal Card X. 9. Movie Setting Travel Ticket. 10. Superpower Store CYOA. Again, no one or nothing too strong. But there are very useful things. There are more consumables. The first item is the Arcane Jace package. Wait a minute. It's not Jace from the Arcane series. It's Jace with the Arcane skin from League of Legends game that puts certain things in perspective. There are game skins that have very different backgrounds. I played with friends in the past life. And I still have my sanity intact, partially. And I know there are cosmic skins, Odyssey and others. And characters in this situation must at least be planetary level. Something to watch out for in the future. Taking as an example the character Lee Sin, one of my online friend was mono. Normally, Lee Sin is a monk who knows how to fight. Being very generous you can level him up to Spider-Man. But with that Golden God skin or Lightning Dragon one, he sure is much stronger. I can gain different versions of characters, sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker. Good to know. Different characters can have alternate versions. But what caught my attention the most was the manga, anime, novel, Japanese, gacha mode. Reading the description I see that it's as I suspected, a new gacha mode that will only come with anime/manga stuff, and general gacha consumables, apparently. That might be good. Narrowing down the options can help me gain something stronger. And I have the slightest thought that gacha gives me things that I have greater compatibility with. Or that I was more connected in my past life. Things came from JoJo and Shingeki no Kyojin, animes that I was hyped to watch the new seasons before being transmigrated. I got Batman because my parents died hours earlier, Miles because he's a teenager like me. I'm also a Berserk fan. Now I've gained things that have a little to do with me. Helena Bertinelli is a vigilante who hunts down criminal organizations and has a vendetta against the criminal underworld for the death of her parents. Sounds familiar? What I'm getting at is that if I use the anime/manga gacha mode, there's a great chance that the ones I like/watch or have compatibility with will come to me. I watched more shounen and seinen. And I mean there will be characters who fight. Hardly anything shoujo will come, I think. Come on, the chance is never zero. But I think there is a higher probability of winning things at my power level, may fluctuate higher or lower, and be related to my activities and actions. And maybe my hobbies. I will test the anime/manga mode. I use the card and see that the new option appears on the first page. 1/4. Gacha. Gacha points. General gacha. In setting gacha, Marvel. Manga, anime, novel, Japanese, gacha mode. Using 30 gacha points again I run the gacha. If I see good things, I'll use another 30 GP for another roll. Splitting half/half in the use of my GPs in anime/manga gacha and general gacha. 1. Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul. 2. Taketo Muchiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba. 3. Power Boost Card. 4. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Mid-Tier/1 month. 5. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo. 6. Power Boost Card. 7. Special Fire Force Field Uniform, Inen no Shibutai. 8. Derouse Kitchen Knife, Toriko. 9. Power Boost Card. 10. Charlotte Katakuri, One Piece. Wow. Katakuri. Serious? He alone has made it worthwhile. One of the strongest characters in One Piece. Genius fighter. He can use all types of hockey masterfully. Damn. Worth it. It is apparently the top tier card that is gained by rotating in groups of 10. And there are also good things like Michiro from Kimetsu no Yaiba, the most talented Ashira. And it's only from manga and anime that I know. I think my theory is right. Of course, I only read about 20 chapters of Inen no Shibutai and Hajime no Ippo. I had taken a break on reading a long time ago. But it's more shounen and seinen. No shoujo. It's also possible that it's because I'm in the world of Marvel. Something to compare is more like shounen/seinen than any other genre of manga. Damn. So many useful things. I will finish using all my GP and then I will catalog everything. I use more 30 GP for another anime roll. 1. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul. 2. Character Assimilation Slot. 3. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle. 4. Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead. 5. Power Boost Card X. 6. Yagami Reito, Death Note. 7. Power Boost Card. 8. Isabella, Yakusoko no Neverland. 9. Aika Aika Series, Naruto. 10. Murasame, Akame ga Kill. 4 characters. First time so many come. But all low level. Literally, all of them are baseline humans. Reito is a genius at least, and Isabella too. Isabella too. Ha 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 ha. I can't help but laugh. Oh god. This gacha truly has a dark humor. I said before that gacha is more likely to give me cards that relate to my actions. Ha ha ha. I lived on a farm the last few days, hee hee. I even helped out a little in the field. Ha ha ha, and I win Mama Isabella from Yakasoko at Neverland. Ah ha ha ha, I can't breath, ha 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 huff. A.N, the ones that know, know. Regaining my composure a minute later, I resolve to continue with the last roll. I will go back to general mode. The top tier card is apparently Akame's Murasame. Overpowered weapon, by the way. But the things I got related to katanas, damn. I'm more of a longsword guy. Katanas are overrated. But Japanese people love their katanas. But eventually will be useful. Now, time to the last roll. Will be from the general gacha. 1. Power boost card. 2. Custom visual powers perk. 3. 200 CP. 4. Miss Militia shard power, worm. 5. Imbue card mechanic. 6. Power boost card. 7. Helsing ARMS 13mm auto anti-freak combat pistol, Jackal, Helsing. 8. Palantiri, Lord of the Rings. 9. M41A pulse rifle, Alien vs Predator. 10. Package, Galen Merrick, Star Killer, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed. There's only one character this time. But it's the character. It's fucking Star Killer. Holy fuck. And is the package. That's means. Lightsabers pshi, lightsaber sound effects. I have to put my hand over my mouth so I don't wake my grandparents with my laughter. Damn. I'm so happy. Today was a big win. Now it's time to analyze everything. Let's start with the characters. I won Jace, Huntress, Takito Machiro, Miyata Ichiro, Charlotte Katakuri, Nagashika Hideyoshi, Busujima Siko, Yagami Reito, Isabella, and Starkiller. A total of 10 characters. Some are not very helpful like Miyata, Hideyoshi, and Siko. They are only human. One of them, Hideyoshi, has no talent. Siko and Miyata are great fighters, at least in boxing and kendo. Reito and Isabella are also normal humans as well, but they possess genius-level intellects and various talents. I will probably assimilate Reito and summon Isabella. She can be my Gorvness, as like Batman had Alfred as his butler. Huntress is also human, but she's from the DC world. One cannot underestimate any hero or villain there. She will be more useful summoned as well. Summoned women only, huh? Hector. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Well, I'll probably summon Machiro or Jace. In fact, on a second thought, I'll just summon Machiro. Jace I will assimilate. He is also a technological genius. And I will gain his Hextech hammer. Machiro is from Kimetsu no Yaiba, the youngest Hashira and descendant of the family who can use sun breathing. TCH. I'm almost thinking in assimilate him too. But I can gain Yorichi, Tanjiro, or Kokoshibo in the future. I can't assimilate them all. I need capable hands to help me. And the big wins of the night. Katakuri and Starkiller. 2 powerhouses in their own right. Obviously, they're not planetary level or anything. But Starkiller is very close. If I get to 100% with them, no one who doesn't have godlike power can win against me in direct confrontation. Now, let's take a look in the items. Kaneki Mask. Ugh, well, not everything can be good. Special Fire Force uniform is almost a useless. Is not my style, but maybe I can study to make better fireproof vest. The Derouse knife is surprising good. I remember it, it's a kitchen knife made from the teeth of a super strong dragon-like creature, the Derouse in this case, and even Komatsu the wimpy chef sliced through an entire hall, making a fissure in the floor when he brandished it. Ika series, well, at least I will finally know what's written in Theseus thing. Palantiri from Lord of the Rings, a batch of crystals balls that allows me to communicate over long distances and has other uses like scrying and sea visions. Well, they're cell phones here, you know. There are 8 in total. It might be useful to not have my communication spied on by a third party. And now we come to the fun part. The Jackal, Alucard pistol from Helsing and M41A pulse rifle from the Alien vs Predator series. Damn. These things pack a punch. And since they came from Gacha, they will always have ammo. Maybe it's my American side talking, but I love big guns. It also has 2 powers that I can get right now. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle and Miss Militia powers. The 2 can be acquired with no problem. I thought that maybe there would have complications like with the stand made in heaven, because I'm not a demon and I don't have the Miss Militia card. But I can use right off the bat. In Miss Malicia's case, I'm not gaining her shard, just her power. Or a copy of it. That's good. In the world of Worm, shards carry a lot of problems. It wouldn't be worth absorbing that power if that were the case. And about demon blood art, despite the name, it doesn't seem to be restricted only to Kimetsu no Yaiba demons. Well, it's a very useful power. A pocket dimension as a base is excellent. And Miss Malicia's power is very versatile. She has a semi-sentient blur of energy that can form ordinary weapons. Like a watered version of the Green Lantern ring. And damn, I've gained so many consumables, huh? Many things and they look super useful. There's even an assimilation slot. Nice. And many power boost cards. Let's organize a little. Power boost card X10, and 01 more that I didn't use previously. 700 CP in total. Weakness removal card X. Movie setting travel ticket. Superpower store CYOA. Shonen setting travel ticket, mid-tier / 1 month, with this one is 2 in total, but this is mid-level. Character assimilation slot. Custom visual powers perk. Imbue card mechanic. First, the power boost card, CP, and travel tickets. I already know what they are. Only now I have one of the tickets for a movie. The stay time is the length of the movie or 120 minutes, I choose. It might be an opportunity to spend years in another world training, but apparently I can't use gacha during my stay with tickets. So that option is out. The weakness removal card, as the name implies, allows me to remove an inherent weakness from a card. If I win a Kryptonian or a vampire, I can use it to take away the weaknesses of race or powers. But I can't remove limitations. For example, Kryptonians still need solar radiation. But I will remove the weakness to kryptonite. I had such high hopes for the CYOA superpower store, but the powers are low level at best, and full of limitations. They would be strong in a world like of the boys, not here in Marvel. But there are some resistances that interest me. To poisons and mental attacks. I will look more carefully later. The jackpot for these consumables was the character assimilation slot. Now I have 3. Perfect. The other 2 are more or less useful. The custom visual powers perk allows me to change the appearance of my powers. Like a change from the visual effects of the powers I have. No change in strength. As an example, I can make energy attacks any color I want. It's good to have consistency. It would be annoying to look like a rainbow while I fight. I have to fight with style at least. And it can also help to disguise some things. To not be so obvious. I think if I use the Machi Machi no Mi I won't need it to be a white sticky substance. Like cover my enemies in white stuff. Maybe it's not so bad, if the opponent is a woman. This perk is not a vital thing, but it helps. Finally, the imbue card mechanic allows me to use a card in other people. Not useful to me now, that is worried about amassing personal power. But in the future, if I have a repeated card, I can use in a subordinate. Obviously if I use it I will only use it on summons from the gacha. That I know they will be loyal. Or I can choose to use a character card in another character card that I have more affinity. I would be annoyed with someone like Issei by my side, but now if I receive 2 of them, I can use in someone that I like. Giving they powers without having to deal with their annoying personalities can be a good reward system to my underlings in the future. And to no let weak cards become obsolete. Loyal weak people will have their chance. Now I have much work to do. Thanks for reading this far. I was very happy for all the positive feedback. I will try to answer everything that you guys comment. I hope you all enjoyed the chapter. And if you have any character, power, or item ideas that can be gained by gacha, I'll be happy to take notes. Also if you have any obscure Marvel sagas or characters, something from a cartoon or comic you read a long time ago, you can give an idea, I can use it in the story. I want to write about beyond the MCU. Help me make a unique story. Thank you very much. Stay safe you guys. Chapter 12, All Types of Growth. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. We can't become what we need to be by remaining what we are. Oprah Winfrey. The first thing to do is absorb the cards that give abilities and it's okay to absorb now. The character assimilation slot, custom visual perk, imbue card mechanic, Miss Militia shard power, superpower store and the surprisingly OP Minecraft inventory. The Minecraft inventory is self-explanatory, a game-like inventory with 36 slots and 9 of these slots can be used for quick access. Even staying floating in my line of sight if I want. And I just will to the object be brought to my hand. Very useful. It's not even 10 PM yet, I can't resist. I'm going to escape to test my new skills in the forest. Leaving my room I'm going to get a portable lamp and put it in my new inventory. The lamp enters with no problems. Nice. Returning to my room, I take the blanket and place it parallel to the wall with me in the middle. Using D4C, I already find myself in the forest where I always train. I can use D4C much better now that I've fully assimilated Funny Valentine. In fact, I feel like I can go to other universes too. But I see no reason to test it now. When I focus on that power, I can see the ramifications of the multiverse and the places I can go. But I cannot, with just one look, judge whether that universe is good or bad. Crazy shit could be happening there. Better not to risk it. Doctor Strange, in the last movie I watched, said that the multiverse is a concept about which we know frighteningly little. Better not go traveling and encounter a universe dominated by Null or something. Taking the lamp out of the inventory, I decide to change location and go to the waterfall for the first time. After about 10-15 minutes of running between the trees, I find myself in an open place with the constant sound of water falling. The Carvalho Farm waterfall is not one of the highest. I believe it must be between 40 or 50 meters. But seeing it up close, you can't help but be impressed. The crescent moon in the sky illuminates the open space and reflects in the water, giving more luminosity than I expected. I move to a nearby rock that can double as a chair, place the portable lamp on the ground, and open the gacha screens to start using the cards. I will assimilate the strongest characters first. 1/4. Gacha. Gacha points. General Gacha. In setting Gacha, Marvel. Manga, anime, novel, Japanese, Gacha mode. February 4th. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, human. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. Funny Valentine. Batman. In progress. Charlotte Katakuri, 2%, Starkiller-03%, Miles Morales, 6%. Summoned characters. None. Powers. Source of all living matter. Minecraft inventory. Miss Militia power shard. And I decided to leave only separate powers, instead of listing all the characters' powers. That's why I removed D4C. So it's fair to consider that if the character has a power, so does the MC. Or at least has the potential to have it. Depending on the percentage of assimilation. Perks. Custom visual powers. Imbue card mechanic. Equipped items. None. Others. Chakra books. Unstable molecule suit. EDI Biomech Suit version 2.0. March 4th. Non-used cards. Characters. Shago, Kim Possible. Flurkin, Pet, Marvel. Loki, Earth, 199999/MCU. Package, Arcane Jace, League of Legends. Huntress, Helena Bertinelli, DC Comics. Takito Michiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul. Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead. Yagami Light, Death Note. Isabella, Yakusoko no Neverland. Items. Sword of Actuation, Berserk. Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb. Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth, 25271. Neutralizer Gun. Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul. Special Fire Force Field Uniform, Inen no Shibutai. Derouse Kitchen Knife, Toriko. Aika Aika Series, Naruto. Murasame, Akame Ga Kill. -13mm Auto Anti-Freak Combat Pistol, Jackal, Helsing. Palantiri, Lord of the Rings. M41A Pulse Rifle, Alien vs Predator. Powers and Abilities. Made in Heaven Stand, JJBA, So. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle. Consumables. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Low Tier /1 month. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Mid Tier /1 month. Power Boost Card X. Background Customization Card X. Movie Setting Travel Ticket. Weakness Removal Card X03. April 4th. Saiowa Options. Saiowa Points. Simplified Marvel Saiowa. Superpower Store CYOA. I'm finally assimilating people with superhuman physical capabilities, no wonder the percentage starts so low. I decided not to absorb the Infinity Castle power after reading the description. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle, using a room of at least 4m x 4m x 4n as a base, the user can use this ability to grow infinite other rooms or spaces connected with the base space. The user also possesses dominion over the space, being able to manipulate and alter it at will. The user can also spawn portals at any location to transport people outside the fortress or to anywhere within it. So I need a place to start my Infinity Fortress. I will probably use my basement. But I also don't know if I need to keep concentrating all the time to make the place grow. If so, it would be better to delegate to a subordinate. Anyway, I won't use it now, so we'll stay as a card for the moment. Now bringing my attention to the items in front of me. Ooh. After having used the character's cards, because in the case of Starkiller it's a package, I now have some of his robes and even Starkiller Sith armor on hand. Very cool by the way. And not 1 or 2, but 4 lightsabers. 2 reds and 2 blues. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. I almost have a nerdgasm. Picking up 2 lightsabers I light them up. Kpish. Is there anything cooler than that? I begin to sway in the air, testing and feeling familiarity returning to my body. Undoubtedly Starkiller card in effect. Zwun, an, this isn't lightsaber noise, just the MC mouthing OUE and being retarded. I switch the grip mode to a reverse grip. And stab the lightsaber into the rock I was sitting on previously. It passes smoothly like a stick in wet sand. Okay, let's stop fooling around, otherwise I'll be here all night with just the lightsabers. Storing all of Starkiller things in my Minecraft inventory, I shift my attention to testing the abilities I've gained from the cards. Let's start with the Force. I close my eyes, trying to feel the Force. It comes naturally to me. I don't think this universe has a Force. But I can use it without any problems, as if I had a Force seed in myself instead of having a connection with an exterior form of power. Good to know this. There's no Speed Force in Marvel, so if I gain the Flash I won't have any problems. And I won't have to worry about other people getting access to my powers that come from external dimensions. Yes, Doom. I'm talking to you. Opening my eyes and exhaling I place my hands in front of my body and push. The waterfall stops and starts to rise. Am I Shiryu? I didn't expect to be so strong at first. Starkiller is too OP. But my control is missing. I'm not gently leading the water from the waterfall through the air. The water is exploding upwards, and in various directions as if the water is slamming into an invisible wall. Stopping using the Force, I relax my shoulders and watch the waterfall return to normal and the water in the air begins to fall like a small rain. Continuing with my tests, I try to use Force Lightning but to no avail. I try other tricks and special moves I've seen in games. Like condensing the Force on myself and release like a omnidirectional blast, but no success again. I think the percentage is too low, huh? Come to think of it, I could use D4C from the start. But a low percentage doesn't just mean less strength in the powers, it means that some powers and more complicated techniques are impossible to replicate. That's where training comes in. To speed up assimilation. To test the theory I try to use hockey. I can feel something, similar to the Force. But I can't cover my body, my eyes with this. I shift my focus to Miles' card, and I can't use electricity or turn invisible either. I approach a tree and jump. I touch my hand into the bark of the tree and it stays there, glued to it. But basic skills is okay, huh? Machi begins to be secreted from my hand. I move it. From side to side. I make a ball, a rope, and then more ropes and start playing with my Machi manipulation. Machi no Mi is a paramecia. Katakuri can transform into Machi because he has awakened his devil fruit. I'm nowhere near replicating that feat, yet. Controlling the Machi I send it as fast as possible to a nearby tree. Bam. The tree is split in half. At least the strength is considerable. Speaking of strength. I jump off the tree and land on the ground with no problems. And I head towards the tree I just destroyed. I watch the lower half of the trunk, which is still rooted to the ground, and grab it with both hands and pull. The whole thing pops out of the ground like I'm pulling a carrot, not a tree much thicker than my torso. My physical attributes are already high. Higher assimilation percentages will give me more experience and control of the characters, and with this unlock new abilities and skills. There are probably techniques that have strength requirements too, which I haven't reached yet. As expected. Looking at the fallen tree on the ground, I grab it with one hand and toss it into the river like a twig. I am much stronger. I hope I don't grow to 5m tall like Katakuri. After that, I reach the power of Miss Militia, the energy that can transform into weapons. The green blur thing comes out of my hand and becomes a Beretta M9, a military knife, AK-47, bazooka M1A1. Easy to use, very intuitive. While I'm at it I'll try to change the look with my perk. I can also easily change color, to red, yellow, pink. I can even put some effects like electricity running over the weapon or light particles. There is no change in power. Just visual, but it's cool anyway. After that I decided to check the superpower store CYOA more closely. There are several types of powers, physical, mental, kinetic and even some items. The most expensive are 400 CP and the cheapest 100 CP. I think I'll just buy the resistances. It has resistance to poison, mind control and others. The level is not very high, someone much stronger can probably overcome these resistances. But it's a start. If I were on a lower level world, these powers would be cheats. As an example, it has a time control power. But it's pretty restrictive. I would make a bubble around me where everything would move at half speed. It would be more support than special move, only in a world like. I just have the craziest idea. I look at a lot of my cards and think maybe it will work. If it works, I have the potential to become a powerhouse. I will need the travel ticket and lots of power boost cards. I will test it after I get back to New York. This plan in my head would solve a lot of my problems. But if I took a month off now, my grandparents would notice differences in my body. By the way, I was forgetting something. I walk to the river and put my leg in it. And a feeling of weakness rises through my body. Devil fruit weaknesses, huh? And I can't use my Machi no Mi anymore. But I can use other powers without problem. So falling in the water is not game over for me. I can use other abilities to escape. But weakness isn't something that I want. I use a weakness removal card without hesitation. After that I put my leg back in the water and the weakness doesn't come anymore. And I can generate Machi without any problems. Nice. I don't know the limit, like there are natural weaknesses. Can I remove a fire power weakness against water? These are laws of nature. Probably just unnatural weaknesses like these from the werewolves, vampires, and the like. I think I'll go back and do my daily meditation session. Steady and always. Improve my mental defenses. I want to know now the difference. After all, I have an individual force sensitive being assimilated. Next day. Yeah, just like that. You press on the neck and pull the trigger, my grandfather instructs me. No, I'm not killing anyone. I'm helping to vaccinate the cattle on the farm. I don't need to put it in a vein or something. I ask. No. Any place will do. The vaccine will be absorbed by the meat itself. He answers me. So wouldn't it be better to put it somewhere else that would hurt less? The neck is so fragile. I keep asking questions. That's true, but we need to make a little profit too, right? On the neck it prevents damage to the meat, such as bruises and abscesses. And it makes it difficult for the cow to access it, so it doesn't bite or lick to get infected. He responds, making a lot of sense. It's true, neck meat is the least valuable, so it wouldn't be a problem if it was damaged. It would be stupid to damage a more expensive place. After another hour in the routine, we are now returning home to the farm. We are on horseback. It is quite relaxing to ride a horse leisurely in nature. That group looked pretty bad. I comment, referring to the cattle that I just vaccinated. Those are sick, so they're in a separate area to avoid contaminating others, he replies. Isn't a cattle vaccine expensive? Is it okay to spend it on cattle that might not survive? I ask, a little surprised. In large quantities, vaccine is expensive, yes. And half of that group won't survive, he replies to me with a sigh. But I'm not doing this for the ones who will die, I'm doing this for the ones who will survive. They are fighting this harm that afflicts them. The least I can do is give each of them a chance, right? He wisely responds to me while smiling. I think you're right, Grandpa. I reply after a while. Give everyone a chance, huh? After a comfortable silence, my grandfather resumes the conversation. So, did you think about what your grandmother and I offer? You can live with us if you want, he says, looking straight ahead. I thought, and I still think I need to get back to New York. I answer. This has been a more or less frequent topic of discussion. My grandmother being the most vocal in wanting me here. Right, he just says. Only that. Aren't you going to try to convince me or something? I ask, a little surprised. I hope you're not taking it personally, grandfather. I love you both. But there are still things to do in New York. I hope you understand. I try to explain myself. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'm not feeling hurt, if that's what you're worried about. He says, laughing out loud as he approaches with the horse to grab my shoulder. I don't know about all of your circumstances, my son. But I trust that you'll make the best choice. In USA you will have more opportunities, better education. The little bird needs to leave the nest at some time, he says, smiling. I just want to say two things. The first is that if you're tired, angry, depressed, those things, you can come here anytime. Our doors will always be open to you, my son. He says, seriously, looking into my eyes now. And the second is a little piece of advice. He begins. Look at this whole place. Big, huh? He turns to the farm, opening his arms. I nod. I can't keep this place alone. Many people help me here, your grandmother, my employees, friends. I understand you better than you think, Hector. You're like your father, you like to do things alone. Keep it to yourself and work on it internally. He looks at me again. And he is not wrong. But if you want to have great achievements, you're going to need help. He concludes. You didn't tell us anything about any friends or girlfriends in New York, so you probably don't have anyone you trust with your eyes closed there, right? He continues. Bullseye. I want you to open up a little more to people. At least try to find someone who can watch your back. You will be alone a world away from us. That's why your grandmother worries so much. And we, in our simple lives, can't even imagine the problems of a big city like New York. He finishes looking deeply into my eyes. Sigh, I understand his concern. Unfortunately, there are things I cannot share. There's only one thing I can talk about right now. I will try, Grandpa. Can't promise any success. But I will try. That's all I need to hear, Hector. He says, smiling relieved. After a comfortable silence, he opens his mouth again. Race home. Whoever wins gets more of grandmother's cake, he asks, starting to accelerate his horse and laughing out loud. Not the cake, your old fox. It's on, old man, I accept the challenge. He bursts out laughing and darts forward. Fuck. Damn cowboy. I lose that race badly. But my grandfather didn't mind me eating as much cake as he did, even though he won the race. Unknown place in the 9 realms. In a brightly lit room, a blonde woman in a green dress that does not hide her impressive curves is lying on a comfortable couch. She is reading an old and thick book that is floating. And from time to time small exotic fruits float into her mouth from a bowl nearby. If anyone from Earth were to observe this room, the first thing they would think is a movie set for a Harry Potter movie or something like that. On one wall are books old and incredibly thick. On another wall are items that wouldn't be out of place at a Renaissance fair. There is also a huge painting of the same woman on one wall. Exposing her narcissism. Don't you know it's not elegant to sneak into a lady's chambers, the woman asks, apparently to nothing. But at the same time she shoots a beam of green light from her fingertips in a seemingly random direction. Before the beam reaches the wall, however, it is dissipated by an invisible force. And is it a good form of greeting to cast a spell on a guest? A male voice reveals itself along with a tall man with long black hair that reaches his shoulders, also dressed in green. But with golden highlights. If you're the guest, Loki. Now, get out. The woman speaks without even giving a glance at the man who identifies himself as Loki, the god of mischief. That's it. We can't even have a little chat. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Amora. Loki is unfazed by Amora's unfriendly attitude. Nothing from you can be good, Loki. You just destroyed my good mood for the day. But I'm curious. Where have you been these past few years? Since that incident with the frost giants, you and Thor have disappeared from Asgard. Daddy ground you boys. Amora asks, looking at Loki for any reaction. Loki's smiling face only changes for a fraction of an instant, but he soon resumes his smile and answers back. Worried about your dear Thor. I thought you would have gotten over it by, how many were there anyway? 300 rejections. Loki says, feigning innocence. Out. Get out. I don't know what kinds of tricks or schemes were formed in that twisted god of mischief head of yours. But I want nothing to do with you. Amora angrily exclaims, the neglect she receives from Thor has always been a sore spot in her mind. Her, the most beautiful woman of all 9 realms. Rejected by a man. She and Thor are meant to be together. Strength, beauty, status. The two combine perfectly. What if I say that my tricks and schemes can give you what you crave so much? Thor. Loki replies with a sweet voice. I'm listening. Amora speaks after a moment. Loki gave his first real smile since he walked into that room. An. Hello, guys and gals. I read some comments and reviews and will address a few things here. Some people will complain that the last chapter was just an internal monologue. Well, there wasn't much he could do when he was thinking about his options. But I've listened to you and I understand that it can get pretty boring, so I'll try to add more dialogue. And if it's not possible, I'll try to switch to other POVs like Loki and Amora at the end of this chapter. I saw a review that the story is incomprehensible. English is my third language, BAS is really that bad. Damn. I'm bad. I will try to study more. And about the Resli schedule. I'm on vacation for now. That's why I write as much as I can. But I think I'll stick to 2 chapters a week. Try 4K words per chapter. I need to research plots and characters too. I think that's all. Thank you for all the love. I know the story is not perfect, but I was happy to post and see how many people liked it. Thank you very much. Till next time. Chapter 13, Arriving and Leaving Again. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. I don't have time to worry if it's right or wrong. You can't hope for a horror story with a happy ending. Aaron Yeager. And do you know what the secret ingredient is? My grandma asks as I help her stir the cream to a dessert. It's a double-decker, vanilla and chocolate confection. And it is necessary that the two are mixed simultaneously for the consistency to be perfect. You're not going to tell me it's love, are you, Grandma? I send it back playfully while rolling my eyes. Because if it is, I'm sure it's going to get bad with me mixing this. My spider sense warns that something is coming towards my head at high speed, but I don't dodge. It is not necessary. Paf, no, you silly, she says, putting back the cloth she uses to smack me on her shoulder. You add a little guava jam between the two layers. It is used to stick and leaves a good aftertaste in the mouth, even after you finish eating. I say, concentrating on moving my part. Clockwise, constant speed, wooden spoon at a 60 degrees angle, the edges scrape the bottom to avoid sticking, spider sense flaring, Paf, no need to concentrate so much, you're not defusing a bomb. She says, putting the cloth back on her shoulders again. Not everything needs such precise instructions, Hector. You have to feel. She says, advising me. I don't have all the talent for listening to the voice of ingredients, I'm concentrating so I don't mess it up, I reply, knowing the Toriko reference will go straight through her head. It's not talent, just practice. When you do something often, it becomes natural. You don't have to think so hard, she tells me. But, you said something about love before, she says, raising an eyebrow, have you had any experience there in New York? Did some girl break your heart? Why don't you vent to your dear grandma here, she makes a barrage of questions, smiling. I stop, is that why you called me to mix this up? To lock me in here and ask about my love life, damn it. She's good. What can I do? If you avoid my questions like the devil from the cross when I ask about your girlfriends, she says, shrugging her shoulders. There are no girlfriends, grandmother. I say, rolling my eyes. And there's no one you're interested in, she persists. Nah. If you want a serious answer. In my high school has some interesting girls. Gwendoline Stacy, Liz Allen, Betty Brandt, the two MJs. Two MJs, she asks, confused. Mary Jane and Michelle Jones. Those 5 would be the only ones I would be interested in. And why don't you make a move on these girls, she asks curiously. Gwendoline have a crush in a acquaintance. And he has a crush on her back. MJ1 and Liz are from a group I don't want to get involved in. The jocks. Sigh, just remembering that I'm going to have to get involved with these guys again. Maybe I should give Flash Thompson a beating for a smooth school life. Nah. I'm the bigger man. I don't need to bully him back. What about Michelle and this Betty, my grandmother asks, seeing that I was silent for a second without continuing. Betty is too normal and MJ2 is annoying, I just say. Well, Hector. I think you need to take more chances. No girl is perfect, you can try with one at least. Relax. A little experience will help you. She says. I gasp exaggeratedly, Grandma. Are you telling me to have fun with women, fooling around? Be a player? I ask, scandalized. That's not what I meant. She responds, outraged. Ah, you already said, you can't take it back. Now I will fall into the path of depravity. And if someone asks me, I'll say that my grandma instructed me. Spider sense again, Paf. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. I did not say that. And if you go around spreading your bullshit and falling into the path of depravity, you'll find yourself having to deal with me, she replies, accentuating each word with an onslaught of her powerful dish towel. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. I must have heard things. Sorry, Grandma. I say, calm her down. After that we had a good laugh. And we finished the dessert. As I look out the window, I wonder what I'm going to do when I get back to New York. I'll be back tomorrow. It's been 2 days since the last gacha and only Miles has reached 10%. Progress is much slower than I expected. The cards I'm assimilating are people with a lot of superhuman abilities. Valentine and Batman are only human in body. Valentine has his stand and Batman has all that experience and knowledge. But normal humans in body. I feel like everything Batman knows is here in my head, but I still need to re-experience it in order to use it effectively. Knowledge usually comes during sleep or study. It has been a strange feeling to study languages. I start, and it feels like I'm relearning. I see a car engine, and I remember about the name and functionality of all the parts. And better ways to fix or boost the car. I thought the knowledge would already have been implanted in my mind when I got to 100%. But I think it's a defense mechanism to my mind. This redundant way of giving me theoretical knowledge is to protect my sense of being apparently. After all, I don't have any memories of banging Catwoman or individual fights with the Joker. But I know how to fight naturally. And it looks different with powers. I have to do it the hard way. So I finally plan on using a travel ticket when I get back. Before high school starts, of course, so my grandparents can't see the possible changes in my body. And new people will only have a reference to myself from months ago. I will use the ticket on Sunday, the day before high school. I will spend Friday traveling. And Saturday I'll get ready, arranging things to put in my inventory and take away. The plan I have in mind is morally dark gray. No. Is downright villainous. I can't fool myself or make excuses. I will act like an asshole if the plan works. But there is a possibility that in the end I can redeem myself. But there are so many ifs that it's not even funny. TCH. I will do things for my maximum benefit. I don't have the luxury of thinking too much right now. For all I know, Galactus can arrives today. What do you think about so much? My grandmother speaks, catching my attention. Think? Can't I just be watching the scenery? I respond by deflecting. No. When you think about complicated things, you have the habit of putting your index finger and thumb on your chin, and supporting your elbow with the other hand. I find myself taking both fingers off my chin. I hadn't noticed, I say slowly. I was thinking about the future grandma. She doesn't say anything, just watches me, waiting for me to continue. I was thinking about graduating early. To get into college. And I really will. In this world it is much more common. I remember there was a character here who entered the MIT with 10 years. Riri Williams, the Iron Heart Mary Sue. I can't advise you on that, my dear, she begins. Personally, I would like you to make friends your age. Make the most of your youth. You won't get it back, you know. I understand what she means. Makes sense. But I think I'll go for it anyway. I feel like I'm wasting my time in high school, so I look at the watch on my wrist. The last gift from my parents, and time waits for no one. Looks like you've already made up your mind. I hope you are sure of that, my dear. She says, giving me a kiss on the cheek and walking away. I don't think she liked my idea very much. My grandmother has a view that my happiness is connected with my relationships with other people. She is not wrong. But I have bigger concerns right now. Cursed with knowledge, Thanos. Now I understand. I would like to be blessed with ignorance too. Next day. Do you have everything? Don't forget anything. My grandmother asks before I go to take the bus to the airport. No, Grandma. I have everything. I answer. Today I return to New York. I'm scheduled to arrive only for the night. The stay here was good. But vacation is over. Oh my dear, I will miss you so much. My grandmother says, hugging me tightly, with a hint of tears in the eyes. You can come back anytime, you know. Yes. I will come visit you guys when I have the chance. I answer. My parting with my grandfather is much more rigid. He pats me on the shoulder and wishes me a good trip. Looks cold, but that's his style. I'm used to it. I know that he cares. After one last wave, I board the bus to the airport. It will be hours and hours sitting and confined. This time I will have something to study. I am currently finishing relearning Japanese. So easy, a few hours and I'm already learning a language. Batman assimilation for the win. Huff. Finally home. How can stand still be so tiring? I trained and trained every day. With a maximum of 5 hours of sleep, sometimes much less, and I never felt this tired. I think because of Cart Titan power, which has high amount of stamina, and Batman himself. But this trip has tired me mentally, that I just want to drop in the bed and not think about anything else. Today's is Friday. Tomorrow I will look for things I need for my trip to the world of anime. Ending up texting Aunt Chris, Foggy and Matt. Telling them that I'm in New York. And I go do my daily meditation to end the day. Saturday. Fabrics, spray paints, food, medical kits, multi-purpose ferments, and many others. I personally went to buy all these things. Home delivery isn't used much on this year. So it would take too long, especially on the weekend. When I get home, I start working on my costume. The base is the unstable molecule suit that I bought at Gacha. I complement it with my newly developed utility belt. My utility belt is thick with 12 evenly spaced cylinders. Each cylinder is 1 inch in diameter and can hold small things like smoke bombs, transmitters, pills, syringes, trackers, and others. Between each cylinder is a compartment for bigger things like my smartphone, shurikens, and small weapons. Other than that, I'm wearing a black hooded cloak. I know. No capes. Sorry, Edna. But my cloak has functionality. At first he's sitting on my shoulders loose, so even if cling somewhere I can get away easily. Second, a cape has the effect of making you bigger and more intimidating. I know because of Batman uses this way too. Third, I can use D4C together with it like Valentine uses the American flag. Fourth, I can hide my body so the enemy doesn't know my next move. I can pull a weapon from my inventory or turn my hand into something with Machi. Loses clothes is to hide something. People who have nothing to hide prefer more form-fitting clothes. That won't get in the way. 5th, pockets. I can put in multiple pockets. Pockets are great. I know I have an inventory, but you never have too many pockets. And also test Minecraft inventory. I can store huge quantities of raw material, but unique items are a problem. I spend a slot just for my smartphone or a gun. Like in the Minecraft game. Well, advantages and disadvantages, everything has some. Finishing with my costume, I'm going to paint my weapons. Using spray paint, I turn black various objects that I will use. Not because I'm edgy, but to not reflect light and give my position. My costume is basically black with some matte gray parts. Very Batman-like and not even on purpose. Sunday. Today is the day. Time to use the travel ticket. I'll go early in the morning, so when I get back I'll have the whole day to rest. I don't know what situation I'll be back in. But the world I'm going to isn't difficult. If all goes well, I'll be back unharmed. Even if my primary objective is not accomplished, I will have a lot to gain there. The assimilation progress of my cards is very slow, more than 5 days and still at 10%. If it continues like this, it is from my experience that with higher percentages they take longer. It will take me at least 3 months to finish. I wonder if assimilating 3 at once is slowing the process down. Anyway, where I go I'll fight. And it will probably help me with assimilation. Besides that, there are no gods or higher beings there to keep an eye on me. Time to let go little. Stops holding back. Suiting up, I use the shonen setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month, without hesitation, and choose the time and place to appear. Hey guys and gals. Next chapter will start the arc in an anime world. The MC is going to make big gains there. Let's talk a little about harem. First, I think it's a natural conclusion. When you can summon people of various fictions, so I believe that 95% would have some romantic relationship with some summons. This is not to say that the MC will only summon women and that all of them will be in his harem. I'll try to make it work, make sense and be realistic. It will be a slow process. So you won't see any action for now. I also don't know if I'll add Marvel girls in the middle. I think is improbable. For them to be okay with sharing, they would have to have very unique senses of value. Like aliens, gods, queens. Also on the invocations, I'm working on them being loyal and still keeping the personality. I don't want it to be total mind control. Each summon will have their own personality and will be loyal, but they will also have their own ambitions and goals. Which will not bring any harm to the MC. For example, someone evil might try to influence the MC to dominate the world. Someone good would try to inspire him to do good things. Things. But relax, the MC is not easily manipulated, and he will be careful about summoning. Now I also saw some comments that the MC progressed too fast. Well, I don't agree. The initial premise of the series is that the Gacha essence was OP. And I won't regret it and nerf the MC. Never. But I want you guys to know that the power levels of the world he is in are comic-like ridiculous. He will be OP, but not invincible. With prepare, maybe he is. Batman bullshit, you know. But even with the upgrades he will receive on this trip he will have, I can think of several Marvel characters that can face him head-on. They are in the MC's world, hidden and can have conflict with him at any time. I'll list some: Apocalypse, Selene Galio, High Evolutionary, Blue Marvel, Ms. Marvel, Hulk, Very Angry, Thor, with full memories, and many others. Not to mention in other dimensions and space. Mephisto, Odin, Gladiator. What I mean is the MC will have no problems with low-level characters. He will destroy them. The real enemies will be the top tier. So don't worry, he's getting stronger too fast. That's all for now. Until later. Chapter 14, World of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. They call certain methods of fighting good and others evil, acting as if there were some nobility to the battlefield. Such illusions, perpetrated by heroes throughout history, have led countless young men to their bloody deaths, all for the sake of this valor and glory. Kiritsugu Amiya. Third POV. In an open space with several buildings, some intact and others destroyed, two groups are facing each other in two separate fights. The first fight is between a man in a suit and a black mask facing a tall, muscular, blonde man in a tight-fitting suit and predominantly colored with blue. The second fight is of a young man with spiky blonde hair dressed in black who appears to be avoiding several other individuals. The blonde duo appear to be at a disadvantage, because of the numbers and because the muscular man in blue looks worried about the other young blonde. Unknown to the two groups fighting, their confrontation is being watched by two other groups. The third group is formed by 5 young people. 4 men and 1 woman. And they seem to be discussing a plan to break the deadlock of the first two groups. The fourth group is made up of just one person. A figure in black, with a hood and a cloak with two openings in the front, resembling a big poncho. Not even a millimeter of the figure can be seen through its wide cloak. This figure watches all three groups patiently from the top of a nearby building. He doesn't show any surprise when a large iceberg suddenly appears and three of the youths from the third group fly over the battlefield to rescue the blonde youth. The hooded figure's eyes, if anyone could see it, are focused on the two left behind. One of them created the ice platform and the other is the only female in the third group. As the two begin to walk away from the battlefield in the opposite direction, the hooded figure follows them pulling out a futuristic-looking gun seemingly out of nowhere. Todoroki showed POV, let's go, Yayorozu. We did everything we could, we broke the rules, but in the end I believe it was for a good reason. Without our interference Bakugo would eventually be captured and put All Might at an even more disadvantage. I will accept any punishment when this is all over. Do you think that everyone is gonna be okay? Yayorozu asks me as she follows me closely. Now we can only trust that Bakugo will manage to escape safe and sound and that All Might will defeat the leader of the League of Villains. I answer looking around. I think we're already at a safe distance. That's when it happened. Faster than Yayorozu and I could react, we were hit by two energy attacks almost simultaneously. I instinctively throw myself towards Yayorozu to protect her from any subsequent attacks. But nothing else comes. Todoroki-kun. Are you okay? Yayorozu asks me in alarm. I'm fine, actually I don't feel anything wrong. And you? I ask back. And I'm really fine. Did the attack miss? Was it harmless? No, it must have some effect that I don't know about yet. Yayorozu, stay alert. The attacker is still out there. Did you take any damage? Check the effect of the attack. I speak seriously while taking cover and looking around. I don't feel any different, Todoroki-san. Wait. My quirk. She starts to say in alarm. Can't use your quirk, a voice asks coming just a few feet away from us. How did he approach without being noticed? I was fully alert. Wait. Did the last attack affect our quirks? Trying to summon ice or fire from my hands, nothing comes out either. This is bad. You can't use it either, right? The figure slowly approaches and now I see that it is a person wearing a hooded cloak. That is great. I mean, my theory was right. The chance of success of my primary objective has increased considerably now. The figure keeps saying to itself. What goal? Who are you? I exclaim, trying to buy time and signal for Yayorozu to flee. One of us needs to warn the heroes about this secret enemy. He can change the course of battle if he has a quirk like Aizawa-sensei's. This is just only myself to know and you guys to figure out. Now I'd appreciate it if you guys don't resist while I capture the two of you. I don't want to hurt any of you. The figure says, approaching. Yayorozu, now. I scream as I run towards the enemy, at least I'll buy time. Trying to be the hero, huh? Hang on. You really are. Well, anyway. The figure says and a black mass starts to come out and expand under the mantle and towards us at amazing speed. Wasn't his quirk an energy attack that suppressed quirks? Or does he have two? I don't find the answer before being enveloped by the dark mass. From the corner of my eye I see Yayorozu suffering the same fate before losing consciousness. All Might POV, United States of Smayas. Boom. It's over. It's finally over. My battle against All for One is finally over. Both my battle tonight and my lifelong war ended with that last smash. With that I finally rest. The League of Villains may have escaped, but without All for One they lost their head. We managed to buy time. With that I will be able to watch the little zygotes develop into complete heroes, which I know they will one day become. We can entrust the future to them. Well, that's embarrassing, I hear a voice coming from below me, but you blew a big hole with that last punch. There's nothing nearby for me to use to move around. This is your fault, All Might. Nice punch, by the way. I'm a big fan. A hooded figure emerges from between my legs. I see him move a hand towards the fallen All for One. An ally of All for One. I can't let him rescue him. Everything will be for naught. But I don't have the strength to move anymore. Move, body. One for all. One last time. Don't move, All Might. I don't want you dead, the hooded man says as he points a long and jet black pistol at my face. I mean, if you force yourself, you could end up drop dead alone, you're pretty hurt, you know. Just be quiet there. After he says that, he removes the pistol from my face. But a restraining, invisible force wraps around my arms and legs, holding me in place. I'm being held telekinetically apparently. Is that his quirk? But how did he appear out of nowhere so close to me? Did he have another quirk given to him by All for One? I helplessly watched this new enemy place his hand on the head of the fallen All for One for a few moments and then withdraw. Ha ha ha, it's works. I almost can't believe this. He starts to laugh to himself. I keep looking between this newcomer and All for One and realize the latter has stopped breathing. Did he kill him? Weren't they allies? What's going on here? Hector POV. I'm so glad that the main goal of coming to the world of Boku no Hero Academia was accomplished. It's so stupid and it worked. My plan needed to combine different cards. The idea started when I thought the superpowers given by the Superpower Store CYOA would only be good in a low-level world like the Boys or BNHA. And one of the higher-level powers, which costs 400 CP, allows you to copy a single power nearby. Power copying, you may copy one power within your range. You do not have to be aware of the power to copy it, but have no natural proficiency with it. You can only copy a power for up 72 hours. 1 kilometer range. As I said, this power would be mid-level in Marvel at most. But when I thought how useful he would be in other worlds, the idea popped into my mind. Before being transmigrated, I once thought while watching BNHA, what if Monoma copies All for One and uses it to steal the original? And now I've just applied the same principle. And it worked. Using the travel ticket to come to this world during the All Might vs. All for One fight in Kamino. The only moment that All for One is weakened, because from now on he will be in the safest prison in Japan. Only being released when he has a lot of advantage against the heroes. At the moment, due to the stealth of the operation to rescue Bakugo, few heroes were alerted. Students are not yet trained. Shigaraki did not overcome his psychological traumas, nor did he go through his metamorphosis. This is the ideal time to steal the All for One quirk. And even if I failed, the month I would spend in this world would be very beneficial. I could train, fight enemies with skills to increase the percentage of my characters, use my skills without fear because I'll be leaving in a month anyway, learn about technological advances like robotics, genetics and others. And even look closely at heroes and villains and learn from them to future reference. And after apply it in Marvel. But everything went well. So after stealing the original and confirming it's in my Powers tab, I'll move on to the second part of the primary objective. Use my power boost cards in the All for One quirk. There's a chance that only works in things that I have gained through Gacha. But works. When I want to use the power boost card, the All for One quirk is in the upgradable options. Ha ha ha. I won't be stingy now. I will use all possible boost cards. When I finish using the 8th, it happens. A prompt appear in my vision. All for One power broke the current limit. All for One power can merge with power copying. The two powers can fuse with X gene of host. Do you want to allow the process? Yes, no. What the heck? This is turning out better than I thought. I had already tested and confirmed that quirks, BNHA, and mutations, Marvel, were similar when I used the neutralizer gun on Todoroki and Yaoyorozu before. The neutralizer gun is a weapon developed by Forge at Marvel and can temporarily suppress mutant powers. Quirks and mutations come from genetic material of that person. They are similar enough to work. Thinking about, yes, another prompt appears showing the changes. Power copying and All for One merging with X gene. The fusing of the two powers will awaken host mutation from origin universe. A new power has been awakened. Do you want to name it? Ah, yeah. Sure. Let's go with Power Manipulation for now. Rebooting Power Manipulation. Power Manipulation became an Epsilon level mutation. Power Manipulation became a Gamma level mutation. Power Manipulation became a Beta level mutation. Power Manipulation became an Alpha level mutation. Power Manipulation became an Omega level mutation. Secondary mutation of host awakening. Power Manipulation, the user can manipulate, steal, copy, cultivate and bestow the supernatural properties in all beings that give them their powers that are not inherent in their physiology. Secondary mutation, the user is resistant and has high adaptability to supernatural abilities and powers. From himself and others. Holy fuck. Not Hope Summers. Not Apocalypse. Not Nate Gray. Not Franklin Richards. The mutant messiah is me, Hector. I can basically copy all of the superpowers of someone who doesn't come from their race. Like Kryptonians and Strontians. If someone has a power that isn't common to all their race, I can have it too. Makes sense, I can't copy a fish's ability to breathe in the water. It's not a superpower, from the fish's point of view. And do I also gain resistance if superpowers are used on me? Or I am resistant to my own powers. Like a mechanism to defend myself from my own powers. So that I don't self-destruct. It's kind of like a guy with super strength can punch and not destroy himself. Or not burn yourself with his own fire. Or not break himself apart when teleporting. This trip was totally worth it. I look at the corpse of All for One. I take all of his quirks. And many of them keep him alive. Sorry, but not sorry. Now I'm in the world where 80% of the population has powers. And with the ability to steal powers. It's like a buffet of all I can eat. Let's move on to the second best quirk. One for all. Spider sense tingling. TCH. All Might POV. The newcomer stood still for a few seconds after he had killed All for One. I don't know what happened, but I feel his aura change. As his danger level increased several times. I can't move, but I can hear the wind cutting from someone approaching at high speed. Gran Torino. He's trying to sneaky attack the hooded figure. The figure appears distracted, looking straight ahead and standing still. So Gran Torino approaches through his blind spot behind the back of his head, but he is stopped as if he has received an invisible punch. Is it the telekinetic quirk again? Then the hooded figure reaches out and pulls Gran Torino towards him and grabs him by the head. But after a few seconds he drops him on the ground, and Gran Torino doesn't move anymore. Gran Torino. What did you do to him, villain? I exclaim. Villain. I think from your point of view I'm a villain. And I also think my actions are pretty vile anyway. I have no excuses. He mutters as if in deep thought. But I'm doing this for my own survival. I'm sorry, he says, and what bothers me is that he really seems to mean it. He doesn't have a sarcastic tone as if mocking my heroic ideals like that All for One constantly used. I want this to end with the least amount of damage possible, All Might. He says, but is interrupted again when Endeavor comes propelled towards him to punch him. A punch. I see. You can't use wide area fire attack because of All Might and the old man, huh? But that was a serious mistake, he speaks as he turns towards Endeavor and redirects his punch in other direction while returning with an uppercut, sending Endeavor high into the air. Sorry number 2, but you have no place on this battlefield. Ah. I'm sorry, you are number 1 now. How does it feel to finally acquire what you've always dreamed of effortlessly? Allow me to be the first to congratulate you. The villain says sarcastically. This seems to annoy Endeavor, who after a mid-air maneuver to stabilize himself launches himself towards the villain again. Flashfire Fist, Endeavor speaks while sending a pillar of flame towards the villain. But the villain defends himself by making a cocoon of a black substance. But he now has nowhere to escape. Endeavor will not stop sending fire, he will cook him inside this own cocoon. You didn't think I'd make such an amateur mistake, did you? The villain's voice comes from behind Endeavor. He really can teleport. Receive my first stand rush, saying that he starts sending a barrage of punches at Endeavor that seems to last forever. And when Endeavor is beaten enough he opens his palm and sends out a pulse of air that sends Endeavor away. Dojian. I have things to do now. Go hit your wife or children, or something like that. He says as he looks at Endeavor flying over the horizon. This power. I can't believe it. Yes, All Might. I got All for One to myself now. Thanks for the help by the way. Now. No. This cannot be happening. Who is this man? What is his relationship with All for One? While I'm thinking he approaches me, and puts his hand on my head. He's trying to steal my quirk. He's trying to steal One for All. He doesn't know that he's not with me anymore. After a few seconds he pulls his hand away. Strange. You don't have a quirk. How is that possible? He says shocked. He does not know. Midoriya Shounen is safe. This man doesn't seem to have good relations with All for One. He seems to think for a while and starts talking. You know. I overheard you talking with All for One during the fight. He said something about you passing the power on to someone, right? The words I hear make my blood run cold. Hey. Come here. Come closer. What he is doing. He's calling the press closer. I have something to say to you. Don't want an exclusive. I will not hurt you guys. If you don't come I will kill All Might. He threatens and the reporter and cameraman slowly approach. I can see the two of them are shaking a lot. I shifting from the hooded figure to me, as if looking for an answer to every problem. I'm sorry lady. I can't help you now. I think helplessly. WW what do you want? The reporter asks shaking. Is this being broadcast to all of Japan? The villain asks. The camera pointed at us, showing Gran Torino and All for One on the ground. And myself stuck in the air, unable to move. It must be a horrible sight for everyone watching. I close my eyes in shame. Why yes. Great. Focus on me, please. He says taking the reporter's microphone. Good night, Japan. I have a message for one of your citizens. It starts off smoothly. As if every word he says wouldn't make people watching him hold their breath. Midoriya Izuku POV. We did it. We saved Kaken. All Might defeated All for One. This should be the end. So why isn't it over yet? Because another enemy is there so close to All Might's helpless form. I want to run and come back to help him. Only I know that All Might is already at his limit. That he can't fight anymore. But Iidakuin holds me back. He won't let me go. Now I'm watching on the big screen in Kamino's Central Plaza as the villain speaks to all the people of Japan after having thrown Endeavor away. While holding All Might and Gran Torino hostage. Good night, Japan. I have a message for one of your citizens. My name is Dis PFT. Yes. You can all call me Dis, take this seriously. The hooded man, Dis, is happily talking to the camera, as if to report the weather. I came here today to the two strongest quirks in the world. It cannot be. All for one and one for all, he completes, shocking me. You don't know, but these quirks have a very old history. I won't tell, that's not the focus. The focus is that one of these quirks, the one from the villain here at my feet, he says, kicking All for One's body a little, can steal any quirk in existence, he completes, and I can hear exclamations from all the people around me. The second quirk, One for All, he says, pointing to All Might with his thumb on his shoulder. And I feel all the people hold their breath. And I understand why. All Might's quirk has always been a secret to the public. It can empower the user immensely, and is a quirk that can be passed on. All Might here is the 8th user. He finishes and everyone around me is shocked. Even my classmates. My eyes meet Kaken's. He's looking at me with an indescribable expression. He is putting the pieces together. Kaken knows I'm the 9th user. After managing to steal All for One, I find myself with a problem. One for All has already been passed to its successor. Kaken's gaze hurts now. Now, who is the lucky guy or gall? Let's think. He continues excitedly. All Might would pass his quirk on to someone from the younger generation with a lot of potential and years ahead. This year Almighty started teaching at UA. Coincidence? I think not. So one of the students at UA have One for All. To narrow it even further. All Might teaches first year. So one of those 40 students is his successor. He says, smiling with his voice. And Kaken hasn't taken his eyes off me so far. Now. How do you know who is All Might's successor? Maybe it's Endeavor's son. The talented Shoto Todoroki. Nope. I remember when All Might moved to this town he saved 2 boys in a certain incident. My heart is beating faster. Coincidentally these 2 boys are in the heroic course at UA in their first year. And now I can feel the sweat running through my back. They even reached the semi-finals of the sports festival. One of them won the whole thing. And is the one who started this whole incident today. Being kidnapped, pathetic. He speaks mockingly. So is Bakugo Katsuki the chosen successor to All Might? No, it's not, he says, and I feel like he's enjoying the situation. Like a showman in a stage. And Kaken isn't looking at me anymore. His eyes are glued to the ground. His expression indecipherable. One for All is a quirk that can empower everything in the user. If the user has a quirk, One for All can strengthen that quirk. Otherwise, One for All can still strengthen the body. That's right, to those smart enough to notice. All Might is originally quirkless. Haha, I feel the shock of everyone around me. Lots of people mumbling how this is not possible. To conclude, allow me to speak directly to the dear successor. Midoriya Izuku, a sense of dread fills my being. He knows. What does he want to talk about? Midoriya Izuku. Deku. He says as if testing the name on his lips. At the sports festival you broke your body. Because you weren't used to One for All, right? Gulp. You're the kid who tried to save your friend in the sludge villain incident, right? My mouth is opening. All Might saw your heroic act and decided to pass One for All, right? You even came here today to save Bakugo again, right? You're close, right? He keeps asking. And I feel like his words are physically suffocating me. Look at this. The villain crouches down and touches the torso of All for One's body. Then he straightens up again and snaps his fingers. A wrist-sized hole opens where he had previously touched it. Many flinch to the gore sight. You can understand this threat, right? Midoriya Izuku. The same hand that touched All for One is now touching All Might. Right in the face. No 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 no. I'm coming for you. If you move. All Might is dead. Midoriya Shounen. Run. Don't care about me, save yourself. All Might screams before an invisible force covers his mouth. Silence All Might, please. You know he wouldn't. Your successor has the heart of a hero. Although he is lacking in all other aspects. Now. I'm going, Midoriya, the villain jumps out of the camera's field of view. My confrontation with him is inevitable. Hector POV. I lied. I just made D4C punch all for one's torso when I snapped my fingers. I don't have All Might hostage. But only I know that. Midoriya wouldn't risk it. If I didn't get one for all now, it will get unnecessarily complicated in the future. Ugh. Acting like a villain is cringe. But a little fun, I confess. Taking inspiration from villains like Sukuna, Dio, and Joker. I need to put on a big show. Acting very different from my normal personality. All the talk on national TV was for me to get used to my newfound powers. To create chaos to my future Actios be more smooth. And also try to attract professional heroes tonight. They better come now. Disorganized. I know that the mouse director of UA is very smart. If he comes up with a strategy with the top pro heroes, I might have a more complicated path than I need to. Tonight I will decrease their numbers, so they cannot react well in the future. I just didn't steal Endeavor's quirk because I want to give everyone a false sense of security. Desperate people take desperate measures. And if Endeavor is still active, the Japanese government will not take such drastic measures, like nuke me. Because they will consider Endeavor to be an ace up their sleeves. I move through the air with a mixture of the quirk, air walk, and jet from Gran Torino. There's another reason I said all that on national TV. As I approach the unconscious Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, I steal their quirks without hesitation. Damn, Momo really have huge badunkas. Anyway, continuing my line of thought. I know where Deku is, and I know Bakugo is with him. And knowing Bakugo's personality, he's going to make things even easier for me. Katsuki Bakugo POV, what the hell, shitty Deku. What that hooded fucker said is true. You. So you were picked up by All Might. I asked the useless geek as I grab him by the collar. Today was full of shit going on. I might be responsible for the end of All Might. And now this. Answer, your fucker. This piece of shit can't even look me in the eye, he keeps muttering quickly and under his breath about the people around him. I don't care about people. I want your answer. Tell me. Dude, calm down, yes, we don't have time to this now. Spiky hair and Four Eyes comes in, separating us. We need to get out of here. Four Eyes says looking around. There is an empty circle between us and other people. Many took out their smartphones to record us. TCH, but All Might. Deku starts. Told you to run away. We've already broken a lot of rules coming on here. We have to follow the instructions of the pros. Even if it hurts me a lot. Four Eyes says through gritted teeth. You will. I will stay here to beat that disfucker or whatever. I exclaim to the losers. But Kaken. Shut your mouth fucking shitty DEKU. The bastard wants your for All Might quirk or whatever, right? You run always with your tail between your legs and I will stay here to kick his ass. I'm going to beat that hooded motherfucker. And I'm going to make things right now. Everything will be fine. Heroes always win in the end. But. Before Four Eyes could say anything we heard a loud sound and before anyone reacted Spiky hair and Four Eyes are blown away to a store nearby. So the new villain motherfucker dropped from the sky cracking the ground. There you are. Successor Kuin and his sidekick rival, he says excitedly. This guy's is pissing me off. I think while making small explosions in my hand to warm myself up. I will fucking blow his face away to hell. So. That happens. Initially I planned to give the MC some kind of power so he can gain some spoils of war after defeat strong enemies in Marvel. Then came the idea of him having a power that copies other powers. Initially I intended to give it to him from the gacha, but I thought. Let this motherfucker works a little to gain the power, then I created all this BNHA arc. I would give MC a weaker power for him to steal all for one and then improve it. It was going to be Ben 10's Osmosion power, but it's too strong for now. He will win in the future, but not now. Then he gained through the CYOA power store. The new MC mutation is strong, very strong. But it has its limitations. And to get stronger, he'll have to defeat stronger enemies. In BNHA he will gain a lot of versatility and cover several weaknesses, but he will not return to Marvel as a world breaker. BNHA arc will be a speedrun, so don't worry about straying too far. And then when MC goes back, the plot will continue with summons and world invasion. Fun fact, did you know that I have 3 fanfics that I started writing but didn't publish? The first was from a boy in the world of Nha who won a JoJo system, which he earned points to spend the more he drew attention. He would have to act flamboyant like a JoJo character. The second was in Game of Thrones, a guy who is reincarnated with the appearance of Griffith, Berserk, in the House of Aaron. No powers. Just handler MC winning Game of Thrones. And the third was the one that gave birth to this Marvel story. Unlike normal fanfics, there would be 3 MCs. 3 bros in Marvel. DC powers, Superman, Flash and Green Lantern. Each would have their own personality. But I gave up and merged his personalities into Hector. Cautious, selfish, good guy, a little horny. Anyway, that's it. I hope you liked it. Chapter 15, World of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. In this world, evil can arise from the best intentions. And there is good which can come from evil intentions. C.C. Code Geass. Hector POV. The situation is exactly as I expected. They didn't even move, they didn't push away the people nearby, and they didn't even plan a trap. Seriously. I literally said I was coming and they did nothing. Hard to believe they are training to be heroes. They are just a year younger than me. And they've had formal training. Batman, nah universe. I attacked Ida first to stop him from running carrying Deku. Not that he would go very far, but I want them where I want them. Kirishima was a bonus. He was close and I punched him too. Sorry. So future All Might who has no future anymore, will you hand me one for all willing? I ask already knowing the answer. Why are you doing this, the broccoli head asks me. Seriously. At this point in the championship. But it's a good opportunity. He's probably stalling for time and planning in that meticulous little head of his. Let's take that calm away from him a little. Todoroki-kun asked the same question. I say, making his eyes widen. Along with that busted girl. What's the name? Yao Treasure or something. I say. What did you do with Todoroki-kun and Yayorozu San? The one for all wielder yells nervously. What do you think? I say as I make ice and fire come out of my hands. I watch his eyes widen in horror. Why are you so shocked? Have you not considered the risks of coming here tonight? Are you treating all this here like a game? Wake up to reality, idiot. You sacrificed 2 people for your precious childhood, bully, damn it. His fists start to clench. Is it worth it? They must be full of regret now for following your selfish desire. You're trying to act like a hero, but you don't take responsibility for the people around you. He's shaking all over now. If you can't protect your friends, how can you call yourself a hero in the future? I keep pressing. All Might must have regretted choosing you as his successor. But he's too embarrassed to ask for one for all back. I bet he cries in the shower every day. I think I will get him out of his misery by killing him soon. I make the snapping motion of my fingers. The bluff from before. And as expected he snaps. He lunges towards me with the intention of punching me. PFT. You're making this too easy, Deku. He's a lot faster than I expected. I think he damaged his leg bones in that jump. But I've already gotten used to All Might's speed by watching the previous fight with All for One. He won't take me by surprise. I wave my hand in his direction and use 2 of my powers. The Force and a Machi attack. Normally someone would use knockback force. But I do the opposite. I pull him to me, causing him to accelerate out of control. He loses momentum coming face to face with my enlarged Machi punch. My Machi clings to him, enveloping him. Checkmate. Now I retract the Machi for myself, and while Deku is wrapped in a ball of Machi, I touch his head and steal one for all. Very anticlimactic, I should say. In the manga it is difficult to steal the one for all because of some bullshit of power of union. But my mutation is strong. Can overwhelm his plot armor. I assimilated Batman. I am the god of plot armor, biatch. In the meantime, I use a syringe that I kept in my utility belt to collect his blood. I've collected from All Might before too. I want to do some tests. Spider sense again. Bakugu, huh? Using the Machi cocoon that still surrounds Deku. I hit the incoming Bakugu. Shinji-ah. He is sent along with Midoriya flying into a wall. The Machi cocoon falls apart. But now the 2 are stuck there. Oh, look how cute you 2 are together. Good thing I'm using my visual change to make the black Machi. The sight of the 2 of them covered in white stuff would haunt me for years to come. Now I'll take your quirk, Bakugu. I say, approaching. He widens his eyes and tries to fight. But my Machi has already hardened, so it's pretty hard to escape. Especially if I don't give him time to do this, by kicking his solar plexus. I have to say I'm a little disappointed. I expected more from you 2. I grab him by the hair and start stealing his quirk. In fact, this is just normal. I am stronger than them, I know everything about them, I set the trap. There's no plot armor that can save them. It's almost unfair. After removing his quirk I resolve to annoy Bakugu a bit. He always got on my nerves and I never understood how anyone could like him. Ugh. My Netta is better than him. How do you feel now being quickless? Karma is a bitch, huh? I say, watching his eyes widen. I can almost feel him reaching for his quirk, using it anyway and failing. The desperation in his eyes is something I want to burn into my mind. Not because I'm a sadist. But I want to see the result of my actions up close. What I'm doing here tonight is for my benefit only. And when you do something for your own benefit, you usually hurt someone else. I will live with it. I will not shirk blame or responsibility. But I won't stop what I'm doing, I have to keep moving forward. WHA give IT back, you bastard. I'm gonna kill you. You're shithead. Slimy villain motherfucker, he starts to move and scream. Well, there's a way you can get your quirk back, I say seriously and notice him paying attention to me. I get closer to his face, I say in his ear. You can always take a swan dive from the roof of some building in hope of reincarnate with some quirk next life. I return the words he says to Deku at the beginning of the story. Watching his eyes widen in horror and as the entire fight escaped his body, I start to get up to face my next opponent. It would be better if you were passed out, Kirishima. I tell the young man who tries to tackle my body. But I didn't even budge a centimeter. Not that I'm belittling your effort, but you need to be aware of your own level. A hero can't retreat if someone is in need, he reply. I like you. I will take you quirk to let you valorous spirit live in me. I respond by aiming my hand at his head. But something collides with my hand. A feather. And then several feathers collide with Kirishima, taking him out of my reach. I hear Midoriya and Bakugo being saved as well by these flying feathers. But I do not interfere, as they are of no further use to me. My eyes are focused on a bigger prize. Finally a top pro hero arrives. I was expecting someone like you, Hawks. Huge fan, by the way. I say to the winged hero as he floats around holding the 4 young men I just defeated with the feathers he removes from his own body. Oh, is that so? I'm always happy to meet a fan. But I can't say that right now, you know, he speaks relaxedly as he carried the youths out of my sight. Many blocks away. This hurt my heart. I say exaggeratedly, but I completely understand. Do you want to fight now? Or are you waiting for reinforcements? I ask. Actually, I'd like you to surrender peacefully. And my reinforcements have already arrived, he says relaxedly. I know. I say, jumping to dodge the kick that was aimed at my lower back. I was nearby, so I came hopping the fastest I can. The chocolate bunny woman screams after repositioning herself from her missed kick. Well, that will be fine. I need practice in real fights anyway. Mirko POVTCH. More than 10 minutes have passed since I arrived and I started fighting this disc guy. Hawks guy are interfering with my fight and more heroes have arrived over time. I don't need to form a group with these weaklings. But this guy is strong. Incredibly strong. He doesn't seem to be using any quirks. Maybe a strength enhancer or something. But technique-wise, this guy is a fucking masterpiece. At least he's better than me, even if I hate to admit it. And he seems to be getting better. The feathers of the Hawes guys couldn't even touch him and he defends against all my attacks perfectly. But he doesn't fight back. That doesn't sit well with me. Since I arrived I haven't felt an ounce of bloodlust coming from this guy. I can't get a direct hit, even with dozens of heroes interfering with support, nothing seems to reach this guy. Why don't you fight back, huh? You can surrender already if you're not gonna fight. I scream in frustration after he deflects another kick from me with an arm motion. I'm trying to see the future, huh? What type of bullshit are this guy spouting? What type of bullshit are you spouting? I can't help but ask. Well, you guys are my training dummies. I'm using Hawk's feathers to try to see the future. And you to get hard. I mean. Not in sexual way. He says, quickly correcting himself. This guy's is pissing me off. Is like he is not a villain. Despite that's exactly what he is. My head hurts. Fuck this. Take this fight seriously. Okay. It's already dawn too. Let's end this. He talks and that's when his whole behavior changes. My instincts are warning me like crazy that this guy is dangerous. That I should run. Fighting those traitorous instincts I grit my teeth and crouch, preparing to pounce. I will defeat this guy even if it kills me. Let's test the new power I just acquired. One for all. Hector POV interesting. Fighting outnumbered is harder than I thought. Not that I'm seriously fighting back, this is too good an opportunity to train hockey. I feel myself improving dramatically. And the percentage of assimilation increased too. But fighting a coordinated group is really tricky. It reminds me of Ains from the anime Overlord. When he fights that group that invaded his tomb. He just goes physically. But he can't finish them because of their coordination. Even being many times superior in status. I remember seeing somewhere that a 1v2 fight is not as simple as just double the difficulty. In fact, each more enemy you're up against increases the difficulty many times over. And I'm fighting at least 20 pro heroes. The irritants are the ones who support from afar. But the real problem is him. Hawks. He is good. Every time I make a big gesture with my hands, 3 or 4 feathers are trying to dig into my limbs. He attacks and covers for allies. Nice job, Hawks. I have a new respect for you. This is a hero who has trained for years to perfect himself. In this regard, the ones from Marvel are lacking in some way. That they don't plan on becoming heroes. They just become. Do their best and hope for the best. I wonder how many innocent people died for heroes who made trivial mistakes. It doesn't show in comics, cartoons, and movies. Well, except Gwen Stacy. But things go too well for Marvel heroes who don't have any formal training. I don't know if in my world they will have this plot armor. I will improve myself so I don't make mistakes. Well. I've seen enough. I'm satisfied. Time to end this. I start to feel one for all coursing through my whole body. 100% already. Naturally, I'm leagues above Deku. Looks who is back, hee hee. Midoriya Izuku POV. This can't be happening. One for all was stolen. It's my fault. I failed All Might. I'm sorry. I watch from the top of a building the heroes fight against the villain Dis. More than 20 heroes have already gathered, but no one can even scratch him. It's like he's been playing with them. Kakin and the others are on my side watching too. The desperation of the situation sinking in for them. In the air a news helicopter is watching the fight. My friend's despair is probably shared by everyone in Japan. It was then that I saw in the distance, a glowing point approaching at high speed. Endeavor. He's back in the fight. Heroes can still win. Endeavor. You came back just in time for the grand finale, the villain Dis says ominously. You villain Kara will be of only one night, Dis, Endeavor replies from above. Using fire to stay in the air. Nah. My villain career has an estimated duration of 1 month, he replies, but we're not going to talk about that. I was leaving. Will you let me go? The only place you're going is to Tartarus prison. Endeavor says, throwing a pillar of flame at the villain. Several heroes follow your lead and launch their own attacks. So be it, he says before being engulfed in the attacks. BOOM. Waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, I can see the villain's silhouette floating to the ground. He is unharmed. Apparently he jumped high enough before the blow landed on him. My turn. I'll only attack once. He says, raising his arm. No, this pose can't be. Detroit. No. Smash. He then punches the ground, making a huge explosion in all directions. It's all over. Nothing can stop him now. Hector POV. After the shock waves ripple through the battlefield. I use smokescreen, a quirk from one of the previous One for All users. Damn Deku, you are really useless, huh? Well. I have Batman body. I'm cheating. Using the smoke cover I go around collecting the quirks of nearby heroes. I take Mirko's. I don't care much for her, bunny, quirk, but it will lessen the number of my enemies. And I can always give it to some subordinate in the future. I have taken from everyone but Endeavor. I already have Todoroki, and I'll go after Dabi later. I'll let people think they have a chance of defeating me as long as Endeavor exists. That's why I'm backing off. I still have a month to go. Having stolen All Might's quirk will likely alert some nations across the globe. He's too important. But the chaos is good for my actions. And there's no need to search for them when they are coming for me. My time is limited. There's no need to me to be sneaky, I am already the strongest. Oh. Feathers, you're so good, Hawks. Hawks POV. Even with the smoke-obstructed view I can still feel the villain's location. I trained enough to be able to feel the slightest vibrations and changes of air with my feathers. I send the feathers to obstruct his path. But he disappears out of nowhere. I lost him. Where did he go? He is. Deetras de Ti, imbecile. I hear his voice between my wings, before he grabs my face and I fall unconscious. Let's see who can get the reference. Today the heroes lost. 3 days later after Kamino Ward incident. At the press conference All Might talks about the Kamino incident from days ago. But Japan is still waiting for a statement from the UA about the harm done to their students. I listen to the TV in the hospital waiting room before shifting my attention to the tablet in my hand. I'm learning robotics and about virtual intelligence. Advantages of the year being 2183, it had at least some progress. Even though the advent of quirks has changed the focus of science, there are many people with quirk intelligences, so many fields have progressed, especially those concerning to heroes. Nanotechnology is something I'll study later, but it's basically focused on support items for heroes. Everything here revolves around the dichotomy between heroes and villains. But I didn't stop watching just because my study is more interesting. And seeing All Might doing his 90 degrees bow apologizing. TCH, the guy sacrificed his whole life for these people. Now he's humiliating himself this way. Irks me a little. Maybe because I'm the one responsible. Well, in canon he would apologize just the same. Japanese culture, I think. Even with the end of the symbol of peace and the threat that the villain diss brings to Japan, things are pretty normal. No chaos, no protests. I don't think it's sunken yet. But the number of crimes is slowly increasing. And disapproval towards heroes rising. Well, I'm secretly taking care of villains. They are quirks that no one will miss anyway. And keeps things balanced a little. And I'm here in public. Hee hee. Advantages of covering the face. The guy who starts all this chaos is here in plain sight. I'm after my next target. Dr. Shiga Maruta, to the public, or Kyudai Garaki / Daruma Ujiko, the scientist of All for One. I've been calling the hospital to make an appointment with the good doctor, but he was apparently unwell. Probably shocked by the death of his boss. But old habits die hard. He maintained this public identity for years. He will come back to work eventually, and today is the day. Wayne-san. The doctor is waiting for you. Room 4, please. A nurse with a clipboard comes to announce. She has tree leaves for hair and brown skin. Thank you, Nurse-san, I reply smiling and heading towards room 4. The shapes and colors of the people of this world still amaze me. So cool. I have yet to meet anyone like that in the Marvel Universe, although I know they exist. And they are ostracized because of it. Well, I'm a mutant now. Maybe I should do something about it. Fast forward the events of House of X. In which mutants build their nation and carry political weight. I've always found it bullshit when heroes like Fantastic Four and others are cheered and the mutants just get hit in the chin. I'll think about it later, I've already arrived at the medical room. Oh, good morning, young one. You may enter, and feel comfortable. The Dr. Daruma speaks after I knock on the door. Entering his room, I look around. And I use D4C to look more closely for hidden cameras. It looks like it doesn't have any. Patient privacy, huh? Hello, doctor. I'm Bruce Wayne. Bruce, the first name. I say, reach out for a handshake. The good doctor extends his hand without a second thought. And I squeeze. Very strong. Breaking his hand. As I cover his mouth quickly. Shoo, sorry. I have to make sure it's you and not a quirk-made clone of Twice, you know. I see his eyes widen. But I'm not a guy who gives my enemies time to think and makes them pass out with a blow to the back of the head. I need to act fast. You know, power copying wasn't the only power I bought from Superpower Store Siowa. Before I came here I bought a pretty nerfed version of telepathy for 400 CP, TCH. At 400 CP I could have bought adamantium armor and web shooters. But I can do them in the future. The now takes precedence. Telepathy, you can delve into the cognitions of another person, learning their deepest secrets and thoughts. Comes with a free purchase of multitasking. When I return to the Marvel Universe I intend to copy the telepathy of some characters. Preferably Jean Grey. It bothers me having to spend 400 CP now. But it will make my time here in the world of BNHA easier. And my time here is short. No losing time. I sink into the unconscious old man's mind. Interesting fact about telepathy that I only discovered when I used it. Telepathy is not as smooth as I thought. You don't read a person like a book, or watch a movie of their life. A mind is much more complicated than that. As a kaleidoscope of images, sensations, smells, emotions, feelings, words. It's hard to filter what you want. Lucky I'm a genius now, and my processing power is very high. After an unknown time I finally have what I came looking for. His lab and information about the League of Villains. The main lab is here under this same hospital. I know where to enter now, how to enter and the password to use. Using a curtain in the medical room I cover the two of us and we appear against a wall in a deserted area of this hospital. Dr. Daruma leaves it desert like that on purpose. He talks about plans to expand the hospital into another section here. But he never goes ahead with the plan, because he wants this area really deserted so he doesn't have the danger of being discovered. Approaching the wall I press a specific point and a screen appears to enter a password. It has no letter or number. You need to know in advance where the keys would be for you to hit. It's no problem for me. After entering the password, a bigger door slides in and I walk in carrying the doctor. Now it's a hallway and at the end of it there's another door that needs the doctor's retina, fingerprints, and genetic identification. I know if I get it wrong, guns come out of the wall to finish off whoever is trapped here. After using the unconscious doctor to get through that last door, I finally get on the elevator that leads to his lab. Lucky for me, Dr. Daruma is paranoid and works alone. Nobody will stop me. And looking at his memories, he doesn't have any active Nomu in the lab. I'm pretty early on in the plot of this anime. The first thing I do is go to the lab central computer and start changing passwords to mine. Making the lab my possession. Now I don't need you anymore, Doctor. And I saw the things you did in your memories. Ugh. I feel dirty just looking at them. Human experiments, euthanasia in patients who didn't need it, kidnapping and switching babies. I'm acting like an asshole, but this guy surpassed me by far. This guy is really sick. Well, to make his death more credible, I put the doctor back in room 4 and use D4C to go into an alley near the hospital. There I find a small villain that I had left here before. I didn't stay still in these 3 days. This guy has an armadillo quirk. Killed some people. Shell very hard. All I need. First I crush the villain's head with one punch. Then I grab him by the tail and start levitating, after turning invisible with Miles' power, which I finally unlocked after the fights on Kamino. I use the infrared power to precisely locate the doctor's form. And I throw the armadillo villain towards the hospital. In room 4. Crushing the doctor. Boom. Poor doctor. Another casualty of the villain's violence. Panic spreads quickly in the hospital. But I don't stay to see the mess. Using D4C, I head back to the lab. I have many things to do. UA conference room. Well. Things could be worse. Present Mike, a hero and professor at UA, talks to try to lighten the mood. The room is in a heavy atmosphere, as none of those present have spoken for the last few minutes. The group consists of former first hero All Might, Principal Nizu, and the teachers and pro heroes, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Cementos, Hound Dog, Midnight, Vlad, Snipe, and Ectoplasm. Hizashi, shut up. Aizawa, Eraserhead, speaks grumpy. Although the situation is not optimistic. Is not as bad as I initially anticipated. The Rat Bear Dog principle begins. Nothing seems to have changed. And this new villain, Dis, took no further action other than those in Kamino. He completes. But his actions were more than enough to destroy hero society as we know it. Midnight, the woman in a scandalous outfit, speaks seriously. And there is no guarantee that he will not act in the future. Maybe he's buying time for something even bigger. Vlad, the blood hero teacher of Class 1B, adds his thoughts. Getting used to the powers of All Might and All for One, Ectoplasm adds. That's true, the principal concedes, but in order to prevent any incident like 3 days ago, we need to do something simple, but it proves to be complicated even for me. The principal pauses dramatically. Knowing the villain disintentions and goals, he finishes. Isn't he going for the domination cliché? Present Mike asks. I'm afraid it's not that simple. We know close to zero about this new villain. He came out of nowhere. And in a movement led us and the League of Villains behind. Are we sure he's not part of the League? Vlad asks. He doesn't appear to have acted with the League's interest in mind. We can't discount that he might be a former member given his knowledge of All for One, but he's not on their side at the moment. This is possible to deduce because. The principal explains before being interrupted. All Might is alive. In fact, no one on our side died. Aizawa complete. Exactly. Despite him taking the quirks of some heroes and students. None of them died. In fact, none of them were seriously injured. Nizu says. It may sound strange, but I didn't really feel any bad intentions from Dis. Despite his actions. I think even the threat on my life was a bluff. All Might speaks his thoughts. This matches the reports from Hawks and Mirko. He didn't fight back for most of the fight. And when he did, he aimed to the ground. Only with the shock waves. And he backed off even though he had the upper hand. The director speaks. And why does it even matter? Vlad asks. Because we can predict his next steps. Autopsy on the villain All for One showed that Dis did not kill him, but removing the life-sustaining quirks from him is what ended his life. He didn't kill heroes. He seems to be using heroes as training dummies. The principal speaks while showing images and videos of the villain. It seems like his goal is to get stronger. For the sake of getting stronger. Get stronger. Present Mid asks a little incredulously. Yeah. It seems his actions were born out of a pure desire to grow his personal strength. He doesn't appreciate much the lives of villains, by the way. The images shift to the corpses of several people throughout the region near Muzurafu, Kamino, and Jaku. All dead. These are villains. They died in the last 3 days. Dis is the one who probably killed them. How do we know that? All Might asks, very uncomfortable. He doesn't like the fact that One for All is in the hands of someone capable of getting their hands bloody like that. Some of these villains no longer have their mutations. And the MO, it's almost the same for everyone. 2 bullets of the same caliber to the heart and brains. Fast and merciful killing, the principal replies. He looks like he's on some self-improving journey. I look at the map. The range of his activities is increasing. Now if we study his pattern, we can predict its next steps. Especially if he's after people with powerful quirks, Aizawa adds again. It would be good to warn all pro-heroes and schools of heroes. They are like treasure chests to him. Midnight says, he may have only aimed for villains, but we don't know when he'll turn his eyes to our side of society. True. Now for a concrete plan to defeat this Aizawa-san, you will be our main piece. The principal begins by addressing Eraserhead. Eraserhead only nods. His students have suffered in the hands of this villain, he will do the right thing when he takes action. I really wants to end this arc. I already know how it ends. Some people are confused about MC actions, right? Well, I predicted this. I can only say to read till the end of the arc. But if you guys don't want, I can't force you guys. Till next time. Stay well, y'all. Chapter 16, World of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. I don't like the terms good person or bad person because it's impossible to be entirely good to everyone or entirely bad to everyone. To some, you are a good person, while to others, you are a bad person. Armin Arlert, Shingeki no Kyojin. Secret lab under the hospital. Huff coming back from a little trip to take out a gang of villains in the underworld. I take a deep breath after removing my mask and mantle, and stay only in my tight UMF suit. Public order is declining, more villains are appearing and heroes are giving up the profession. I feel bad, so I can't leave the livelihood of normal people be affected too much. Things are changing, I feel like shit. A part of me says this would happen eventually in a few months anyway, you'll make things better here in the end. But the other part is killing me with guilt. I can't be everywhere, there are people suffering from my actions. Is it right to sacrifice some now to save a huge amount in the future? I do not know. That question was never answered. But I've already started, I can only keep moving forward. Stop bitching, Hector. And stop making excuses. You are the bad guy here. No self-righteous hypocrisy. Sitting in the armchair in front of countless screens, I prepare for the next phase of my plan. Attack villains. First I check my gacha, to be sure of my next steps. 1/4. Gacha. Gacha points. General Gacha. In setting Gacha, Boku no Hero Academia. Manga, anime, novel, Japanese, Gacha mode. February 4th. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, mutant, Homo superior. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. Funny Valentine. Batman. In progress. Charlotte Katakuri, 32%, Starkiller -21%, Miles Morales, 44%. Summoned characters. None. Powers. Source of all living matter. Minecraft inventory. Miss Militia power shard. Power manipulation. One for all. Various other stolen/copied powers. Perks. Custom visual powers. Imbue card mechanic. Equipped items. Unstable molecule suit. Inventory, Minecraft. Chakra books. EDI Biomech Suit V2, Neutralizer Gun. 13mm Auto Anti-Freak Combat Pistol, Jackal, Helsing. Other miscellaneous items. March 4th. Non-used cards. Characters. Shago, Kim Possible. Flurkin. Loki, Earth, 199999/MCU. Package, Arcane Jace, League of Legends. Huntress, Helena Bertinelli, DC Comics. Takito Michiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul. Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead. Yagami Light, Death Note. Isabella, Yakusoko no Neverland. Items. Sword of Actuation, Berserk. Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb. Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth 25271. Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul. Special Fire Force Field Uniform, Inen no Shibutai. Derouse Kitchen Knife, Toriko. Aika Aika Series, Naruto. Murasame, Akame Ga Kill. Palantiri, Lord of the Rings. M41A Pulse Rifle, Alien vs Predator. Powers and Abilities. Made in Heaven Stand, JJBA, So. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle. Consumables. Shonen setting travel ticket, mid-tier / 1 month. Power boost card X. Background customization card X. Movie setting travel ticket. Weakness removal card X02. April 4th. Saiowa options. Saiowa points. Simplified Marvel Saiowa. Superpower store CYOA. That high percentage of assimilation. Participating in a real fight really speeds assimilation. That is why it is convenient to be the enemy of the world. I can use a lot of powers from my cards now. I can now use almost all of Miles' abilities with the exception of his bioelectricity. And I can finally use Haki, not advanced ways like covering my body in a blackish armament or see the future. But it's only a matter of time. Interestingly enough, is the character who is most physically human, Star Killer, is the slowest. Well, the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. I don't think I've even scratched the surface of what I can do with Force. It's good that I fought the heroes head-on. I could have been sneaky. Although it would be impossible to steal all for one sneakily in that situation, so this door was closed early on, but having enemies allow me to have serious fights with strong people. I want to finish assimilating these 3 cards in the time I have left this world. I almost feel regret that I waited for the All Might vs. All for One match to end and just reap the benefits. If I had turned it into a 3-way battle, I would probably be above 50% in all. But there were too many variables. It was the most important step in my plan, nothing could go wrong. And mutant, is bothering me. Can't I change to superhuman, parahuman, metahuman? Mutants remind me of the guys who used to hang out in the sewer in Futurama. As I think about it, the definition of my race changes as I think about it. I remember that the Gacha display is the one I have the most affinity for, I chose at the beginning. So it's a screen that resembles a PC. I try to change my race to Super Awesome Lord of Universe, but nothing changes. So it has to make sense. I'll leave metahuman like DC. Homo superior is very arrogant and mutant is very derogatory. I don't have to follow Magneto and Xavier's terms. Now going back to the screens in Dr. Daruma lab, I continue to study his research. It has everything I need, like replicating quirks with / without all for one, cloning, reconstruction of the body, quirk singularity theory and database about quirks and people with them. This guy even keeps people in a vegetative state, just alive with machines, like some twisted sort storage of quirks. Makes sense, All for One couldn't maintain as many quirks as before his injuries. When I got his quirks they could be divided into 3 types, life support quirks to his injuries, weak miscellaneous quirks like telekinesis and quirks to fight All Might. Seriously, the powerful quirks were basically anti-All Might. Shock absorption, regeneration, air cannon. The guy can create a build against a specific enemy. And that's what made me come to this world in the first place. I don't have Batman's resources, for now, to build weapons against my foes. I know many Marvel characters, I know many of their weaknesses. Now with the right preparation and power, I will have the upper hand. My powers are like my utility belt now. I don't need to take a pellet of smoke scene, I can make it now. I don't have much raw power to go up against the stronger ones. But if I fight smart, I have a chance to win. At least I know I won't lose. Speaking of my power manipulation power. It is really overpowered, but it has limitations. Mainly in the similarities and differences between stealing and copying a power. First of all, the two have the similarity of the need to me be very close to my victim, no skin-to-skin contact needed, just an inch apart is enough. It's probably the limit of my bioelectric aura, the thing that everyone has. But the difference is that stealing is much easier and faster. It's like, a metaphor. Like stealing or copying a painting. To steal a painting, all you have to do is reach out and grab it, right? But to make a copy you need to replicate the painting step by step. Redraw, paint and more. I tested it and took a minimum of 1 minute to copy a weak quirk, without stealing it from the original user. It wasn't something I can do in battle. Heck, even stealing is better with the victim unconscious. Gran Torino resisted for a few seconds until I knocked him unconscious. My power is like a big tree in the center of a forest. I can simply steal another tree and plant it around the central tree, power manipulation, or I can take a seed and grow it with time. By the way, when I meditated and entered my inner world, many new stars had appeared in the night sky. They represent my new powers. And there's a star like a sun that signals my power manipulation, above the pillar of light. And there was also something interesting, which had me worried a lot at first, but it will end up being an advantage. Hee. There's also the fact that my gacha in setting has changed. Now shows BNHA. It means that if I roll a gacha here, it will give me things from this universe. But I didn't gain even a single gacha point while I was here. So to use this new feature I would need to accumulate gacha points in my origin universe. Use my travel ticket for a strong universe, like Dragon Ball, and use my gacha there. A lot of work. In the future maybe I will do it. Well, back to my plans. Today I will deal with two groups of villains. First, using the identity of Dr. Daruma, I send a message to Kurogyri from the League of Villains. The bait is set. Now I will act to get some OP quirks and saves a little girl. I finally confirms where she was, and I needed to be careful to not have her taken hostage. Let's go. Shai Hasaikai Compound. Third-person POV. This is Yakuza hideout belonging to the Shai Hasaikai. 8 Precepts of Death is a large residence disguised as business office buildings. The upper floors and the outside of the hideout are decorated like a traditional Japanese residence. The residence is completely gated off and requires someone to buzz in to gain entry. Past the gate is a large courtyard filled with trees that leads to the main entrance. Right now, on the surface all low-rank Yakuza members are unconscious and trapped by a dark substance. All quirkless now. Entering the residence, a secret passageway was completely forced open, giving way to tunnels and more tunnels that extend many meters underground. If you go through these tunnels you will find more low-level Yakuza unconscious and without their quirks. Now in a more open place 13 people find themselves in a tense situation. The place seems to have suffered from several attacks, the terrain has changed a lot from its original design already. 11 of these people are obviously part of the same group, but only one of them is conscious. The leader of Shai Hasaikai Overhaul, Kai Chisaki. Everyone else has already been defeated by the other group. The other group is basically one person, with an extra child. The villain who recently appeared and has already made waves across Japan, finds himself on the opposite side. He is holding in his left arm a small girl with pale blue-gray hair and red eyes, with the striking feature of a small horn on the right side of her forehead. See, Eri-chan. I'm really strong. I'll get you out of here after defeating all these guys. There are so many delicious things for you to eat outside. And songs. And cartoons. I'll tell you a story. I will also teach you to control your power, don't worry. I copied it. I know how to use it now. The villain discontinues talking to the petite girl named Eri, ignoring his opponent's glare. In fact, the whole fight was like that. He didn't stop talking to her for even a second. Even as he dodged attacks and fought back. Even though he didn't get a response. He just talked in a calm and carefree voice. And that annoyed Overhaul a lot, who could only look at his 8 Precepts of Death, his assistant and general manager be all defeated. Even trying to help, nothing worked. Even trying to affect Eri psychologically didn't work, because Dis wouldn't let Chisaki words be heard because of his incessant chatter. An interesting fact is that no one has died so far just because of Eri. Dis wants Eri to see her captors defeated, but doesn't want her to see them killed. He doesn't want her to learn that the thing to do against an enemy is to kill. Eri is kind and young and doesn't know much about the world. Dis wants Eri to see things for herself, live a little before she's forced to swallow other people's principles as absolute truth. She is at an impressionable age after all. Eri, don't you see all the trouble being caused just because of your existence? Just come back here and no one else will be hurt because of you. Overhaul tries to appeal to Eri's guilt over the situation. Then Darth Vader said, Luke, I'm your father. You see Eri, Darth Vader didn't kill Luke's father. He turned evil for some reason. But how and why? This is complicated. The world is not black and white, it has shades of gray. Sometimes when you try to do something good for someone, you end up hurting someone else. Dis continues to speak while Eri listens intently. Overhaul can't take it anymore, he will kill this villain full of disease and recover Eri. For Overhaul, who considers quirks to be diseases, the villain Dis who collects a lot of them is nothing more than the plague itself. Overhaul slams the ground with both hands, destroying then reforming the ground into a crater with him at the center. Due to this, his subordinates' unconscious bodies begin to roll towards the center where he is. And when they are within arm's reach, he starts touching them and merging with them one by one. The villain Dis obviously sees this but doesn't stop him. Even if it were 100 subordinates instead of 10, it wouldn't matter. He allows Overhaul to complete his transformation to have a good opponent to train and to defeat him grandly and engrave Overhaul's defeat in Eri's eyes. To help her get through the trauma. In fact, this merging of 11 bodies into one is not very beneficial for Overhaul. His new body can barely withstand the pressure of so many powers, he is having to destroy and rebuild his body at every moment to maintain his form. This is natural, even people like Nine and Gigantomachia can handle only less than 10 quirks. Only All for One endures more because his body was made that way. And now Dis too. Even Shigaraki had to go through a painful process of months to be able to accept All for One. Well Eri, time to get this over with. Look carefully. Dis speaks while holding Eri tightly. In an instant he appears beneath Overhaul's giant form and uses his power, Air Cannon. Air Cannon could one-shot the top pro hero Best Jeanist, when All for One uses it. A power that could throw All Might far away. And that was just with the improvements of All for One, which used the power along with spring-like limbs, and several other power-up quirks. But Dis doesn't have a normal human body like All for One. His base body, even without any other power to strengthen it, is many times stronger than that of a normal person. So his air cannon has much stronger potential than All for One. When he finishes using Overhaul is now among the clouds. I'll take a page from Midoriya's book, I can't let him harm the neighborhood. Dis speaks to himself. He flexes his legs and in an instant he's in the air above Overhaul. The view is nice, right, Eri-chan? Dis speaks casually, causing Eri to open her eyes to look at the scenery. Overhaul, hearing Dis' voice, tries to reach out to grab him. But another air cannon throws him away. And then disappears behind him and repeats the action. And again. And again. Dis wants to show how powerless Overhaul is for Eri. The truth is, he doesn't know how to heal her trauma. So he's trying to replicate as much of the original plot as possible that he knows. Because he knows it worked out in the end to her. But there are things he can do that the original plot characters can't. Look, Eri-chan, he says, removing his hood. He's only wearing a mask that covers up to his nose this time, keeping the eyes up exposed. The difference from his normal appearance is that his black hair is slicked to the back. And his eyes change colors constantly because of him practicing with various types of quirks. On his forehead is a horn like Eri. We're the same. Cool, right, he says, and see Eri widening her eyes. Look to him, he is in pain. He wounded his own subordinates. Let's save them, okay? I will lend your power to save them. I will show you potential for good. Dis finishes and his horn starts to glow golden, his hand also glows in the same way. And he propels himself towards the monstrous form of Overhaul. After one last air cannon towards the ground. Dis follows Overhaul's falling form. And before he touched the ground, it attacks with golden glowing hand with Eri's rewind power. Boom. After a shockwave and blinding light, it is possible to see Kai Chisaki and all his subordinates lying on the ground. Unharmed, but unconscious. Thank you for lending me your power, Eri-chan. Dis say, giving Eri a V of victory sign. See, can I do something like that too? Eri asks shyly. Can I heal people too? Yes. You can. Dis responds cheerfully. He's pleased to see how Eri's eyes sparkle. Hector POV. After a few minutes, Eri falls asleep in my arms. Now I can steal Chisaki's and others' quirks. And kill Chisaki. Only Chisaki this time. It will be painless. More merciful than what he deserves. The thing he did with Eri and his foster father. Even later in the series he has no regrets. The fact that he is the most responsible is also what made me hold my hand in killing all the Yakuza. I know many follow the old boss. Speaking of the old boss. Hearing the police and heroes approaching in the distance, I move to the room where the old boss is in a coma. I examine him and see that Overhaul has used his quirk to relocate some arteries in the brain, putting him in a coma. I can reverse this. But not now, I will have to practice with the power, Overhaul. I will look for him later. With the search quirk I can find it anytime now. Search is a quirk that is used to observe and mark people. Individuals being observed are visualized through the quirk as star-like vestiges, and can allow the user to know their location up to even miles away. Search also permanently stores the information gained after its usage. Very useful. If I empower with one for all, then using D4C, I get away from the Yakuza compound, but not before stealing and destroying all of Chisaki's research equipment on quirk erasing bullets. Not that I'm going to use Eri for research. I can use my own blood now. While I watch the actions of the police and heroes from the top of a nearby building, I see a familiar face. Sir Night Eye. All Might former sidekick, with a quirk that can see the future. Sir Night Eye POV looking at what was supposed to be the Shai Hasaikai compound, which now has a big hole leading into the underground. I know exactly who the responsible is after looking at the black substance that bound the Yakuza members. Dis. A man I feel a lot of conflict when I think about him. During the Kamino incident I was very nervous, thinking that would be the moment when All Might would meet his gruesome death. And when it didn't, I took a deep breath and did something I'd sworn I wouldn't do again. Use my quirk to see the distant future. I refused early because I didn't want to see anyone else dying. But a villain who has all for one and one for all is very dangerous. I need to know what future awaits us all. And what I saw. I am conflicted. I want to hate Dis. I really want to, but ugh. Going back to my hero office, I dismiss Centipede and Bubble Girl because I know what's coming. I sit in my chair, link my fingers together in front of my face to support my forehead, and close my eyes. Did you see the future and that's why you gave up? I open my eyes after hearing his voice. He is admiring one of the many paraphernalia of All Might. He has his back to me holding a small girl in pale gray-blue hair who is sleeping. Yes. I see the future. I see a month far in the future. I say, and that makes him turn to me. Did you see it all? He asks and I nod. I did it, he asks. For the first time I hear uncertainty in his voice. Insecurity for the path he is taking, I believe. Yes. You did. I reply with another nod. I see his shoulders relax slightly. He approaches and removes his hood. I see a young face covered in a half-mask. Black slicked back hair. And eyes that change color constantly, blue, purple, red, yellow. I believe it's him using various quirks. Constant training, huh? So will you let me take your quirk? He asks looking into my eyes. Yeah. You can copy it. I answer. Passing his little test revealing that I know he can copy quirks too. All right. Give me your hand. He says extending his hand. I also extend mine. I know his power doesn't need to have contact with the victim's head. But before our hands touch, Dis dodges to the side when a Mirio fully naked appears from a wall, punching where Dis was previously. Sir. Are you all right? Mirio screams worriedly. I sigh. I know this is going to be complicated. Togata Mirio POV. On the way to the internship to Sir Nighty Hero's office, I get a message from Bubble Girl saying that Sir dismissed us all for today. This is weird. Sir and I had scheduled a special training and he didn't text me. Something is wrong. Accelerating my pace, I arrive into Sir's agency and hear an extra voice inside his office. I recognize that voice. From days ago on TV. The villain Dis is attacking Sir. By his quirk probably. Throwing myself against the wall, I enter the office. Identifying the villain's figure, I throw a punch in his direction. But he easily dodges it. Sir. Are you all right? I ask, but he just sighs. And I feel something is weird. Because I don't feel the tense atmosphere of a fight here. And Dis is without his hood. Mirio. No need to fight. Dis is here to receive my quirk, Sir says. WHA, what are you saying, Sir? I'm confused, this is a villain. The man who destroyed All Might and stole his quirk. Is Sir being controlled? Calm down, Mirio. I'm not being controlled. This is only for the best. And we can't defeat him anyway, Sir says. But we can't give up. Heroes don't give up. I say. Sir is strange today. Mirio, do you trust me? He asks me. With my life, I reply without hesitation. Then trust my decision. I can't explain it to you now. But it's for the best, I don't know what to say. Dis, sorry for the interruption. Can we continue? Sir turns to the villain and extends his hand. No problem. Your intern's reaction is natural. We are the strange ones here. Dis speaks and Sir give a smile. One smile. As if Dis had told a joke that only the two of them know. Indeed we are, and with that the two hold hands for a few minutes. Done. Sorry for wasting your time. Dis speak. Very politely for a villain. So copying takes so long. I see now why you stole it instead of copying it in Kamino. Sir speaks as if discussing the weather. Yes. And also to they not to go after me. Reduce the numbers of heroes without fatally hurting them. Dis responds equally nonchalantly. What's going on here? I am getting crazy. Can I copy the quirk from your intern too? Dis question. What? Mirio, let Dis copy your quirk, Sir says turning to me. But Sir dash, I begin. Believe in me, Mirio. Believe in Dis too. Is all Sir says as he sits back in his chair. Dis reaches out to me and leaves his hand hang between us for a while. Not forcing me to do anything. Patiently waiting for my decision. After a while of intern turmoil, I decide to trust Sir and grab the hand of Dis. Thank you, he says. I like you, dude. You will be a great hero in the future. He continues and Sir nods. I'm feeling weird being complimented by this guy. You are the one who attacked Shai Hasaikai today. Sir asks as Dis holds my hand. I know you already know the answer. But yeah. You see this kid here. Then Dis starts to tell the story of Shai Hasaikai. And I am deeply shocked. Even Sir appears outraged. Quirk erasing bullets, experimenting in this little girl, the old boss in coma. Sir just sighs. There are a lot of problems in the underworld of society, Dis says. And I hate to agree with him, but this kid was suffering so much just a few blocks away and I was ignorant of it. I squeeze my hand hard in frustration. Sometimes the world doesn't need a hero, it needs a villain. Dis says quoting from somewhere apparently. After that he lets go of my hand. Looks like he finished copying my quirk. Do you want to leave Eri under our protection? Sir asks Dis, not now. In the future. At the moment I can help her control her quirk. And as proof of that, he makes a small horn like Eri-chan's appear on his forehead. I understand. Well, allow me to ask something. Sir speaks and then gets serious. Okay. Shoot. Dis responds without hesitation. How bad would things normally be? Sir asks. I don't understand what he's talking about. Well. Dis starts scratching his cheek, apparently unsure in what to answer. For starters. You would be dead. What? Sir looks into Dis' eyes. The two stare at each other for a while. But Sir is the first to close his eyes and sigh. So I owe you my thanks, I guess. No need. I know you don't like me because of what I did to All Might. All I'm doing is my selfish nature. Relax. Dis says dismissively. After he says that he heads to the door saying his goodbyes. When he leaves I turn to Sir. What's going on, Sir? I don't understand any of that. I say honestly. Mirio. Don't tell anyone about what happened here. Sir says seriously. But Sir dash. Mirio. I just shut up and nod. Mirio. I know you are feeling conflicted. Believe me, I am too. I tried not to like Dis. I try to hate him until. But. Sir begins. Did you see anything in the future? I ask the obvious conclusion. He is our best chance, is the only thing Sir responds. We were silent for a while. Dis. Pft. Ha 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 ha, from there Sir starts to laugh. For Sir, the smile is the most important part of the hero's profession. To him to laugh because of Dis. I really feel conflicted. Dis is a funny guy. He, Sir says before leaving the office. I stay alone. Dis made Sir laughs. What kind of person is he? A.N. Ha 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 ha. I fucking knew it. All reactions of you guys. Anyway. Like I said early. Anyone is my guest to leave. I remember reading the Bakuman manga a few years ago. There was a part where the young authors received letters from fans and changed the story following fan suggestions. To please them. The editor said it sucked. And he taught a lesson that people don't want to read predictable things and their suggestions. So it's not worth changing anything. And so following the editor's advice I will not change my direction of the story so much. I have a path to the story in my mind, and this BNHA arc is going to shape the MC morals. He's growing up. When this is all over, that is the moment that his challenges in the world of Marvel will begin. This was all a prologue. Well, to be honest. All the comments that only released rage put me off a little. Criticize constructively, goddammit. Not just trash, drop. Fuck you author. Anyway, thanks for the ones that supports. Maybe I'll finish this story with 30 chapters. I can do this. I can just give the MC a OP character in the gacha. Like the Beyonder preretcom. And bam. Game over. I will go back to writing for myself only. Anyway, I will continue writing for those who stick with me and want to see the MC grow. He is not perfect. His method is not perfect. Will be good. Does he even know? Can he predict the result of his actions? The consequences, he's trying. Testing. Growing. And as cold as it sounds, he better do these tests in a world that's not his. Well. That's it. I wanted to finish this MHA arc as soon as possible because I knew that many people would not like the beginning. That's why I released 3 chapters today. More than 13k words. This is the last. No provision for the next release. But I will finish this arc at least. Till next time, dear readers. I love all of you guys. Even the assholes. Bye. Chapter 17, World of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. No matter what kind of wisdom dictates you the option you should pick, no one will be able to tell if it's right or wrong till you arrive to some sort of outcome resulting from your choice. The only thing we're allowed to do is to believe that we won't regret the choice we made. Levi, Shingeki no Kyojin. This chapter is a flashback. Let's see how many people are triggered because the MC do stupid things now. In the night of the Kamino incident. After having finished stealing the quirks of the heroes that faced him in the central plaza of Kamino, leaving only the one of Endeavor and some others. Hector retreats to a desolate area in the woods. In fact, he had arrived in this world a day earlier to prepare. Due to his meta-knowledge he knew that the attack on the training camp took place 2 days before the heroes' raid in Kamino. In those 2 days they found the location of the League of Villains due to police investigation and the tracker that Yaoyorozu Momo placed on one of the nomas with the help of a student from Class 1B, Aways Yosetsu. And that the UA would trick the villains into thinking they had no clue of their whereabouts, using a press conference where they would apologize for their mistakes and receive reprisal by the public. When Hector arrived in the world of BNHA and saw the groundwork of the recent events of Katsuki Bakuga's kidnapping, he was able to trust that the world he just arrives is exactly as shown in the manga/anime. He would just have to wait on Kamino until it was time to attack. And everything goes according with the plan. After accomplishing the objective of that night, Hector enters his tent that he had brought from Minecraft inventory and meditates. This was not one of his daily meditations. He had something important to check. Hector POV. Starting to focus on my inner world and my new acquisitions and powers, my consciousness is moving to a very separate place in my mental world. A place I prepared early while giving that cringe edgy speech on TV. I couldn't fight without figuring it out first. The thing is, in the final chapters of the BNHA manga that I read before being transmigrated, it was shown that quirks possess some of the original wielder's personality and consciousness. And complementing this, there is a fandom theory that quirks affect a person's personality as well, such as Bakuga's explosive attitude and Toga's obsession with blood. That is, when quirks are stolen, transferred, or passed on, there is a possibility that the person will inherit personality traits from the previous quirk bearer. And this can be even more extreme in people with incredible egos and willpower. And special quirks like All for One and One for All. I have both quirks now, and as I predicted. I'm not a fanfic MC with plot armor that has some special defense pulled out of his ass against mind attacks and possessions. That's why I've worked hard on strengthening my defenses every night since I got the chakra books. Now I have some loose ends to take care. Hector Inner World. Now this is a surprise, I say looking at the 9 figures in front of me. I am in a separate corner of my inner world. And in front of me is a fragmented room floating on the calm endless lake that is my mind. The room is divided into 2 contrasts. In my left half is lit and in my right half is darker. On one side, the brightest one, sits 8 figures, all strapped into their respective chairs. These are the 8 users of One for All. Or at least what was left of their conscience and spirit. All Might is the only faded one. Like a flame with the shape of skinny Might. And on the other side, darker, there is only one chair. A throne. But the figure seated on it is similarly tied up. In fact, chained all the way down, he can't even move a muscle. Very extreme, but necessary, because this figure is All for One himself. None of these consciousnesses can do anything in my inner world. I prepared myself for the possibility of this happening even before I came into this world. With my training I created this split part of my mind to trap them. Now they are at my mercy, I can erase them at any time. But like those wuxia/xianxia novels, I maybe have something to gain from them. At least with the One for All users. I know from the theory that quirks carry personality traits and desires of their users, but you guys are really awesome. Or rather, your quirks are awesome. Full consciences. With egos, feelings, and memories. Ridiculous. Haha, I say just to get a glare from everyone but All for One who seems to be enjoying it all. Keeping an eternal smile on your face. I never thought I would get the chance to see so many dead people. Ah, the nostalgia. My silly little brother. I would hug you if I could. All for One says. Apparently he's been talking and talking, to getting under the skin of all One for All users. Keep your sarcasm to yourself, brother. The first One for All user simply responds. He has white hair reaching to his shoulders and a frail appearance. And you're not much better than us All for One. Dead too. Ha. Finally. You got what you deserved. The 5th user, wielder of the quirk, Black Whip, speaks from his seat. A bald man and with a bulky appearance. Honestly, this situation sounds like a lot of fun, but I have things to do and I don't like people living in my head. Walking to the room I make a seat appear for me there. Much simpler than theirs. Just a wooden chair. Well, this is awkward. But I will have to erase you all. I say while scratching my cheek. With that, many start talking at the same time. Their talks have almost the same subject. Who am I, what am I going to do with One for All? After seeing me ignoring their every word, they calm down. And it seems that an order has been established. What is happening in the real world, the first user asks. It looks like he wants to start small. And they lost whatever connection they had with their powers. They cannot interfere with One for All nor can they observe the world through my senses. Unless I allow it. Nothing for now. Only a few hours have passed since I stole, you guys. But I predict that in time chaos will set in the world, after all the 2 great symbols of this society divided between heroes and villains have fallen. I answer truthfully. What is your objective? The 4th user, wielder of Danger Sense, asks. A white-haired man with lines on his face. Self-preservation, I answer simply, I need to be strong to protect myself. If you need protection, you could have asked the heroes for help, Nana Shimura. All Might teacher in 7th carrier speaks. She is fair-skinned and has a small mole below her bottom lip, centered to the right, and sharp, intelligent eyes with long eyelashes. Her hair was dark and straight, kept shoulder-length with the exception of a clump of short bangs hanging above her forehead. It's more complicated than that, I reply simply. It wouldn't be a problem to tell these dead guys more, but the explanation would take too long. They look confused. Understandable, I think. You should get rid of All for One as soon as possible. I don't mind disappearing. One for All goal has been accomplished anyway. The second user speaks. He is a man with short, spiky hair, a large scar across the front of his face, and wears a combat jacket with a large black collar. Don't worry about him. He's dead and there's nothing else he can do. In fact, his power is already mine in a completely new way. He is much weaker than each of you here now. I say. And it's the truth. My new power will not allow rebellion from the powers I copy or steal. So I can now use all of One for All's secret abilities, which Midoriya needed the previous user's approval to do. These guys are fragments of consciousness that haven't been dissolved by my sea of consciousness because I'm curious about this whole situation. It's a good experience. Even if All for One tries, he won't be able to take my body or anything. I have Haki, Wild Power, D4C, Mental Training, Telepathy. Various defenses. Consciousness of a dead person in a low-tier world like this can do nothing. But this can be a good opportunity to test all these defenses in a safe and controlled situation. Actually, I'd like you to try it, I say to everyone's confused gaze. Where I come from there are people who can do much worse. Hijack my body, mind, and soul. A bunch of fragments of consciences from one such low-level place. It will be a good practice for my defense. With that I get up and walk away, leaving them tied up. In a few weeks all of you will cease to exist, be helpful to my growth. Thank you. My voice echoes after I'm gone. Before taking the laboratory of Dr. Daruma, because he don't appear in the hospital till days later, every night I visit my inner world to observe the fragments of consciousness. Just as I expected, All for One constantly tries to attack my mind and try to somehow take over my body. And as I predicted, it's been a good workout. A good practice, I would say. My defenses are good and All for One doesn't have much experience taking bodies, I think. Never tried probably. But his attempts now make me aware of several small weaknesses in my mind. It's like, you have your skin, but you don't feel your skin all the time, do you? You're used to it. You only feel it when your skin is touched, tickled, bruised. All for One's attempts are like little tickles in my mind. A little irritating, but I'm getting used to it. Adapting. Getting stronger. In DC, Martian Manhunter has a hard time invading the minds of people with great willpower and strong mental barriers, even when they are not telepaths. I believe I am the same now. Another good opportunity to growth I seized upon coming into this world. Now about the other 8 ghosts, they usually try to stop me from using their quirks in One for All. No success either. Every night I go back there and surprising myself I started to form a certain relationship with them. One day I shameless started asking the One for All users for tips on being a hero. At first only one person answered me, Shimura Nana. And we started talking. Others, over time, entered as well. I think they are bored. People are scared. So you can't show that you are either. The best way is to smile to reassure them that everything is going to be okay. Nana Shimura talks to me after I ask about what it's like to save people. I've never saved anyone until now. But what if I want to cover my whole body with my costume? How can I smile at them? I ask honestly. Oh, you'll have to transmit it in another way. Gestures, your tone of voice. She says. I nod. This is weird. And everyone here must think so too. Here I am getting advice on how to be a hero from a dead woman who inhabits my mind with her other ghost friends. Well, my life will only start to get weirder from here on out. I'm sure. But this dynamic has continued for a few days. Even after taking care of Dr. Daruma, I still visit constantly. None of them know what's going on in the outside world. I don't allow them to share my senses. You can go with a BAM and HAR, it always works. You have to be flashy. For people to recognize that you are arriving even before you arrive. It will give the villain a pause and lift the morale of the people on his side. Banjo-san, the Black Whip, user excitedly talks about heroic entrances from his chair. It doesn't have to be flashy. As long as your intentions are sincere, then you will eventually reach people's hearts. The Quiet Ensan, the user of Smokescreen, gives his advice about the acts you perform being a hero. He has dark hair who wore a high-collared jacket, and is fairly quiet due to his attire obscuring his mouth. He was the one who passed one for all to Shimura-san, so he easily entered the conversation circle. I cannot receive formal education on how to be a hero during my stay in this world. It's one of the consequences of my choices and the path I'm walking. So I thought I'd take advice from professional heroes who are living in my head. The funny part is that I also asked All for One for advice when he stopped trying to take over my body. Advice on being a leader of a great organization. But his teachings are usually meant to annoy the One for All users too. To be a great demon king you have to know how to utilize everyone around you. Everyone, no matter how small, can have a use. For example, I remember that a long time ago I found out the location of one of these losers because an old lady told me. I had removed a quirk that was to her grandson's detriment. And she felt grateful, hoo-hoo. All for One speaks from his side of the room. I roll my eyes at his speech. Obviously he never misses an opportunity to try to get under the skin of the One for All users, and many of them take the bait, becoming an argument. You don't even have the scruples to leave a little old lady out of your schemes. Bastard. Banjo-san is the first to shout. You speak as if I manipulated her. It hurts me. I helped her in a way that you people who only know how to punch others can't, and she thanked me on her own. What's the problem with that? All for One says, smirking. I resolve to wipe that smile off his face. He pisses me off too, and if I had to choose a side, I would choose One for All. So I say. You know. I already took care of your good doctor All for One. It brings attention back to me. And All for One gets serious. Dr. Daruma or Kirai Garaki. So many names. My body is meditating in his lab right now. Thank you for your hard work all these years. All your years' efforts are mine now. They will be very useful, believe me. You are very good to me, sensei. I say sarcastically. He does not answer. Tell me, Hector. Shimura starts. What are you going to do with all that you're getting? Quirks, knowledge. If it was anyone else here I wouldn't answer, but Shimura-san grew on me. Well, I don't intend to rule the world if that's what you're worried about. I just want to stay stronger to protect myself. I answer. Aren't you strong enough already? Banjo-san asks. Huh. You simple-minded people can't understand. When you have the power to take everything you want, you do just that. It doesn't have to exist some big reason or purpose. You do what you do, take what you take. Because you can. There's no one who can stop us. So, why not? Why do we have to be constrained by the codes, laws, and dwellings of people who can't imagine the world as we see it? Right, Hector Cohen. A world that is ours to take. Hoo-hoo, All for One speaks ominously. First. Don't lump me together with you, bastard. I have literally zero reason to be a villain like you. I answer. Second, I don't have the luxury to be arrogant like you. But eventually you'll see things the way I do. In a world where no one is your equal, where the natural state of things it's with you at the top. And everyone else below you. He answers me smiling. With a know-it-all attitude. Which annoys me a little. And not even close. You know nothing, All for One. You have no idea how ridiculously small you are. I won't become arrogant like you, it's not my thing. I can act arrogant for people to think I'm an idiot who underestimates everyone else, and they themselves underestimate me. But I sure as hell don't have the luxury of being arrogant, not considering from where I come. I reply thinking of the dangers of my world. I have an idea. Normally I wouldn't, but it can be a useful experience as well. Wants to know. Why don't I show you? In less than a month you all will disappear anyway. I think you guys are the only ones I can have a conversation about this in this world. They seem confused by my speech. If you want me to tell you, I will. But I warn you. Your worldview and your very being of yourself will change. I warn seriously. But everyone seems interested. Even the second and third users of One for All. All right. Don't say I didn't warn you all. Tentacles of water made from the Great Lake in my inner world began to move towards them. Some try to resist, struggle. But all of them are powerless in this world. Each received a tentacle on the forehead. Even All for One, I want to destroy his arrogance. And see how a egomaniac like him reacts. And they began to see the images that I allow. Nothing personal. Just to give them an idea of my motives. Where did I come from? The power levels of my world. That I have seen them through manga pages. The information is very little. I didn't give any knowledge about myself, about the future, or anything like that. Nothing will change, they won't exist when I return to the Marvel Universe. I'm also curious to know what people would think if they found out they were fictional characters for someone else. I will summon fictional characters in the future. It's inevitable. I want to have experience with the situation. I want to know how they will react. Good people and bad people. And I'm in this world to do tests. After a few minutes, the water tentacles retreat. Everyone is shocked and shaken by the revelation. Surprising me, the first to open his mouth is All for One. And his reaction is unexpected to say at least. Ha 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 ha. So the theory of infinite universes is true. And are we that low? Your world is really dangerous, Hector Kuhn, he says laughing. I understand your concerns about surviving now, Hector. But was it really necessary to take the quirks of the heroes? The first user, Yoichi asks. But All for One answers before me. Don't you understand, silly little brother? This man in front of you comes from a world far superior to ours in terms of power and everything else. Why should he care? For him we are just NPCs, background characters in his story. He says laughing. Ah. I thought I didn't care about dying. But knowing that there are endless possibilities out there ignites a flame that I thought was long gone in my heart. He continues. Hector, hoo-hoo. I admit my defeat. All for One turns to me. I know my disappearance is inevitable now. I know that Tomirakuen doesn't stand a chance against you. This whole world doesn't stand a chance against you. I will help you. Teaching everything I know in this little time left. Then I will live. I will live in my teachings to you. Hoo-hoo, he completes. And the worst thing is that I do not detect any falsehood in his speech. Inside here I can feel all the emotions and thoughts of these guys. All for One really accepted its fate. That's a strange way to take all this. So that's what you are, brother. A soulless being. You never cared about other people's lives. But now I know you never even cared about your own life. You always treated it like a game, and you were just petty enough not to want to lose. The first user speaks. But All for One just smiles without responding. All these lives. All these losses. For no reason. No purpose. Just because you could, the first user is shaking in rage. It would be a waste to have all that power and not use it, right? I just wanted to see how far I could go. Hoo-hoo, All for One responds. And if they didn't have the restrictions on them, I'm sure it would become a fistfight here. Okay. Whatever, you can speak up and I will listen to what you have to say, old bastard. I say to All for One. Who knows what the future holds for me? Any experience or knowledge can be precious to me. Hector, Shimura-san looks outraged. Sorry, Shimura-san. But this guy has remained the king of the underworld for over 100 years. With a power similar to mine. Anything he says could be useful to me in the future. I tell her. And relax, it's not like I'm going to accept everything he says as an absolute truth. Or as a rule I must follow, I say to calm her down, but she doesn't seem to like this situation at all. Too bad I decide my path here. I can't convince you, but let me talk about the other side then. I can help you see that not everything needs to be resolved with clandestine methods, she says after a while. No need to counterbalance, Shimura-san. Relax, that's I'm the one using this old villain and not the other way around. But if you want to teach me, I will not refuse. I say. And All for One just keeps smiling to itself. They take this better than I expected. No existential crisis, or denial. I'm disappointed. Anyway, with that, I started to be the pupil of the users of One for All and All for One himself. Talk about a strange, unplanned situation. Shimura-san also convinced me a bit not to kill all of the Shai Hasaikai. To be more merciful, that taking away the quirks would be enough. I followed in part, because it is the pure truth. But I killed Chisaki, even against her advice. All for One has really stopped trying to take over my body. But I never let my guard down with him in any way. When you control an underworld empire from the shadows you have to make your subordinates fear you. But it's not good to go around showing your strength all the time, trivializing your existence. All for One starts talking as I listen. He's talking to me about how to maintain an organization without even having contact with his subordinates. If you want to keep your identity a secret, or if this organization is disposable, it is good that you keep a minimum of direct contact with it. Use a proxy. Someone you trust. To carry your orders and wishes, he continues. But wouldn't that cause eventual insubordination? I ask. And you better let it cause it first. Let discontent grow, your subordinates underestimating you, some even doubting your existence. Let thoughts of rebellion arise. For you to cut everything with one movement. It ends cruelly. It's not good to be ruthless all the time with your cute pawns. Your time is too precious to take care of any little problems. So you need to think about the moment that you will be the most cruel and ruthless. Do they never think of defying you again? To embed in their minds and bodies that you are an absolute existence. Above them. He continues. Machiavelli, huh? I mumble. Exactly, he says excitedly. When your organization grows, it will have all kinds of people. Bad apples too. Traitors, incompetent people. Wait for them to give you a reason. And you eliminate them all as an example to others. He continues. No one will blame you. Your might will make it right. You may have killed friends, lovers, their family. But in their minds, they will only think that those who challenged you were the fools, the wrong ones. And they will try hard not to be next, he ends. I see. I look at the user side and I see that many of them are disgusted. What? Doesn't mean I'm going to do as he says. Just a reference. I say, shrugging my shoulders. I don't like it. Hector, Shimura-san, the person I have the best relationship in here, speaks. The one I trust the most. She was the first to accept my side. And she doesn't talk about how I should do things. She advises me, saying the bad consequences of my actions. I don't listen to everything. But I learn a little. I am young and inexperienced. I understand this much. Until now I used my superior strength to defeat enemies. I won't always have that advantage. I know that, Shimura-san. But you know I'm not a heroic figure, but I'm not a psychopath villain either. I want a perspective from both sides. I reply to her. She just sighs and doesn't say anything else. She understands my situation. Over time I released one for all users from their restrictions, they can get out of their chairs now. Minus all for one, he's still stuck. And he doesn't seem to care. I can't understand this guy's mind. In the afternoon after the Shai Hasaikai raid. And after a little time with Eri. In less than an hour I will finishing off your grandson Shimura-san, I tell her. After taking care of the Shai Hasaikai, I will now end the League of Villains. She looks at me. Can't you just take his quirk, she asks hopefully. You know his is too far gone in the madness of wanting to destroy everything. I reply, he's no more special to me than the others he's killed. I complete and see her just closing her eyes resignedly before I leave. Chapter 18, World of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Telling the truth is not always the right thing to do. Tom Shredfield, Taboo Tattoo. Shortly after meeting Sir Night-Eye. And before goes take care of the League of Villains. Returning to the lab with Eri in my arms I see a small problem. This is a laboratory. Eri has been suffering in a lab for a long time. TCH. What to do? Finding an empty room, I start throwing in things that will give it a more homey vibe. It's lunchtime yet. I think I'll take Eri out to eat. I don't care if they see me without my costume. They won't recognize me, only Eri maybe, and they can't follow me if I want to teleport. And I'm so strong it's not funny anymore. I no longer wear my Thor suit, because I'm in this world to train and test my limits. I can't cheat any more than I'm doing. I need new clothes for Eri. With long sleeves. Hide the scars. When I train with Overhaul, I will fix this. Eri, wake up. If you sleep now, you will not sleep at night. I say, waking up the little girl. She blinks in confusion. Eri. Listen to me. I'm going out to buy you some clothes. It will only take a few minutes. I want you to be strong and stay here watching that cartoon until I get back. And when I come back, we're going out to eat, right? I talk to her keeping eye level. Are you really coming back? She asks, holding my mantle tightly. Certainly. Pinky promise. She looks at me confused. Doesn't she know about pinky promise? I thought it was common in Japan. She really lived sheltered, huh? Pinky promise is like this. You hook your pinky finger with someone and you have to keep your word. I say, teaching her how to do it. I'll be back to take you out to eat. Trust me, okay? She nods now. After one last look at her, I quickly retreat. The faster I buy her clothes, the faster I will be back. 27 minutes later. I'm at a family restaurant in civilian clothes. I keep Eri's quirk horn to pass as her older brother. Eri is sitting next to me so I can help her eat and wipe her mouth occasionally. There's a woman giving me coy eyes. Am I triggering her maternal instincts? Or something like that? The time is still 14:06 in the afternoon. I have time until my League of Villains assignment. I think I'll go for a walk with Eri, buy more clothes, sweets. Am I spoiling her? Nah. After an hour of walking around the commercial district, Eri got tired again. Looks like she doesn't have much stamina. Today was also a roller coaster of emotions to her. So I decide to go back to the lab. Eri. I have to tell you something. I start by carrying her in my arms along with several shopping bags. When she looks at me I keep going. You know I would never hurt you, right? She nods. The place I live is very similar to the place that men used to hurt you. I'm telling you this so you don't get scared. Hospitals are similar too, they are used to heal people. When I come back I will have to leave because of an appointment. So when you're alone, don't be scared by anything you see. You are safe. I explain. She is not stupid. I will be direct to avoid misunderstandings in the future. When she nods I say, then let's go back. Placing her on the makeshift bed, I wait until she sleeps before moving out of the room. I told her I won't lock the door. But there's nothing fun out here. And to be careful not to touch anything for her own safety. I don't know where I'm going with my decision to take care of her. But I'm the only person in the world who can help her control this dangerous power quickly. Returning to my central computer I resend a message to Kurogiri with the identity of Dr. Daruma, letting him know that in less than an hour I will pass on the coordinates of the meeting. And it is for him to take all the remaining members of the League of Villains to that place. Because he needs to impress the person who is going to meet them. I'm already going ahead to find that person. Gigantomachia. In the middle of a forested area I arrive by levitating to the location indicated on the device in my hands. In my inner world there is a screen in the ghost's room where they can watch what I see and hear what I hear. No sharing of my senses, this is the most I'll do for them. Gigantomachia is a loyal servant of All for One. A guy with a simple mind. He just follows his master's orders. He walks around naked, with the exception of an occasional coat and the radio he wears around his neck. And in that radio is the tracker that Dr. Daruma put on him. He is one of the characters with the most quirks in the series. He is definitely in the top 10 strongest. Now my goal beyond the League of Villains quirks is Gigantomachia himself. Gigantomachia Place. Clicking the button on the device I used to locate Gigantomachia, I hear a noise coming from underground. The device controls Gigantomachia's radio, and I press the command for All for One's voice comes out and tells Gigantomachia to wake up. Floating in the air. I see a naked man over 3 meters tall, dark brown hair and with several protuberances on his back getting out of the ground. The radio around his neck repeating, Machia, wake up, with the voice of All for One. He looks around and spot me. You are the one that killed Master. TCH, Daruma told him, that complicates things. But it's still within my expectations. In an instant he grows to 25 meters in height. His head just a few meters below my feet. I know his height limit from the manga, so I'm already above his reach. Surprising me, he jumps up and tries to grab me. That's good agility, but jumping will only give me advantages, you know. Before he reaches me I already move up. And I drop an air cannon towards him. Boom. He is crushed into the ground. But he gets up, unharmed. I took it easy, but that's good resistance. It's no wonder he singled out virtually the entire community of heroes of Japan. They had to put him to sleep with drugs to have a chance. Before he starts attacking me I speak. Gigantomachia, calm down. I killed All for One, yes. But I am his successor. I say. Hector Inner World. Several tentacles of water form around the room where All for One and the One for All users stay. They all move incredibly fast and slam into All for One's immobile form, making him wince in pain. What's happening? Will Hector finally erase this guy? Banjo asks. But nobody has an answer. Real world. This smell. You have the smell of Master. Gigantomachia says shocked. Yes. Think with me, Gigantomachia. All for One wanted a worthy successor because of his injuries. I am the man who defeated him and stole his power. I talked to him, I am his successor now. I say grandly. I'm using All for One's consciousness fragment within me to bring the villain's unique aura out, as if I'm wearing All for One. Gigantomachia proved to be quite sensitive to this in the manga. I will use All for One to earn Gigantomachia loyalty and then slowly pass that loyalty to me. Gigantomachia will be my first subordinate. How? With the background customization card. When I came to this world I noticed differences in Gacha. The first was that Gacha in setting changed from Marvel to BNHA. And the other was the possibility to use the background customization card in the opposite way. I can recruit and transform characters from this world, from the world I travel. In summon cards. The only requirement is that they accept. And the restriction is that I can't assimilate them when they become cards. Just resummon them. The moment they transform into summon cards, the Gacha will imbue the loyalty that all summons cards have on the character I turned into a card. But he will have to accept. The character needs to accept is a very big requirement. Only people who have no connection to the world they live in, or have a very different way of looking at life or are simpleton like Gigantomachia would accept having loyalty implanted in their minds like that. If I win Gigantomachia's loyalty, I will take him to the world of Marvel, as a card. That wasn't an original goal, but I decided to take it further when I saw the possibility and awareness of all for one trapped in my inner world. When I saw this new background customization card feature, I thought of many useful characters. Like Mei Hatsum, Inventor Genius, Toga Himiko, Twice, Mirko and even Dr. Daruma. But I finally decided only on Gigantomachia. Hardly others would accept. And Dr. Daruma is pure evil. When I come back, I'll be part of the mutant, metahuman, community, and it's a heavy taboo to experiment on mutants. Dr. Daruma just wouldn't care. It would be more trouble than it's worth. That's why I only take research from him. I'm pretty smart too. I can replicate everything he ca do, I'll just have to sacrifice my own time. Tell me, Gigantomachia. Who do you think would be the perfect successor to All for One? The answer is someone who can defeat him in his own game. Someone who has already proven himself capable of overcoming and surpass him. I say and I can feel him focused on every word I say. Fascinated. This is easier than I thought. But I also need to put the last nail in the coffin. I was All for One's chosen in death, I say picking up a smartphone, why don't you take a look at the successor he chose in life? And check for yourself which one of us is the most worthy. I say pressing the button and sending our coordinates to Kurogyri. Unknown place, provisional headquarters of the League of Villains. Kurogyri POV ping. Shigaraki Tamura, the doctor sent the coordinates. We can go retrieve Sensei's gift. I say to the entire League of Villains group. I look at Shigaraki and see him scratching his neck. His behavior has become more erratic since Sensei's death by the new villain. Shigaraki Tamura is impatiently taping his foot. So let's go, I don't want to wait any longer. Let's take what the doctor sent and finish this. Shigaraki says, getting up. Since the incident on Kamino he has been this way. And my advice to wait in this hideout previously prepared by All for One didn't help him. He wants to do something. Gathering the rest of the League of Villains, I prepare to open the portal using my quirk. Everybody is here. They consist of Dabi, Spinner, Himiko Toga, Mr. Compress, Magna, and Twice. Some of them may be having second thoughts about joining the League, but many have nowhere else to go. And it's not like the League ended with the fall of All for One. I still have in my possession several accounts, contacts, and properties left to me by Sensei. And mostly, besides Shigaraki Tamura, All for One always had 3 sidekicks who weren't arrested after his fight with All Might 5 years ago. Myself, the doctor, is the only one we're going to get now. Gigantomachia. That man is a force of destruction, it will be useful in the future. But he is difficult to deal with. His heightened loyalty to All for One could be a problem now that it has fallen. I can only hope that Shigaraki will live up to the expectations All for One had in him. Get ready, I say to the group, opening a fog portal to the coordinates. After looking first, I see Gigantomachia sitting in the middle of a forest. It has some craters and uprooted trees. I think it's normal if he got the news of Sensei's end. After checking that Gigantomachia is alone, I allow everyone to go through the portal as well. But when everyone crosses and the portal closes, I feel something hit me from an impossibly close distance, where I didn't even notice it approaching. And then darkness. Hector POV. First thing to do is always take care of the teleporter. Holding the unconscious Kurogyri for his metal neck brace, I begin to steal his quirk. Observing from above is the best. I can already imagine how this will end. Kurogyri. You. Shigaraki says when he spots me, he seems pretty annoyed to see me, I can't even imagine why. I ignore him and speak. Gigantomachia, these are the League of Villains. You can draw your own conclusions in any way you want. Chat, test them. The choice is yours. Don't kill them for now. I say, already knowing this will end in a fight. One of All for One's advice is to give your subordinates the illusion of choice. You give them alternatives, but with only one good enough for them to choose from, the one you want them to choose. Evil Empire Management 101. Am I evil for using your tactics? Maybe. But I can learn and adapt later. Everything is situational. And as expected, Gigantomachia gets up. Successor. Fight me. He says, growing just a little to 12 meters. Using me to brainwash Gigantomachia. I think I'm very proud of you, Hector Cohen. All for One says from my mind. Even in pain, he acts carefree. You teach me well, Sensei. I say sarcastically. Aren't you worried that you'll have no more use for me after today? I ask. Huh. This is something I'm already prepared for. He says with the same infuriating calm expression as always. The League has no chance. Banjo-san comments watching the fight. And it's true. Nothing works in Gigantomachia. Not Dabi's fire and not Tamura's decay. Why does decay not work? Is it because Gigantomachia is too dense? Because he doesn't give it time to take effect. Tamura hasn't freed himself from his psychological problems, so he's pretty weak. He barely destroyed Eraserhead's elbow when he invaded UA. And to say that the others are outmatched is the understatement of the fucking century. They can do nothing. Oh. This is unexpected. In their desperate moment, a rock ended up hitting twice, causing him to bleed. It made him have the confirmation that he was the real one, the original Babigawara gene, overcoming his trauma. Now he's creating clones in incredible numbers. But, boom. Gigantomachia grows a little bigger and blows hard. Almost all clones turn to mud. But some don't. They're running away carrying the rest of the League of Villains. This cannot happen. Moving very fast, I block their escape route, and touch my right hand to the ground. Ice starts to be generated in large quantities covering the clones being made. But many members escapes my attack due to the twice clones throwing them out of the way while sacrificing themselves. Good choice. Blocking the escape route, and you even froze the original twice, preventing it from spawning any more of his clones. Impressive that you were able to tell him apart from all these. Shinomori-san, the user of Danger Sense, comments from my mind. The clones produced are based on the ideal image he has of himself. That is, they do not have the dirt and blood that he acquired during this time. During the fight. I answer. Don't run, successor. Gigantomachia explodes towards the Reanimating League members. Meanwhile I approach the frozen twice. I was lucky to catch Toga and Mr. Compress too. I steal the quirk of the three. Are you going to kill them? Shimura-san asks from my mind. Today only Tamura dies. I simply answer. All for one. Whyy. He is so weak. Why is he so weak? Turning my eyes to the battle, I see that it is already over. The entire League of Villains is on the ground struggling to get up. And Gigantomachia is crying rivers over there. Calm down, Machia. Tamura has potential. All for one didn't make a mistake. But it's a pity Tamura will never live up to it. I say, floating to the giant man, already treating him like my subordinate. Master. He says to me. Yes. Hoo-hoo. As I float closer to the fallen opponents, Machia places his hand as a platform for me and I land on his palm. I understand you all have your own circumstances, I say, looking at the villains. But now I will take your quirks and throw you all to the heroes. Except you, Tamura. You won't see tomorrow and your dream of destruction will never come true. I say. Now I move closer to remove their quirks, but my spider sense and danger sense flare. He's not defeated yet, apparently. But I don't stop walking confidently towards him. I will not show uncertainty now. When I get to less than 2 meters, very quickly Tamura lunges towards me with an outstretched hand. He's faster than before. Some type of power-up bullshit. But I don't even seem to move when he finally catches up to me. He no longer has both arms to use his quirk. Watching him fall to the ground, I cover his body with ice, just in case, and touch his head. Stealing, decay, for good. Now removing Jackal from my inventory, I prepare to give him his merciful death. Hector. I hear Shimura-san calling my name. I'm not surprised by her intervention, I already have a pretty good idea of her personality. She just can't stay quiet seeing this happen. But she won't change my mind. Taking my attention to my inner world, I say. Shigaraki Tamura will not be allowed to exist, Shimura-san, I say. Seeing her in my mind, I wait to see what reason she'll give me to convince me. The least I can do is listen to her. But she just drops down to a Dajiza. Exclamation point. Hector, I know it's shameless for a worthless adult like me to ask for this. Just because he's my relative. My failures in the past now haunt the present. And it's up to people like you to solve them now. She says with her forehead touching the room floor in my mind. As a hero I cannot ask you to spare him. I understand that you are not wrong in deciding to kill him. But as his grandmother, I have to try to do this one thing for him. Please. I beg you. I am a failure as a mother and a hero. But I want to do this first good thing for Kotaro's family. Spare Kotaro's son. Spare Tenko. Please, she says while in Dajiza. Damn. You can get really uncomfortable with someone bowing to you like that. TCH. What to do? While I'm shocked, Yoichi-san and En-san do a Dajiza too. Please, Hector. Grant Nana-san's request. Yoichi says. M-san just keeps silent in his Dajiza. Then Banjo-san and Shinomori-san prostrate themselves too. Ha. We can't stop you from doing it, but you can't stop us from begging either. Banjo-san speaks in his usual loud attitude. If I don't support my juniors in this, I will still be more of a failure as a former user of One for All, Shinomori-san says simply. You know that you all want Shigaraki Tamura spared just for your satisfaction, right? He will be imprisoned for the rest of his life. The second carrier speaks. But, if you want to give him a chance, I will believe him too. He ends up prostrating himself. The third carrier followed shortly thereafter. One chance, huh? It reminds me of what my grandfather said. Ugh. All former users are into Giza now. And when I feel that All for One is going to do some unwelcome commentary, I shut his mouth with the mental chains. TCH, there's a way. I say, running my hand through my hair. Everyone pays attention to that. A way that can satisfy all of us. I don't guarantee the future. And honestly, it won't be much different from killing him. But we'll give him a chance. But remember, I won't be here forever. You may be leaving problems for this world. I hope you are aware of the risk. I say. Everyone nods gravely. Whatever. I don't have any personal vendettas against him, and it won't be my problem. I say while returning my attention to the real world. The time in my inner world and in the real world are different. Speed of thought is much faster. So during all this conversation, not a single moment has passed out here. Well, Shigaraki. Today is your lucky day. I say, putting Jackal in my inventory again, you won't die today. I have other plans for you now. I strike his neck, leaving him unconscious. After that I take everyone's quirk from League of Villains. And using Kurojire's newly acquired quirk, Warp Gate, I transport them to special rooms in Dr. Daruma's lab. Why not hand them over to the police? Shimura-san asks, referring to the rest of the League. They can be used to locate me, I reply as I access the central computer to gather the places of certain people of interest. Now that I have a teleport quirk, things will be easier. The League knows keywords like doctor, laboratory, and I don't know what Shigaraki and Kurojire revealed to them before our meeting. This might allow them to deduce the hospital I hide in. I say as I reopen a portal to where Gigantomachi is. When I killed the doctor, I don't even take his quirk. Because he would age considerably. Giving clues to the police force, I says, but All for One has the original, longevity, quirk anyway. If they find out where I am, it will derail my final plan. I need the lab. So they will stay with me until the day I leave. I continues. And what would be this final plan of yours? Can you talk to us? Yoichi-san asks. Well, something like. After I say what I will do before I leave, they are silent. Returning to Gigantomachia's place, I have to engrave my superiority in his mind. Hit the iron when it's hot. Makia. Fight me. I say, stepping out of the portal. He doesn't think long before he launches himself towards me. Later in the lab, humming the Season 4 opening theme from BNHA anime, Polaris. I do small tests on my body samples. Using the database of Dr. Daruma, I discreetly copy some quirks from some civilians. At first glance they are useless, but to me they are priceless. Mainly two. Custom hair, and crystal nails. The first one changes the user's hair, nothing like manipulation, it just allows changing the color, hairstyle, and a little of the length with a lot of effort. Why do I want this quirk? Because the hair becomes a synthetic fiber with this quirk. A synthetic fiber with no trace of my DNA. That's mean no clones of myself will be made so easily. And, crystal nails, has a similar principle. My nails change to become a crystal-like substance. They don't even grow anymore if I don't want to. And this crystal doesn't have any traces of my DNA either. These two passive quirks will allow me to be a little more relaxed when I return to my original world. I took the opportunity and did a test on things I produce with my body. Like mochi and things in my Titan form. Not that I intend to use my Titan form in Marvel. It's too weak for the fights there. And I don't have descendants to use the other functions. I like it because of the ridiculous regeneration. But I already have super regeneration that all the Nomas have. So I'm really hard to kill. Result, the mochi is just mochi, the mud that is formed with twice clones too, by the way. And several other secretions. Nice. Looking at myself in a mirror, I start to take a test. Due to the use of some quirks, mainly the one taught need to use my eyes, it became a nuisance to cover my entire face. Then I cover just the nose down. A ninja half mask. I also think it might be a good idea to reveal some information. False information in the case. In my normal appearance I have blue eyes, curly black hair, not too long, my hair goes down to my eyebrows and I wear glasses. Now in my new identity. My mask will cover the lower half of my face. My eyes will change color depending on the power I use. I think that's cool, multicolored eyes. My hair will become straight and long to my shoulders. I will use the famous Aaronman bun. Showing my sharp eyebrows. Maybe I will even be more edgy and turn my hair white. Storm of the X-Men has white hair too and makes a good contrast with my black suit. The two versions are very different. I will even grow a little in the hero/villain version, becoming very different from Hector. Looking more adult. If I don't reveal anything about myself, people will try to guess. But if I falsely reveal something, they will be led to lose my trail. The difference between my two versions is like Aizen captain of the 5th Division and Aizen leader of Hueco Mundo. Similar but difficult to relate. Superman psychology. The famous change of, "Hello, it's nice to finally meet you, sir," to "she calls me daddy too." Satisfied with the results, I go back to play with Eri. I only have a little over 2 weeks, but with Makia and Kuroji's warp gate quirk, I'll be able to accelerate my plans. If this world thought I was trouble, they are about to find out what happens when I really become proactive. Chapter 19, World of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Not many can do the right thing when it counts. Kuro Yatagami. No. You have to use your whole body to swing. Not just the arms. Gotta go with an IAARGH. Banjo-san screams in my ear as I practice with the black whip among the trees. Now I'm really like Spider-Man. Even though I said I would be more proactive, I didn't move much. I taught Eri about rewind, worked in the lab, took classes with my ghost teachers, and trained with Makia. Makia is a good spar partner. The percentage of my cards doesn't increase much after 50%, my goal of completing them before coming back looks a little distant now. You have an insane amount of powers, but you can't ignore the basics. To use all that power well, your body must be in top condition, Shinomori-san says to me. But you have excellent physical conditioning and you are a genius. As long as you don't grow arrogant and never stop practicing. I don't see any problems in the future that you will have controlling your powers, Ensen tells me. Did you know that if you have to catch someone falling instead of flying towards that person directly, it's better to make a curved trajectory? Shimura-san tells me about heroics. The brachistochrone curve? I ask. Exactly. You can not only descend faster, but allow you to catch with less damage to the person's physical integrity. If you take it from below and adjust your speed. She completes. I see, I say with my chin between my fingers. It's a lot to think about and take into account during these situations with so little time. And that's why you need practice. Banjo-san tells me with practice and experience your body will move better before you even think. You think fast, it's true. But you think too much. Sometimes you have to trust your instincts and reflexes. If not, you will waste precious time, he adds. The more powers you have, the more at the moment of action indecision can take over you, Shimura-san says. A truck is heading towards a child. What do? Take the child. Stop the truck. How? Teleport. Telekinesis. Shield. Diverts the truck trajectory with earth manipulation. With ice. Having a power and knowing when to use it and when not to use it will be very important to you, Hector. She completes. Absorbing her advice, I start to think. It's true, the number of power and abilities I will have in the future will be ridiculous, and if I can't use them, it's a waste. You can keep a certain group of powers and give the others to your subordinates. All for one speaks to my mind, as he is the only one with no freedom to materialize in my view in the real world. Many powers will be similar. Choosing the strongest or the most compatible with you is important too. Don't be stingy and empower trusted subordinates too. He completes. Everything they say makes sense. I'm glad I didn't delete them without giving them a chance. This trip is really worth it. It's hard to make a copy of a power that I already have. It's like having to grow a seed from the scratch. I don't have infinite resources to replicate powers. 2 days later, same routine. That sword doesn't look very practical, Ensan comments beside me as I hold the sword of actuation, but in its sword of thorns form. His comment is because the grip is full of spikes. It's not a sword that just anyone can use. I say. One of the advantages of coming to this world is that I have more freedom to test my assets. The sword of actuation was in card format until now, because I was afraid to use it and some demon or eldritch abomination seized the chance and invade my world. Like Femto took advantage of the slash of Skull Knight in Berserk. This sword has 2 forms. The first is much more normal. The Sword of Thorns, following the name, is a long sword with the theme of thorns. The sword usually wielded by the Skull Knight in Berserk. Bathed countless times in the blood of apostles, it became a magic sword. Or was it forged like that? Hard to say, little is known about the Skull Knight background. And in its second form, the Sword of Actuation, the handle changes like thorny rosebush branches. And the blade is made up of behemoths that give an organic feel to the blade, full of eyes, noses and mouths that constantly move as if the blade were alive. It has a light blue glow, making the sword transform in my hand. I prepare to test its skills. Yikes. What is this sword? So creepy. Shimura-san says disgusted. But the reaction of others. This sword. This sword. So cool. Banjo-san says. Indeed. What cool sword. En-san adds, nodding his head. I wield the sword and make a dimensional fissure appear. Stepping on it I appear 5 meters away. Wow. Did it cut space? Damn, best sword ever. Banjo-san continues. All of one for all users are around me as I tested the sword. Does it do more things? Yoichi-san asks, strangely excited. It was made to harm magical beings and beings in their astral forms. Which normal attacks would not affect. I say. Magic. Like Wingardium Leviosa magic. Banjo-san speaks. More like Lord of the Rings magic with demonism, I reply. Wait. There's Harry Potter and Star Wars in this world, right? I remember Class 1B made a play as a parody. Check this, I say, taking 2 lightsabers out of my inventory. Ooh. Lightsabers. Wow. So cool. Nice. Quick, cut that tree. Me and all the bois love lightsabers. Can't you do something similar with fire quirks? Do you even need this thing? Shimura-san speaks. Did she really say that? Blasphemy. TCH. Women. They don't understand. Even the second and third users seem to agree. Lightsaber are a men romance and dream, Shimura, Banjo screams. Ignore her. Now cut that rock. En-san says. No. Make the 2 clash with each other. Can you use force lightning? Wait. This one is all for one talking. Throw and pull back, like a Jedi. In the corner of my eye I can see Shimura-san with his hand over her face muttering something like, boys and their toys. The next day. You've been training here every day. This seems a little different from your cautious personality, Hector Cohen. Shinomori-san talks to me. With the days we'll stay together, they know me better and I know them better too. I can say that my relationship with all of them is very good. Even with All for One. Although he is still in prison. I don't let my guard down around the bastard. But he has a certain evil charisma, which makes you like him. Maybe because he never did anything to me directly, so I don't hate his guts like the one for all users. I'm trying to catch a big fish, Shinomori-san, I say mysteriously. Before he can ask any more. It happens. A drone approaches my position carrying a smartphone. When it is close enough the smartphone starts ringing. Heh. It's about damn time, Meta Liberation Army. Third-person POV Meta Liberation Army. Did you find him, Sketch? Asks a man to another man on the top floor of a tall building. Rikiya, or Redestro, is a tall, odd-looking, middle-aged man with a prominently long, pointed nose and obtruding chin, as well as small, dark eyes. He has short, orange-brown hair, set noticeably far up his forehead, a widow's peak pointing downwards in the center, and he wears it swept back around his head. He doesn't have any visible eyebrows, and also possesses 2 dark moles on the left of his forehead. The man he talks to is Tomoyasu Chikazoku, or Sketch, a tall and lanky man with shiny black hair that reaches his waist, worn down with a neat fringe hanging over his eyes. Yeah. We located him by satellite. He looks like he's training in the woods 30 miles from here. He's making a lot of noise and changes in scenery, strange for someone who's hiding. Sketch responds. It's because he has nothing to fear, he's arrogant. He is individually the strongest man on the planet. Redestro answers. Be in plain sight sometimes is the same of hiding, no one's would think in looking for him in a place so exposed like that. True. The drone is approaching. He will answer. Sketch speaks. And as expected a voice answers the other end's call. Click. Moshi Moshi dis here. You are calling an extremely dangerous supervillain. If you want your quirk removed, press 1. If you want to submit to me, press 2. If you want to die, press 3. An arrogant voice speaks. Dis. So nice to be able to talk to you. Redestro says calmly. And who would be the idiot? Ignoring the offenses, Redestro responds. We are the Meta Liberation Army. We would like to invite you to our headquarters for a chat. Ah. The Meta Liberation Army. I never heard of it. Anyway, I don't want to buy encyclopedias. Bye, click. He hung up. Sketch can see a black color spreading across Redestro's forehead, proof that he is angry and his quirk is manifesting. Redestro, feigning calm, calls again. Click. Moshi Moshi. Kisatsu disu ka. Officer, there's a stalker calling me all the time. Please help me. Dis, you wouldn't want your location disclosed to the heroes, would you? I'm sure even you would be inconvenient to be surrounded by heroes. Redestro speaks through gritted teeth. Oh ho, are you threatening me, dear? Just stating a fact. I don't advise starting a fight with me, Meta Liberation Army. Are you sure you want to proceed with that plan of yours? Absolutely. Huh. Fine. Let's make a bet. Say the location and time. Me and mine versus you and your group. If I win, I will take your quirks, your lives, your money. Be prepared to forfeit everything to me. This speaks ominously. And if we win? Redestro asks smiling. I'll give you what you really want. All for one. Says seriously. Exclamation point. So, say the hour and location. Are you serious? We have over 100k members on our side. Even a million ants can't threaten a dragon. Okay then. You're arrogant little fella. Daika City, in 1 hour. Redestro accepted. Okay. And one more thing. With your army there. Only call whoever is absolutely prepared to die. Click. The office was silent for a while. Notify Curious, Trumpet and Keaton. The Meta Liberation Army is going to war. Redestro says with his entire face was covered in black from his quirk. Hector POV click. Hook, line, and sinker. Making the smartphone decay with Tamura quirk, I send an air cannon at the drone, destroying it. Are you sure about this, Hector? Shimura-san asks me worriedly. Yes. The Meta Army is a problem for this world. They grew absurdly in numbers while staying hidden. And it has fingers in various sectors of society, press, support items, politics. Do they really have 100,000 members? Shinomori-san asks me. Yes. And they all trained with their quirks. Apparently they are an organization that follows the philosophy that the free usage of quirks is a basic human right and emphasizes liberation over regulation. They believe that the stronger you are with your quirks, your social standing must be equally high too, I say, giving a small summary of the Meta Liberation Army. Honestly, I somewhat agree with their philosophy. And I think I'm going to implement some of it when I get back to the Marvel Universe. Not all about the weak being lower in society. But that all metas can use their powers freely and have practice with them. To avoid accidents. And seek self-improvement to improve the society as a whole. 100,000 villains hidden in plain sight. This present is full of problems. The third user says. This is All Might's fault. I say without thinking too much. And when I see Shimura-san's head turning quickly towards me, I feel like I have to explain myself. Okay, All Might did a great job. It brought peace and order to society. But the system is not perfect, it is too closed off with its dogmas to maintain this fragile peace carried on the back of a single person. It restricts people and rejects the different ones. Also, All Might is very strong. Villains aren't stupid, they'll hide well. It's hard to punch an enemy you don't even know exists. So the more dangerous ones will stay hidden, amassing strength like that. Meanwhile, All Might and society in general is blissfully unaware, I say. The one for all users are silent. Not everything can be solved by punching, that I can agree with. All for one. Changing the subject, why do you act like a third-rate villain when you're in your dispersona? Banjo asks me out of the blue. I shrug. I act as different as possible from my real self. Let them chase someone who doesn't exist and far from Hector as possible. After answering, I head towards the place where Makia and Eri are. Eri is drawing on Makia's skin as he takes care of her. Cute. Eri, Makia. I call and they turn to me. Eri, I'm going to fight some bad guys now. I need you to be a good girl and wait for me in your room. Behave, okay. I'll be back soon. And I say, kneeling down to keep eye level with Eri. Makia, wait for me here. Let's go together against the enemy, I say as I take Eri in my arms and walk through the portal I opened. Yees, master. I will destroy all that stand in your path. After putting Eri in the room with some anime, I go back, but I'm surprised when the second user talks to me. Are you going to kill them? He asks me. Most of them, I answer simply. Good. This surprises me. Such a large number of villains is a problem even if they are arrested. It will be good if you resolve this before you leave. He says. Some seem uncomfortable with the possible massacre that I will do now. But I don't care, I've already warned the enemy, and they are ready to die. Hector. We're talking about over 100,000 lives. You can't trivialize them like that. I'm afraid of what you might become. If you walk this path of no return. Think about your own life and try to weigh it against others. She tries to advise me, but my resolve is already made. TSC Shimura-san, I've been prepared to die since the day I decided to walk in this path. Do you think I started all this thinking it is all a game? Like the children of this world hero course? As if. I know very well that I can die at any moment, really. I won't even be angry. I have already taken many lives, what right do I have to be angry if someone tries to take my life? I say seriously, and something in my eyes must have shocked her. Because she is mute. Make no mistake. My life is the most important thing to me. Is the ultimate gift given by my parents. I will do anything to survive. But I'm not so hypocritical as not to conjure up the possibility of my death. I have a vision for the future, Shimura-san. But if I act like a hero, considering all life equally precious, sacrificing myself for others that aren't worth it, I won't be able to accomplish my objective. The changes for the better that I want to my world. I'm sorry. I'm no hero material. I will try to uphold you guys' teachings the maximum possible. But at the end of it all, I am a selfish human. The Meta Liberation Army plans to bring chaos to all of Japan to make their thinking the only solution to an unprecedented crisis. Ending millions of lives for this. I will stop them. I will stop them for the people of this world. So that the real heroes don't have to make that hard choice. Trees began to be pushed by an unseen force with me at the center. A force that represents my will. Haushoku no Haki. With that I put on my cloak and float onto Gigantomachia's back. Makia. Southeast. You can go slowly, we're not in a hurry. Let the enemies savor their last day in this world. I say. Yes. As Makia moves I pull a smartphone out of my inventory and make a call. Changing my voice I start to speak. Moshi Moshi, Kyatsu desu ka. I'd like to make an anonymous report. I'm from the Meta Liberation Army. And I hear just now that we're going to be attacked by the villain DIS. Yes. This one. Actually, the Meta Liberation Army is an organization of villains. Please help me. I don't want to fight DIS, he scares me. Please. In Daika City. In 1 hour. Click. Destroying the smartphone I focus forward. Principal Nizu must be planning some trap for me. Why can't I make him use this trap on my terms? Heh. Third-person POV, we have a clue about DIS, Naomasa Tsukachi, a detective from the police force, announces as he enters an office with several other individuals. Apparently he will come into conflict with the Meta Liberation Army. This army actually appears to be a villainous organization with many trained members. Your hunch is right, Principal. Naomasa finishes, looking at the mouse bear dog in the room. I thought he would go after the Meta Liberation Army at some point, but I didn't think they would be a criminal organization. They advertised as a group to help you control quirks and gain a better understanding of yourself. So they will make a good prey to DIS. Principal Nizu speaks from where he is sitting on Aizawa's shoulder, the hero Eraserhead. Thanks to Hawks sharing his informations after his retirement, we can be sure that this lead is true. Aizawa adds. It's sooner than I expected, but we can put the plan into action. All characters of this play are here. Are you guys ready? The principal speaks looking at two figures seated further away, next to All Might in his skinny form. You need me. And here I am. I owe Japan a lot, I will not back down now. A muscular man speaks. I can't deny a request from All Might. Let's tackle this villain. Another tall, muscular woman responds. Those two are Captain Celebrity and Star and Stripe. The two top heroes in America. Daika City, 1 hour later. Third-person POV. Two people approach the city of Daika via a deserted route. Arriving at a point where it is possible to see the whole city, they are accosted by a hero. The hero Slide and Go is secretly a member of the Meta Liberation Army and will be DIS and Gigantomachia's guide to the stage of confrontation between the two groups. Greetings, DIS. Please follow me. You should be surprised that a pro her dash. Just lead the way, traitor. DIS interrupts him, still on Gigantomachia's shoulders, he doesn't even look at the hero. Okay. After a few minutes, they approach the entrance to the city. Every city is the battlefield, right? DIS question. Exactly. This is the base of the Meta Liberation Army. All citizens are part of our great group. Slide and Go responds by making an L with his fingers in front of his forehead. I see. And have all the children and old people, people who cannot and do not want to fight, been evacuated? DIS question the hero. There is no one who didn't want to fight. But we do evacuate children and people who cannot fight. The traitorous hero responds. I understand. That's good. You can start by being the first causality, he says, and disappears from where he is. The hero was not unprepared. He's trained for it. He hasn't let his guard down, but DIS is just too fast. He has no chance. Grabbing Slide and Go by the head, DIS steals his quirk in an instant and then decay him in the next. A quirk that eliminates the user friction with surfaces is very useful. As he says this, several figures begin to float in the sky of the city of Daika. All these figures were invisible until now. And all of them are DIS. The clones made by the quirk, twice, extend one arm each and point towards the city. From each arm an electromagnetic pulse is emitted, boosted by air cannon and other quirks. All electronics in the city, with the exception of a few more protected ones, were disabled. The massacre begins now. Hector POV. Seeing all electronics disabled, I prepare for the fight. I don't believe all the electronics were destroyed, they sure must have some protection against EMP. But it's already a plus. You can use large-scale attacks. Using decay, cremation, or twice, all this will be over in an instant. The second user says he is being surprisingly helpful in this mission. He seems to be the ends justify the means type of guy. Nah. Time to train. I say while jumping on the roof of a house. Desert, huh? Planning an ambush. They could be hiding underground, inside houses further down the road or even above the clouds. Stay alert. The third user speaks. Yes. Let's start big then, since they don't want to get out of their holes. I readied my arm. My body alone is far superior to that of a normal person. So I can use a stolen quirk much better than the original user. If I combine with other quirks, the power will increase even more. And if I use one for all. Using a combination of quirks, I target the Detonarat Company building, which I know from my meta-knowledge is the headquarters. Let's see how strong I really am. Flexing my muscles, I aim the air cannon at the building. Boom. The air mass launched by me goes unimpeded halfway, destroying houses, uprooting trees, flattening the terrain. But a giant ice wall rises to prevent the air mass from flowing into the building. Geeton. One of the top fighters and ice user. Not that it can stop much. The ice wall is also thrown away and my attack continues its way, weakened but still continues. But another ice wall rises right in front of the building again. But this time tilted. And finally the air mass is diverted to the sky. That building appears to be reinforced too. I say, thinking that the building only swayed a little. Oh look. Did the little rats come out of their holes? I talk in a condescending tone to annoy them. And more people show up. And more. And more. It doesn't stop until a mass of people get in my way between the tower. Huh. Like little ants protecting the anthill, I say, looking at them joining together. I can recognize some executives, but Redestro isn't here. Why don't I filter the weaklings first? I speak before releasing my Haushaku no Haki. It's the first time I've used it on this scale. After just one wave I stop giving off my pressure. And they start to fall. What is happening? Is this a quirk? Oi oi. Wake up. 2/3 of them fell. And my Katakuri card is still at 51%, even with all the spars with Makia. Let's resolve this stagnation. And I launch myself towards the mass of enemies. Makia. Destroy. I say, pointing to the tower. YESSSS, he yells and grows, and starts moving forward, ignoring all the little ants in his path. Third-person POV close to Daika City. It's amazing that so many heroes were gathered so quickly. Kathleen Bate, hero name, Star and Stripe, the top one hero of America, comments after seeing the large numbers of heroes moving to the city of Daika. They were all ordered to be 24/7 ready to be called. Principal Niza responds. This is the greatest heroic mobilization in history. We have to win. Most of Japan's heroes along with the police force and America's top 2 heroes are coming together to face a single villain. Satellite images already point the conflict between the two groups, Tsukachi warns. Time to go. A.N. We are approaching the conclusion. Chapter 20, World of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. If you want to accomplish something, you must be prepared to dirty your hands. Remember when your mother taught you not to judge people by their appearance? The second user speaks and I nod. Forget about it. Although is not a fail-proof rule, you can guess someone's abilities with just one look. Especially if you have several quirks that allow you to get information. He says. This is true, especially here in BNHA, where appearance changes drastically to adapt to the quirks. It's not so much in Marvel, but if I can look beyond the normal sight of a human, like infrared vision and others, I might have an advantage. Theoretically, if someone notices Magneto affecting the electromagnetic fields around him, they can guess that his power has something to do with magnetism. Even if this someone never met Magneto before. The first thing I should do when I meet someone is use my powers of observation to get information. Even if I know the person. Could be some shapeshifter, illusion, or whatever. You also need to improve your fighting style, Ensan talks. What's wrong? I know all man-made martial arts. I ask intrigued, while jabbing 15 times at different opponents. Precisely on their chins. And it's Shimura-san who answers me. Sometimes fighting styles can restrict you if you get too attached to them. For example, you can fly. There is no martial art that includes flying in its movements. You and I can fight a three-dimensional aerial battle. It's an incredible advantage against someone who can't fly. No need to have a stance into the ground, leverage in any direction. If you stick to normal martial arts, you're limiting your potential. She says. And you can change your body too much to be grounded by conventional martial arts. En-san adds. That's why you need is to create your own style. Banjo-san speaks animatedly, intruding on the conversation. Creating my own style. Sounds difficult. I say as I dodge a guy who releases some kind of liquid through his mouth. It seems to be just glue. But I will not leave anything secreted by an enemy in touch. Not really, the second holder says, you already started creating unconsciously. This surprises me. I did. I ask. Yeah. We notice that your fighting style tends more towards counter one-hit kill. You watch the opponent, and when he attacks you, you fight back with the aim of being over in an instant, with no second chances. Shinomori-san speaks. It seems to be true. I notice when a person throws several spheres towards me that have been ejected from the fingertips. They look like bombs, so I swing my arm to send the orbs back at the attacker, they explode almost on top of him, and I take advantage and land a good punch through the smoke. I have a huge choice of powers. So I really must have a power for every situation. Like Batman utility belt. And inflicting the most amount of damage at the start of the fight is a huge advantage. My fighting style, I start trying to visualize something. And I resolve to train observation hockey while I contemplate. The situation stays like this for about 10 minutes, until one of the holders asks me. Why did you stop fighting back? I imagine you want to train, but wouldn't it be better to lower the numbers even further, before you start training? There are at least 10,000 surrounding you, the rest seem to be focused and preventing Gigantomachia from advancing towards the tower. Shinomori-san asks me. I feel like I'm getting close to an advanced form of one of my powers. I replied absently as I dodged projectiles coming in various directions. Now I can use all forms of hockey, but I still can't use advanced forms like seeing the future. I feel like the new experience of a one-man versus army fight is giving me a good progression on my card's percentages. As I fight I try to spread my awareness throughout the battlefield with hockey and the force. I can feel each of these guys, in the streets, in the houses, in the air and hiding in the sewers. I can feel a little of their emotions, intentions, and with that read the flow of battle. And see if I can learn something from them. Have some reference to my future fighting style. But I know there are things I can't force. Sometimes you have to go at your own pace, Oh, I understand. Stopping thinking. Clearing my mind. My fighting style, my body. My rhythm. My third-person POV. When Hector had his little epiphany, something strange happened. Hector is a smart person, so he thinks about things a lot, he considers it a good thing. But sometimes it can become a detriment to him in certain ways. That is when Hector closes his mind to just what he has at hand. With his assimilation of cards, Hector has the potential to use all of the character's abilities. And he will eventually complete it, even if he is lazy and does nothing. But when Hector wants to speed up the process, he tries to train the card's abilities, powers, and other attributes. So he tries to do similar training to the characters, or what he's seen in the fictional works of the respective world of the characters. He even tried eating more donuts to see if it would speed up the katakuri assimilation. While this thought helped him to have a satisfying steady growth, it also restricted him. After all, Hector is Hector. Perhaps he has a much better method of progressing, and his vision focused only on what he knows now prevents him from finding out other means, maybe even better means. At the moment, Hector is getting carried away by all the feedback of his powers of spiritual origins. The force and hockey. He is feeling everything around him and bathing himself in the sensations. Sometimes you can't force something. You have to wait for the right moment, when all pieces fall in place and things just click. Now he is in a state where he is growing by leaps and bounds. If he were fully conscious he would call this state, wuxia/xianxia good fortune bullshit. The percentage of katakuris and Starkiller's cards since he started doing this has already increased by 15% each. He even unlocked a special ability from observation hockey, to see other people's emotions. Katakuri does not have this ability. In the world of One Piece, Admiral Fujitora is the only one who uses this power a lot. But Hector was able to unlock it because he was given the potential to use hockey from katakuri. Nothing stops him from going beyond what katakuri could do. But that will be uncharted territory. He would have to rely on his own good luck and effort. This unexpected growth is due to the combination of force. The force helps the user be much more sensitive to living beings and the world around them, so the force is kind of piggybacking Hector's hockey, making it grow. Hector inner world. Is he in the zone or something like that? Banjo-san asks upon seeing the state Hector is in. Unblinking eyes, he's dodging every attack by a strand of hair, getting into unnatural stances and fighting back from even more impossible and strange positions. There's no martial art in what Hector is doing. I guess so. He seems to be letting his body move by itself, using danger sense to predict attacks. Shinomori-san says. Danger sense. It seems more like predicting the future. En-san says as he watches Hector create a pillar of ice towards a house, apparently a wasted action. Only for a guy to go out the window of the house, and with his own momentum to be impaled by the ice. Or seeing him throw a fireball in an empty direction, but the next moment one of the goons of Meta Liberation Army create a large amount of ice. The fire he released exploded on the ice, generating a lot of fog, making it impossible for enemies to see. Giving Hector the advantage of taking out a lot of opponents. But it seems that everything has to come to an end. When Hector is being surrounded, he just stops. Seeing a few seconds in the future, he knows he has no escape route, although the next attack by the Meta Liberation Army won't hurt him, but his body chooses to stay still. Boom. The people surrounding him exploded as he threatened to take a step. A feint that he uses. It didn't hurt Hector, but it took away his concentration. Taking him out of the state of spiritual growth he was in. My, you really are strong and so mysterious. What are your motivations for becoming so strong? I got nothing on you. Did you have a bad childhood? Feel powerless and helpless in the past? Please, give me an interview. I will immortalize your story so it will be told until the end of times. A woman with blue skin talks excitedly. This woman is Kazuki Chitose, codename, Curious. She is one of the leading members of Meta Liberation Army. She likes to do face-to-face interview with people, because of that she is exposing herself so much to the point of being a few meters away from the villain Dis. Even knowing that she have no chance in a direct confrontation. She plans to let her quirk her landmine to protect her by keeping Dis away from her. Things won't go in the way she expects. Can you answer me? We have a tight schedule. She starts to speak, but realizes she's falling. Not all of her. Just her head. She and her entire squad have already been killed by Dis, but before her head hits the ground or she dies. Dis holds her head and brings it to eye level, while quickly removing her quirk. Fucking thought, you messed up my grinding. Dis say, gritting his teeth before smashing her skull in the concrete. Hector POV fuck. Such good opportunity. Trying to get back to the state I am previously seems to be futile. Just like trying to get back to the dream you were having before you were forcibly awakened. TCH. The Force and Haki tuning themselves, helping each other grow. When will that happen again? Well, at least that opened a new door of opportunity. I have to test in the future. But now I'm going to take care of these guys, my mood is bad right now. Taking a quick look at the battlefield, I assess the situation. Makia is buried in ice, or trying to be buried. He just keeps moving forward. And the people of the Meta Liberation Army are throwing themselves at him like moth to a flame. Kamikaze-like strategy. That guy who can boost crowd morale seems to be there, urging people to do whatever it takes to stop the advance of Makia. Geeton is also there apparently, in some place close to that ice. I just killed Curious, so Skeptic and Redestro must be in the tower. Time to end this. Doofenshmirtz after a breakup. Don't let your men do all the dirty work. Come play too. I scream towards the tower and use force. My cheap Ultra Instinct state brought me more or less close to the tower. About 3 kilometers, so I throw my hand towards the tower and pull. Force pull. My assimilation with Starkler is satisfactory enough. If he can pull down a Star Destroyer from the sky, I can pull a tower from some miles away. Nobody expected what I did. The tower is uprooted and starts flying in my overall direction. Makia. To me. I give the order and Makia changes direction towards me, easily getting rid of the ice and all the ants that try to slow him down. Crash. The tower falls to the ground about 20 meters away from me. I think I could pull more, but here's enough. You didn't die, right? You're the low-budget version of Hulk in this world, you couldn't have died that easily. I say to the debris of the building and the silence of the battlefield. Then I hear something moving below ground and Redestro emerges, much larger than usual and protecting Sketch in his arms. A large part of his face is already darkened, proving he's already pretty pissed off. So I do the sensible thing and ask to be sure, like a little brother. You're mad. Do not get angry. Sorry. Duct tape, glue and spit can solve this. I say, gesturing around me. To all the destruction and dead bodies. The dark spot on his face grows even bigger. I let a few minutes go by. Makia approaches to stand beside me, while his army gathers on the opposite side. I'll give you one last chance. Let me remove the quirks from your strongest and I'll be gone. I say, making one last offer. Looking at the previous battle, I see that many quirks have similar effects or a downgrades version of some that I already have. I just plan on picking up some elemental powers, some weird ones, and that's it. Aside from the executives, I've only seen a guy who uses electricity and one who makes plants grow interestingly. I never planned on collecting all of their 100,000 quirks. I don't even know if my body can take it, for now. In the future, yes, I know I won't have a problem even if I have trillions of powers. My secondary mutation and my growth assimilating characters will make sure of this. But I would need some time. Something I don't have. I need to dedicate myself to my main project, less than 2 weeks until my time here ends, and I'm still halfway through. Take our quirks is the same of taking our lives, or reason of being, or opportunity of growth. I will never subject any one of the Meta Liberation Army to this. Redestro says. Self-righteous bullshit, I say. He just doesn't want to have his quirk stolen. Very well, just know that everything that happens from now on is in your hands as much as they are in mine. I say, getting ready. They on the other side get ready too. His mini mecha-like suit comes flying in Redestro direction. And Trumpet, the guy with the quirk to hype people, starts speaking. The enemy is before us, my friends. They're trying to take everything from us. Everything we work so hard for. Curious have been killed by they wretched hands. Are we gonna to allow this goes unpunished? No-oh. Everyone screams. So let's win. Yeah. Wake up and fight. For a better future. That's a good quirk. I notice they're getting slightly stronger. Even the guys I knocked out earlier with my Haoshoku no Haki are waking up. Very good, this quirk of yours will be very useful. I say. But without using the power of union or friendship, please? I say, disappearing. And reappearing right above Trumpet, I say, you guys are the bad guys, these things don't work that way, you know, and I just grab him by the head to steal his quirk. My powers alert me to the large amount of ice and the big fist coming towards me. Boom. Surprise. I was going easy before, so you guys couldn't react to my speed, right? People are so easily fooled. I say, already in my previous position next to Makia and holding Trumpet by the hair. Will the quirk remain in effect even if he becomes unconscious or dies? Are you all still in the hype? Or did morale drop after seeing the big difference in power? I say, taking a step forward, and many taking a step back. You all look scared, and shocked that you're losing. Have you never been in losing end? Did you never think that everything could be stolen from you? I say as I start to float, after having tossed Trumpet's body aside. I see. You guys hide your weakness in numbers. You guys are really pathetic. Makia, destroy the ants, but let the slightly bigger ants to me. I say, looking at Redestro and Geeton. Yes. Makia says and clasps his hand loudly in the direction of the army. The shockwave hits the army, make many stumble. After this, Makia goes berserk with them. Now, it's our turn, I say before closing my distance with my dance partners. A few kilometers away from Daika City. You won't believe the images the satellites are capturing. A policeman speaks alongside Tsukachi on the convoy that transports the main heroes to Daika. The situation in Daika City is shocking to say the least. At least a third of all of Japan's heroes were gathered, along with the police force and the support of America's heroes. Principal Nizu watches the images on the monitor and speaks. It looks like the situation is at its peak there. That gives us two options. We can either step in the moment we arrives, or take a page out of Dis's book and wait for both sides to tire each other out. After saying that, he looks around at the people around him. Star and Stripe, Eraserhead, Captain Celebrity, Endeavor, Edshot, Crust and many others. The answer is obvious. We'll not hesitate, let's move forward and stop this destruction as quickly as possible. Star and Stripe talks from your seat. Nizu smile with this. That's how heroes are, they don't always take the easy way out. But after a few minutes, after they arrive in Daika, they are met with a catastrophe. Floating in the air, over a mountain of debris and bodies, some people alive but unconscious. There is Dis and a giant man on the floor next to him. Dis had already won. Oh. You really came. I thought about doing a battle royale or something, but these guys were weaker than I thought. Dis speaks after seeing that they had already arrived. His voice traveling far, to the corner of the city where the heroes were. Well, let's begin this final battle. I have things to do. Hector POV. I can feel the various presences of the heroes approaching, long before they can be seen. It came a lot of them, but not as much as in the manga. Looks like they didn't have time to do a bigger operation. But watching that they actually came up with so many top heroes shows that they really are desperate for a clue of myself. I kind of disappeared for them since the night on Kamino. I don't see Aizawa. He must be hiding somewhere to erase my powers. Leading the way are Endeavor, Crust, Present Mike, Gang Orca and the lion hero Shishido. Bubbles begin to appear and take out the injured members of the Meta Liberation Army. That hero Wash is here too, huh? Not everyone will join the battlefront apparently. I turn to Endeavor. Number 1. You are ready for the battle that will decide the fate of Japan. This time I will take your quirk. I say. Dis, he says gritting his teeth, I'll make you give back Shoto's quirk. Right. I'll give it back anyway. I say nonchalantly. Wadash, he starts, but I cut him off. Forget what I said for now. Let's fight. Makia, get out of town and just watch. I command while looking intently at the other group. I feel something is off, there's no way they could be stupid enough to think they can defeat me with just these heroes. Even though they are hiding Eraserhead for now. I have the strongest hero and the strongest villain powers. Are they planting a bomb? But I called they here just for prevent that. With so many people they can't use weapons of mass destruction. Do they want to buy time to rescue civilians and then nuke me? Maybe they have backup. I'll leave Makia out for now, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Third-person POV. As Gigantomachia moves to the edge of town, Dis and the group of heroes continue to look at each other. The two groups ignore the efforts of the support heroes and the police force to save and arrest the people of the Meta Liberation Army. Zing. Out of nowhere Dis activated a barrier around himself. This barrier is the quirk of one of the 8 precepts of death, overhauls subordinates. Looking at his back he sees that a line collided with the barrier, but after being repelled the line unfolded in the form of a hero. A sneak attack, huh? Very ninja, edge shot. Dis speaks looking at the hero. He reaches out and prepares to launch an air cannon in Edgeshot's direction. But as he raises his arm he changes direction and points over his shoulder. To a Endeavor rapidly approaching from behind. Flashfire fist. But the air cannon clashes with Endeavor attack sending shockwave that moves Endeavor several meters back, but before he goes too far, the hero crust creates shields on its arms and stops Endeavor from being sent to out of the battlefield. I thought you had already suffered this attack, Endeavor. Are you getting old? Or did I hit you too hard on the head last time? Dis provokes and to add salt from the wound he puts his right hand on the ground and creates an iceberg towards Endeavor and Crust. Endeavor obviously melts the ice before it gets there. But Dis doesn't stop generating ice. And Endeavor can't stop now either. After a while Dis replaces the ice with blue flames, the abrupt change of attack causes Endeavor to suffer a direct hit. Are you overheating, Endeavor? Hector asks as he continues to send flames. Let me cool you down then, he says, and Endeavor prepares for another ice attack, but he doesn't see Hector launching any attacks. Until he feels a sharp pain in the left side of his back. Looking back he sees an ice spear stuck 2 palms above his hip. How? He asks as he heats up his body to make the spear melt. Misinformation can be dangerous, Endeavor. You think I can only generate ice because I stole your son's quirk. But I just acquired a quirk that can control ice. And for that you received such nasty attack. Dis says as he floats high in the air. Out of reach of most heroes. But Endeavor obviously didn't give up. He and other long-range heroes launch a joint attack against Hector who are still in the air. Arg. Hector just reaches forward and uses an air cannon to fend off the attacks. The explosion of the clash makes his mantle flap in the wind. Dis exclaims as he slowly begins to fall headfirst to the ground. His float quirk was forcibly disabled. Dis looks around calmly and sees the hero Eraserhead on top of a building along with several heroes that can support him. I see. The place I'm in has good visibility all the way to the ground. And that last attack was to blow off my hood and reveal my face. Dis mutters, I shouldn't have fought directly the attacks, just dodged. Dis continues muttering quietly, he doesn't feel he's in danger, even though he can't use his quirks. A sound of sharp wind approaches Hector, and his observation hockey shows that Captain Celebrity will arrive and try to pull more of his cloak while trying to punching him. Reinforcements. But you all really are uninformed. Dis says before taking a spin in the air. Covering his entire body with his mantle, causing Eraserhead's erasure quirk to lose its effect. Captain Celebrity rushes to attack Dis, but finds only an empty mantle. Eraser. Be careful. Dis already appears behind Eraserhead, with his hand outstretched to touch his head. With your quirk, things will be a lot easier. Dis speaks just a centimeter away. But at that moment a hand coming from a place right next to Hector grabs his arm. If the villain Dis moves, his brain will stop receiving oxygen. Star and Stripe says after revealing herself right on Dis' side. With a big smile on her face she continues. Star and Strip is invisible to all senses, is a neat order, right? She says to the wide-eyed Hector. I'm back. I will not write a huge note because we'll have another chapter today. Wait for it. Chapter 21, World of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. Introduce a little anarchy, upset the established order and everything becomes chaos. And you know the thing about chaos? It's fair. Joker. Star and Stripe POV. We did it. Having to stand by while I watch the other heroes do everything is not really my style, but I understand the importance of the plan. Nor can I confidently say that I could activate New Order on Dis in a direct confrontation. He who has All Might's powers. But now he has been defeated. Not even All Might can escape New Order after I successfully apply it. Removing my hand from Dis's arm, I go to inform Nizu to send an Iron Maiden to transport him. If all goes well he will cooperate and return the quirks he stole, if not he dies. Anyway, the day is won. I keep an eye on the villain's still form. Eraserhead does the same, erasing his quirks. Apparently it has been proven that Eraserhead's quirk, can even erase, one for All Might's quirk, because Eraserhead erased it when the boy Midoriya Izuku apparently used it. Under New Order and Erasure, there is no way for Dis to escape. Gee what dash? I've just been punched in the throat by no one. And thrown away. I try to quickly recover. Looking around I see the impossible. Dis has his hand on Eraserhead's head and all the other heroes protecting him seem to have been flung away. Even Captain Celebrity and Endeavor who were approaching were attacked and thrown back. Eraserhead has that black mask that Dis can create around his eyes while having his quirk stolen. While kneeling I try to make an order, but I can't speak. Dis turns his head towards me. He lets Eraserhead fall to the ground unconscious. Dis's eyes are glowing red, the Erasure quirk. You look confused. As if you don't want to believe what's happening right before your eyes. Dis speaks as he looks in my direction and approaches slowly. How did New Order not work? Is that the question running through your head? Well, the answer is. You can't handle me. You can't handle Dis. You can't handle these nuts. KKKKKKK ahahahahaft. What a heck. My brain can't process what's going on. Haha. Sorry. I've been keeping this joke since the beginning. Hahaha well Star and Stripe. The serious explanation is that I never considered myself Dis to begin with. He says after laughing a lot and taking a deep breath. I knew I would come into conflict with you eventually, so I prepared myself. Always be prepared, it's my motto that I inherited from a certain paranoid guy. Dis, no this villain speaks while tapping his index finger on his temple. I would go after you even if you didn't come after me. And so I was careful to introduce myself under a false name. There was also danger that I would start to identify myself with this new name, so I picked up something ridiculous. That I could never take seriously. He continues and I feel my face forming into an expression of shock. That means he. Yes. I know a lot about your quirk. I know that when targeting a living being with a sense of self, your understanding of the target's identity must align with their own. Honestly, in this world you are the only danger to me. I have a huge ego after all. My quirk is a national secret. How does he know so much? Well. I must congratulate you. You hid yourself very well from my senses. But I realized you were here the moment I appeared behind Eraserhead. The villain speaks and I'm surprised. You can hide your senses, but not your intentions. He says mysteriously, hoo-hoo. I kept going to Eraserhead and even pretended to fall under the power of your quirk to make you guys let your guard down. No matter who it is, humans usually let their guard down for a split second when they think they've won, right? He reaches over to place his hand on my forehead. By the way, do you need to speak out loud to use New Order? I attacked your throat because of that. I advance towards him. I can't give new orders with my quirk, but that doesn't mean I can't fight. When I remove the order to be invisible, I replace the order that I always keep active. The one that gives me super strength to be like All Might. All Might has always been my hero, I always wanted to be like him. Now I need to rely only on my body to win. But even that determination is quickly crushed by the villain in front of me. Bam. Very brave of you. I must say you are my second favorite heroine. But as an All Might fan you should know that, in this world, I am second to none physically. My opponent says as he presses my back to the ground with his foot. I can't let him take New Order. I came here with determination to make New Order self-destruct in case it was stolen, but now, with my throat crushed, I don't have that option. But I have another way. I start to discreetly open my mouth. What? The villain grabs my face and makes me look at him. He forces my mouth open and sticks 2 fingers in, pulling something out from behind my teeth. You were going to kill yourself. He says strangely empathetic to someone with his personality. He is holding the capsule with instant effect poison. I can hear his teeth clenching. TCH. Is he mad because he almost lost New Order? It doesn't seem like that. But I don't have time to contemplate because he moves his hand quickly and I fall unconscious. Hector POVTCH, she almost killed herself. If I hadn't been constantly seeing the future with my observation hockey, Star and Stripe would be dead right now. No. I'm not mad that I couldn't have New Order, I'm mad that she would be dead. I want the least amount of irreversible damage in my stay here. I took every care that no one of the good guys was killed. But I underestimated this woman's determination. Star and Stripe is a real hero. I have a new respect for her now. I get down and start copying her quirk. That's right, copying. I can't risk her doing like in the show with Tamura, and making New Order, destroying me from inside. As I'm in the process of copying New Order, I feel Captain Celebrity and Endeavor approaching. Makia. I scream as I create a barrier around myself and reinforce it with One for All, stopping the hero's 2 attacks. I feel like it's going to take time to copy the Star and Stripe quirk, so my hands are tied. I'll give you all the chance to back off. When I'm done here, I'll go after you too. I say, watching the 2 of them through the barrier. Never. Endeavor says as he tries to bombard me with attacks. I won't let you hurt my fellow compatriot anymore, villain. Captain Celebrity screams, attacking me from the side opposite Endeavor. Less than a minute, Makia's big shadow appear above us. And with the swing of one arm he sends the 2 heroes away with the air pressure. Master. He says as he looks at me. Makia, don't let these heroes stop me from getting this woman's quirk. I say. Yes, he says and moves protectively around me. Endeavor and Captain Celebrity quickly come back to attack Makia, but it's really pitiful. They barely damage the giant. Makia is really OP. Makia is just defending himself and not letting them get close. I would say to him, fight back and defeat them too. But now, seeing the difference in strength, I'm afraid Makia will kill one of them. Taking my eyes off the fight, I return all my focus to copying New Order. If I put in the effort, I can speed up the process. I'm already multitasking and keeping the barrier and counting the time for future reference. Better not divide my attention even more in watching the fight. After exactly 6 minutes 22 SEC, I finally have my own copy of New Order. Too long. I know, New Order is probably the strongest quirk in the world. Ignoring One for All and All for One, because they are not strong at first, they become strong by accumulating power and quirks respectively. But taking that long, I can't imagine how long it will take to copy Omega level powers in the Marvel world. Well, with practice it will probably shorten that time. Looking again at the battle of Makia versus Endeavor and Captain Celebrity, I see that both heroes look tired, especially Endeavor. They can be good at dodging Makia's simplistic attacks, but they can't return almost any damage. Damn, this is easier than I thought. Well, that's to be expected. I didn't give them an inch of advantage. I'm already much stronger, I prepare myself, I know all about these guys, and even the place and time for this battle is on my terms. Endeavor and Star can't use their full power in an area full of people like this. I remember that in the manga Star and Stripe has the help of some fighter jet planes and even receives intercontinental missiles to use in her super move. How is she going to do it here? I didn't really give them a chance to fight. It's amazing the new heights my quirk has reached with you, Hector-kun. I hear All for One's voice. Being able to copy quirks presents so many possibilities, maybe I wouldn't fall into villainy if I had that option. We all know that's not true, Sensei. And it's my power now, don't forget that. I reply to the men who will not be around much longer. Huh. Of course, of course. Tell me, can you copy a quirk of yourself? Duplicating it to give to someone else. Me and Dr. Garaki went through a lot of trouble duplicating quirks, genetic clones, blood cultures, creation of artificial life. He continues talking. Yes, I can duplicate a quirk I already have, but it's more difficult and time-consuming than copying someone else's. I don't know why. Maybe because there's no material to work with. I started duplicating One for All to test, but stopped because I felt it would take days of concentration. I answer truthfully. But I can speed up the process thanks to the research you and the doctor have done. Thanks for making my life easier. I say sarcastically. All for One and the doctor had a method of making multiple copies of quirks using vegetative bodies, clones, mini-nomus. Reapplying with my much more powerful power manipulation, I will be able to create an almost infinite supply of powers. The problem is that I will have to dedicate my precious time to strengthening others. It is worth it. I don't know. Maybe I'll use another travel ticket and just focus on replicating quirks in the future. Or I create a copy of All for One and give it to a trusted subordinate to do the hard work. But that's a problem for the Hector of the future. I don't really envy this guy. And in the moment I want to monopolize power manipulation, but we'll see how it unfolds in the future. Well, power manipulation is at Omega level. If I use more power boost cards, maybe I'll go beyond Omega level, and those restrictions will go away. But I feel like you'll need about 40 or 50 power boost cards to have another breakthrough. It's the same reason why I haven't used the 0-3 power boost cards in One for All yet. I know that the power won't evolve with just 3, so I better train by myself for now, and use it when I have about 10 power boost cards. Now it's time for me to become a rip-off Superman. With Captain Celebrity's quirk, I won't need to use multiple quirks anymore just to fly, and I feel that by combining it with One for All, I can create my own Alexandria package from Worm. Let's wrap the thing for today. I reach out and telekinetically pull my mantle back to my hands. It is important for the future. But now I'm worried. I pushed Star and Stripe too hard and she almost killed herself. I have to tread the fine line where they won't get desperate, but push them far enough to break the weak-willed. I think I'll leave Endeavor with his quirk for now. And Star and Stripe not being quirkless, they'll still think they can beat me. Are you worried? Shimura-san asks in my mind. Yes. I didn't think she would try to kill herself. I say, pointing to the unconscious female hero. There are some heroes who are really risking everything in their jobs. And willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for the good of all. Shimura-san says. I know, that's why I haven't lost all hope in this world yet. Because of the few like Star, All Might and Midoriya. Makia. Clap, ending my little chat I give the order to Makia. He clap his hand making a shockwave again and stunning the two heroes, giving me an opportunity. Appearing behind Captain Celebrity between his cape and his body, I punch his back, knocking all the air out of his lungs. Then I grab the cape and throw it to the ground and follow at high speed. Down with both knees on his stomach. No capes. The time he can't move because of the damage is enough for me to steal his quirk. Sorry, Chris. I like you, bear it for a while. A pillar of fire comes towards me, but Makia puts his hand in front of it, blocking it. Endeavor. Sorry, but I have some appointments. Bye-bye. Till next time. I use Smokescreen and Warp Gate to teleport along with Makia and disappear from the battlefield. Principal Nizu, outskirts of Daika City. It's a disaster. A failure, the worst outcome possible. Looking through the cameras placed on some heroes along with microphones, I see that this villain without a name outsmarts us in every moment. He is steps ahead of us. How much did to plan ahead? For how long? The location, the time, the reinforcements taught we have were all under his control or knowledge. Does we have a traitor among us? This possibility has been raised in the past. This villain just knows a lot about us. Zing. Arg. Static passes through the communicator in my ear. All the electronic equipment seems to have been forcibly deactivated in this makeshift base I am. The gasps of surprise and the fingers pointed to the sky give me a clue of the reason. The villain is above us. Looking at me. He wants high specs. In an instant I see a hand in front of my eyes and then darkness. Hector POV humming the opening, make my story. I observe the items my various clones place in front of me. Gold, jewelry, expensive equipment, money. During the battle I made my clones loot the city. I'll try to get as much gold in my inventory to when I go back. It will be a good amount of funds to use in the criminal underworld. Did you happen to use Night Eye, foresight, to predict the movements of heroes? Shinomori-san asks me as I see one of my clones throwing the unconscious Principal Nizu on the floor. Nah. Night Eye gave me his quirk in good faith, so I won't use it against heroes. This should lessen any guilt feelings he has. And I think that he only cooperated so easily, besides him seeing what I'm doing, it was to protect Mirio. I say as I create a big cloth with creation to make a bag and get it all the loot on it. I see. Shinomori-san says, very thoughtful of you, he says. I just shrug, I can give this much of peace of mind to him. I approach the principal and copy his quirk. The case of the principal is special. If I remove his quirk maybe he will become a mindless animal again, and even if I return it in the future, he may not recover his memories or have other irreversible damage. His capture is for me to quietly copy his quirk and use the truth to ask certain things. Truth is a quirk I got from one of Overhaul men. When I ask the person they answer truthfully without even thinking. Now is time to raid this world. Lady Nagant POV Tartarus Prison. Chaos. Everything is in chaos. Running through the corridors of the prison that kept me for so many years without even getting me out of my cell, I wonder what all this is all about. A few minutes ago I was going through another day of many, with nothing special to say, when all power in the prison was cut off. All electronic devices burned. Someone is invading. Someone was crazy enough to break into Tartarus prison, and apparently he is succeeding. I look around and see that many prisoners are looking for a way to escape, others just wreak havoc and kill each other. Idiots. This prison is in the middle of the ocean, it is necessary to cross the bridge to get back to mainland and whoever is doing all this must be blocking the bridge. I'll let some go ahead so I can observe the invaders' intentions. Strange. I don't see any guards. It's when I get to the surface that I meet him. A man with white hair tied in a man bun, with a half mask and a mantle covering his entire body is floating over a pile of corpses and talking to some prisoners. You too. 15 people dead. He says before stepping forward and grabbing the inmate's head and then smashing it against a wall. I know Tartarus prison only picks up dirt from the garbage, but I was hoping at least a few would be worth the freedom. After that he continues looking at the prisoners that emerge and looking on a tablet before killing them after listing their various crimes. Ah, Stain, don't escape. Come here, he says before reaching out and telekinetically pulling another prisoner, who doesn't have his nose, close to him. You're troublesome. You mean well. But killing some heroes is really too extreme. The man in the cloak says you don't even give them a chance to retire or revise their ideals, you kill some to set an example, and then some change out of fear. It's not the ideal. You don't change their way of thinking. And what's wrong? I will bathe in all the blood of false heroes to revive the society of true heroes. The prisoner I now know is Stain speaks. I remember him from a few years ago when I was still a hero. That's why I say it's complicated. Your idea is good, I know. I'm trying to do the same. But you've caught a lot of unsuspecting heroes in this business. Ingenium, for example, is a very nice guy. So what if they make a lot of money? As long as they help people. The real problem is the corrupt and those who aren't willing to sacrifice everything to save someone. These are the false heroes, not someone who gets a paycheck or does an advertisement. People have to eat too, you know. The white-haired man speaks as if explaining himself to a child. Let's make a deal. Follow me for a couple of weeks, don't kill anyone I don't tell you to kill. And I will give you freedom. I'll show you how to efficiently change society. He continues holding out his hand to the inmate. But the villain Stain doesn't move. Whatever, you have until I finish my conversation with the other person to think. Lady Nagant, step forward please. He says and my body goes cold for a moment before I calm down. I know I'm rusty, but to be found so easily. I've seen this guy dispatch villains like Muscular with a slap. I don't stand a chance against him, and with him already knowing where I am, I won't be able to land a good shot. The distance is not too great for me to feel comfortable. So I decide to face this guy, nothing can get worse. Lady Nagant. Tsutsumi Kana. Former heroine, lose faith in the system. Arrested after killing her superior. Tell me. Do you want the downfall of the current hero system? Do you want everything bad to be exposed? To the good and evil of the hero profession be known to the world? He speaks to me. I just look back. But after I see he won't proceed I nod. So I have a job for you. He says. So he's just another one who wants to use me, huh? A trained assassin is always useful. Do you have any experience in babysitting? Wadash. Next day, Hector POV, it's all about visualization, Eri. You have to visualize what you want to rewind. You already know how your quirk works, so you have to visualize two main things. I say to Eri next to a lizard without a tail. Lady Nagant is just a few steps away watching us with an odd expression on her face. Visualize your power being poured out of your body and being poured into your target like water flowing from a faucet into a vessel. You don't need to open the faucet all the way. It can be little by little. And you need to visualize what you want to return to the previous state. Try it. I continue and watch Eri holding out her little hands to the lizard direction. She closes her eyes in an expression of concentration and effort. Cute. Then her horn glows a little and then her hands. 47 seconds later the lizard's tail is already brand new. She is very careful and cautious in the use of her power. She took it from me. Nice job, Eri. I grab her under the armpits and start twirling her in the air. Hearing her laugh makes it all worth it. After that I start tickling her. And play around a little. Then I realize it's time for me to continue my other works. Look, Aunt Tsutsumi is waiting to the lesson. Go with her, I have some work to do. I say and lead her to Lady Nagant. With a nod and giving me an odd look, Lady Nagant takes Eri away. Lady Nagant is taking care of Eri while I do more villainous activities. She is a Japanese woman so she can teach hiragana and katakana better than me. And she is a woman, so she can take care of a little girl better than me too. Last night I told Eri's story to Lady Nagant and saw that she really feels bad for what Eri has been through. And will genuinely take care of her. I'm also doing this for Lady Nagant. In the manga Lady Nagant had an optimistic view of hero work. But after committing several murders at her superior's command she got lost. Her breaking point is when a group of children surround her, and she can't even touch them for fear of smearing them with her blood-stained hands. So having her in contact with Eri should help her a little bit, I think. Also, I won't be here forever. I feel a mental tap on my shoulder and see Shimura-san looking at me with a worried expression. She doesn't know what I feel or think when I don't want to share it with the holders in my mind, so she doesn't know why I feel down. It's okay, Shimura-san. Just a little tired. I say. You can rest, Hector. You don't need to be moving every moment. I can't even remember the last time you slept. She tells me. Relax, I've already rested in my time with Eri. And I have a lot to do. I'll rest after today. I say and move to the lab. Observing the various machines operating, I make the necessary changes that they ask for. Thanks to Principal Nizu's quirk, my work is progressing smoothly. High specs not only boost my already super genius level intelligence, but my dexterity, accuracy, concentration, and various other subtle attributes. Very good passive quirk. I believe that now I must only lose in intelligence to those at the level of Reed Richards. But I will soon surpass him too. It's all in the schedule. In 5 days I will start the practical tests. In the meantime, time to take a trip to the movie locations and hunt for more quirks. Last night, Tartarus wasn't the only prison I attacked. I freed prisoners from several other locations, but I killed and caught the quirks of the wildest and most dangerous inmates. I want to make Hero work harder, so only those with true dedication can continue. After one last tour around the labs, checking prisoners, nomas, equipment, I approach where Eri and Lady Nagant are. I have already released Principal Nizu. I threw him in front of the UA, who knows if he doesn't have a locator in himself. I'm not bringing him to the lab. Looking over Eri's shoulder, I see the crooked lines of her writing. The poor girl never had a formal education. She doesn't know how to read and write, and she doesn't even know common sense about the world. TCH, wanting to kill Overhaul again. You added an extra line here, Eri. I say, pointing to a word she misspelled, and giving head pats. But you got everything else right, congratulations. Aunt Kana teach really well. She says excitedly before going back to the sheet of paper and writing down more of the words she learned to show me. Aunt Kana, huh? First name, is Eri melting your heart too, Lady Nagant? Giving her a smirk, I see her looking away. I'll go do a job now. I'll take the other two. When I get back, we'll get ready to go to the beach. Tomorrow we'll travel, be ready. I say to both of them. After explaining to Eri what the beach is, I leave the two to the lesson. Keeping my suit, I approach Stain and Makia. Let's go to Europe. I say, opening a portal. Atheon, Humorize base. Stain POV Hector. That's the name the man who broke into Tartarus prison is called. I don't know if it's his real name, the media calls him Dis. He said he gave me his name Hector because the name Dis is no longer useful. But ask not to call him out loud in public. After many teleports, we are now looking at the base of a religious cult that believes that quirks are curses for humanity. And plans to kill everyone who has quirks. According to what Hector showed me, even children who have just manifested their quirks are killed by them. I'll have no mercy to finish off the bastards. Last night Hector told me his plan. The plan to give this world a fresh start. I don't know if it will work, but I'm willing to side with him to see how this ends. If in 2 weeks he fails, I'll cut off his head even if it kills me. When I told him that, he just laughed and said I'm free to try. Squeezing the grip of the new katana, I begin to slaughter these cultists. Hector POV. While Stain and Makia cause trouble, I will hunt down the members of this cult that has quirks. The next step in my plan is to visit the locations from the BNHA World movies to pick up some powerful quirks. I'll start with this one, because in the other I'll take advantage of the place and take Eri to the beach. And relax a little. I'm not going to get the quirks just from the villains either. I will copy from all people of interest that I see. I'm giving Japan time to suffer a little from the release of the criminals. Honestly, by the news, the heroes don't have much problem recapturing the villains. But it is too much work and the population is not worshipping the profession as before. Some have already left the profession. Pathetic. Destroying a large door, I enter the main chamber of this base. Fleck turn. Your Blumen Group membership card is here. Come sign the papers. Makia POV. These little ants are annoying. But the master ordered me to draw as much attention as possible. And the master's orders are absolute. Makia. Stain. Retreat as far as possible. I will do something big. I hear master's voice on my radio and start to run. On the way I meet the little man with the sword who is now following the master. Picking him up and throwing him on my back, I run faster. After a long, long time. When I'm far enough away, I listen. Boom. A big explosion at the place we were attacking. So I saw. A giant. Much bigger than Makia. I know it's the master. Incredible. It roars to the sky and start to change color. Hardening. Spikes appear from the ground in all directions. Like a forest of giant spikes. And the giant becomes a great statue. The master is the greatest. As such a great move, people for miles can see the master's image. And you can see his power. Tears run down my face. Master. Hector POV. I finally tested the nuke Titan. I transform into the biggest form possible and emit heat and steam in large quantities. The super move of the colossal Titan. Looking from the top of my crystallized statue, I can see that my Titan form is about 320 meters. And the explosion had miles of radius. The colossal Titan is 60 meters tall, and he can destroy a harbor. So I think it's just natural. Honestly, I don't see much use for my Titan power in Marvel. Too many downsides. But having the opportunity to nuke someone who captures me, or going for a Trojan horse strategy, is fine. Glad I tested it now too. Time to go back for today. I caught all the interesting quirks. Tomorrow I have a trip to the beach. Chapter 22, Word of Heroes and Villains, Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. People live their lives bound by what they accept as correct and true, that is how they define reality. But what does it mean to be correct and true? Merely vague concepts, their reality may all be an illusion. Uchiha Itachi. Lying on a reclined beach chair, I watch the kids play through my sunglasses. Eri and the Shimano siblings, Katsuma and Mahoro, befriended quickly after I saved their family from the villain 9. Yes. I already take care of the plot of this movie too. 9's quirks are very good, there's even a weather manipulation. Much weaker than the storm power from the X-Men, but it's something already. I also copied the quirks of the two brothers. A healing quirk and an illusion quirk, very nice too. Snaps. Using a quirk I copied from a reporter, whole body lens, I take pictures of children playing. I'll give their father a copy later. I'm much more relaxed in this world now. Just doing a victory lap at the moment. Now I'll start discreetly copying quirks I've seen in the manga. I'll try to catch them all. After my fight with 9, if you even can call that a fight, I just dodges everything he and his goons threw at me and defeat them with one move each. But I finally complete 100% with Miles Morales' card. Yay. After some thought I decided to assimilate Yagami Light. In theory, assimilating him will increase my intelligence and deductive ability, in addition to the process being faster. Freeing the assimilation spot faster. I thought and summon him, after all there's nothing he can do that I can't already. Batman after all. But I remembered that he is a narcissist, sociopath with God complex. We're not going to get along. I thought about making another summon assimilate him. But on the final I decided to test how much my intelligence will increase with a similar card. They're diverse types of intelligence after all. First, my theory proved to be true. With one night's sleep, his card percentage went up to 67%. Today I will finish assimilating him and will be able to use another card. And I feel like there's been an improvement in certain aspects of my mental attributes. Concentration, thinking faster, deducing better. So it's a win. I think the next will be Loki or Jace. Jace should assimilate faster than Loki, hopefully before the travel ticket runs out. But I really want magic ASAP. Decisions. Feeling something cold being pressed into my arm, I turn to look at Lady Nagant, who has brought me something to drink. She is wearing a two-tone full-body swimsuit, dark blue and pink. Matching her hair. I'm the one that made it. She refused the sling one I made previously. I don't know why. I want to believe our relationship have improved in the last days. Snap asterisk asterisk 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 snap asterisk. I take some pictures of her too. She glares at me. Sorry, but not sorry. Thank you, darling. I say, smirking to Kana-san. She only continues to glare, and after a moment she sighs, and then sits by my side. It came as a surprise to me when the Shimano family confused me and Lady Nagant as Aries' parents, haha. But I thought it was really funny at the time and I didn't correct it. In fact, I even started acting like it was true. They think I'm Aries' father because I still keep my hair white, and Aries' horn when she's around. Initially, I wanted to pass as an older brother. But since I got the muscle quirk of muscular and others, I make myself look older in my secret form. Increasing muscle mass and a few inches of height. Getting more adult. I'll use it in the world of Marvel to throw people off me even more, in my secret identity. Why are you doing all this? Excuse me. If you want I can erase the photos. Not that. Your plan, your acting, your research. Everything. Kana-san says, you could have just taken what you want and need and that's it. Is not your problem. I talk to her about a lot. Honestly, the closer it gets to the time I leave, the less I care who knows my true origins. Putting my chin between my fingers, I think a little about how to respond. My grandparents are farmers. I say. She just watches me and waits for me to continue. They live off the land. They taught me that whenever you take something away, you better give something back. Seed good karma or something. For everyone to win. The cycle of life or something like that. She just looks at me with her impassive face. I could have not cared, you're right. But, I just feel like I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't do what I'm doing, you know. Heroes don't always have the luxury of choosing the easy way. Hoo-hoo, I say as I look at the horizon. And even though I'm not a natural hero like All Might, I want to try to be a good person at least. Tell me what's better. To be born good, or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? I ask, quoting a game from before I'm transmigrated. After that we fell into silence. Words no longer need to be said. A few minutes later Eri shouts, calling me to play in the sea. I stand up and extend my hand to Kana-san. Come, wifey, I say cheekily, there's a lot to live for yet, Kana-san, don't give up so early. After a few seconds she grabs my hand. I want to believe that I will be able to revive the optimism she had in her youth. 7 days until the travel ticket expires. The situation in Japan is chaotic. More and more heroes abandon their posts. Even with the efforts of Star and Stripe and Endeavor, support for the heroes from the population has plummeted. BZZT. We are here in a movement on the streets in which the population asks the villain Dis to take over Japan and establish a new order. BZZT. Strange thing happening with students of heroic courses and heroes overall, they appear to be attacked in their residences. But no harm was done to them. Victims allege they are knocked unconscious and wake up in their beds hours later. BZZT. The Prime Minister talks about the measures taken to increase security. Click. Turning off the TV, I refocus on what I'm doing. I'm watching a criminal that had been injected with something I've created. Immoral? Maybe, but the guy is a rapist pedophile, so. Watching the lights turn green, the first clench my fist in a small victory celebration. Success. It's not perfect, but this work can be continued after I'm gone. Congratulations, Hector. You did something amazing. Yoichi-san is the first to congratulate me. Focusing in my mind, the other holders of One for All nod and congratulate me too. Even the second and third, who don't like me very much. This is really amazing, Hector-kun. You are decades ahead of Dr. Garaki. All for One says. Looking at the man still chained to his throne, I think the time has finally come. I think it's time, sensei. I say, and everyone tense. Oh. It's finally my time. Too bad. I really want to see the height that your one day will reach, Hector-kun. He says, not at all bothered by his own impending death. Any last words, sensei? I ask. He smiles and starts talking. I want to give you one last piece of advice, Hector-kun. The only limits you have are the ones you put on yourself. If there comes a day when you become discredited with the world and the people in it, it's okay to let go of those inhibitions and act as you see fit. And bring forth your true potential. You owe nothing to the world and the people in it. So you're basically saying to go apeshit in the future if things don't go my way. Sorry but no. Don't act like you can predict my future just because we have similar powers, I say, but he never stops smiling. Time for disappear, sensei. After that I make my mental world reject All for One. It starts to slowly disappear. Too peaceful an ending for a guy like him. But I don't personally hate the bastard. But I don't intend to become a second All for One, I learned from him. And that's it. It would be stupid not to use it. He was very helpful after all. Probably wants me to carry his legacy or something. Sorry, but like you said, I owe nothing to you All for One. Your guys will stick around for now, enjoy, I say before turning my attention back to the real world. Holders of One for All seem relieved that All for One is finally dead. Must be a great victory to them. A century-old grudge finally solved, I can't even imagine. I decided to assimilate Jace first, and as I predicted. It's been fast. I believe that in the day of my return, I must complete it. But that leaves me with a problem. A weakness. And weaknesses disgusts me. Magic. Although I'm not completely ignorant about magic, thanks for the chakra books. But these books teach more about basics, mind strengthening, chi, it's the kind of magic that Iron Fist and the Hand use. There are no spells, like Doctor Strange. So I have a huge blind spot in magic knowledge. And magic is bullshit. Serious, magic is the most bullshit power of all. And I don't think Loki's card will solve it. After all, the MCU's Loki is very weak. Nothing like his comic counterpart. He uses illusion and daggers. Buffed. The only daggers users that I respect is Thorfinn and Sung Jin-woo. So I decided to use my 3 power boost cards in the Sword of Actuation. The sword that can harm astral and magical beings. I could save the power boost cards. Use it on, one for all, but I'd rather train Theses powers for now, and use the cards later. Power boost cards apparently come easy on the gacha. My instincts are telling me I'm going to need to get into magic early on. Like the Murphy's Law. I have powers, technology, physical power, but I don't have magic. And usually you always lack what you will need most. I remember Clueless playing Pokemon Platinum, and dueling with Cynthia with a comp of Pokemon's very bad against her. I have PTSD till this day. Removing the Sword of Actuation from my inventory. I start using the power boost cards, and after I use the second one, changes start happening. The blade that is previously a light blue hue become blood red. I remember that red behemoths are from the god hand, so now my sword is made from the strongest types of behemoths. Nice. Starting to make tests with the sword, I notice that it is stronger. The dimensional rift is open easily, and I can make some sort of dimensional slash that can cut very, very far. Much stronger than preciously. Watching some birds flying over me, I decide to try something. Changing my way of thinking and wanting to cut only astral things, I attack and cut the group of birds. They fall from the sky one by one. No injuries. But dead. Getting closer, I resolve to just use the sword normally, and I make blood come out of the bodies now. Cut the material and the immaterial, neat. Like. Did I just cut their souls? Crazy. With one boost card left, I decide to spend it. I'll use it in Source of All Living Matter. I want to see if I can use power from the Titans without needing to transform. Warhammer, Attack, and Founder are surprising useful. Maybe one day I can make my own paths to my descendants, or maybe my summons. A mental world to share, powers, knowledge, experiences will be useful. Honestly, if my power was just a Titan power, I wouldn't spend a power boost card on it, but since it's the original, Source of All Living Matter, maybe it can evolve into something more OP. Like a biokinetic power, equal to Elixir or Panacea. After using the card, I test it and is a failure. Maybe not a completely failure. I feel that I can use some powers in human forms, or some qualities from Titans. A white-like substance involves my arm. And I can harden / crystallize a little too. I make a cut on myself and spill my blood in the ground. The blood stay there. But I will the blood to disappear, and it starts to evaporate. Like Titan blood. One more thing to prevent people from getting my DNA. With the growth from today, I decide to go back and spend time with the girls. 4 days until the travel ticket expires. I believe I've collected all the quirks I want. Some I took openly, others I copied secretly. Mainly those of the heroic core students. Gentle Criminal, La Brava, Shiketsu High School, some heroes, others characters only show in anime. At the moment I have all the quirks shown in the manga / anime / movies and more. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any more hidden gems. I expected that the law of probability would help me, and I would find some secretly OP quirk, not shown in the series, in a 5-year-old boy who is surprisingly talented. Too bad. I have many quirks, but quirks are weak in general. They are full of restriction and drawbacks. But all can be useful. Quirks can also be a good reward system for my subordinates. The higher in my group's hierarchy, the more quirks someone can have. High specs, super regeneration, longevity, many quirks that I can make a package depending on the role the person has in my organization. A secretary or a lawyer with high specs, doctors with X-ray vision, fighters with power, shock absorption, super regeneration. So much potential. Now I'm in the woods doing a light training with Lady Nagant and Eri. In truth, Eri is asleep in Lady Nagant's lap. The exercise is light, because since my battle against the Meta Liberation Army, I've stopped pushing myself so hard in my training. I still train constantly, but I won't kill myself by any progress. Without forcing anything, a little more relaxed. Now I'm practicing the various quirks that I have. Many are very weak, but can be useful in certain situations, and I can give to other people too. Like invisibility, quirk to Shago do spy work. So, what's it like to come to a completely different world? Lady Nagant speaks out of nowhere. Oh. Trying to make small talk, are we? Just curious. It's not every day you meet someone from another dimension. Hoo-hoo. True. It's strange. I already tell you about this being a fictional world to me, right? Relatively. Yes. And I already have my existential crisis, thanks. Hoo-hoo. No. I'm the one that should say thanks, your reaction will be a good reference to me. And it's true. To me that one day will summon fictional characters. I feel that I won't be able to keep their origins a secret for long. Heck, maybe they already know that in the moment they're summoned. I have to know how to handle this. Lest they fall into some crippling nihilistic depression. Well. I continue, how do I know you're real? I say, looking straight into her eyes. She looks surprised. What are you talking about, IX dash? Do you exist? That's why you're real. You think, therefore you exist. I interrupt her. It doesn't help me. I told you that I had the opportunity to come to this world because of my power. I haven't talked about the details of my power, and I'll never talk about Gacha to anyone. But how do I know this is all real? I say, spinning around myself with outstretched arms. She just looks at me with a shocked expression. I think she is starting to realize how things are from my point of view. I give a mirthless laugh. This is a manga/anime world for me. For all I know, I'm living a simulation, a dream. Maybe this world was created for me personally. A copy of the original so I can do whatever I want. Maybe you, Eri, and this world won't even exist when I'm gone. Everything I'm doing can be pointless. I feel her moving, but I continue my monologue. Narcissistic and egocentric. Maybe, but when you have powers like mine. Serious. Gains things that can destroy or create universes. Wow. Sometimes I can't wrap my head of how lucky I am. I'm in a fantasy world, with absolute power. No consequences will ever catch with me. I can do whatever I want. Maybe all my effort is for nothing. And if the fact that I'm holding back in this world ends up being the reason of the end of my world, I could have achieved so much more in personal strength. I could have surrendered to my desires. Heck. I'm trying to do something good, but I don't even know if this good thing will work out in the long run. I won't be here to see it. To make it work. I unload my frustration. TCH. That's not me. Calm down, Hector. I feel Lady Nagant holding my face and making me look at her. During my outburst, she moved away from the still sleeping Eri and came to my side. The fact that you're doing your best for this world, even though you don't have any obligations, makes you a good person. A better person than many at least. She says softly. I don't like being hated. I confess. I watch the news. What people say about me, the consequences of my actions. Even if the intentions are good, it doesn't change that many are suffering at the moment. And I don't like this. Maybe is naive or even pathetic, but I'm a normal teenager less than 2 months ago. Even with the assimilations helping me mature, I'm still me. The good and bad me. I try to argue that if this world followed the storyline of the manga, things would be much worse, but this comfort is pretty empty. Lady Nagant give me a compassionate look. No one likes being hated. You know. I realized my actions were wrong long before I acted and killed my superior. But it took me so long to act. I didn't want to stop being a heroine that people looked up to. I wanted to be praised and being told I was doing a good job. That thought held me back a lot, she says. Maybe if I had voiced this feeling earlier, would have talked to someone. Maybe I would have retired normally. I wouldn't have done something so extreme. Closing so many doors, she continues. Don't suppress that feeling, Hector. You can have these selfish little thoughts. You deserve this, she says, and does something that surprises me. She hugs me. Air. Strange. I was just ranting a little. To clear my head to the game. Not need to become so emotional, now is awkward to just laugh it off. But I feel like it is helping me as much as helping her too, so I won't part for now. You know. If you want, you can come to my world with me. I make the proposal. From what you've said, I'm in danger of being slightly brainwashed, right? She says, raising an eyebrow, but smiling. I've said the specifics to her before. And come clean with everything. That she will have loyalty to me ingrained in her being. I do not want to deceive her or something. Yes. Lightly, I say cheekily. Fufu, I will have to refuse, Hector. You gave me this freedom, I intend to enjoy it. Sorry. Don't be. I'm glad that you will be here when I left. Eri and everything. Don't worry. I will take care of Eri. And even take care of your legacy. She says determinedly. I know. And I have a plan for it. I say to her confused face. Giving her my best sly smile. Next day. At the moment I'm observing a unconscious Eri in a lab bed. Kana-san by my side. All of Eri's scars are exposed for the world to see. So far she has worn long-sleeve clothes, even on the beach. But this ends now. With a combination of overhaul, rewind, and cell activation, I get rid of all her scars. She really suffered a lot. Kana-san says. Yes. But thing will get better to her from now on. When are you going to tell her you can't continue to see her? It's harder than I thought. I spoke with Makia about moving to my world. But I don't even know if he understood. I think he'll follow me wherever I go. In time, now I have something to do. Wanna come? I say. No. I'll stay here for when Eri wakes up. She says, looking at Eri sleeping peacefully. It won't be long, but okay. I teleport away. This is all the gold I got. I have already taken my share. Jiren, the underworld broker, tells me, pointing to a pile of gold bars. I exchanged large parts of my valuables for gold, which will have value when I get back, and it will be easier to load into Minecraft inventory, which specializes in storing raw materials. I could create gold and other precious metals with Yayarosa quirk, creation, but cost me almost no effort to trade it now, so here I am collecting wealth. I'll be careful with the economy and with whom I make the deals in the future. I'm not stupid. Perfect. Thank you for your good work. I respond by putting everything away quickly. In addition to gold, I will take various equipment such as laboratory machinery and PCs with large memory, where I have already downloaded several studies that I had progressed in this world, such as robotics, nanotechnology, energy, blueprints, and schematics. I could cheat with creation to replicate after this is all over. Thank you, it was pleasure to do business with you, Mr. Dis. Jiren talks while smoking a cigarette. I got his number from the League of Villains. I'd like to ask you something. He says as I prepare to leave. Go on. You met with the League of Villains, right? Babigawara Jean. What did you do to him? He asks me seriously, seems like he cares about Twice Fate. He is alive. And overcame the trauma. But he will go to jail. I answer. Asterisk for star. As long as he is alive, he will always have hope to a better life. He says, blowing smoke before walking away. I agree, I say before teleporting to the lab. Put, you're somebody else, Fiora Cash, trust me. The slowed version if you want. After I get back, I see that Eri already wake up. Maybe I should talk right now. Rip this band-aid already. Eri, can we talk a little? I say, approaching the duo. Kana-san sees my serious expression and no doubt guesses the matter. Looking into their big, curious eyes of Eri, I can hardly speak. They're so shiny now. She overcome so much since I saved her from overhaul. Eri. I start again, mostly for my benefit. I won't be able to stay by your side forever. I'll have to leave. In a few days actually. And I went seeing her eyes growing large and the pained expression that appear in her face. WYY. You're going away too? Like mommy. I feel like I was physically hit. Did I do something bad? I'm sorry, please don't abandon me. I will be a good girl, I promise. I can't take any more. I hurry to hug her. No. Stop, Eri. It's not your fault. It's just that. It's just that. I don't know how to explain it to you right now. But my time in this world is limited from the start. And I can't take you with me. And it's true. I can barely protect myself in the world of Marvel. And using the background customization card would make Eri loyal to me. I can't do that. I can't alter her mind like that. She can't make that decision either. She is just a child. She is better here. Asterisk sob asterisk I don't wanna. I want to stay with you. Please. Please. I will obey you. I will not cause trouble. Eri continues to cry, her head on my shoulder and squeezing my clothes tightly. Eri. It's not you. You're already a good girl. A nice girl. You're strong, Eri. Stronger than me. I know you can get over this. I say and pull her face away from my shoulder so I can look her straight in the eye. I love you, Eri. I love the time I spent with you. You will forever be my little sister. But your place is here. Can I ask you to be strong here? For me. I say and she nods, trying to hold back the tears, and failed miserably. I don't think I'm much better than her. I don't need to say any more for now. I just hold her until she falls asleep. I never expected to get so attached to her. But if there is something I do not regret doing after I came into this world, is to have saved her. Eve of Hector returns to Marvel World. Exhaling, I finish my daily workout routine. Everything is ready. Tomorrow is the big day. I've already put everything I want to take back in my inventory. High amounts of gold. Machineries and electronics. A CPU with terabytes of information. Even the corpses of the high-end Nomus. So far I don't know if all my choices were correct, but looking at the current situation and how it will turn out, And compared to the situation in the manga, I would say it was and will be an improvement. You're doing your best, Hector. I hear Shimura-san talking next to me. I imitated that manga/anime, Suki ga Michibiko Isekai, in which the protagonista allows the dragon woman to watch drama in his mind, through memories. And I made the history I know of this world available to them. I only read till the UA trader reveal, so I don't know what is the ending would be like without my interference. But the holders believe that things will be better. Like, you caused a lot of pain dash. Banjo-san. Shimura-san yells outraged. But, it avoided much more. For example, the heroes who would die in that war. He continues. And it's true, it's a good comfort to my soul. Don't worry, tomorrow everything will be fine. Yoichi-san tells me. Knock knock. Kana-san. Come in, I say, and Lady Nagant enters my room in her nightgown. How is Eri? I ask. The last few days she has been sad. But I believe she will get over it. Asleep. She's getting better. I think tomorrow she's going to cry again. So be prepared, she says. Ugh. Impossible to be prepared for this. I say. True. So, tomorrow is the big day. You're really going forever, she asks. Well. I don't know. Maybe there's a way I can come back. I don't know if I use my opportunity to come here again. I'll come back exactly to this world. Or go to another version from this world. I say, and to relieve the mood I continue. Why? Will you miss me? I thought I left enough pictures of me. You can frame them all. Yes. I'll miss you, Hector, she says seriously. She is being awfully honest right now. What is happening right now? Can't be, or it can be. You know, Hector. She begins. Yes, I'm Hector, Hector Diso, I say, mimicking Kazuma. In hindsight, I feel like I got carried away by the decision of others all my life. And I regretted it a lot. I don't want to have any more regrets. This will be my last opportunity. She says, approaching. Her cheeks getting darker. Wait. Damn. I want to hit myself now. But I need to be certain. Are you sure? I ask in a calmer tone. I don't want you to feel like you need to repay me for anything or something. I'm not doing this to repay you. I'm doing this because I want, she says, keeping eye contact. I'm minor. And I'm a villain. Why should I care? It's my first time. Will be mine too, she says, surprising me. Japanese culture, huh? Not so weird. A workaholic heroine that has been arrested. I can see the reasons. Sigh, if you're okay with me. You know that after today we may never see each other again. It can create a feeling that will never bear fruit, Kana-san. I know. I don't need this to blossom into a relationship. While in prison I thought about all the things that were denied me. My youth is one of them. I never had the opportunity to go out or date people because I trained from an early age with the commission to become a hero. So I want to do it now. With a person I respect, admire, like and trust. She says seriously. The blush in her cheeks still present, but her eyes determined. I like you too, Kana. I say, moving closer. Seeing her cheeks redden even more. Let's make a good memory then, for the rest of our lives. I keep bringing my face close enough to feel her breath. Yes. She says, closing her eyes before we give ourselves to each other. Wow. He is going for it, say in Hector inner world. That is my boy. I'm gonna give you some tips, Banjo exclaims. Shameless. Shimura Nana says, bright red while covering her eyes with her hands. But peeking between her fingers. Didn't you have a child? The second holder asks her. This and that are different, she exclaims, embarrassed. Oh no. Our view of the outside world has been cut off. Banjo screams. That's expected. Yes. Obviously. Thanks, Cammy. Asterisk sniff asterisk, they grow so fast. Banjo says emotionally as he wipes a tear from the corner of his eye. Hector, last day in BNHA world. Taking a deep breath, I prepare myself for my next step. Makia, Stain, Kana, and Eri are with me. We are in the middle of an open part of the lab with room to house many people. After last night, I thought things will get awkward with Kana. But we managed to act normal. We are mature people after all. Makia, are you ready? I ask while materializing a background customization card. Wanting to use it, I see Makia as an option. After selecting it, I see a prompt appearing in front of Makia asking if he accepts being turned into a card. Listing the advantages and disadvantages. Makia doesn't think much and accepts. Makia glows and becomes particles of light that condense into a new card in my hand. Summon only card, Gigantomachia, Boku no Hero Academia. Neat. Storing Machia in the unused cards tab, I turn to the others. It's time. I'll do it. I say. Stain will hide in the shadows above. And Kana take Aries' hand and move behind me. I continue giving the orders. She nods at me and I nod back. Closing my eyes, I focus on the quirk, warping. This quirk allows the user to produce a black ooze-like liquid from other people's mouths. The black liquid then envelopes the person's entire body and acts as a warping portal, vanishing along with the target before reappearing at a different location. With my changes, the liquid won't taste so horrible. The custom visual perk helps not only with the visual appearance. Boosting this quirk with, one for all, I reach the people I want to bring here. The people I stole the quirks from. People I have been fighting. And the people to whom I will entrust the future of this world. Part of a journey is the goodbyes. Believe me, I wish I had taken Eri and Lady Nagan to the world of Marvel. But it doesn't feel right. This journey from Hector to the world of Banha was a journey of growth. And growth sometimes means saying goodbye to certain people. It's part of life. I like my story more realistic. With my author powers, I could find a convenient way in which things would work out for Hector and everyone. And everyone would leave happily after. But in the real world, that's not how it works. Things are more complex. More difficult. Next chapter is still today and is the last of Banha arc. The last chapter ended up very big. Chapter 23, Word of Heroes and Villains, Part Finale. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. No one knows what the future holds, that's why its potential is infinite. Okabe Rintaro, Steins, Gate. This chapter is fucking HUUUGE. I'm pleased to report that the villain, Dis, has finally been defeated. Endeavor speaks in front of the press conference. He is together with several heroes. And while he announces the defeat of the villain Dis and the end of his reign of terror, if anyone is careful, they would notice that he seems very uncomfortable doing this. And many heroes beside him have strange expressions. As if trying to hold back their laughter, while others have solemn expressions. But at the moment nobody cares. Because Dis was finally defeated. Some days before. On Hector's last day in the world of BNHA. Third-person POV. At different locations across Japan, certain individuals began to emit a black liquid from their mouth. Many were surprised, but all of them are extraordinary individuals, so they don't panic. When they noticed that their surroundings had changed after being covered in black, they entered in high alert. What dash? Where are we? All Might. Principal. What is happening? Dozens of people showed up in the lab where Hector was, and when they spot him, with a woman and a child, everyone gets into battle stance. Even those without quirk. Hector don't have his mask right now. His face exposed to the heroes for the first time. And he even take off the changes in his appearance. Dis. Midoriya screams in surprise. Pthahaha, is still funny, Hector says while covering his mouth to try to contain his laughter. Sorry, the 5th grade is still very alive in me. My real name is Hector, by the way. Hector says as he looks at Star and Stripe cautiously to see if she wants to attack. But even if she did attack, the various powers he has would alert him long before she makes a move. Endeavor and Star begin to flex their muscles on guard. Calm. I don't want to fight. In fact, after today you will never have to worry about me again. Never. Hector says, raising his hands to placate them. Who would believe a word you say? Endeavor speaks. Give me back my quirk, you fucker. Bakugo screams. Calm down, Endeavor, Night Eye says, adjusting his glasses and getting between the two groups. Let's hear what he has to say. Night Eye. Sir. All Might and Mirio speak respectively. Everyone seems confused by the fact that Sir Night Eye is defending Hector. No wonder, after all these people have a bad experience with Hector. All Might, Endeavor, Gran Torino, Principal Nizu, Eraserhead, all the teachers at UA, Midoriya, Bakugo, Star and Stripe, Mirko, Hawks, the remains of the heroes who had their quirks stolen, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, the Big Three, the teachers at AU and others. All of them are present. Okay. Hear me out please. I've already made my promise that I won't do anything. But if you want a more realistic argument. Not even all of you together can do anything against me, Hector says, suddenly turning serious. The other group tenses up, but doesn't have the intention of attack anymore. He is right. Let's listen carefully. Night Eye give his support again. Thank you, Night Eye. To begin with, I would like to say that in a few hours I will disappear from your life. And I'll return all the stolen quirks and a few other things, so you can relax. What? After all you've done? Do you expect us to believe that you will simply return the quirks? Endeavor exclaims. Ha. That's why I'm saying listen to me in silence and until the end. Hector speaks tiredly. I will return all the quirks from the heroic side of society. Except for one. One for all, he says raising his index finger. This speech brings up another set of arguments. Midoriya and All Might seem heartbroken. Another group says the quirk is too powerful to be left in the hands of a villain. Endeavor being the most vocal in just starting another fight. Hector lets them rant for a while until he reaches the limit. After all, his time is limited. Can you guys just shut up? Hector says apparently calm but while release intense pressure. How Shaku no Haki, Bloodlust, the Force. Hector is almost an anime character to this point. The whole place shakes, and the group of newcomers trembles under the pressure Hector is putting on. The more inexperienced ones are almost passing out. Everyone is silent. Hector. Lady Nagant speaks from the back of the hall. Hector's eyes widen when he hears her voice and disappears from where he is. In the next moment he is already hugging Eri, kneeling and comforting her. Oh, Eri. I'm sorry. Really, really sorry. I lost my cool. I did wrong. Don't take it to heart, see. I messed up. Sorry for scaring you. This sight continues for a few minutes, shocking everyone. The difference in attitude is simply too much for the group that was teleported. They're used to a cocky villain, only to find a calm and gentle young man, and then the wrath of a monster, and now an older brother comforting his little sister. They can't wrap their head around this crazy situation. After a while Hector turns to face the other group and speaks. Sorry for losing my cool. But I don't have the intention to receive any of you verbal thrashing. Remember this. You don't like me, and I don't like you. Okay. Don't think I'm going to follow your orders just because I'm acting nice right now. Hector gets up carrying Eri on his lap, while running a hand through her hair gently. Moving on. It's not like I'm not returning One for All because I'm an asshole, there's a reason. Honestly, One for All is dangerous for the user and not needed anymore since I dealt with All for One. Hector starts walking. Do you know about the side effects of One for All, All Might? Hector asks. Side effects. All Might makes a confused expression. Well, One for All evolves to be much more than a quirk. It is a power that guards and takes the will of all holders. Getting stronger with each generation and eventually it will be too much for anyone to handle. And it will destroy the user's body. Hector says ominously as he stops in front of Midoriya. Making the boy gulp loudly. Also, someone who carries One for All will have their lifespan reduced. The user who lived the longest was the fourth, Shinomori Hikage, who lived to be 40 years old and died of old age. What? Impossible, All Might is still doing great. Present Mike exclaims what everyone else thought. It's because All Might coincidentally has the requirement to not suffer this shortened lifespan side effect. And coincidentally, Midoriya Izuku has it too. Hector says mysteriously as he starts walking towards Lady Nagant and delivers Eri into her arms. Requirement. I never knew about any requirement. All Might says. It's because Shimura Nana and everyone else didn't know either. Hector says shocking All Might and Gran Torino. How do you know my master's name? All Might looks agitated. All in their due time. Hector say calmly all other users with the exception of Shinomori Hikage didn't die naturally, they were killed by All for One. So no one knew about this requirement to use One for All without shortening its lifespan. And the requirement would be, the user be quickless, right? Principal Nizu intervenes. Everyone's eyes widen at once. Bingo. As expected of the principal. To explain this I would have to give a detailed explanation of how the body adapts to one quirk and can hardly sustain another. But the simple explanation is. A quirkless person is like a shapeless container that can mold itself to the shape of the quirk it receives, adapting to it, for now. In the future, One for All will become so strong that it will instantly kill the new user the moment it is passed. If you still don't believe me, you can ask these guys. Hector says pointing a thumb over his shoulder, and then 7 figures begin to appear behind him. Sure. What kind of trick is this? How dare you use her image to dash? All Might begins. Tashinori, calm down. It's me. Do you remember the day you told me about your ambition to become a symbol that people can depend on? It was a snowy day, we were on the side of a river. And Sorahiko, the day I said goodbye to Kotaro, I cried on her shoulder for a long time. Shimura Nana speaks rapidly to confirm that it is herself and not a trick. She don't want any more misunderstandings. Sure. How? Nana. Hector steps forward to explain. Quirks carry more than the power itself. They can carry traces of the person's personality and consciousness. One for All is an even more special case. Part of all users live in it. I can see them. You don't. I'm using other quirks like Hologram and Glamour to materialize the users for all of you. Hector speaks. One for All is an extreme example, but all your quirks carry a little bit of you in them. Your personalities can also be influenced by your quirks. Like a fiery or explosive temper. Hector says, pointing to Bakugo and Endeavor. So since I've already made copies of your quirks, I can return them. In fact, they will likely come back even better. Maybe in strength, maybe with new qualities. Here, I example Bakugo. Hector then lifts his leg and, boom. A small explosion erupts from the sole of his foot. Shocking Bakugo. You'll probably be able to do that in the future, you're welcome. Hector says dismissively. Well, giving back your quirks isn't the most important thing. What I'm going to leave for you all is much bigger. Follow me. After saying that, he starts walking towards a hallway. Toshinori, Sorahiko, don't worry. You can trust him. Hector is a good person. Shimura Nana talks to All Might and Gran Torino. No, I'm not. Hector says, turning abruptly, don't be confused, I came here with the full intention of stealing all of your powers. I'm only returning them because of the fortuitous situation where I can replicate and copy them. If not for that, I'd have your quirks permanently. My other gifts and help are just for my own conscience too. After that, he keeps walking, not waiting for others to follow him. Shimura Nana turns back to the others and repeats. He is a good person. Trust him. She repeats, smiling, completely ignoring what Hector had just said. Let's go. There's a lot for you to see. By the way, I might as well do that now, Hector says, turning around again and heading towards All Might with his hand outstretched. Everyone tenses at his action, but Shimura Nana just smiles and nods at All Might and he relaxes. Letting Hector do what he wants. Look, Eri. I'll give you a first-hand example of using your quirk on humans. The key is to use it in a specific area. It will conserve your energy and won't affect what you don't need to rewind. While explaining this, a horn appears on Hector's forehead and begins to glow with a golden light together with his right hand that comes in contact with the left side of All Might's torso. After a few seconds, changes begin to appear in All Might's body. He appears to be much healthier. He actually regains its bulky form. Puff, I am back. All Might exclaims, doing on pose. And flexing his recovered muscles. You need to be aware that I didn't just use your quirk, Eri. I used Cell Axillarian, too. That's why All Might is muscular now. Using Rewind, I reversed the states of the organs that were destroyed and damaged, and with Cell Acceleration, I accelerated their recovery process by months. Now he's bulky because it's his body's natural state. You don't have One for All, though, All Might, so no changing the weather with a punch. Be happy and be capable of breath normally. When Hector says this, he walks away and turns to Night Eye. Do you want to do the ultimate test? Sir Night Eye cautiously approaches All Might. All Might, can I? He says, extending his hand and signaling that he wants to use his quirk on him. Sir Night Eye had promised himself that he would never again see someone's future too far, afraid to see that person's death. That promise began when he predicted All Might's brutal death at the hands of a villain. The fact that he's willing to break that promise, and on All Might itself, shows the level of faith he has in Hector, and in the ability that Hector has to change the future. For him, Hector is the person who appeared suddenly in the world, and therefore he is the only one who can change the destiny already written with his actions. All Might, seeing Sir Night Eye's determination, just nods his head. With trembling hands, Sir Night Eye touches All Might and uses Foresight. After a few seconds, he draws his hand back and brings it to his eyes. You will live till old age, All Might. He says in a voice that everyone could tell he is holding back tears. What tafk is happening here now? Bakugo asks abruptly. Many appear confused as well. This is something that only a select group of individuals are aware of. Principal Nizu starts. Actually, after All Might's first fight with All for One, Sir Night Eye here, at the time All Might's sidekick, used his quirk that can predict the future on All Might to know what would happen to him in the distant future. Midoriya, Endeavor, Bakugo and many others who don't know about this are paying close attention. What he discovered was disturbing. He predicted that All Might would die a brutal death at the hands of a villain within 7 or 8 years after that fight. Meaning All Might would die this year or the next. All Might, is that true? Midoriya asks, stuttering and wide-eyed. Sigh, yes, Midoriya Shounen. It's true. All Might responds with a forlorn expression. You weren't going to tell me. You had a lot to worry about, my boy. I didn't want to add that weight to your shoulders. After all, there would be nothing you could do. Midoriya just looks down, shaking and clenching his fists. We have no reason to be depressed about something from the past, which has apparently been overcome, right, Night Eye? Principal Nizu intervenes before the weather gets heavier. Yes. As I suspect. In all my life, my quirk has never failed. But Hector is different, he's not of this world. Then his actions and interference would change what I saw in the past, from the moment of his arrival. Sir Night Eye responds with a small smile on his face. Is that why you were so cooperative with him, sir? Mirio asks. Yes. The death of All Might was just one of many things I predicted would be changed for the better with Hector's methods. What? Sir Night Eye, did you cooperate with enemy behind our backs? Endeavor exclaims incensed and approaching the hero who can see the future. Yes. He responds without hesitation as he adjusts his glasses. I know my cooperation with him could be considered treason, but for the chance to save All Might I would take any risk. I will accept any punishment and have no regrets. He speaks without blinking, looking at the current number 1 hero. Sir. Night Eye. Calm. Hector interrupts. First of all, this cooperation consisted only of him passing his and Mirio's quirks to me. Quirks that I refused to use against the heroes, precisely so as not to give the two any trouble, he exclaims. And everyone looks at him in surprise. Using the quirk that can see the future could give him an incredible advantage. Many were actually already thinking that the main reason Hector always seemed one step ahead of the heroes is because of the Night Eye quirk. And now Hector says he didn't just use it to rid Night Eye of his guilt. It's hard for these people who've spent the last month vilifying Hector to process this situation. I said he's a nice guy. He is at Tsundere. Shimura Nana whispers mischievously loud enough for everyone to hear and receives a hard glare from Hector in return. He's telling the truth, Detective Tsukachi says. Since we got here he hasn't tell a single lie. I can vouch on this. Thank you, Hector Shounen. I still greatly disapprove of your actions, but I thank you for saving me. All Might says seriously. Oh, did I receive the Shounen honorific? Nice. And whatever. Follow me, we don't have much time. He turns around again to finally go to another room. One for all, users return to Hector's mind, with the exception of Shimura Nana, who stands very close to All Might and Gran Torino, talking about various things. Principal Nizu POV nudging Aizawa to walk a little faster until he's side by side with Hector. I who am sitting on the professor's shoulders can get a good look at the men who turned Japan into chaos. He's actually quite young, at the age of being a student at my school. So. Hector-kun. I begin. I noticed you mentioned that you can copy quirks. I wonder why you took the quirks from most, but left some, like myself and Star. I ask. He gives me a side glance before answering. Like I said, at first I didn't know I could copy till I steal, all for one. But there are some reasons behind my actions. First, removing the quirks would permanently lower your party's power without me having to do irreversible damage. Second, I didn't want to give out information that I could just copy a quirk so soon. He says, still looking straight ahead and walking away. I didn't remove Star and Yours quirks, as well as many others I've copied sneakily, like Tsukachi, Lie Detector, as example. It's because I didn't know if removing your quirk would make you go back to being just another animal irrational, and if when I gave it back you could become a different person. As if would reset your consciousness, you know, he goes on, and it makes sense. It scares me to think that I might lose my sense of self. And Star. I was afraid she'd use the Curix's power on the quirk itself. Making her destroy the user or something, before I steal. That's why I found it safer to just copy. And have my own version. He says, shrugging, but making the Star and Stripe heroine's eyes widen. You really know a lot about New Order, huh? You've been prepared against me since day one. Star and Stripe speaks bitterly. You are the strongest woman in the world, with the most broken power in the world. Obviously I have to watch out for you. Hector answers nonchalantly. We arrived, he continues as we reach the end of the hall. Leaving the corridor, we come across a large hall with the most diverse technological devices. It has giant but empty tubes. On one wall there are rows and rows of capsules with names written on it. Another wall is full of monitors showing the lab situation, news, and running simulations, and in the center there are 3 items. 2 of them appear to be tightly closed high-tech coffins. One of them is bigger than the other, one for an adult and one for a child, I conclude. And right in the center of the laboratory there is a large pillar that reaches the ceiling, with several drawers and compartments. I believe young Hector will explain the items to us. When everyone enters the Great Hall he turns to us and starts talking. We are below Jaku General Hospital. And this lab was owned by Dr. Kyudai Garaki, an avid follower of All for One. Here he did various inhuman experiments and where he made copies of quirks and created the Nomus. Publicly he was known as Dr. Shiga Maryuta, the quirkless good-hearted doctor who created orphanages and clinics, and did philanthropic work. Everything is a facade. Well, it's not that a surprise. Dr. Shiga Maruta died a month ago when a villain fell on him, but it appears the villain was thrown at him. Kyudai Garaki had a quirk, longevity, that he gave to All for One, allowing the two to live for over 100 years. He continues looking at Sakachi and All Might. The two appear distressed. It is to be expected, such villainous acts being done right under our noses, and all of us ignorant of it. Yes, yes. This society is flawed. It's good that many things are coming to light lately, right? Hector speaks. Moving forward, I already take care of the doctor and took over the laboratory. Now let's get to what you care about most at the moment. He starts moving the wall with rows and rows of capsules the size of a grown man's middle finger. Taking two, he shows us. It has two names, Rabbit and Fierce Wings. It can't be. Can it? Those are your quirks. He speaks, confirming my hypothesis. I don't have time to give back all of your quirks one by one. Each capsule has the name of the quirk and the original user. You just need to inject in the person. He says, throwing the two capsules towards Hawks and Mirko. The two taking their respective capsules. The capsules can only be safe to be injected into the original user, because rejection will happen. But following that theory that a quirkless person can adapt to any quirk, maybe you can give it to someone without a quirk. Who knows? I haven't tested it, he says nonchalantly. Your quirk should manifest in a few minutes, at most half an hour. These capsules were made following the research of Dr. Garaki and the quirk-erasing bullets made by Shiha Saikai. He says, surprising everyone. The quirk-erasing bullet problem was resolved abruptly, the underworld purveyor mysteriously disappearing. Now we know what happened. One more things that he did in the shadows. How many problems that we couldn't see in the light and were taken care of by this young man. I will explain later about Shiha Saikai. He said, looking quickly in the direction of the woman I recognized as Lady Nagant and the little girl named Eri. Today's main focus is this. He speaks, pointing to the pillar right in the center of the room. Are you aware of the quirk singularity theory, he asks. And the gears in my mind start to turn, can it be? Quirk singularity? Todoroki-kun asks, but I see he's not the only one confused. I resolve to explain like the good educator I am. The quirk singularity doomsday theory. I say, bringing everyone's attention to me. This theory believes that quirks will evolve and become more complex much faster than humans can withstand, causing humanity to self-destruct. It was created, but not taken very seriously by the scientific community, 70 years ago by Drive. Kyudai Garaki! Exclamation point. Exactly. The very sidekick of All for One who came up with this theory. The same genius capable of replicating quirks and creating nomas. This theory is also believed by the recently extinct group Hamurais and others. As you may have guessed, this theory is true. We already have an example nowadays of people with quirks too strong for their own body. They are more common cases when quirks are anomalies, that is, very different from the type that would come from their parents. Some examples would be this little girl Eri and Shigaraki Tamura, or Shimura Tenko as his birth name. Many turn their eyes to the little girl, but after the revelation that Shigaraki is a relative of the Master of All Might, everyone's attention turns to her, who only expresses a sad expression on her face. By my calculations, and from the study of Dr. Kyudai Garaki's research, I can predict that people will start to be born with quirks that will destroy them at the moment of awakening in 70 or 80 years. Hector continues. Many of you must already feel your body suffering when you use your quirks in excess, right? Endeavor, Bakugu, Aizawa. I researched and saw that your quirk is also an anomaly, right, Aizawa? Your parents don't have a quirk like erasure, and your body suffers from dry eye because of it. And where are you going with all this, Hector-kun? I ask, already guessing the answer, looking at the big pillar behind him. It's because it's related to my main gift, of course, the cure. A second chance for the whole world. He says, looking to the pillar with a light smile in his face. Hector POV, looking at everyone's shocked faces, I decide to explain. This month I worked in parallel on how to overcome the quirk singularity problem. It would take too long for me to start from scratch, so I took ownership of Kyudai Garaki's laboratory and research. It's not perfect and ideal, but it's a start. After that I turn around and press a button causing the pillar to open. At the base of the pillar there is a cocoon-like place to someone to lay. And in the various compartments there are tubes the size of the arm of an adult man. The cure is not as simple as I would like. The method is adapted from the doctor. He and All for One had a plan to give, All for One, to Tamura Shigaraki, but for that they would need to improve his body. Shigaraki would go through a painful 4-month metamorphosis process. I say. In which his body would be improved and adapted to contain any quirk. Basically a new step for humanity. By the way, I think All for One wanted to use the fact that quirks carry a person's consciousness to steal Shigaraki Tamura's body and gain a new life. Exclamation point. What dash? This is not possible. All Might says. I don't know if it's possible. But All for One is special. He lived for a long time, big ego, genius intellect, strong power. Who knows? Even if he fails, he'll probably be happy to have a successor to fight the successor of One for All. I say, looking at Midoriya, who looks nervous. The gravity of the situation fall on everyone present. They were very close to being fucked up hugely by All for One, and they didn't even know it. Hector ended up getting in the way of their plans. Shimura-san says. I sigh. I know what she's trying to do. She wants me to be accepted, recognized. She doesn't want my legacy to be that of a villain, at least for this select group of you. I appreciate the feeling, but it's not necessary anymore. Anyway, about the cure. I relied on that doctor research. I say, attracting everyone's attention. This chamber will allow the person that use it to have their body leveled up to be able to adapt and resist their own quirk. Using this. I say, taking a tube. In this tube is a serum of my creation. This serum main component is my blood. I say to everyone. My power allows me to adapt and resist my abilities. So I created a serum to give this perk to everyone. I isolated my secondary mutation. The one that helps me adapt and resist, to create this low-level version of my power. It will make the body grow strong as the quirk. And lessen collateral effects of their own power. Stain and Kana have already been injected and received the benefits. Aries' dose is saved for when she grows more. By the time she's 15, it should be enough. Although I have confidence in my intellect, you always need to test before using something. And I haven't tested it on children. It's impossible for me to be cloned by this serum, by the way. I isolated only my mutation. I will use the serum in the world of Marvel in the future as well. Many mutants suffer because of their powers. Rogue being the most famous example. With this I can level the play field. Mutants will have a better control and resistance to their own power, making them functioning members of society. I will give the ones who have to hide because of their bodies, they own place under the sun too. I also have the theory that acquiring a stronger body by other means will help too. I'll see if I can combine it with the super soldier serum. It will be interesting to give this serum to my subordinates in the future. Everyone in my organization, even the minions being a peak baseline human with high adaptability. Will be nice. The person that take this procedure will have to spend a maximum period of 15 days in the chamber, depending of their quirk strength, after being injected with the serum. At the end of the process the person will come out better and stronger and without any side effects from their quirk. It will even help the person to have a better control over the quirk itself, like that invisible girl from Class 1A. Maybe even allowing for an awakening, I say to everyone's wide eyes. As I said before, the process is not perfect. I have 616 samples of the serum in this pillar. The goal is for my cure to be studied and improved. To be accessible and distributed to everyone. There is a great chance of the serum being transferred to future generations naturally too. I keep. All Might, Nizu. It would be nice to communicate David Shield and people you trust to work on this project. Your deadline is 70 years. I say, looking at the two. This. All Might tries to speak. Hector Cohen. I don't know if I can trust you in everything you say now. I'll do tests first. But I feel that you are sincere. For your efforts, I promise that I will dedicate all my resources to making your plan possible. Make your efforts reach all the people of the world. Principal Nizu says seriously. Hoo-hoo. That's all I ask. That's why I prepared 616 samples. You can run the tests. But be careful. There won't be more after I go. I say, putting the tube in my hands in its respective place. Now I just need to do one last villainous act. Computer. Upload truth. And remove identification by fingerprints, retinas, and DNA. And change all passwords to 1-2-3-4-5. I say. Now you'll have access to the lab. It's yours to do whatever you want. I say, turning to Nexu. Thank you. But if I can ask, what is truth? Nizu speaks. I look at him. It's just my last act as a villain. I've released all the shady works of the Hero Public Safety Commission on the internet. Truth is a program that uploads documents and evidence over and over again. And then over and over again. And it keeps multiplying. Like mitosis. It's impossible to get off the internet completely. What? What types of shady deals? I look to they shocked and confused faces and sigh. You guys don't know that to keep this society running as it was, a lot of blood was spilled under the covers. For example, Lady Nagant here. When she was a hero, she did assassination missions against many corrupt heroes and villains. All Might in the light and many other things in the dark. All to not tarnish the image of the heroes for the population. I say, signaling to Kana. Exclamation point. Many are downright incredulous. Seems like few really know that, huh? Have you ever done something similar, Hawks? I say, turning to the winged hero. He doesn't have his usual carefree expression. His crunched eyebrows gives the answer everyone seeks. How? What is he talking about? All Might asks. You really don't know, All Might. Poor you. I say, All Might, you are a good person, the best of the heroes. Alone, you ended an age of chaos and darkness. And you became a symbol of peace and prosperity. But you became too disconnected from the political aspects of society. You were so worried about being a natural-born hero that you let other people build society on top of the peace you created. It's these people who came to not care about people who don't fit in. Rejecting and discarding them, quirkless and with villainous powers, only to maintain the status quo, I say, looking at Midoriya. I'm not saying you did anything bad, All Might. You were amazing, you also inspired a lot of people to be heroes too. I say, gesturing to Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki. But on the other hand also created villains in response to all the ostracism. The League of Villains is the best example of this, just punching bad guys isn't good enough. I say, sighing. I learned so much here. I have a direction to follow when I go back. I can't only be a caped crusader, a symbol of hope or something like that. Beyond my hero persona, I will make Hector or other identity that I will create have tons of influence. Lex Luthor level of influence. What is Hector trying to say, Toshinori? Shimura-san starts. It's just that people used the peace you created to try to re-establish the egalitarian society from before the emergence of the quirks. But that's impossible. Everyone is different, ever more now. So a template was created. And those who didn't fit that template were rejected, forgotten, maybe even villainized. Shimura-san continues. It's not your fault, you already had too much on your hands. You were the most powerful man in the world, you were probably afraid to make political decisions alone. I interrupt, afraid of becoming a dictator. Then you're left the job of restructuring society to other people. It worked. But it's flawed. You alone holding the whole world on your back, people always counting on you to be a deus ex machina. It's rare for people to go out of their way to surpass you. You've made the profession of hero easy. I continue with another problem of this hero society. There wasn't a big danger. Because All Might is here. We see the consequences now, right? A society supersaturate with heroes. And the majority have already left the profession because things got a little more difficult, or because they are not celebrities anymore, in which people worship the ground they step on. The profession focus more in appearance and power than nature. As long as you have a good quirk you can be a hero, right Bakugo? I say, looking straight at the blondie. Not giving the explosive bastard another look, I continue to speak. I know he can have his redemption, but it's not my problem. Well. This problem is not mine to solve. I exposed all the problems of today's society, now it's up to you guys to solve it little by little. I even became the villain so you guys have someone convenient to blame when I'm gone. I say nonchalantly to the group, who seem lost in thought. Good. Reflect, finally. Well. Now that you've all started to think, I'm going to present some living examples of this society flaws. I'll start with you, Endeavor. He looks surprised when I talk directly to him. Do your worst, villain. He says. Is this guy waiting for a fight till now? Hee hee. I'm not the one who did his worst. Computer, show cell 02. I say, you are the one that already did his worst, I say when the image of the numerous monitors changed to show a individual. Dabi. Unlike usual, his hair now shows its original white appearance, because I removed the dye using a water hose, very gently. Looking at Endeavor, I see his eyes and mouth slowly widening. The flames that constantly adorn his body slowly diminish, until they become tiny sparks. See, can't, no. I'm impossibly. He starts mumbling like a broken record. Glancing back, I notice everyone has confused expressions, with the exception of Principal Nizu. I think he's already connected the dots. Or not. He's a mouse, it's hard to read him. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately. You are not mistaken, Endeavor. I start and Endeavor turns his head towards me robotically. Eyes pleading with me to say otherwise. That his assumption is wrong. I shatter this little hope without mercy. Dabi is your son, Todoroki Toya. Exclamation point. Dabi can tell the story better, but it's something like. Endeavor here on his unstoppable quest to overcome All Might decides to win in another way, producing an heir. Hey. All for one and now you. Is this a new trend? Or all for one copied you, Endeavor? Damn. Even the greatest villain of all time wanted to learn from you in this regard. I say, putting salt in the wound. He deserves. Moving on. Endeavor wanted his descendant to surpass All Might. So he married his wife, obviously. He had 4 kids. He thought he got lucky with the first one. But although little Toya's flames and general quirk were really stronger than his dear father's, he had a problem. Little Toya's flames and general quirk were really stronger than his dear father's, I say, repeating myself. Toya had strong flames, but he inherited his mother's constitution. The constitution of being resistant to cold, not heat. See. Quirk singularity makes its appearance again. I say, gesturing to the pillar with the cure. Knowing that if Toya kept using the flames, he would only earn an early death, let alone a place in the heroic world. Endeavor gave up on Toya and shifted his focus to Shoto. The perfect son, with the 2 quirks, with fire and ice. But what about Toya? I say exaggeratedly, and I see that I've caught everyone's attention with my speech. Toya can be a normal person, right? It's okay that he's not a hero, right? It's okay, right? Wrong. All his life he listened to his father talking to him he would be a great hero. Who would surpass All Might? All his friends wanted to be heroes. He only knew this, and this was his world. And now everything has been destroyed. See the problem again, All Might. I turn my face to the bulky hero, who has a complicated expression on his face. The pressure and expectation that crushes little kids' shoulders, of being normal, and the normal being a hero. Toya didn't know another life. And he never stopped training. Even secretly. So he had an accident and was presumed dead. About the situation at Todoroki household, you can ask him in the future. I say ending, I'm not going to get into these guys' personal problems. I don't know if Dabi can change. And if he can, I'm not the one who's going to make him change. This is something they must strive for on their own. I've already interfered with too much with Tamura. It is all my fault. How could I let this happen? I'm a failure. Endeavor starts saying while kneeling on the floor. The guy has a dead expression as he just stares into space. He is broken inside. Ha. This can't do. Moving towards him, I slap the bastard. Slap. Everyone is shocked and some even start to move to hold me. What do you think you're doing bitching right now? You don't have time for this, you don't have the luxury for this. Him. I say pointing to the monitor, it's the result of your actions and you're going to confront your past. You're the #1 hero now. And society sucks. No one would want to be in your position. But you're going to face it. Even if you fail, even after you fail. You'll keep holding on. And I crouch to keep eye level. You're not All Might, Shoto's not you. You've had a totally wrong focus until now. And from today onwards you will strive to fix everything. That's your hero name, right? Endeavor. You don't choose anything like Fire Lord or anything related to how your powers work. You choose Endeavor. Now you're going to put effort in this. Rising, Endeavor's eyes and everyone else follows me. But your effort won't be for you. Him, and them. I say pointing to Dabi, Shoto, and the other heroic students. You will strive for them. For the future. Not as a symbol of peace, but a flame of hope. That can guide these little chickens to grow and become the better version of themselves. Until they're all ready to actually make this world a better place. I don't sugarcoat. Endeavor don't need this. No one will thank you. People will hate you and despise you. Maybe you'll never mend the relationship with your family. But you'll keep moving forward. Because that's your role. That's you, Endeavor. The fruits of your efforts will not be for you to take. I look around. Hard times make strong men, I look at All Might. And these strong men make easy times. In easy times weak people are born. I look at a monitor that shows the news, and there's a hero resigning. And those weak people will create hard times. I open my arms, signaling everything around me. And this difficult time now. I believe it will create the strongest of you all. I say looking at the new generation. This is your era, Endeavor. It's not like you imagined. But your era will precede the best era this world has ever seen. And that will only be possible if you become the man and hero you should always have been. I finish looking straight into his eyes. I finally see the light going back to him. He is still sad, shocked and even a little depressed. But he is determined. That's all I ask. My charisma and leadership is really high these days. Many of my cards have an absurd amount of charisma. Very nice. Well. This is something you all will have to work on in the future, and I won't be here. Let's focus on the now. I have 2 things to show you. I say signaling to the high-tech coffins. With who to start? Looking at All Might and Aizawa I decided to give the gift first, before the burden. This biggest coffin has a Nomu, Kirojiri. I say to everyone's amazement. Ah yes. You only know Nomas as mindless beasts full of quirks. Well, the doctor was working on making high-end nomas, various quirks and high intellect. But Kurogyri is special. He only has one quirk and high intellect. But this quirk was artificially made by merging several others. I say to my audience. And this concept of merging powers was very interesting. Being able to create new powers, or even merge several powers of the same type and make something bigger and better. I lost count of how many powers that increase my physical power I have. If I merge them all, it will not only create something better. I won't need to focus on using several at once. It will save effort not having to multitask. Kurogyri is a Nomu. One of the first. I read his information in the database. He was created from the body of a brain-dead person. His body was still alive. So the doctor and All for One worked to revive him by implanting a new personality and new quirks that merged, creating Kurogyri. I say, looking at Aizawa and present Mike. They're both not liking the way I look at them. Fun fact, the quirk fusion concept came about with, one for all might. I say to the surprise of the former number one hero. You know how, one for all, was born out of a passable quirk and a power-accumulating quirk. And nowadays it even guards the quirks of previous users. Fusing quirks helps the body not be overloaded. I explain, Todoroki-kun has this gift from Mother Nature, I say, shifting my view to Shoto. A double quirk. Which could very well be two different quirks, adapted to form his only one quirk. Obviously it has a restriction, cold from the right side, and heat from the left side. That's nature's way of adapting your body. Very nice. I say to those interested. I studied a lot about quirks and powers. After all, now that I'm a mutant, metahuman, I know which side I'll be on in Marvel. And my main enemies, like Mr. Sinister, the Sentinel program and others. That whole thing of knowing yourself, I can't slack off. I'm sidetracking, sorry. What I mean is that Kurogyri here is made of a person that some who are present know, so prepare your hearts. Evil know no bounds. I say sadly. Everyone's eyes widen, after all it means that Kurogyri may have been a hero from the past who had his body desecrated by the villains. Nizu seems to have already figured it out, he looks pretty solemn and got off Aizawa's shoulder. Long ago, during a fight with a giant villain. All for One recovered and changed the body of a UA student. According to the files, they were after erasure. I look straight into Aizawa's eyes, as I listen gasps around me. But they settled for the other option. What are you trying to say? Aizawa talks to me and starts walking towards me. Wow. He is scary. Keeping eye contact, hear me till the end. Present Mike puts a hand on Aizawa's shoulder, but he also looks tense. He's not smiling excitedly like he usually is. Kurogyri, Warp Gate, was made by merging several quirks. The main ones being, Warp, the quirk that creates a black liquid from the target's mouth to transport it, and Cloud, Shirakumo Oboro quirk, former student of the heroic course of UA. I drop the bomb. They act as expected. They look at the larger coffin and look solemn. Those who knew Shirakumo had a more exaggerated reaction. Midnight takes her hands to her mouth and turns over to cry. Principal Nizu closes his eyes slowly and lets out a sigh. Present Mike comes towards me and grabs my shoulders. What are you talking about, huh? I saw that Kurogyri guy, and he's nothing like my pal. Are you messing with me? In that day. I see with my own eyes. Can't this fucking be, man? Present Mike screams with his face very close. I don't flinch. Aizawa and Tsukachi come to help me. Hisashi, calm down. Aizawa speaks, but he doesn't seem calm at all. He's squeezing Present Mike's shoulder really hard. Present Mike. Everything Hector has said so far has been true, the detective says solemnly. Calm down. There's hope, I say, and everyone turns to me at the same time. Wouldn't you be storing Kurogyri in such a technological apparatus if you didn't have a plan, right, Hector-kun? Principac Nizu says. It's true, I could have left Kurogyri in a cell. I nod. Yes. Like I said, they didn't take Shirakumo Oboro's corpse. But Shirakumo in a vegetative state. You could say that the transformation into Noma saved his life. That is, if they weren't the ones who attacked him in the first place. I say, but seeing that Present Mike is going to start screaming again, I quickly continue. I already got him back to normal, I say, and damn. I got scared that someone would die from whipslash. How quickly next turned. What? How? Many start talking at the same time. Raising my hand to silence them, I start to explain. To explain the process, I'll have to give you some information first. I approach Eri and use a weak quirk, Silence Ball. The concept is similar to Corazone's Devil Feud from One Piece. But it just makes soccer ball size space with no sounds. I take from a small thug from Shai Hasaikai, he puts in his foots, to move sneakily. I put the quirk in Eri head, because she doesn't need to hear this. Eri's quirk, as you've already noticed from my conversation with her, is Rewind. Rewind gives the user the ability to reverse a living being's body back to a previous state. The quirk is the result of an extremely rare mutation, and bears no resemblance to any quirk on either side of Eri's family's lineage, is what I call anomaly. Her quirk is so strong that at the moment of awakening, she has rewound her father enough to the point where he doesn't exist anymore. I say sadly. Eri isn't listening to me, but shows a confused expression. To fool her, I start to show a more cheerful expression and pull her cheeks, ! That is. Because of that, she is abandoned by her mother, saying that she is cursed or something like that. Her grandfather goes to take care of her, till one of his subordinates, Kai Chisaki, sees Eri's value in creating the quirk erasing bullets. Eri suffered from experiences for most of her childhood, until I rescued her at least a month ago. That's awful. Horrible. Bastard. Many heroes are outraged by this fact. Eri is another example of rejection by this society, and how it turns a blind eye to those who don't fit in. Besides that, her quirk helps prove the quirk singularity theory. Her quirk is an anomaly, and strong enough that from the beginning she has already been able to reverse more than 30 years of a person. A danger to the people around her in the case. Can you imagine if many quirks like these or Tamura's start to appear in the future? For years old kids with no control over their powers, simply going in rampant without being capable of stopping. I let the thought sink in them, enjoying that everyone is lost in their thoughts. I make the bigger high-tech coffin monitor turn on and show the person inside, looking exactly like Shirakumo, only older. There's Kurogyri, a oxygen mask in his face and some devices reading his vitals. Squinting, I see Aizawa's eyes fill with tears for a moment before he wipes it away, but present Mike isn't that subtle. Aburo. Pal. Rewind only affects the physical aspects of a person. So even using it, it wouldn't erase the memories of what the person has lived through. But I have much better control than Eri. So I, little by little, rewind the chemicals of his brain too, to the state before his transformation in Kurogyri. I didn't use the quirk completely unrestrained. That's why he looks more grown up, and must remember the time as Kurogyri. But his brainwave readings are totally different from Kurogyri's. And he is already stable, he just needs to wake up. And what are we waiting for? Wake him up now. Present Mike speaks quickly. Calm down. In 2 days you can wake him up. He is still going through the quirk singularity healing process. I went all out. He will wake up better than before. I was scared of the quirk, Warp Gate, which is different from Cloud, influence his personality. Or even save some remnant of Kurogyri, causing future problems. I explain. Damn. You're really thought in everything, right? Captain Celebrity talks about his place. Very impressive, Hector Kuhn. I have no words to thank you for what you did. Principal Nizu speaks. Well, you'll thank me if you make all my plans keep working even after I leave, if I can ask for something. I say, looking at Shimura-san. I move to the lower high-tech coffin. I turn on the monitor and show the child inside. This is Shimura Tenko. Tamura Shiraki before the trauma. I would like you to take care of him. I speak to everyone, but mostly to All Might. This is the burden I will leave. And it was the best way to deal with Tamura, and I follow the wish of the holders of One for All. All Might POV. Today, since I set foot in this laboratory, my world has been turned upside down several times. First, the revelation that the villain is so young and not our enemy. That I had a certain hunch since my encounter with him on Kamino. I never felt even a bad intention from him. It confused me a lot at the time, enough that I started to think that maybe he saw everyone around him as insects, so he didn't show anything. He didn't see us as people. This is the most dangerous type of villain. He has nothing holding back. But now it has been revealed to me that it is very much the opposite. He cares about people, especially little Eri. In hindsight, makes sense, he never killed any heroes. His attitude towards criminals and others is in stark contrast. Knowing that he will return the quirks was a relief, although his refusal to return, One for All, leaves me ready to protest. But listening to his motives and seeing my master again threw me out of loop. Being healed then. Then he talks about the quirk singularity theory and the cure that he developed. Anyone can see that although he is not a hero, his intentions are good. He was what I envision one of the first vigilantes to emerge looking like. The pioneers who set out to save the world from chaos. They didn't have the time or inclination to smile or act like today's heroes. They just saved people and improved the world around them. Hector Shaunen has never been to a hero school, not that he needs to, so his methods are unconventional, to say the least. But he was guided by Shirsho and the other holders of the One for All, and also received their approval. I know he will walk a path of justice. And apparently his time in this world is limited. I'm a little confused about this, but I won't interrupt. I know he's a good guy. He went out of his way to save Aizawa's friend, even though he didn't owe anything. He might talk like he doesn't care, like he just does it on a whim, but he really is a good person, just like Shirsho said. A little tsundere though. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at, All Might? I hear Hector Shounen talking to get my attention. He, the principal and Tsukachi were having a little conversation about the UA trader. And about the fate of Shigaraki Tamura, my teacher's grandson. I wish to help with I can. Nothing really, Hector Shounen. But you're talking about Shigaraki. I say, bringing the conversation back to the topic that worries me. Yes. As I was saying. Initially I just wanted to kill Tamura Shigaraki and leave it at that. He is very unstable and stubborn. Wanting the end of society and to destroy everything. And even if I just take his quirk, he would bring pain just by existing. I flinch with his statement. But Shimura-san here convinced me to let him live, but at the same time I know he's a problem. And letting him live would just be favoritism because of his relationship with Shimura-san. For me he's no different from the other villains. So I thought of a middle ground. Hector Shounen explains, before Shigaraki Tamura became what he is today, he wasn't much different from any other boy his age. His story is even a little similar to Eri, so I decided to give him a second chance. I will briefly tell his story. As a young boy, Shimura Tenko, the son of Shimura Kotaro, also admired heroes. But he had to suppress this admiration because of his father, who despised heroes. Hector Shounen gives a side glance to Shirsho. She is looking at the floor, depressed. To him heroes are people who hurt their own families, only to help complete strangers. Myself and many flinch with that statement. I see Gran Torino approaches Shirsho to comfort her. One day, little Tenko had a big fight with his father over this. I won't go into details about their family dynamics. But that was the tragic day he awakened his quirk. And you know what his quirk is, right? And you've seen the hands he uses over the body he calls family, right? I can only stand still clenching my fists. So many bad things happened and I couldn't do anything. I know I'm just one. I know I can't save everyone. But I could have tried harder. Investigated more. Don't torture yourself for the past, All Might. Hector Shounen's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. It's no use thinking too much about the past. The only direction that matters now is forward. That's why I'm giving you a chance to fix things, but I'll talk about the risks. He approaches the small coffin, presses some buttons. Showing some information from Tenko Shounen sleeping inside. As I said before, rewind only works on the body. I can't rewind his memories or mind. And unlike Kirojiri, who was an experiment, Shimura Tenko became Shigaraki Tamura by himself. Obviously he was influenced by All for One. But it was a natural course for his situation. So All Might. Can you guarantee that he won't go back to becoming Shigaraki Tamura? That at some point maybe his memories will come back and it will all be for nothing. He is a ticking time bomb. I used the quirk to rewind him until before decay, awakening, but what happens in the event that he gains his quirk again? Hector Shounen looks at me seriously. Even though I'm a foot taller than him, I still feel the pressure and seriousness of the situation. But I don't hesitate. Leave it to me. I believe little Tenko has suffered too much and circumstances have made him become a villain. This time I will stand for him, and I will take full responsibility if things go wrong. I say seriously. Hector Shounen seems to look at me for a minute, but he lets the corner of his mouth smile slightly and speaks. I see your determination, All Might. Relax, I made your job easier. I altered his memories, actually erased as much as possible. What I did was no different from killing Shigaraki Tamura. And letting Shimura Tenko be reborn. And so was I want. And I changed his quirk factor. Hector shrugs his shoulders. Did you change his quirk factor? Principal Nizu asks curiously. Yes, as I backtracked him to before awakening the quirk, decay, which was an anomaly in his family. I modified and changed it to a quirk more tame and compatible. Hector speaks as he closes the small coffin. What quirk? I ask. Float, Hector responds, and walking to the lab's central computer, not looking back. Looking to the side, I see my Shirsho with her hand over her mouth as she tries to suppress her tears, and Gran Torino just smirking, muttering something like her still being a crybaby. Looking at the retreating back of Hector Shounen, I think he really is a good person. And as Shirsho spoke. A tsundere. Still All Might POV. After a minute, and Shirsho calming down, Hector Shounen returns holding a syringe and device in his hands. He approaches and hands the device to Principal Nizu. It must be some information or instructions for the future. After that, he addresses little Eri and Lady Nagant. It looks like he's leaving. Seeing the little girl hug him so tightly makes me feel sad for Hector Shounen's departure. After a few minutes he turns around and abruptly removes his cloak, showing the costume underneath. And he throws his cloak high in the air. Without explaining anything he turns his arm into a rifle. Lady Nagant quirk. And shoots the cloak twice in the places that would be the head and the heart. Quickly retracting the rifle he makes flames appear out of his hand and shoot towards the cloak, burning it a little. Don't tell me he. When the cloak finally drops, he grabs it with one hand and heads for Endeavor. With that the villain Dis is dead. Use it wisely. He speaks, handing over the damaged cloak into the hands of the current pillar of society. You all know that Lady Nagant here was a victim of the system. Help me make this a second chance for her, he says seriously. Hector Shaunen. I will never be able to reward you enough. Don't worry. I will use my influence to clear Lady Nagant's name. I say seriously. I'm tired of being passive with these decisions. Even if no one supports me, I will fight so that Lady Nagant is not arrested. While she committed murder, I believe she has already paid enough. I will help so that she can no longer be arrested. Principal Nizu supports me. We can both do a lot with our influence. That's all I ask. Kana-san will take care of Eri. I don't want a runaway life for both of them. By the way, before I transported you here I went to restore Ingenium and Eri's biological grandfather in the hospital. Be quiet, that it was me. Hector Shaunen speaks. As if it wasn't much. And one more thing. When your guys explain how you all beat me, say it was self-destruction that helps, hee. You know, like the common trope that the villain absorbs power and the hero is like, Iorg, it's my power that you want. So take everything. Hector Shaunen says while reenacting an imaginary fight. This will prevent people from chasing power recklessly in the future. It will be like a warning. I don't want anything speeding up Quirk Singularity Doomsday. And it might also bring attention to the problem. Hector Shaunen concludes more seriously. You really thought of everything, Hector Kuin, Principal Nizu praises. But Hector just shrugs. Why wait? I hear a shy voice speak from the back of the group. I know what you did was great. And nobody can argue with the results. But you couldn't have come clean to the heroes. We could have helped, you had caused a lot of suffering for your actions. Yayorozu, Xiaozhou speaks. Her thinking has a little bit of truth. If we'd worked together from the start we could have achieved many things, but I think with a grimace of all the difficulties. Hector Shaunen approaches Yayorozu Xiaozhou slowly. She flinches seeing him come closer. But when he's close enough, Hector Shaunen just pats her head. It's not just her who's confused. So innocent. Hector Shaunen says as he grabs Yayorozu Xiaozhou's cheeks and starts molding it between his fingers. Stop, she protests. But he's not hurting her, so no one intervenes. You're so innocent, Yayorozu-chan. First, answer me, All Might. Would you trust someone who has, all for one? Hector Shaunen says, turning to me, but not learning to stretch the young heroine in trainings in the cheeks. I can't say I would. I truly answer. Exactly. And second. I said my priority is my personal growth. I want to grow strong and I did some bad things during my quest to achieve my goal. It doesn't matter to me. But when I'm gone. Hector Shaunen explains. The responsibility would fall on us who associate with you. Principal Nizu concludes. Bingo. He says, finally removing his hands from the black-haired girl's face. Working together for a better future, Hector Shaunen says, almost mocking, it looks nice on paper but that's not how it would work. The truth is that bureaucracy and corrupt people in power would delay my work. My deadline was of a month. We could never trust each other 100%. And I had to expose society's problems, which is what Hero Commission doesn't want. And you guys work for the Hero Commission. So it's much better for me to play the villain, expose the problems, and then be defeated. To make room to a new system. You can blame it all on me. Except for things I've already exposed on the internet. Heroes will be seen as pawns that have been manipulated, not villains. You really thought of everything. Aizawa says. It's even scary how far he planned. I cheated. He says, shrugging his shoulders. He is really humble. After this conversation he turns to Midoriya Shaunen. You seem to have been the only one in a bad situation today, Midoriya. It's look like that. But I don't care. Thing will be better, SOSO, everything's is good. Midoriya Shaunen responds nervously. But you still want to be a hero, don't you? Midoriya Shaunen looks down and clenches his fists. I want, but I don't know if, bonk, Hector Shaunen hits him on the head. Ouch. Why did you do that? Stop being a wimpy. The truth is, I don't like you. Hector Shaunen says seriously and Midoriya Shaunen flinches. You wanted to be a hero, but you never trained before you met All Might. I know people who face very dangerous guys with pistols or a bow and arrow. You have no excuse for acting that way. Hector Shounen after saying that turns to Bakugo Shounen. But I can understand your lack of self-confidence. If you've heard all your life that you're a loser, it's hard to change, right? Without any support it's hard to take that first step. The step that defines those who succeed and those who don't. Those who try and those who give up. Listen to me here, Midoriya. I'm not going to say any inspiring words to you now and give you approval. I don't know if you can be a hero or even if you'll be a good one. So my approval means shit. Hector Shounen continues. Despite him saying that, I feel he will help Midoriya Shounen. But don't let anyone tell you can't do something. Me, Bakugo and even All Might. Send whoever tried to throw you down to fucking themselves and go do what you want. I believe in second chances. Here's yours. Hector Shounen speaks as he extends his hand to show the syringe he was holding. On Kamino I collected your blood for research. And I can't and won't give you back, one for all, so I made you a quirk. As expected, Hector Shounen is a good person. This quirk is based on one of my original powers. Enough to make you a top hero in the future. This gets everyone's attention. Spider Physiology. With this quirk you will receive dozens of tons of physical strength, not on the same level as All Might, but it will be enough. The real prize is the other abilities. Other skills. Wall climbing, strength, reflexes, speed, invisibility, bioelectricity and a danger sense. I converted this spider physiology into a quirk. You as a quirkless person, and I take your DNA to make this serum compatible. With this you will have no problem continuing your heroic course. Hector Shounen says handing over the syringe. You'll get the powers about 12 hours after injecting. Fun fact, these powers are similar to the previous users of One for All, so it's an adequate compensation. Hector Shounen. Thank you. I say sincerely. Thank you so much, Hector-kun. Midoriya says excitedly and with tears in his eyes. Ugh, stop that. He says turning around and going to talk to Shursho. Thank you for everything you've done, Hector, Shursho says smiling. Whatever. Shimura-san. It's time. Yes. Time for all of us to disappear. Exclamation point. Shursho, you. I say. It's okay Toshinori. It's only natural. We exist to fight all for one, we're just ghosts from the past. You know Shimura-san. In your case, I can't do anything now. But I have your DNA, from one of Tamura's hands. And where I come from, it's not impossible to transfer the mind to a body. And in some years, when I get stronger you can be reborn. Hector Shounen says. Seriously. Incredible. But Shursho just give a slight smile. It's okay, you don't have to. I'm happy to exist now. I was able to see and speak again with Toshinori and Sorahiko. I met you, Hector. But I don't need to push more than that. I can rest in peace. She calmly responds. Shursho. It's okay Toshinori. I want to say I'm very proud of you. You exceeded all my expectations. Good job. She says smiling and giving me a thumbs up. Shursho. I can't hold back the tears. But before go. Hector, do that, she says abruptly, turning to Hector Shounen. No. Hector Shounen responds immediately. Come on, do it. I won't, I don't have to. You will feel better. I feel really good now. Don't be at Tsundere. Shut up, Gilf. Tsundere. Gilf. I don't know what's going on anymore. Hector seems to be denying something. Okay. I do it. Hector Shounen finally accepts. Shursho just smiles and give an encouragement. Go on. TCH. Hector starts walking towards us, grimacing. When he gets a good distance away, he sighs and he bows. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused. I know the results are good, but it doesn't erase the bad deeds I've done. For this I apologize. He is apologizing. He straightens up and walks away without giving us a second glance. We are all shocked. Happy. He says to Shursho. I'm proud of you, Hector. You've come far. Don't lose yourself. In the future, if you feel down and depressed, remember your origins, your childlike admiration for heroes and your desire to do good. Shursho says smiling at him. He just nods seriously. Now, do it, Shursho says and the other users appear again. Goodbye, everyone. I have a good time. I heard once in the past that people don't die when they get shot or exploded. People die when they're forgotten. I'll never forget you. I have a good memory. You guys will live with me anyway. Hector says. And we all watched in silence as the users disappeared into tiny particles of light. They disappear giving advice or wishing good luck to Hector Shaunen. I think it's my time now. Hector Shaunen speaks. He turns to us and says. Eri. Kana. You guys are strong. It's going to be okay, he says turning to Duo. And you guys. He looks at us intensely. Hector-kun. Don't worry. I won't waste your efforts. Principal Nizu speaks and everyone agrees, the world will not know about you, but we will never forget you. Everyone agrees again. Many thank him like Aizawa and Present Mike. And even Endeavor. Present Mike is even crying and hugging him and calling him pal. Before I go, I'd like to say something. This is the temporary villain name I used. In the future I'll use another one for my super activities, hoo-hoo. And I'd like to share it now. Remember me by that name. My codename will be Eidolon. It stands for an idealized person or thing or a specter or phantom. I believe it embodies my style. I will work hard to become the ideal version of myself and try to inspire others to do the same. But on the other hand, I will work in the shadows, as a ghost for the betterment of society. Besides that, Eidolon is a kind of bat. And I will be paying homage to a certain person. Who served as a foundation for who I am as a super. Eidolon is a nice name. Approved. Midnight speaks giving a thumbs up. Yes. It's very nice. Hoo-hoo. Now, don't ever forget. I soloed all of you suckers. Ha 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 ha. With that, Hector Shaunen, Eidolon, disappears in a beam of light. Everyone looks shocked. But one after the other, we started laughing. I don't know to where he is going back, but I wish I could talk with him more. And I know that I'm not the only one. Bonus. World of BNHA, a little more than a month after Hector departure. Principal Nizu POV. I take a sip of my tea as I watch the newcomers in the meeting room. A lot has happened since we announced the defeat of the villain Dis. Society is getting back to normal. Many heroes who tried to return to the profession received harsh criticism from the public, and eventually dropped out again. Did you foresee even this, Hector-kun? How is your class, Aizawa-sensei? I ask the sleep-deprived hero. Better than I expect. Bakugo finally starts using his foots, after not being approved in the provisional hero license exam. And Midoriya has already adapted very well to his new powers. He is already tied with Todoroki in performance. Aizawa responds. Bakugo, because of his pride, for a long time he refused to use the improvements Hector-kun made on his quirk. But it looks like he's finally over that. That's good. To achieve his goal, he has to give his all. I say calmly. Turning to the new addition to the faculty I ask. And you Shirakumo? How are you? And Tenko? I ask the recovered Shirakumo Oboro. He recently passed the hero exam and got his links. In addition to patrols with Eraserhead, he is the substitute teacher at UA. The fact that his quirk is Warp Gate still proves invaluable to the hero's side. He already works with many agencies. Hector is very considerate, he even made the fog cuz light blue like his hair, so they wouldn't associate him with Kurogiri. Ha. I'm great principal. I've adapted. It was easy because Shota and Hisashi haven't changed a thing. Shota is still grumpy as ever. Ahaha, he says laughing, and Present Mike joins in. It's nice to see the three friends together. Eri and Tenko are currently being looked after by the big three. Mirio and Nijaya are very good with them. Shirakumo and Tenko have been undergoing psychological follow-up to see they are really okay. He does not care. He's also attached to Shimura Tenko-kun, maybe it's from his time as Kurogiri, or maybe it's just his personality. After all, he was the kind of guy who couldn't leave a kitten in the rain alone. Eri is here too already. If she is. I say. Entering through the door, the former hero Lady Nagant enters. And currently the heroine Lady Eidolon. She changed her name and went back to being a heroine. In the files that Hector uploaded on the internet, there was information about her suffering, and everyone thinks she infiltrated Dis's inner circle and helped to defeat him. She is already the top 2 hero, behind only Hawks. Endeavor has dropped a lot in rank after he publicly confessed his past mistakes. But he didn't stop being a hero and putting effort into improving his relationship with his family. Hector's words really reach him. Lady Eidolon is in black, and her hair is in a bun. She currently has to be the strongest hero in Japan. Hector wasn't stingy about giving her several support quirks, as she now can withstand it. Nothing too strong, only to help a little. As a quirk that helps control her hair, that's why her hair is already big, since her ammunition is hair and a quirk to fly, and others. Nobody knows how many more she has, she doesn't reveal. Lady Eidolon, glad you came, please have a seat. I say. Principal. She nods and sit. And she starts snacking on the table. How is Eri? I ask. Very good, she's already made friends in her own age. Lady Eidolon speaks with a small smile on her face. Eri and Hector are the only things that can make her smile nowadays. Eri. Before leaving, Hector left me a gift for Eri. Several syringes that will give quirks to Eri, in case she wants to pursue a career as a hero. I was surprised that he would trust this to me, and I even went to discuss it with Lady Eidolon. She just shrugged her shoulders and said she trust Hector's judgment if he trusts you. Seeing the name, I know there are several quirks to help little Eri. Longevity, super regeneration, tactile telekinesis, of Captain Celebrity and many others. With this, Eri can become the strongest in the world. Speaking of the things Hector left behind, it wasn't all a gift. Now that everyone is here, we can talk about the gifts of Eidolon, I say, and everyone gets serious. Looking around, I see the faces of the various people who were there that day. And many who were not, but are reliable. First. All Might. What did David Shield report? I turn to former number 1 hero, who seems very healthy. In fact, Hector secretly left a quirk, power, for All Might to use. He didn't say anything so All Might wouldn't have the pressure to go back to being a hero. He spoke of the importance of All Might's retirement being the end of an old era. Because of this, All Might refrained to come back from his retirement. But he helps when can. Thanks to Hector, All Might ended up as invincible. Only defeated by a villain's trick. He has the best record and will stay that way forever. And everyone knows about All Might's sacrifice now. David has nothing but praise for the E-Serum. He said that is the work of a genius, and that he himself would need years to replicate something of that level. Thanks to all the research Eidolon left behind, he predicts he can have a more simplified formula for the public in 10 years. All Might speaks to everyone's delight and surprise. And he did it in a month, really absurd. Hector didn't start from scratch. Kyudai Garaki had been working on the metamorphosis to Tamura for decades. Using his own blood, Hector managed to cheat a little, in his own words. Lady Eidolon talks while eating a snack. But he said he could complete a perfect cure in 3 years. She concludes. Hee hee. She has to say that Hector is superior to David Shield, huh? Ahem. That's really good, All Might. And how's the arrest going on all those people related to All for One? Tsukachi responds. Investing one by one is complicated. Many have been threatened, so we're being careful not to apprehend anyone unfairly. But that brings up the Aoyama issue. Tsukachi knew, looking at everyone. Aoyama is a sore spot for UA faculty. The traitor. Hector left all the information about All for One dealings, and explained to us about Aoyama's situation. Hector is a nice guy, he didn't speak publicly about Aoyama, letting us deal with the situation all we see fit. I believe circumstances forced Aoyama Shounen to do what he did. We need to help him in addition to scolding him a little. All Might speaks in defense of the young would-be hero. The meeting continues, and we discuss various issues of how to best use the gifts left by Eidolon. I think with that we can finish for today. Thank you all for coming, I say, concluding the meeting. When everyone stands up, an unexpected person speaks. Recovery Girl goes to Lady Eidolon and asks. Dear, did your period is late? Exclamation point. Well. Did Eidolon leave us one last and unexpected gift? End of this arc. Damn, it was a lot longer than expected. Can you all believe I wanted it to last only 4 chapters? Many people don't like the Bnha arc, but this arc is about the MC growth. The MC grow in strength, acquire powers, learn about different subjects, learning about heroing, about villainy, create bonds, create a little relationship, learn about his own morals, make mistakes. This arc is all about the MC character development. Sincerely, I don't understand the people that read the first chapter and drops. Duh. I will make a note about the future of the history. But I can give a little spoiler. Before the next gacha we'll have High School, X-Men, Avengers, Kingpin, Summons, and the start of MC organization. Wait for it. Till next time. Chapter 24, Author's Note. First of all, I'm warning you that I won't drop the story. But my vacation is over, so the chapters won't come out as often. I have an internship in the morning and college in the night. And the afternoon would be the only free time, but I have to study. I'm in my last year of college. So I will decrease the frequency, but I will try to keep a good number of words. You may have noticed how the chapters are much bigger now. So I will focus on making larger chapters, even if it takes a long time. I will also research a little more about Marvel. And I'll take the opportunity and look again at the chapters already done and make grammatical corrections. I feel my English has improved. Now about the story. First, I have to say that I never cared about reviews or anything similar. So much so that I didn't post a review giving this story 5 stars like other authors do. But I saw that on account of the BNHA arc. Many simply gave a 1-star review on the first chapter. The story has a much worse level than something much worse on this site. Haha. I don't care, but I think if it drops below 4 stars, it goes in the realm of trash FIC of this site, then I think maybe I'll migrate to another platform. I will leave the link if it happens. Really, below 4 stars is unacceptable for the effort I put in. Now about the BNHA arc. Pfft. I wrote 13 chapters shaping the MC's personality and showing to your guys. In the previous chapters he appears in conflict about the actions he will take in the future. He literally says, my actions will be downright villainous, but maybe I can redeem myself in the end. But people just don't want to wait for the story to develop. To end the arc. They see the MC acting for the POV of others and do not try to understand that everything can be an act. That maybe he has a plan. I'm disappointed in the little faith taught your guys have in me. Whatever. About harem. Ha 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 ha. There's a guy in the reviews who was pretty pissed off about being a harem. Sorry I ever even read this garbage if I knew it was going to be a massive harem. Don't waste your time on this piece of garbage. If I wasn't lazy I'd delete all my nice comments on the first 12 chapters. It currently has 15. Hee hee. There was no romantic progression until Lady Nagant. And we won't even know if we'll see her again. The guy wants me to put harem in the tag. Then it would be misleading. But the fanfic is from Gacha. What did you expect? I know harem is a difficult subject. I will work hard to not look forced and not having women falling for the MC like in 2 seconds. Make more realistic. Maybe with characters reasonable to harem. I honestly don't plan on a romantic development for a long time in this story. A fling here, flirting there, yes. But the MC will stay single for a long time. One proof that the MC isn't a horndog like other MCs is that he hasn't made a move on anyone in the BNHA world. Seriously, you've seen the women of BNHA. Search BNHA cute sexy robots and see for yourself. The fact that Hector kept his head in the game proves that he is a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. Sigma male grind set rule number 616, women can come in Gacha, focus in saving the world and become strong. Theme plays. Other 1-star reviews are like, man, you just threw everything in the trash with BNHA arc. MHA arc so bad. Things were fairly enjoyable until the author decided to go down the psychopath power collection route instead of progressive gacha game. Feels like a huge waste of potential, but the MC just feels like discount all for one now. The effectively decision through the entire context of the story and threw it in the trash, meta essence no longer required, Gacha is a write-off since he easily steals whatever power he wants and is thus easily ignored in the plot. Heck, they're not even in Marvel anymore. If you like the common power collection stories where the MC runs around stealing everyone's powers so fast that he could never train them all, then this story is better than average in the category. That last one is interesting, let me talk about it a little bit. Would you really trust your power progression on uncertain terms of luck like Gacha? In the world of Marvel, the MC saw an opportunity to take power into his own hands, and he used resources given by the Gacha, and he went for it. The MC is cautious, he went to the world of BNHA to test himself, asshole as it may seem. After all, there would be no consequences for him. It would be unrealistic for him to settle for just the Gacha. Like Superman who is super smart and has alien tech, but he's going to punch people. This bothers me. If you know how to use magic, will you totally forget about learning martial arts? Or technology? Just because you are that kind of character. Plain dumb I would say. A plot device to tie the character in his role, but my fanfic is realistic. The Gacha is Hector's best tool. But he would be an idiot if he only trusted Gacha. Another thing. The MC did not receive a guidebook on how everything in Gacha works. He is learning and therefore we are learning with him. That's why I focus on first-person POV. He doesn't know if one day he will be able to return to BNHA. And if I come back it will be the same world. He doesn't know if the world is real. He just has his own assumptions. He's not perfect. Perhaps he could have approached the world of BNHA in a different and more effective way. But it's easy say this now, right? I'll speak after something has already been done. Choose the best decisions after seeing the consequences. Well about the lemon. I felt like having a lemon in the middle of the chapter, right after the emotional scene with Eri, would be weird so I left it out. But I can write a side story or interlude. Will we see Hector return to this BNHA world? Hee hee. For people who didn't like the arc, wanting to go back feels weird to me now, huh? Is Lady Nagant truly pregnant? Shouldn't Hector be on guard? Who knows? It's his first time. Well, I think that's all. Leave a review of what you think of BNHA arc, to overcome the bad ones. If you like. For all the people who like this story. Thanks for reading. I will put more effort to make better moments. Stick in the story, or don't. You choice. I don't know when there will be another chapter. I need to take care of my life for now. Bye. Stay safe everyone. Chapter 25, Guess Who's Back? Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. It's okay to lose people, but never lose yourself. Eminem. Marvel World, New York, 6 of February. In the bedroom of the Carvalho residence, a figure slowly appears out of nowhere. This figure is obviously Hector in his form-fitting UMF suit. He seems to trying to be on high alert, as if he's waiting for some monster or baldhead to appear out of nowhere to attack him or worse, have tea with him. Looking sideways, sword of actuation in hand. Using observation hockey and every possible power to detect anything strange, he continues to center himself. He's actually a little dizzy and confused from being back. Cross a multiverse can do this to a person. Contrary to what he showed, he didn't immediately return to the Marvel world after saying goodbye to the heroes and his 2 girls. Hector is too paranoid to just go off like this. Little flashback. Hoo-hoo. Now, don't ever forget. I soloed all of you suckers. Ha 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 ha. Hector says it before apparently going back to his home world, but that's just a show for those present. With a beam of light he appears above Jacko Hospital, to observe a little how things will develop. In fact, there's still 2 hours left for his time in the world of BNHA to end. Floating unseen in midair he watches as Principal Nizu and the others deal with the situation. He has to make absolutely sure they will keep their promise to clear Lady Nagant of the charges, as well as take care of Eri. If not, he'll take the 2 of them to the world of Marvel. It's not ideal, but he won't have any other choice. Fortunately his fears does not come to pass. Within minutes, a large number of police cars and other heroes surround the hospital. They secure the perimeter, evacuate patients and staff. From its high vantage point Hector can see that there doesn't seem to be any problem. No one is trying to handcuff Lady Nagant. Not that they can. Hector gave her a good amount of quirks to defend herself with. Seeing that everything is going well, Hector breathes a sigh of relief. A second later he uses his quirk, warping, to solve an unfinished business. Using air wall, he makes a platform to stand on, and on his immediate right appears Stain, the hero killer, after being transported by the quirk, warping. So. Hector starts, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the outcome? You kept your promise. You really showed a better way to change this society, Stain says. And I'll keep mine too. So are you going to get out of the hero killer business for good? Hector asks, giving him a smirk. Yes, after a bit of hesitation Stain replies, but I'm still going to hunt the fake heroes and break a little of their bones. Someone still has to make them dread foul to depravity again. Hoo-hoo. As long as you don't run around on another killing spree. Having someone like you instill fear in the hearts of bastards isn't all bad, Hector says, and then looks down again, looking at the group of young heroes. They can work in the light, inspiring people to become better versions of themselves. Hector says, pointing to the young people, you keep working in the shadows, being a deterrent to keep people from going astray. That's what I intend, Stain says while also looking down. To the world I am your last subordinate who still carries your ideals. Let's let the shadow of dis hang as a threat of what could happen to this society if they falter again. Sorry to put you through this, Hector apologizes looking back at Stain. Forget it. I don't know any other life besides this one. Stain just shrugs. The 2 fall into a comfortable silence as they listen for police sirens. You know. Hector begins by calling the hero killer's attention. In the same class as those young people, there is a girl who wants to become a hero for money. This makes Stain look at the group carefully. I'm not telling you this to go hunt her. Let me finish. Hector adds, that girl, Uraraka Ochako. She's a good girl. Her parents don't have much money. She wants to be a hero to give a relaxed life to her parents. When she was little, she saw the tired face of her parents and wanted to help. One day she saw a hero saving the day and looked around and noticed all the people smiling relaxed. Even her parents. Hector continued as if talking to himself. What I mean is, if you look simplistically at her goal, she wants money. But if you look carefully and more deeply, she wants to put a smile on people's faces. Especially her parents, making them live comfortably. Hector finally turns to Stain. People have their own circumstances. Everyone is so complex. You shouldn't kill people, cutting off any chance and potential for good, by your own biased judgment. Is what I want to you, Akaguro-san. Hector concludes. Stain is silent for a while. I understand. People can be different types of heroes, creating my own template and killing the ones that don't fit, make me no different of hero commission. Hector smiles. I'm glad that you understand, and then Hector looks back at the group below. Are you sure you don't want to spend this time with the two of them? Stain asks. Hector scratches his cheek. I already said goodbye. It would be embarrassing to show up again. Hee hee. Changing the subject. Do you want me to fix your nose? Hector asks. No. This wound is the proof of my determination. I inflicted it on myself after being enlightened by a man in the way I should go, Stain responds, taking his hand where his nose should be. I know. Fun fact, the only quirk I ever gave you, overclock, belonged to this guy. He lost to All for One and a copy was stored in this lab for all this time. Due to the brain damage All for One received, he couldn't use it without causing detriment to himself. Hector says, he likes to make these little revelations. Stain, unlike Lady Nagant and Airy, received only one more quirk from Hector, overclock. A quirk that allows the user to accelerate to extreme speeds, to the point that to the user, it looks like nothing is moving. According to the wiki, its true ability consists of stimulating the brain, speeding up the user's perception and thoughts relative to everything else, allowing them to move at a much faster speed than others. In normal situations, the user can move at speeds approximately 3 to 10 times faster than normal. In emergency situations, when the user's fight or flight response is active, the user can move at speeds a few dozen times faster than normal. The user can move fast enough to outpace bullets. The user can move fast enough to the point that the world seems completely frozen. Moving faster than time requires you to move at the speed of light or faster, about 186,000 miles per second. This quirk is very OP, is currently a trump card in Eidolon's arsenal. Exclamation point. This fact seems to surprise Stain. I did not know that. Fate is really interesting. Stain with this new quirk proves to be a fatal opponent for anyone. Lady Nagant has a copy too, by the way. 5 minutes to go. Hector says absently, it doesn't look like anything unpredictable is going to happen. Yes. Hector finally stops looking down and turns his face to the horizon. Beautiful, huh? He says to Stain. Looks very shitty to me. Huh. Well, I think is a little my fault. Hector speaks referring to the state of the city. Deserted streets, graffiti, trash, poor lighting. Consequences of the temporary chaos that he created. But I think the world in general is a very beautiful and nice place to live. Hector completes with a small smile. So nice. And because of that it's easy for bastards to taint this world with their evil intentions, Akaguro-san. It's easy to be evil. And to evil win, all is need is for good men do nothing. Hector completes with a hard look in his eyes. 1 minute. Hector says apparently to himself. Will you ever come back? Stain asks. I intend. I don't know if it's possible. Believe it or not, I've only had my powers for less than 2 months. I don't know my limits yet. But I'll try to come back. In 5 or 10 years, Hector says and then puts his chin between his fingers. Although I don't know if there's time dilation. He mutters. Well. Now it's my time for real, Hector says turning to Stain, goodbye, Akaguro Kaizome. He says holding out his hand. Stain takes it without hesitation. Goodbye, Hector. I don't think that you're a true hero. But you can be your own type of hero. Hector laughs. Exactly what I intend. And he opens a portal for Stan, while slowly disappearing. Nothing flash as he had shown earlier. Just him fading into existence in this world. Stain crosses the portal to an alley a little farther away. He will work to keep alive the little conch that Hector left in this world. In his own way. Present time, Marvel world. Minutes have passed and Hector is still on high alert. Muscles coiled and ready to pounce on the sign of any irregularity. Hector doesn't intend to let his guard down, he's just suffered a multiversal displacement. His mind and body were dizzy for a moment. He's afraid some sort of multiversal abomination has noticed this move of his or has followed him. Or that anyone at Marvel itself has noticed. He trusts the Gachas, words if the Gacha says he can do something. There's no reason for Hector to doubt it. But he's going to do his own tests first, to be sure. And also, what about the consequences? This is something never considered in those novels and fanfics Hector read before he was transmigrated. Travel ticket said it would give you a month in another world. Okay. But now is there any kind of consequence for this act? Is it that simple to move between multiverses? And remain inconspicuous? The world of Marvel is full of universal and multiversal level entities. Hector may well have caught the attention of some of these beings. Well. Hector also doesn't know anything about the essence itself. Who make it? Was it an omnipotent being? Stronger than the one above all? Is the essence absolute? Did it naturally appear in the omniverse? Did it choose him? It was luck. Can essence's powers really stand above the nigh-omnipotent beings of the Marvel universe? Theoretically yes. But Hector doesn't know that, and he never trusts anything to be 100%. After a few minutes and nothing happening, Hector seems to relax, only outwardly. He moves to a corner of the room for a laptop he had previously bought and starts checking out certain things. First, the clock shows the same numbers of a month ago. In other words, no time has really passed. Then he goes to the webcam and checks the last recorded minutes. Since before he used the travel ticket, he pointed the camera at himself and recorded what his transportation would be like. Watching the monitor, Hector frowns. From a third-person perspective, his body flickers for a second. His body becomes transparent until it disappears and then he reappears in the same place. This confirms a few things. The first is that he really went body, mind, and soul into the world of BNHA. He didn't just send his mind like a VR simulation. The second is that it increases the chances that someone has noticed. So his earlier caution makes more sense. Does the Gacha cloak him from people that can sense his multi-visual movement? Keeping an impassive face, Hector speaks. I know you're there. But nothing responds. Why don't you come over so we can talk? Isn't it better than playing mind games? Hector continues talking to nothing in particular. Hector is bluffing. He doesn't feel anyone, even using various powers. But that doesn't make him relax. After all, if anyone can feel him moving between multiverses, that person must be way beyond Hector's perception. Sighing, Hector decided to let it go. Focusing on that now will be a waste of time. If someone really is there, would have already made his move. Hector POV caution is never too much. Especially in the world I live in now. Vacation is over. Time to be in high alert again all the time. Now I can no longer go around using my powers carelessly. Just thinking that I can't train openly anymore, and the delay it will now take to assimilate some characters. Walking around the house and taking off my UMF suit, I find myself thinking about the time I spent in the world of BNHA. I have a strange feeling in my chest. As if I've forgotten something. Something is bothering me. It can't be important. I throw myself on the bed with open arms to relax a little. The time is still early in the morning, I have the whole day ahead of me. But 30 minutes later I still can't even take a nap. I start reminiscing about everything I did during my 1-month stay and AAAAAAARGGGGHHHH. The cringy. Oh my god. Did I really say those things? Damn. And the things I did. URG. That speech, am I Naruto by any chance? All that month I stayed cool and collected. It's not very difficult, after all, many characters I've assimilated are very calm and cold. Batman, Katakuri, Star Killer. They have good control over their emotions. At least outwardly. Don't their feelings show. But now that I'm in the sanctuary that is my home. Relaxed. I start to think about my attitudes. And damn. I curse my genius-level intelligence that don't let me forget. I need telepath. The best power. I can suppress my memories. The dream of every teenager. Ugh. That speech like a villain showman. I know it was to buy time, but man, so cringe. But I don't know. It seemed cooler at the time. And in my head. I'm still a teenager, huh? Sigh. I think as I try to poke a hole in my bed to hide. At least there were a lot of good things. I met a lot of interesting people like the holders of One for All, Eri and Kana. Kana. I feel my body reacting just remembering the night we had. Now I'm attached. And lonely. TCH, okay, Hector. Stop thinking about the past, I say, sitting up quickly and slapping my face twice, some Japanese habit that he absorbed. In the future you try to go back. Being depressed now doesn't help you at all. But is it possible to go back? I open my unused card inventory and see the other anime travel ticket. Can I go back to the world I've already visited? Or will it be another version? Or can I choose? I can only choose the world after using the card, so I can't test it now. Or maybe I need another type of card. I really don't know everything that I can gain though the gacha. I don't plan on using a travel ticket anytime soon. I want to get used to all my earnings in the world of BNHA. And I also want to get some rest. Honestly, if it were me, I would use every travel ticket soon. It would be a good opportunity to train and stay ahead since I would be a newbie in the world of Marvel. But in this story, which has already spent 10 chapters away from the world of Marvel, time to focus in the main storyline. Hector won't be using the travel ticket anytime soon. I hope the reason is reasonable. I will use the travel ticket when I hit a bottleneck or became stagnated. There is no need to use now. Let's check my situation and plan for the future. I decide to open my Gacha tabs. February 4th. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, metahuman. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. Funny Valentine. Batman. Miles Morales. Yagami Light. Jace. In progress. Charlotte Katakuri, 92%. Starkiller -80%. Loki, 12%. Summoned characters. None. Powers. Source of all living matter. Minecraft inventory. Miss Militia power shard. Power manipulation. Various other stolen/copied powers, one for all, overhaul, rewind, new order, decay. Perks. Custom visual powers. Imbue card mechanic. Equipped items. None. Inventory, Minecraft. Chakra books. EDI Biomech Suit V2, Starkiller Sith Armor. Lightsaber X. Neutralizer gun. 13mm auto anti-freak combat pistol, Jackal, Helsing. Sword of actuation, Berserk. Hextech hammer. Others. I had predicted that the assimilation of Katakuri, Starkiller, and Miles would take about 3 months if I just stayed in Marvel, not being able to freely use my abilities. Going to the BNH8 world, I intended to finish all 3 before coming back, as I could train and fight freely. But I didn't just train there. I studied, researched, stayed with Eri and Kana, learned about heroes and villains from my ghost teachers, and also took the time to get used to the considerable number of quirks I acquired. Not counting the time hunting powers. So it's no surprise that I couldn't finish assimilating Katakuri and Starkiller. Well, no problem because my growth in other areas pays off. Seeing Loki's rapid assimilation just confirms that MCU, Loki is really weak. Too bad. But with it I gain a base to start using magic. Just as I've noticed that I can use hockey beyond what Katakuri is capable of, nothing stops me from using magic beyond what Loki was capable of now that I have the potential. Plus I probably have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. And resistance to poisons, diseases and cold that this frost giant physiology should give me. Starkiller is really slowly progressing. This surprised me. As he is a baseline human without the Force, I thought he would be the fastest to assimilate. But it seems that the sheer amount of abilities takes a toll in the assimilation. And the fact that he was my first character with an overwhelming spiritual power. I think that he is laying the foundation for future assimilations to be smoother. Before him I must have had a very normal mind. Seeing the VS battles, wiki show that Starkiller is very fucking strong. Planetary level in truth. So the assimilation takes time, Hector don't know how much stronger is right now. I use Versus Battles and Omniversal Battlefield to see the tier of the characters, by the way. And when Katakuri reached 91% I finally acquired the Machi Machi no Mi Awakening. Neat. Now that I probably have all of his abilities, all I need to do is acquire all of his stats. Physical strength, speed. My goal is to try to finish assimilating Katakuri, Starkiller, and Loki by the end of the month. I want to leave the slots free for whatever I win in the next gacha. I have time, it's still February 6th, gacha will be on March 1st. Let's see my unused cards, I don't think there are any more characters that I want to assimilate. March 4th. Non-used cards. Characters. Shago, Kim Possible. Flurkin. Huntress, Helena Bertinelli, DC Comics. Takito Michiro, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul. Busujima Siko, High School of the Dead. Isabella, Yakusoko no Neverland. Gigantomachia, Boku no Hero Academia. Items. Batch of Heart-Shaped Herb. Zeta Flight Space Station, Earth 25271. Kaneki Mask, Tokyo Ghoul. Special Fire Force Field Uniform, Inen no Shibutai. Derouse Kitchen Knife, Toriko. Aika Aika Series, Naruto. Murasame, Akame Ga Kill. Palantiri, Lord of the Rings. M41A Pulse Rifle, Alien vs Predator. Powers and Abilities. Made in Heaven Stand, JJBA, So. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Consumables. Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, Mid-Tier/1 month. Background Customization Card X. Movie Setting Travel Ticket. Weakness Removal Card X02. Really, no characters I want the skills. I think these are all potential summons, and maybe. I must finally do the first summon now. I am strong enough to control any of these that are summoned, in the event of rebellion. But I doubt it will happen anyway. By tomorrow my high school starts, so my time will be even more limited. At least until I graduate early and go to college. So it will be nice to have someone who can do things for me while I'm busy half the day seeing people I don't want to see and learning things I already know. But who first? Honestly, I see only 3 viable options. Shago, Helena, and Isabella. The others can't help me right now. I think I'll start with Isabella. Of the 3 she is the weakest, and with the most submissive personality. It will be a good test. Wait. I can test it by summoning Flurkin first. Let's see how this Essence Imbue Loyalty works. I take the Flurkin card and use it to summon. For some reason, this Flurkin card is the only one with no option to assimilate. I have some theories. Like him not being humanoid or not being sapient. But I'll need more examples to test these theories. After trying to summon this alien cat, a prompt appears asking me. Do you want to use a background customization card, 04? No. What use? Pedigree. As a result, the card scatters into particles of light that reshape into the shape of an ordinary cat. Meowth. A gray fluffy cat, with stripes appear in my room. He looks at me curiously. I watch him too. Do you speak? Or understand me? I start. Meowth, So he is not a cartoonish pet. I feel like I can understand him a little bit. Do I have a mental link with summons? Or just pets? Come here, I say, extending my hand. He comes over and starts rubbing himself against my outstretched hand. I can't resist and start to caress his soft fur. He climbs onto my lap. Can you do a 360 degrees backflip? I ask jokingly. He looks at me with the face that says, do you seriously want me to do this? Okay. You seem lazy and narcissistic like any cat, but you seem to obey me. I say and take a gold bar from my inventory. Show me your powers. Eat this. I say, throwing the bar up high. He looks at the bar for a moment before opening his mouth. His mouth extends far enough to almost take in his entire face, tentacles much larger than what could naturally fit this little cat reach out and capture the gold bar. In the next instant, the bar is already in his stomach, and he acts as if nothing has happened, licking his snout. Wow, I say, that's cool as hell. He looks proud of himself. Can you spit it back? I ask. He looks at me for a moment, seems hesitant to part with his snack, but doesn't look like he's going to disobey. I just raise an eyebrow at him and he promptly obeys. It immediately regurgitates the gold bar onto my bedroom floor, along with saliva and damaging my carpet. Good boy. I will give you more delicious things later. I say, rewarding him with a scratch behind his ears. Looks like he's obedient. But it retains its own individuality. Pet. Name. Race, Flurkin. Bond relationship, 1/10. According to Gacha, when the relationship reaches 10, the summons will love me unconditionally, will follow any order even if it goes against their morals and ideal, and would even die for me without hesitation. For now he follows my orders, and he will certainly not betray me. Those are the only guarantees. Can you eat again? Slower. I say. He obeys, and I watch more carefully. Those tentacles look strong. Spit it out, he obeys again. Nice one, I reward him with more affection. And I see the bond relationship increasing to 2. That's easy. Now, what name to give you? I speak while lifting him Lion King style. I don't see genitals. So I think it's female. Or are Flurkin asexual? I never had a cat. I remember seeing once on the Marvel wiki that they only eat until they have enough energy to lay hundreds of eggs. Ugh. I shudder with the thought. Should I search an intergalactic vet to neuter you? I ask. Meowth, he doesn't seem to like it. But he doesn't attack me or anything. I teased him to see if he could damage me, like Nick Fury in the MCU. Test his loyalty. But even though he obviously doesn't like the conversation, he just stays still. It seems to be true that summons can't do anything to my detriment. Well, back to the name. Since you seem to be asexual, any kind of name will be fine. Simba. Tama. Lovecraft. No. Bad idea. Lovecraft had a cat, and his cat's name wasn't so cool. Who knows. But since you're such a cute eldritch abomination, I think I'll stick with the theme. Ha. Your name will be Cthulhu. Ha. No one can convince me otherwise. I love this name. Meowth. Wait. I have an e-voice. Ugh. An e-voice is a quirk that allows the user to communicate with and command animals through speech. Are you kind of just obeying me because of this quirk? Or the fact that I'm understand you slightly is because of an e-voice? The understanding part is the passive part of the quirk. But I didn't use the quirk to give commands. So I think his is really loyal. And can an e-voice work on animal aliens? Or maybe because he is similar enough to an earth animal. TCH. The test was for nothing. I can't be sure of anything with one summon. I will just summon one of the others right now. Well, Cathalhu. I need to buy you some things. A collar, sandbox, toys, food. But let's summon a companion now. So give me a help with The Godfather play, okay? I say, picking Cathalhu and going downstairs to the living room. Putting my new pet on my lap, I sit in a comfortable chair. Honestly, if Isabella doesn't seem loyal, I'll just send her away. She's not that precious. Better than forcing something. I'll use my powers to read her and find out if she's trustworthy. I have several powers that can help me on this. I had a rule not to abuse powers like that, lest I become lazy and complacent. But the situation demands it. I can be flexible. Time to the truth. Summon. Third-person POV. Xavier Institute, Cerebro Room. Professor Charles Xavier, to the world he is a renowned researcher with a focus on the fields of biology and sociology. His most acclaimed work is his research into the mutations that happen in the human that generates their powers. The X gene, as the professor called it, is the factor in the genetic code that gives the potential for human beings to develop their innate mutant abilities. But for anyone who knows the super-secret side of the world, will know that the professor himself is a telepath mutant. In his youth he traveled the world, and when he discovered that there were many like him, he decided to invest his family's wealth and property to found Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. To be able to help young people that is just like him to control their gifts. And pave the way for coexistence between humans and mutants. At the moment Charles Xavier is in a secret room at the Institute. The Cerebro Room. The Cerebro is a device that the professor created with the help of Hank McCoy, and later has been improved with the help of his student Jean Grey, creating the second version. This Sunday morning the teacher is operating on the Cerebro as usual. He always takes a few hours out of the day, usually at the beginning and end of the day, to be on the lookout in case a mutant emerges that needs the help from the X-Men. But out of nowhere, lights start flaring, smoking starts rising, the system overload, and the professor who was wearing the helmet starts to feel excruciating pain in his head. As quickly as it happened, that event is over. Leaving Cerebro inoperable and a panting professor lying on the floor. Some minutes later, bamf. Professor. Oh my God. Are you all right? A group appears along with a small burst of smoke. The group consists of 4 people: Hank McCoy the Beast, Kurt the Nightcrawler, Jean Grey the Marvel Girl, and Scott Summers the Cyclops. When Cerebro had a problem, it alerted Hank McCoy that was in his lab, and he immediately called Kurt and asked to bring Jean in case the professor received any mental backslash. Scott is just a tag-along. Professor, what happened? Are you okay? Jean asks as she helps Hank McCoy examine the professor. Jean is a teenager telepath and empathic mutant. She is a redhead with green eyes and appears to be under 18 years old. She is one of the founding members of the X-Men. At the moment the group has less than 2 years of field activity, in which they help to rescue mutants and fight against anti-mutant groups, and the Brotherhood. I'm okay. It's the Cerebro. It registered a large mutant power source. It overloaded. The professor speaks as he is helped to his wheelchair. The Cerebro, like a hearing aid, helps you telepaths feel the brainwaves of mutants. The downside is that if you get too much information, you get sensory overload. I'll try to do something to prevent it from passing too much information at once, in case the readings are off charts. The Beast, Hank McCoy, mutters lost in thought as he reads the teacher's vital signs with a device in his hand. As Dr. McCoy said, Cerebro works by reading a specific type of brainwave that people with innate powers release, especially when they use their powers. Hector studied this theory in the world of BNHA. Tartarus Prison is full of devices that constantly read the brain activity of inmates. If the part of the brain responsible for activating the quirk changes, all type of devices, weapons, restrictions will emerge to contain the prisoner. Knowing the theory of how Cerebro works, Hector obviously took precautions to prevent detection. He already has a natural and robust mental defense, and one thing is that he never procrastinated on is his daily meditation to further strengthen his mind. The problem was the multidimensional movement that Hector suffered upon returning. His readaptation to the laws of physics and to the Marvel world in general made him dizzy for a second. Obviously, he was slightly vulnerable at that time, so he was using powers to defend himself and detect any danger. During that 1 second of time when he was using multiple powers and was slightly messed up with his mental faculties, the professor was using Cerebro. And he caught Hector's existence before Hector stabilized. But the Cerebro couldn't pinpoint Hector's location, only that he is in America. The Cerebro is broken now, but even if it were to be used again, it would be impossible to locate Hector, who has already raised his mental defenses. So you mean a powerful mutant has emerged? Scott asks. The leader of the X-Men, when he's not following the instructions of adults like Logan, Storm, and Hank. Scott is an alpha-level mutant that can shoot concussive blasts through his eyes. He can't control it, because of this he uses glasses made of a ruby quartz material. Yes. From the reading it's definitely an Omega level. In fact, it was the highest reading recorded by Cerebro. The professor speaks. Leaving one detail aside. The sensation that the reading leaving on him is somewhat similar to the reading another mutant's mind. His son, David Haller, the Legion, is an Omega-level mutant who is currently imprisoned in a secret psychiatric hospital, which Xavier funds for the protection of David and the world. The reason the reading is familiar is that Legion can create spontaneous powers, with a downside of creating a different personality as well, and he is a mutant with the greatest amount of powers that Charles Xavier had ever felt. Till now. This creates an uneasy feeling in Charles Xavier. A mutant with that much power usually lacks the control to wield it. Storm still changes the weather from time to time with her strong emotions, Jean has little control over her telepathy, and he doesn't even want to talk about Wanda or his own son. The example of the best control of a Omega Leave that Xavier knows is Magneto. But he spent decades perfecting his powers. Charles Xavier swears to himself to find and help this mutant before he harms others, or even himself. An interesting fact is that Hector had already foreseen the possibility of being associated with Legion. In fact, one of the main reasons he took, all for one, was the possibility of giving people the idea that his power is copying/stealing powers. Anything to disguise the Gacha. His biggest secret. If he showed up with a new skill every month, people would be suspicious. No one would have a power set as vast as he did. He doesn't mind people knowing he can take the powers of others. That wouldn't reveal the specific powers he has anyway. How are you going to guard against someone who may have thousands of abilities? It would even be good to pass on the false image of invincibility and mystery that he intends to have in the future. But the Gacha. No way he wants someone to know about it. Power copying would be an excellent cover. And also he doesn't intend to show all his powers. Giving false information will be an advantage to him. As Xavier spoke with the group of four, Kitty pried that Shadowcat phases through the roof bringing Logan, Storm, Robert, Bobby, Drake the Iceman, Jubilee, and Rogue, holding her covered sleeve. So we have a new student, Chuck. Logan, the Wolverine, asks nonchalantly after seeing that the professor appears to be in no critical condition. The professor sighs and shakes his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I couldn't find out his or her exact location. Just that it's on the east coast of America. And Cerebro is not functional right now. Kitty Pryde opened her mouth at this point as well. So. Maybe he got his powers naturally, you know. No life-crushing trauma. That is a good thing. She says while fiddling with her smartphone, browsing news and social media sites, searching for any big event Tot can realt with a mutant activity. We can go looking using the Blackbird. Scott speaks. Would be a goose chase. We don't even know where to start, Logan retorts. Let's wait, if he's that powerful maybe he can't stay hidden for long. Storm adds. And if it takes too long we can use Cerebro again, Jean Grey talks. How long do you think it will take to fix it, Dr. McCoy? At least a week. But if it's to put the improvements I'm thinking about, much more. It will be useless to reuse Cerebro without improvement. He would just go in overload again. The furry doctor says. Yes. There is no need to be overeager now. In time we'll bring this new mutant to teach him about himself and to him to know that he is OT alone. Charles Xavier speaks. With that he dismisses everyone, making them go back to what they were doing previously. What he doesn't know is that this new mutant will find them first. Asgard. In a gold-covered hall, two figures in green stroll carelessly through the treasury of Odin's palace. If someone looked at where they came from, they could see several iron jar guards standing around, looking completely normal. Only with their eyes glowing from time to time with green lights. The guards have already fallen under the illusion and magic charm of the two individuals. Loki and Amora. So. What type of toys are we taking? Amora asks Loki as she walks a little behind. Letting Loki be the first to face anything ahead. Breaking into Odin's vault wouldn't be one of the first things she'd want to try in her entire life. This little trip of them has everything to go wrong. Just some items to smooth our future endeavors. Loki responds with a smile. Tell me again how you think this plan of yours is going to work. You were never the more successful of the brothers, Amora drawls, as she twirls a lock of hair around her index finger. The corner of Loki's mouth twitches. It will work. Thor is not at his peak right now, you can control him and turn him into whatever you want, and I will have Midgard. And eventually the 9 realms. And you think Odin will just sit around and let you do what you want? Amora asks. Kiki. Odin won't be able to interfere until it's too late. And even when he tries. I will have my means to deal with the Allfather. Loki responds. I see. Amora just says, Loki doesn't look like he'll reveal anything more. She doesn't care as long as she can have Thor. Loki appears to have a backing. Athet will provide him with an army. But she doesn't know much about it. With Thor in hand, as it should have always been, Loki will be no problem. She has her own ways too, which she didn't reveal to Loki. This partnership won't last long. Now it's just a matter of waiting for whoever gets what they want first, to betray the other right away. The two continue walking, until they find themselves in front of a pedestal with an artifact the size of a football ball in the shape of an eye. The Warlock's Eye. Amora says, mesmerized. Yes. With this you can have Thor. Forever. Loki says, flamboyantly signaling to the artifact. The Warlock's Eye is a mystical weapon with the ability to cast powerful mind-controlling enchantments that very few can resist. If Amora uses this artifact to strengthen her natural charm magic, you really did your part. With that, Thor not only won't interfere with your plans, he'll even help. Now you just need to guide me to where Thor is hiding in Midgard, Amora says with a smile. All in it due time, my lady. Now let's get out quickly, get the artifact. Loki says while conjuring a portal to escape. Amora doesn't hesitate to get Warlock's Eye after making sure it doesn't have any traps. And then she walks through the portal quickly, as if afraid something might go wrong. Watching Amora pass through the portal, Loki squints his eyes and then turns to another pedestal. For a certain item that under normal circumstances would be useless and even dangerous for any Asgardian. Before entering the portal and following Amora, Loki takes it and stores this item in a magical space. His true objective from the beginning. The Casket of Ancient Winters. Hello, guys and gals. Chapter to remind you all of the powers of the MC and a bit of world building. Creating the foundation of the next adventures. I was thinking, sometimes you can't help but make a chapter a little weak. You have to create a base for the climax. You know, like in One Piece, Fishman Island and Punk's Hazard. Yikes. But it served as the foundation that is now paying off in Wano. I was very happy for the praise that the end of BNHA arc had. I'm glad that works. I found that my writing style is quite slow. I like to develop the characters and the world a lot. And I also like slice of life. So the pacing of story is very turtle-like, sorry. Sue. Next chapters won't have much action. But relax, in this story, the first 13 were the origin of MC, and Ha arc was a development. The prologue is finally over, guys. Let's go. By the way, I made some auxiliary chapters to help remember everything the MC has. Check it out. Also explained to Essence. By people. Stay safe. Till next time. Chapter 26, Interlude, Tsutsumi Kana. I own nothing. I just see that we reached 1 million views. Damn. Here. This copter is a gift to you all and a challenge to myself. It's also an idea of how to present summons. As I will try to develop them very well. Check it out. And leave comments. Tsutsumi Kana, Lady Nagant, POV, do you have any experience in babysitting? What dash? What is this man talking about? Just follow me, the hooded man says, you too Stain. After that he opens a portal, with a mist that comes out from under his cloak. After a little hesitation, Stain and I entered the portal. After all, it's either that or we're captured again. And I won't deny that this man has caught my interest. Next day. This cute girl here is Eri. Hector, because he introduced himself with his real name to me, and Stain, talks while introducing a little girl with light gray hair, red eyes, and a little horn on the right side of her forehead. Hector has already removed his costume, and I was surprised to see how young he is. He is a minor. What happened to Japan while I was in prison? I want you to take care of her when I'm gone. Being a woman, it will be less embarrassing, I think. Hector says. Watching the little girl trying to hide behind Hector's legs, and eyeing me warily. I can't help but think of my blood-stained hands. And since of that day that I starting doubting if what I was doing is wrong. See, Eri. She's as scared of you as you are of her. Hector's speech abruptly jolts me out of my thoughts. What kind of expression I must be showing? I bring my hand to my face and turn around. But I feel something tugging my pants. When I look, I see that little girl Eri. She's shaking a little, still scared of me, I realize, but that doesn't stop her from showing concern for me. Are you alright? She asks. I'm sure I'm showing a surprised expression right now, looking quickly at this Hector guy, I only see him smiling slightly in my direction. The knowing it all smile is annoying. I am okay, just remembering something. I reply, trying to force a smile to calm her down. She just nods sheepishly at me. You don't have to take the pencil off the paper in hiragana, Eri. Just make the turns with the right spaces. I explain to Eri. When she nods in understanding, I run a hand through her hair. A few days have passed, and I'm now more comfortable with Eri. She's even calling me aunt. I found out about Eri's story, and I know now that she suffered a lot. This society of heroes is too cruel for the unimportant. How much a little girl's life is worth when you put Japan's status quo in the balance, right, director? I grit my teeth a little, remembering my old boss whom I killed. This thoughts always brings out the worst in me. I change my thoughts by watching Eri write. Hector left on some mission, looks like he's going to take some time. He said he went to Europe. Even though he went out to fight, he never once mentioned using my skills as an assassin. I'm kind of grateful for that. I enjoy spending time with Eri. Hector talked to me about his plans for the future, and I can only say I'm shocked. Keurig Singularity Doomsday, ending all for one activities, exposing fake heroes, and all the dirt of the Hero Commission. I can't say I'm not moved. That is why I want in. I say. Huh. Hector turns around confused. I want to help in some way, I say. In the future you will need reliable subordinates, right? You won't have to worry about me betraying on you. After all, I can't go back to the Hero Commission. It's a little more complicated than that. He says, scratching his cheek. Honestly, there's no reason for you to go back to this line of business, Tsutsumi-san. When I'm done, you'll be able to live peacefully. After that he tells me a little about other people, to whom he intends to entrust the future. For the heroes who will keep fighting even against the odds. Heroes in the making too. They just need to pass this last test, which is a society at the lowliest possible point. You've sacrificed enough, Tsutsumi-san. He says, placing a hand over my head. You can rest now. He walks past me and starts walking away, leaving me rooted in place. But he starts still walking away. If you want to help me, how about training with me a little? I have some tests to run, and I think you are the ideal partner. PAF. Ugh. I failed again. You need to feel something like a whoosh and then a zing, Hector tries to explain to me as he holds up a giant paper fan. He said he wanted to test if it was possible to teach one of his skills to me. Apparently the skill uses willpower, so theoretically anyone can use it. And since I have great eyesight, he said that maybe I have a talent for it. It's been days since the training started. Is it impossible? It's not like it's an innate ability. Or if is needed chakra or ki. I hear him muttering. Sorry. I don't know if I'm a good teacher. I can use it naturally. Can't you just give me that ability? I ask after having failed many times. Like I said, hockey is not a quirk. It's more of a fighting style. And honestly, don't feel bad for not being able to learn. Maybe it's impossible from the beginning. And even if it wasn't, apparently it takes a few years to perfect. I'm testing it, because if you show even a shred of it, I'll know it's possible to teach. So thanks for helping me with this. Ugh. I don't want to fail this. Oh. Maybe I should cheat, Hector says suddenly as he slams a clenched fist into the palm of his other hand. Trust me, okay, he says, approaching me and sitting down in front of me. We're both cross-legged. He holds both my hands in his. And he starts to lean his face closer to mine. Wait. I'm not ready. Out of nowhere. Even with my mind in turmoil, I try to keep an impassive face. I have a power of lesser telepathy. I can pass on some of my memories and sensations to you. Work better with contact. Let's cheat in learning hockey. Hee. He says and touches his forehead to mine. Close your eyes and relax. Don't resist, he can only be doing this on purpose. Clearing my mind of these thoughts, I close my eyes and wait. When his forehead touches mine, the stream of information starts going rampage in my mind. Arg. I fall back. Sorry. I passed like your brain was worked similar to mine. TSC, rookie mistake. He approaches and kisses my forehead. Huh. What is his doing? Feeling better now. Recovery girl quirk. Sorry, Tsutsumi-san. He spoke with a face full of regrets. I really have to be more responsible with my powers. It's hard to hold back. He says and then keeps muttering something. As for why a Superman guy always starts losing in the fights, he keeps holding back to gauge how much force he can use to keep from destroying his opponents. No problem. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Let's continue, I say. Do you still want to try? Obviously. I answer and he keeps looking at me. After a while he laughs. Ha. You are really tough, huh? Come on then. I'll be more careful. After that we tried again. It works. I slowly begin to understand what he is giving me. And it's not just information. There are sensations and emotions too. I find myself in a room that has a training space. Punching, kicking, meditating, dodging. Seeing so many things. I am not in control of my body. Is different. My body is stronger, faster. After a kaleidoscope of scenes pass like this, I take a look at myself and see that I am Hector. It's like I'm living what he already lived. His training, his discoveries. About hockey. After an unknown period of time I come to myself. Hector pulls away, letting me process everything I'm feeling right now. After a while in a trance. Whoosh. Before I can think, I move my head to the side a little. Hector's paper fen brushes past the side of my head. After that, he attacks a few more times. I couldn't dodge all of them, but it's possible to see that it has been improvement. Really? It worked. You are at a very beginner level. But now I know it's possible. Haha, Hector says. How it feels. Good. This familiarity with this power is strange. But I can finally feel what you were talking about. I answer. Can you make armament? Raising my hand I try to reinforce it with hockey. But there is no progress. I feel like you're heading in the right direction. But it seems to be harder for you to use armament. As I imagined, your talent lies more with observation hockey. Hector says, but now you have the base, you can train by yourself. Let's go back. Already. I ask quickly before I can stop myself. I feel like I don't want this time between us to end so quickly. It's almost night. You spent hours in a trance, he says, shocking me. Looking at the sky I see that it is already getting dark. Let's go back. Eri is waiting for us. That line of his strangely brings a smile to my face. Just a few more days. That's how long Hector has in this world. In a few more days he will return from wherever he came from and disappear from this world. And from my life too. Heh. I give a self-deprecating laugh. What are you expecting, Lady Nagant? Some sort of happy ending. You, Hector and Eri. Are you forgetting everything that you've done? You don't deserve happiness. When Hector told me about the Omniverse, and the fact that fiction in this world can be reality in another world and vice versa. He thought I was shocked because I'm just a character in someone's story. But I didn't care about that. I already know I'm not important. What left me silent was the fact that his time here is limited from the start. That's what I care about now. I like him. TCH, rolling in my bed, I hug my pillow. Sigh, what right do I have to like anyone anyway? I'm in front of Hector's room. I know he's awake. In fact, I never saw him sleep. Sigh. I turn around. I couldn't do this. I'm such a coward. Tomorrow is the big day. I don't have another chance. Hector has already arranged everything for me to get amnesty. Then it won't be difficult for me to have custody of Eri, even if her grandfather wakes up. He's already given me several quirks, and my hockey training has progressed quite a bit. He also left other plans in case things go wrong after he leaves. I finally arrive in front of his room. I take a deep breath. And knock on the door. Come in. I hear him speaking and I enter after taking another deep breath to calm myself down. How is Eri? He asks. Asleep. She's getting better. I think tomorrow she's going to cry again. So be prepared. I answer, my thoughts still in turmoil. Ugh. Impossible to be prepared for this. He say. True. So, tomorrow is the big day. You're really going forever. I start some small talk. Well. I don't know. Maybe there's a way I can come back. I don't know if I use my opportunity to come here again. I'll come back exactly to this world. Or go to another version from this world. He says, this gives me hope. But I can't trust maybes and ifs. Why? Will you miss me? I thought I left enough pictures of me. You can frame them all. Yes. I'll miss you, Hector. I answer truthfully without thinking too much. He looks taken back. Ugh. What to do? What to say? Throw myself to him. He will think that I'm easy. Damn. I should plan better. Maybe create a mood. Brought wine. Wait. He is a minor. Kana your cougar. At least he is mature enough. You know, Hector. I begin already. Before my thoughts start wandering too much. Yes, I'm Hector, Hector Diso, he responds quickly. In hindsight I feel like I got carried away by the decision of others all my life. And I regretted it a lot. I don't want to have any more regrets. This will be my last opportunity. I going in his direction. His eyes starts to widen. I think he knows where this is going. Wait, wait. No, no, no. He's gonna reject me. Are you sure? He asks in a calm tone. I don't want you to feel like you need to repay me for anything or something. Gulp. Yes, 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 yes. I'm not doing this to repay you. I'm doing this because I want. I decide to be honest. No tricks, nothing. Only me being honest with my intentions. I'm minor. And I'm a villain. Why should I care? It's my first time. Wow. I thought that he already. So I must be the one to guide him. It will be mine too. I answer truthfully. I think guys like this, right? Sigh, if you're okay with me. You know that after today we may never see each other again. It can create a feeling that will never bear fruit, Kana-san. Too late. I just don't want to have regrets anymore. I know. I don't need this to blossom into a relationship. While in prison I thought about all the things that were denied me. My youth is one of them. I never had the opportunity to go out or date people because I trained from an early age with the commission to become a hero. So I want to do it now. With a person I respect, admire, like and trust. I open myself to him. I like you too, Kana. He say moving closer. My heart skipped a bit. Let's make a good memory then, for the rest of our lives. He says getting closer and closer. Should I say something? I can only squeeze a yes. Before giving myself to the men I love. After hours of getting lost in each other's bodies, Hector and Kana are now in a bathtub. Kana is mounted on Hector, while the two are making out heatedly and slowly. Only basking in each other's presence and body. Their hands exploring each other's body, like to remember them forever. Kana fingers tracing Hector's face, caressing every centimeter. Hector carries Kana back to the room, they are clean and refreshed. Ready for more. But abruptly Hector leaves Kana in bed, confusing her. And putting on his pants quickly. A second later. Knock knock. Hector Oni-chan. Eri talks from behind the door. Kana covers the body with the sheet, while Hector opens the door. What is it, Eri? He asks. I can't sleep. And I haven't found Aunt Kana. Eri speaks. Ah. It's just that Kana came to see me so I can heal some old scars. Hector says. Meanwhile Kana starts getting dressed. Getting dressed quickly, she opens the door wider and speaks to Eri. I'm here, Eri. Come on. I'll take you to my room. She says, hugging the little girl. Oni-chan can't sleep with us. Eri asks innocently. Sure, let's go. In Kana's room, the three of them lie down, with Eri in the middle, almost falling asleep. Secretly Hector has a resting hand on Kana's ass. And he's being pinched by her, but he acts like he doesn't notice. Well. Good night, you two. Hector says. Giving Eri a kiss on the forehead and then Kana's forehead. And after hesitating a bit, he gave another peck in her lips, without Eri noticing. Kana can only think how nice it would be if this moment lasted forever. Unfortunately, it's just wishful thinking that can't become reality. In the next morning. Before starting preparations for Hector's farewell, Eri went for breakfast. And Hector is heading back to his room after spending some time in the lab. Copying all future instructions to Principal Nizu. Opening the door he comes across Kana. I thought you would be with Eri. He says. She's brushing her teeth. She says. And then she turns around and bending over the bed. Lifting her skirt to her hips and spreading her legs. We have time for goodbye, she says using her fingers to spread her buttocks. Maintaining an impassive face, like she is talking about HTE weather. But her cheeks are red. Hector just smiles and approaches. Bonus of the bonus. Months after Hector left. After one of the meetings of those who know the truth of Dis/Eidolon. Kana, the current hero Lady Eidolon approaches a remote region of Japan. Hector hasn't revealed all for one's hideouts, he has some as a contingency for Kana. And she's going to the most important of those. After getting the news that she is pregnant. Initially she was shocked, but now she is happy. She will forever have a part of Hector with her. Kana approaches quickly and stealthily into a secret cave. Kana, at the moment has an absurd number of quirks, more than 20. And if she wants to, she can earn more, via some syringes Hector left. Hector isn't stingy to her or to Eri. Most of her quirks are support types for her fighting style. Invisibility, farsight, infrared vision, and many others. She also has several quirks to keep her alive. After going through the secret passage, with various contingencies Kana enters an underground laboratory. Which is empowered by an underground river. So it can operate smoothly. She walks in the silent hallways. She goes through rooms with weapons, supplies, gold bars. Several things Hector left so she could have a comfortable life. Kaina ignores all this to go to the most important room. After opening the super reinforced door, she finds a small room with 4 tubes, each with an item inside, floating in the liquids of the tubes. Several devices blink and beep, showing that they are keeping the things in the tubes conserved. Kaina looks at the items with a complicated look and sighs. I know you said to only come here for emergencies, but I came to give you some news. Kaina tells Hector that he is frozen in the middle tube. Or rather, a clone of Hector. Hector doesn't know if he could return to this world using a gacha card. So he left his own precautions. There are 4 things in this room. The first one that Kaina is looking at and talking to is a clone of Hector made with the effort of several quirks like twice and clone. He is currently in suspended animation. It's not even known if it's possible to keep it without self-destructing once the tube opens. The second item is a high-end Nomu. Also a clone of Hector. A mindless beast that will only carry out Kaina and Ares' orders. This clone can be considered the strongest creature in this world. He doesn't have all of Hector's powers, obviously. But his resistances makes him unstoppable in his mission to protect the 2 women most important to Hector in this world. Kaina can activate it at any time. This clone is actually more of a Gigantomachia clone than Dr. Garaki did, but was injected with Hector's cells. The third and fourth items are smaller. An eyeball and a femur. Hector eyeball and femur. Withdrawing from his body by his own hands. Hector doesn't know if it's possible to go back. At the moment. But in the future. Hector knows he will be very powerful in the future if nothing unexpected happens. He read wuxia/xianxia novels, so if he wins a character from these worlds, maybe he can feel his body parts in the Omniverse and track until he finds them. Hector's best shot to return to this world is D4C. If Hector uses boost card enough, maybe D4C will evolve enough to allow Hector to travel between multiverses. And keeping a part of it here can make it easier. Hector also knows that he can win nigh-omnipotent characters. With cosmic senses that can span through multiverses. So. He left one eye, to perhaps observe. And a femur, so maybe he can recreate a body from that femur. And control it like a person would control a character within a VR game. These are Hector's contingencies. In the end, he ended up getting too attached to this world. I recently found out. I'm pregnant, Kaina says. But only silence answers her. Knowing you. I think it's hard that you made a mistake. Did you do it on purpose? But only silence continues to respond. Don't matter. I'm here to break the news. I don't know if you can hear me. But know that I will raise this child to the best of my abilities, she says resolutely. Silence. Then you don't have to worry. She says. For a moment her gaze darts to her eye and femur. Ugh. Hee hee. I almost had a heart attack when I saw you gouging your own eye out. Hee hee. You are crazy. I have never seen someone so determined. Silence. Well, Eri is fine too. Finally making friends. Silence. Kaina finally can't resist. Sorry. It's a lie. I want you here. I want to raise this child with you. I miss you so much. Sob. Kaina starts to cry. She crouching down, resting her face in her knees. After a few minutes she straightens up with a calmer face. Sorry, I lose control. It's just a moment of weakness. Maybe it's the hormones. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Hector. I am the adult. Kaina says to herself more than to do the silent room. Goodbye. I don't know if I'll be able to go back for now. Kaina says and turning away, shoulders trembling. Silence. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was just a bubble in the liquid. But as Kaina walks through the door, the eye floating in the tube turns, as if it's looking at her retreating back. A.N. Damn. I hate you guys. I only pretend to Lady Nagant be the MC first women a fling. A lesson. But now I'm liking her. The blame is all mine. So I can put the blame wherever I want. So I put the blame in all of your guys. Well. We don't see the BNHA world for a long time now. I only pretend to this interlude be 2K worked max. And now there's 5.8K words. I hate myself for my lack of control. Bye-bye. I'm still fucked with my time, so don't expect releases so frequent. Chapter 27, First Summon. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. I can't do anything alone. Everyone has their flaws and imperfections, but that's what drive us to work together. To make up for those flaws. Together, we make the perfect main character. Jintoki Sakata, from Gintama. Hello. In this chapter let's see how the summons will work. I don't know why so many people appear be surprised to have summons in this story, I'm saying it will have from day one. I worked hard on developing Lady Nagant as a training for future summons, let's see how it goes. I hope you all like my approach in the subject. I know that many don't like. Believe it, I don't like too much either. But Gacha is this. The assimilation part is created by me, BTW. Any constructive criticism is appreciated, please comment. For those who don't like it ever after reading, well, you can always stop reading. Now for the chapter. Enjoy. Summon, I use Isabella card. Do you want to use a background customization card, 04? This time I say yes. Seeing the number of background customization cards decreasing to 3, 2 screens appear in front of me. To be more exact, 2 holograms, perpendicular to each other, that seem to mimic the function of a computer. The one horizontal to the floor shows a regular keyboard, and the one facing me shows a text. In the text it seems to have a default background for Isabella. Isabella, 33 years old, born in England, orphan, graduate in London Academy for Household Staff Training. Maid schools are a real thing. Damn. So, she would be hired by my relatives to work here. That would be her identity. I have to say, it suits her. Let's try to change some things. To test the limits of this background customization card. She's a princess of England, I type. The text turns red, declined. It seems like it has to make a little sense. I wonder if Valentine could be the president of the USA. If I summoned him. Do background customization cards have these reality powers to this level? I will maintain this thought in mind to the future. She has various degrees accepted. Isabella is super smart. A genius indeed, so it's not uncommon for her to have a high-level education. Oh. I can change her age a little. Only up to 21 minimum. She has to be an adult, huh? I'll keep 33 for now. I have the longevity quirk anyway. I don't want to change it too much, because maybe it will change her memories. If she has memories. I think I'll just add a few things to her resume. The text is very basic. Oh. Let me test. She loves Hector, hoo. I write jokingly. The text turns red. So I can't change her personality. Background only. Fair. I think with my chin resting on my fingers. I didn't write this last seriously, it was just a test. I have no intention of having any romantic relationship with her. Well, I think that's it. Pressing enter, the floating screens close and motes of light appear again, just like when I summoned Cathalhu. The difference is that the particles split and begin to form 2 figures. One of them is a large brown suitcase. Her luggage, I conclude. Honestly, I was half expecting the summon to appear naked. I don't get an item or clothes if it's not a package when I assimilate the characters. But it seems that summons have their own items. An advantage for summoning. I will also keep that in mind, to always assimilate the package because otherwise it will be a waste. Anyway, I move my eyes to the second form that's materializing, Isabella. Isabella was a fair-skinned, tall woman with a pair of deep purple eyes. Her dark hair was tied into a bun that hung down onto the back of her head. She wore an attire which consists of a black dress with a white blouse underneath it and a white apron over it. She looks around a little, apparently confused. Until her eyes located me. She starts to stare at me. I don't move or say anything. I just remain seated with Cathalhu in my lap, stroking his back. I want to gauge her reactions. None of my powers, be it the force, hockey, or otherwise, point out any ill intentions coming from her. She keeps staring at me, but I don't even care, just continue staring back. She seems to expect me to speak first. Submissive much. Don't speak if her superior don't talk to her first. But it looks like she understands the power play here. And she decides to lose the game. She is the first to speak. She first bow a little, with her hands together in her front. I'm pleased to meet you, master. Oh ho. I still don't say anything. And she doesn't lift her head. And master. Is this natural to all summons? Or just because Isabella is that kind of character? I honestly doubt someone like Huntress will act like that. At least in the beginning. Master. I decide to speak. She lifts her head slightly to look at me. But she doesn't respond. So let's press a little. But at the same time it's not good for me to reveal my low knowledge about the situation itself, for now at least. What's the last thing you remember? I ask. This is important. She looks unsure on how to answer. I died. She replies, "It looks like this strange situation is finally sinking in." And also the fact that she died opens up two possibilities. The essence always picks up some alternate version that always dies. Perhaps to facilitate detachment from the former world. Or the essence just follows the most actual character event in the corresponding fictional work. Spoiler alert. Isabella actually dies in the manga. I don't remember the details, I think she dies defending one of the children. Redeeming herself. Classic. Stopping to think about it, she is not pure evil. Despite raising children like cattle. She just focuses on her own survival. I think she just values her own life, right? Since she was one of the children in her childhood. Oh. Now that I'm noticing. My three potential summons can be considered people who act more on the dark side. But the three have lined up quite different moral alignment. Evil, neutral, and good. Shago is evil. But she is cartoonish evil. At least because the cartoon was for kids, I wonder how unrestrained she will be now. More realistic, I suppose. Isabella is neutral. She did bad things, but it was for self-preservation and her own interests. It could be said that she was forced by circumstances. And Helena, Huntress, is good. But she is an anti-hero. She has no qualms about killing criminals. All of them are different shades of gray. Like me. What coincidence. It's not a coincidence. I did it on purpose. The three summons can't be considered good people, nor bad people. But each one has a certain approach to things that will balance the MC's relationship with them. My condolences. I think. But do you know how you got here now? I keep. Master brought me here. Yes, but even I don't know the details. I want to know how. She seems to understand my silence and continues. Isabella POV. I should be dead. All my life, since Leslie's death, I've had only one goal, to survive. To survive, to keep Leslie's memory alive. I did everything I could. I became what I hated and feared the most. After all, in this world, there are those who eat, and those who are eaten. Even if you can't be one of those that eat, you can be on their side. And that's why I have give up my freedom for the sake of my survival, living at the mercy of those demons. Foo-foo. Ironically, the moment I felt most free. The moment I finally got back to making my own choices. It was the moment of my death. When I saved Emma, stepping in front of the attack. It was a good feeling, finally doing what I wanted. But then came the feelings of uncertainty and fear. I was dying, what would happen to me? It was then that I felt something reaching for me. A new chance. A new opportunity. When I got this opportunity, I instinctively knew what it was about, a proposal of servitude, in another world. I wasn't forced, but I accepted it anyway. I had seen all my children grow up splendidly. I have no regrets. When I center myself, I no longer had my mortal wound and was facing a boy. Almost a man. He has dark curly hair and bright blue eyes that seem to stare at my soul. He's sitting with a gray cat, watching me. The cat strangely stares at me too, as if he's smart. Looking at this person, I immediately understand who he is. He is the person I agreed to serve. I feel relieved to see that he is human. But my instincts say he's dangerous beyond comprehension. More dangerous than an ordinary demon. Perhaps an existence like him. Him or the one is the Demon King / final boss of the manga Yakusoku no Neverland. I wait for him to speak to me. But he just remains silent. I see. Power play. No problem. I already know I'm the one with lowest level of this relationship. After a little chat I start to explain my circumstances in more detail. After my death I felt something reaching for me. I instinctively knew it was a proposition for another chance, I say honestly. I don't feel like lying to this person. He seems to be thinking with his chin between his fingers. Come here. He says to me after a while. I approach. He extends his hand. Put your hand in mine. And relax. I obey. Tell me, Isabella. What do you value most? He asks. His voice reverberates in my ears. I answer without thinking. I note that he already know my name. As expected. Survival and freedom. I see. He says as he keeps his hand holding mine. Hector POV what the heck. The essence is fucking scary. Listening to Isabella's story, reading her mind, using confession and lie detector. In addition to hockey, force and other powers. I can get an excellent idea of the situation. And the only thing I can think about is how much the essence is. Consider it. Maybe. I was half expecting the essence to kidnap the characters, like the waifu catalog I saw on the internet in my past life. But it looks like essence kind of saved her. Well, it wasn't much of a choice, after all the other option was death. But even if that Isabella refused, the essence would probably go on to the next Isabella till someone accept. In another alternate universe. Maybe she wasn't even the first option. But is the essence really sentient like that? Or isn't it programmation? TCH. It's no use thinking about these things. I can only be grateful for the benefits. Delving in Isabella memories, I can see the moment something comes to her. And give the proposal, instinctively giving her the in and outs of the agreement. I also know now how she feels about me. Doting, affection, fear, respect, loyalty. These things. These are feelings that Isabella herself felt for other people in her world. Fear of the demons, doting for her children. And the essence is slowly transferring those feelings to me. As the bond relationship grows, the stronger these feelings for me get. So someone like Mikasa, who has strong feelings for Eren, will be conditioned to love me instead of the people she cares about. In the end, putting myself at the highest level of importance for my summons. Like I said. Fucking scary. Not to mention the loyalty that is built into summons. I know now. It's fucking subtly. They don't even realize. They believe it's only natural to serve me. Isabella feels that it makes no sense to even consider betraying me. With that I felt more relaxed. Looks like I won't have a problem with summons. I just need to be aware of the personalities. After all, someone free-spirited like Luffy will be hard to deal with. Or someone who has no relationship with anyone. These types will need a little tough love. That's if I invoke them. Theses types look more trouble than they are worth. Now let's do some subtle manipulation. All for one style. Your life and your freedom, huh? You know, Isabella. I really won't mind letting you go. Confessing to you, you're the first person I bring here. If you want. You can be free. I will give you money and some resources for you to adapt to this new world. I say. Knowing full well what her response will be. She looks at me a little surprised, before calming her expression. I appreciate the consideration. But I would like to follow the master, to repay the second chance, she says after a moment. As expected. I just give her the illusion of choice. The only connection she has in this world right now is me. It would be weird and illogical if she just ditched me. But honestly, I wouldn't mind too much if she left. It wouldn't be a big loss. If she really accepted my proposal, I would just stop summoning characters. Lose Isabella here would be worth to avoid losses in the future. I see, I reply, then I'll be in her care. I know a little about you. So relax, I won't ask you to commit any atrocity, and I won't put you in imminent danger. Let's get along well from now on. I say, extending my hand with a smile. I see her hesitate, before putting again that calm smile on her face. Her mama mask. Maybe she distrusts me a little, like with every person that has been her superior. It's okay, I have time to change this. I will be in your care then, master. She speaks. If I didn't see the bond relationship raising to 2, I'd think she's just saying what I want to hear. Isabella. Bond relationship, 2 out of 10. Assimilation slot. Empty. It seems that creating a relationship is easier than I expected. It just takes a little effort on my part. But me knowing the characters, knowing what to say and to do, is easy peasy. And a slot for assimilation, huh? It must be because of my imbue card perk. Master, ugh. My name is Hector. You can take it easy, do you know? I say. So. Master Hector, she speaks. Well, do what you want, if Alfred can call Batman, Master Bruce. I don't think it's going to be that weird. But try just calling me Hector if the situation calls for it. Read the mood, okay. I will keep that in mind. She says while giving a slight bow. I have some questions for you, Isabella. As you already know, I have the power to bring people from different realities to help me. In fact, you are the first sentient I bring. That's Cafalhu, by the way. Take care of him, too. I say, pointing to the cat who is just rolling up on the couch right now. Lazy bastard. Looking at Isabella's memories, only the last. I saw that she knows of my summoning power. But she doesn't know the details. She doesn't know about Gacha. In fact, she didn't even know my name, appearance, or any powers I have. Going back, so to understand a little about this power of mine. I want you to answer me. I keep. She just nods her head. Understanding the importance of this. I noticed you don't have your number tattooed on your neck anymore. I tell her. Her eyes widening. Unconsciously bringing a hand to the place where her mark had previously been. But what about another scars? Could you go to the bathroom and check your body condition? And while you're there, may I look at your luggage? I ask. These things are important. No problem. I will check immediately. And you can look at my suitcase, I don't even know what's in it actually. She says. And after I point the way to the bathroom, I go check Isabella's belongings. Opening her brown trunk, I get to see what's inside. Clothes, documents, passport. Nothing out of the ordinary. Isabella Grace, huh? I didn't see the name when editing her background. Could I have altered it? Was it generated automatically? Wait. Isn't Grace the name of the fields where they raise the children to be eaten? After looking in everything, ignoring Isabella undergarments, I feel she returning from the bathroom. I close the suitcase, after getting everything organized again. It looks like you only have clothes and your documents. No other personal belongings. And what did you discover? I turn around and ask. As expected. I don't have any old scars. I remember having some little scars on my knees and hands from my childhood, and others that I acquired during my training. Even my pregnancy stretch marks disappeared. She speaks to me professionally. That's mean we can consider this a completely new body. That your soul is perhaps dwelling on right now. I say. She looks at her hands in fascination. I think these concepts are new to her. What I don't talk about is my second theory. That maybe she is a copy/clone of the Isabella who accepted to come work for me. Perhaps she was created by the essence alone. The essence found a compatible Isabella, which she gladly accepted to be transported. And then made a copy with all the memories. This would make sense, as it wouldn't interfere with the life and death cycle of the Summon's home world. In Isabella's world there is no problem. But in high-level worlds, I feel it's much more safe and convenient just making a copy. But I won't say that. Another issue is the scars. Small scars and without importance is okay. But scars like a Valentine, Shanks, and others that are part of the character design, will they disappear too? Only the future will answer. I will need to ice them and more to know. I assume your body is in top condition, right? I ask. Yes. I feel great. No pain or discomfort. Thank you for your concern. Don't think too much about it. It's good that you don't have any problems. Even if you had some old wound, I could heal you. I say, and she shows a slightly confused expression. Right. You don't know much about me, or my world, do you? Follow me. I will give a little explanation. I say and start heading towards my basement. Cathal gets up from where he was rolling around on the couch and starts following us. But later I will talk about the world we are in. I will talk a little about me now. In short, I copy powers, and I can give powers. That's the essential. I won't say more than that. Not because I don't trust you. But in this world there are people who can read minds and with all sorts of ridiculous methods. So the less you know about me, the better. I hope you do not mind. I say, and she nods her head. This is a caution I have to take, now that I will have people that know my identity. But I'm already working on a way to block psychics. Telepaths being a problem would happen anyway. Far better to have my subordinates who I know are loyal on my side. The benefits outweigh the losses. Mind reading. She speaks a little surprised. Yes. This world is dangerous in a different way than yours. I will explain in detail later. We have arrived. I say after we arrive at our destination. I want you to help me with something, Isabella. I say, thinking of a card in my inventory. Demon Blood Art, Infinity Castle, using a room of at least 4m times 4m times 4n as a base, the user can use this ability to grow infinite other rooms or spaces connected with the base space. The user also possesses dominion over the space, being able to manipulate and alter it at will. The user can also spawn portals at any location to transport people outside the fortress or to anywhere within it. I will use the imbue card mechanic to give the card to Isabella. She will act like that Oni who played Biwa. Initially I thought about acquiring the card and then passing with my powers. But I want to test if it is possible to copy this kind of power. Also, power cards give instinctive knowledge of how to use them. I remember this because I used Miss Melita power and the source of all living beings. Far better for that knowledge to go to the person who is actually going to use the power. Using the card, it disappears and I see Isabella widening her eyes for a moment. This is. I just give you a power. Do you know how to use it? Yes. Somehow. Come here again. I say and touch her shoulder. Yup. I can copy. Neat. That's good and bad. Good that I can give these cards away without any problems, and bad because it means that these powers don't have any special protection that coming from the essence. They can be as easily copied by others, probably. It's up to me to be careful. Well, it's expected. You want everything easy, right, Hector? Do you want a petit gâteau too? Okay. I just confirmed something. Can you use Infinity Castle here? Using the basement as a foundation? I ask. Yes. I think I can. Isabella responds and starts walking towards the center of the basement. She closes her eyes in concentration. Apparently nothing changes. But I feel certain changes happening in space. Done. I just add 64 new rooms. Isabella speaks after about 2 minutes. That many? Very good. I will be satisfied with about 10. Can you open a door to them? I keep. Yes. She speaks and a door appears on the opposite wall. It doesn't look Japanese like it did originally. Has her personality changed the form of power? Passing through the Western-style door, I see it's a similar space to the basement I was in, only empty. You know, you can probably customize the space a little bit. You can make Theses rooms become A.M.C. Escher painting if you want. You can try in your spare time. I say. She doesn't seem to get a reference. By the way, later I will give you some things for you to study this world. Culture, history, common sense. All right, Master Hector, heh. Master Hector. Now I know what Theses Isekai protagonists feel when they buy slaves. It's really weird. Taking a tablet of my inventory, I teach Isabella how to use. To know a little of the world. But this situation makes me think. This might be a slight problem in the future. I mumble. Isabella looks at me and says, are you talking about the cultural and historical shock that the people you bring may have? Yes. I should have considered it sooner. But someone from a very different world, or even from a different era, will have trouble adapting. It might even call unwanted attention. Well. There's the imbue card mechanic, if I don't want to assimilate someone, and see that it's going to be troublesome. I will just have some subordinate I already have a high-level relationship assimilate in my place. I don't think Muichiro will be summoned anyway. Better I assimilate it or give it to Siko. But I don't intend to summon Siko for at least some months. She really isn't very helpful. I only consider summoning her because of her personality, shouldn't be a problem if I order her to do some dirty work. She just needs some power-ups. Well, Isabella. I'll be here for a while. You can make lunch and familiarize yourself with the house in the meantime. Call me when you're ready. I also want to know if Infinity Castle will be active even if you are far away. I say, and with that after a bow, she left me to my own devices. Alone, I take off my shirt and get to work. Isabella POV. I see, this world looks similar to the human world where I come from. Before the catastrophes that happened and the demons. I've already taken a tour of the entire mansion that is now my new home. It is quite spacious for one person to live alone. The big difference is people running around in colorful clothes, calling themselves heroes and villains. Opening the cupboards, I see that the food is close to running out. It's only likely for another 2 or 3 days. I will bring this matter to Master Hector. Master Hector. I can't help but be a little hopeful about my future. Despite what I left behind. I know Emma, Norman, and Ray will be fine. I'm finally free. Well, more or less. But it's a progress. Letting the TV on, I start preparing a lunch with what I have on hand. I have to keep up with the news. As I walk past the kitchen, I see a paper forgotten in the corner. The sloppy calligraphy, the drawings and scratches on the paper show that it was something done in a non-serious way. The paper reads, things to do to honor all my fellow nerds/weebs who didn't get the same chance as I did. Foo-foo. Spanking all bald heads of the universe in their shiny heads. Grab Captain America shield and sing his song. Webs linger with Spider-Man. Punching Cyclops. Smash all alien races babes. Be crushed by She-Hulk thighs. Say I'm Batman when asked how something. Ride a dinosaur. Call Namor a seaman. And many others. Foo-foo. There are some drawings of a man saluting the sun while crying and a dog holding a club and the onomatopoeia bonk on the side. Obviously this was done just for fun. Maybe Master Hector was bored. But it shows that for all that serious face, he's quite young. I will take care of him, I think, rolling up my sleeves and starting to make lunch. A.N. I just want to remind everyone that the MC is quite young. We've only seen him in serious situations till now, so it's easy to forget about it. There's also the fact that he doesn't have a friend at his age to act silly. In the future there will be a little of progress when he opens up to certain people. Witho losing his personality, obviously. Hector POV. The Bond relationship with Isabella went up one more. Did she have any character development? Oh no. Maybe she found my baby pictures and now has awakened her maternal instincts. Oh. Anyway, I'm relaxed now. I already understand that it's really impossible for me to be betrayed by my summons. Shifting my focus to what I have at hand. And this goes here. I've spent the last few hours using my creation power to make the pieces of all machinery I'm assembling. Making the machinery complete is difficult. And much more likely to make a little mistake and screw everything up. It's better to do it little by little. I have to say that I'm respecting Yaoyorozu Momo now. Of all my powers, creation is the hardest to use. I'm also using my hands. The force is not so accurate. So I have to limit myself with some minor telekinesis powers. Another problem is energy. This hideout of mine cannot be connected to the power grid. So I already made a generator, which I would recharge using my electrical powers. My house will not be my main laboratory. It is dangerous in many ways. First, this is a residential area. If it explodes or worse, people will be affected. Second, it's easy to track points that use large amounts of energy. To get more attention than that, just with a bat signal. This is Marvel, and I know those satellites out there in space are ridiculously overpowered. Ah. I really want an arc reactor. Too bad I lose my Chakni. Stark must be much more careful now. After the whip-slash incident. And later I will make my new suit. Now that I have nanotechnology, things are going to be cooler. The nanotechnology I've studied isn't as bullshit as Tony Stark and his bleeding edge suit, but it will do. At most I can program the nanobots to have two forms. The sleep mode, which will consist in the nanobots assembling something smaller and hidden. And the active form, which is when the suit will be operating. Like the glove Melissa Shield made for Midoriya in that first movie. The last machine I built is a nanoprinter. Using the materials, it will produce the nanobots in large quantities, according to my specifications. Basically, I'm making nanobots with a 3D printer. Lunch is ready, Master Hector. Isabella says after entering the room I find myself. The door was open so she doesn't knocks. She takes a look around, seeing all the machinery. Looks like you've worked hard. But it looks like you're one of those types who get too focused and lose track of time, Master Hector. I will keep that in mind in the future. Hee hee. Already worried about my habits. Don't worry. I'm not fragile enough to get sick if I'm a little late to eat or miss a few hours of sleep. I say getting up and stretching a little. Let's go. Oh. That's look great. I say watching the food on the table. Thank you. By the way, food stocks are low. Isabella speaks. Tomorrow I'll give you money so you can buy the missing things, and things for Cathalhu too, I say tossing a fish in the air, and Cathalhu catching it with his tentacles. The scene seems to surprise Isabella. Hee hee. Sorry, I didn't explain. Cathalhu here is an alien race called Flurkin. They can do this differently than other cats. The rest is the same. I say sitting down and I notice something strange. Have you eaten? I don't see your plate and silverware. I ask. I'll eat later. Isabella, go get a plate and sit with me at the table. Let's eat together. It will also be a good time to talk. I say and she obeys. While waiting for her to come back I think it's really hard to deal with people from different backgrounds. I have to be careful who I summon, for now it's fine. But I don't know if I'll have time in the future to work on my relationship with each summon. I throw another fish to Cathalhu. It's really cool to see him catching a fish in the air. When Isabella returns, and we start to eat. I start talking about the world she lives in now. Aliens, high technology, magic, gods. Giving a clash course about everything. Reinforcing her not to put herself at risk and draw attention. She just needs to take care of my normal life and be my teleporter. I'll make a copy of Warp Gate later. After all, in the future I don't want to have to be the only one who can teleport, in case more subordinates need to move. I wonder if I should make a pamphlet to facilitate this acclimatization process. You just have been yeeted to this world. 101 frequently asked questions and everything you need to know to adapt. After lunch I go back to my temporary laboratory. Time to upgrade my suit. Before, I give Isabella a copy of Warp Gate for her to get used to. Now she has two powers of a spatial nature. I want to see if they can combine and get stronger. Now I'm going to focus a little on myself. Let's start with my cloak. Since I left the old one in the world of Nha. According to some knowledge I received while sleeping. Batman's cape is made of a material called memory fiber. This material hardens when a certain electric current passes through it, so the cape can be used to glide. As I don't need to use like this and don't even know the molecular component of this material. I will make my new mantle with high-density polarized titanium. Enough to defend myself or someone I want to protect if I find myself without powers. I doubt there's anything out there that can cancel out all of my powers due to their diverse nature. But prevention is good. My unstable molecule uniform is now laced with nanobots to instant repair. My utility belt is made of sterner stuff too, the compartments are made of titanium and the rest is made of high-density polyethylene. Initially I was worried about using any kind of metal because of the possibility that I would face Magneto. But I will make a specific costume to face him too. And even if he tries to control my cloak or utility belt, he will find it difficult because of my magnetic powers too. In the worst case, this world's Magneto is already a monster of electromagnetism, and any precaution in not to use metals is useless. Electromagnetism is not one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe for nothing. The movies and cartoons actually downplayed the man. I will have contingencies for him, as well as for all the powerhouses in this universe. Now that I have a lab, things can progress. After finishing the adjustments to my suit, I decide to go visit the garage. There are some useful things, but I'm here for the vehicles. My father's car was rendered inoperable in the accident. Meanwhile, there's still my mom's car and my dad's motorcycle. As my parents worked at the same hospital, they usually only used one car. And my father rarely used the motorcycle. My mom's car is a white Toyota Camry. Despite the year being 2004, such a car is at the level of 2012-14 cars. I've already noticed that this world has progressed faster compared to my other one. My dad's motorcycle is inspired by one of his favorite movies. It's a special edition, Triumph Steve McQueen. Just like the movie, The Great Escape. The bike is dark green, I think I'll paint it black. I'll use the bike to go to school tomorrow. Get to work. Hours later I'm in front of a full-length mirror. Observing the appearance of my Eidolon persona. My colors are predominantly black, with white highlights. I can't be too dark if I'm going to try to be a hero. Form-fitting UMF suit, utility belt, half ninja-like mask, my mantle also now has white accents lines. My heroic symbol is a simple spiral with an E in the middle. It looks like an eye. It is in spiral to represent the Gacha roulette. Not that anyone will know about it. Now my looks. I'm a few inches taller and more muscular, especially now that I'm not wearing baggy clothes. My hair is a long Ehrenmann bun style, only white to be as different as possible from my normal hair. Sharp eyebrows and eyes generally purple or red. Changing depending on the powers I use. There's no way to relate Hector and Eidolon. Giving a little clue, like a little bit of my face or height, will fool anyone who wants to find out my identity. Thank you, I say to Isabella as I receive my mantle and drape it over my shoulders. Pulling the hood up to cover the upper part of my face, I say, Isabella, open a portal 2 kilometers diagonally in that direction. I say, pointing to any point. I have a simple goal today. Yes, Master Hector, she responds as she turns her hand into mist. Black and purple is her mist color, more black than purple. Differentiating a little from Kurogyri. Turning invisible, I cross the portal. Watching New York from above a gargoyle, I can cross one of the things off my list. Hoo-hoo. As I said, I have a simple goal tonight. I will not find anyone, save anyone, or steal anything. I just want to recon. One of the things the One for All holders taught me is about know your turf. So I'm going to walk around New York a little bit, discover each nook and cranny of this city. Every dead end, shortcut, abandoned building, busiest places, high levels of violence. Everything. I'm not going to throw myself head-on into this hero business and just hope it all works out. I will prepare. Today is not my official debut. But that doesn't mean I can't give a subtle help. While I'm invisible, I've already made some muggers faint with Conqueror Hockey, telekinetically protect a guy who was going to suffer an accident, deflect some bullets that would hit a policeman, damage the engine of a runaway car from some bandits, reduce the flames of a building and others. Those things, without revealing that there's someone behind the scenes. I've been at this for like 2 hours now. New York really has problems. I could start looking for Fisk now, but I won't. Because I'll end up killing him. Not that I won't kill him anyway. But if he dies, he will create a power vacuum, causing trouble for ordinary people. Fisk is going to die, in the cruelest way I can imagine. But not now. I will find out everything about him, his business, his properties, his subordinates and allies. And then I'll take everything from him. And destroy what I don't want. I will also use him to learn more about the other criminal organizations here in New York. I remember that the Hand operates here too, right? They're a bit more of a problem than Fisk. When I discover everything about these bastards. Everything in its right time. They think they are hiding, operating in the shadows. I'm the only one in the shadows, they don't even know I exist. And this will be their demise. I think that I will end for today. I have a good idea of the layout of New York. Time to my daily meditation. Taking one last quick tour on the premises, I feel someone's distress. Hesitating a bit, I decide to head to where I feel this disturbance. I meet a thug with a knife halfway into one woman's stomach, while another is unconscious on the floor and bleeding. TCH, appearing in this dark alley in the next moment I already knock the criminal unconscious and I'm going to treat the woman. I know I can't save everyone, and if I start having a hero crippling complex, it will only make my life miserable. But I can't help but feel bad. After all, I only hesitated a little, because I wanted to get home a little earlier. Not very heroic. It's a common feeling, someone trying to finish a task quickly and be able to rest at home, then ended up doing things in a hurry and in a bad way, resulting in future problems. TCH. I need to be better. I can't stay 24/7 being a hero. But I need to dedicate myself 100% when I put on my mantle. Uff. The women seem out of danger now. I'll just. TCH. I didn't want to meet anyone today. I turn around and stop the coming punch to my head with one hand. Bam. The colossine made a loud sound. Strong. Strong enough to blow the head of a normal person. My eyes harden. I think this is a misunderstanding. I say after taking a good look at the newcomer. Dark, bald, ugh, go team, very tall and muscular. And with super strength. Can only be Luke Cage. He doesn't look like the actor. Oh pal, I think anyone can understand the situation very well, he says as he takes a stance. Sigh. Is this some sort of common trope of Marvel and DC? Where when two supers meet, is there always a misunderstanding for them to fight and have a little fan service? I can understand your confusion. I start while standing still. Guy in black, in an alley, unconscious woman in the ground. But I just helped the two, from that guy. So. I'm on my way. I say, turning around. Sigh, he attacks again. Stronger this time. And I stop the same way. Seeing his eyes widening, I can't help but speak. This is the second time you've attacked me with lethal force. It means you're ready to put your life on the line too, right? Releasing some Conquerot hockey, to stun him I move fast and kick him in his chin. To shake his brain. It doesn't matter if his skin is impenetrable, if his organs can still be affected by vibrations. Or Ryu, the advanced form of armament hockey, that can hurt the insides of a person. I'm still practicing it. It's one of my contingencies for these invulnerable guys. Sound attacks are good too. Seeing him fall to the ground, I stick 2 fingers in his mouth and use an electrical attack. Leaving him completely unconscious now. Falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Ah. What a complication. Well. Let's test if I can copy Mutate's powers. Luke Cage POV erg. Did anyone write down the license plate of the space shuttle that fell on top of me? Blinking to try to get the groggy feeling out of my head, I start to realize where I am. A dark and dirty alley. The hooded guy. Standing up abruptly, I look around. Seeing the alley empty, with the exception of the guy using a mantle leaning against a wall. Took you long enough. He says, I thought I'd leave you here, but who knows who might show up to fuck you in the ass, Mr. Luke Cage. He says, checking a document. My document. The fucker has my wallet. Chill, I didn't steal anything, he says, tossing my wallet to my chest. I'm still a little dizzy, and it takes me a while to catch up. I look around again and notice something else. The 2 women. Where are they? Huh. A point to you, for caring about the well-being of both. I dropped the 2 in front of the police station, along with the mugger. They woke up 5 seconds after I left. After a little shouting, the police came to arrest the criminal. The guy says. But, minus 100 point to attack me without talking first. He says, getting more serious. I start but am interrupted. Wanted to settle with my fists because you were sure you were going to win, right? It's easy to want to get a superior position before speaking, right? Too used to not having a worthy opponent, Mr. Cage. He interrupts, speaking quickly. Every word hitting my head like a hammer. You need to be careful, Mr. Cage. The world is a more dangerous place than you can imagine. If was someone else in my place, you'd be dead. Or worst. Ever felt powerless? Well, I'm also mad that you used enough force to kill a normal person right off the bat. What if you had blown off an innocent man's head, huh? I don't think. Yes, you didn't. He says, leaving no room for arguments. I'm sure if my head weren't spinning, I could have articulated my words better. Well, I'm leaving now. Seeing your strength, I doubt you'll have any trouble getting home. Farewell. The hooded man says, turning and walking. I thought you were one of them. I talk fast before he leaves. This guy don't appears to be so bad. Maybe he can solve that problem. He turns around, but continue in silence. There are people disappearing around the neighborhood. Kidnapped. A friend saw some guys carrying a homeless man into a van. Some kids don't come home from school. Someone is kidnapping people. And I thought you were one of them. Have you ever confronted one of these kidnappers? The hooded man asks. No, but I know people that I can trust who have seen them. But people are too scared to do anything. I will investigate. He says before walking to the end of the dead end. After a while I follow, and I don't find any sign of the man. He looks like he disappeared in thin air. Ugh. Massaging my head I start to think about the cloakman words. Did I really get arrogant? Just because I'm stronger than the others? I've always been such a peace guy. But since that day that I gained my powers, I never had to worry about anyone hurting me again. Bar fights, muggers. I can walk away from all this unscathed. At some point, I actually stopped trying to make conversation and just beat the shit out of opponents. This guy was right. I act like that because I knew I would come out on top in a fist fight. Ugh. I'm feeling like shit in all forms now. Hector POV Luke Cage. One of my favorite heroes. And he was a guy I thought I could become friends with in this world. But apparently reality is often disappointing. Never meet your heroes, huh? Well, I think his heart was in the right place. But he let the power go to his head. Now the list of guys that I could share a beer in this world dwindles. Honestly, the number of people here that I can trust is very low. Using my meta-knowledge as a reference. They may be different here. But like Peter Parker, Thor, and Captain America. And I think that's all. There's Wolverine and others, but those guys have already made their dick moves sometimes in the media. Really, I think I'll take a page out of Sung Jin-woo's book, and just trust my back to my summons. It doesn't mean that I will cut off any relationship with the people of this world. But I can't trust the too much either. Never expect anything from anyone and you will never be disappointed, my father told me one time. Changing the subject, Luke Cage was strong. Very strong. I think almost 100 tons into the strength scale. But only using one for all, I am already stronger. Combined with the rest, I can defeat him in head-to-head combat at any time. I beat him so fast because I knew him, and I had the means to end the fight fast. But now, I have his mutate power too. Heh. I think his mutate power came from an experiment that tried to replicate the super soldier serum or something. And now I could confirm that I can copy mutates. It took 5 minutes. I think the type of power influences the copy time, in addition to the level. And, people disappearing, huh? Since this is Marvel, I can say there's a conspiracy. I would guess, illegal experiments in humans. But who? I'll investigate. I didn't assimilate the best detective in the world for nothing. Hello again. I hope you all like the new chapter. Let's talk about some reviews that I will answer. Someone says taught the MC sometimes don't use everything taught he gained through the gacha. Well, this is on purpose. When you gain things random, sometimes you can't find a use to everything right away. So to give a little realism. Tailing about realism, some comments about the drama OU realism of this FIC. Saying about, this is a wish fulfillment, there is no need to such realism. We want escapism. Well, I disagree. The selling point of this fanfic is this little realism. I made this way on purpose. Things don't always work to the MC. Maybe he will even lose. Nah. He is Batman. And everyone knows, Batman always wins. But that doesn't mean that will be easy, or that he will not suffer a little. Another thing. Some dear readers has give constructive criticism that the MC doesn't have a goal. I like constructive criticism. Well, I did it on purpose. Initially the MC doesn't have a goal, later he wants to bring justice for the parent's death. Now maybe he wants to meet Kana and Eri again. And lastly, he wants to survive. Nothing too ambitious maybe. But let me ask. Is it wrong to live without a dream? Or a big goal? I don't have a big dream myself. I believe many are like that too. The MC is pretty normal. He's moving forward first out of necessity. In the future, he will discover things he wants to do. As is found out he wants to return to the world of Naha as example. Maybe help the mutants, metahumans, or explore the universe. Or other universes. Or just help people. Or resurrect his parents, but this has some issues, which I'll address in the future. I just think there is no problem and don't have a clear objective for now. For now, just wait. Well. I think that's all for now. I hope you enjoyed. Next chapter is high school and something more. The invasion is near, my friends. Farewell. Till next time. Stay good. Chapter 28, Ugh. Can I escape the clichés? Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I don't understand. What is strength exactly? Is it to keep quiet and get hit so that others don't get hurt? Is it to hurt other people to protect you and your family? Or is it to not even turn to face your family that says they want to be by your side, so that you can go off fighting alone? Kamui, from Gintama. Before going back home, I go around the neighborhood of my house to install micro-hidden cameras. I've made these cameras before, just enough to look around my house without leaving any blind spots. Only 900 cameras should do for now. In the future I will place more cameras at points of importance like Hell's Kitchen, Oscorp, Midtown High, Stark Tower and SHIELD New York headquarters. This last one I have to check if it's similar to the movies. Here in my neighborhood, I will put it in several places, which almost cross the line of privacy of my neighbors. At least I didn't put it inside their house. Just to watch the public space. I'll investigate my neighbors later, who knows what kind of people they might be, right? Using D4C I appear in my room. Removing my cloak I start walking down the stairs to the living room. I told you not to wait up for me. I tell Isabella, who is sitting on the couch reading a book while the TV is on. I was learning about the world. Isabella said, getting up from the couch. I see. I've already arrived, as you can see. I will go to my room. Tomorrow I will go to school. I will only return in the afternoon. I will send you to buy certain things. So get some rest. I say, going upstairs. Good night, Isabella. Good night, Master Hector. Well. I'm not going to sleep. I barely sleep 2 hours. First I will see if all installed cameras are operating as expected. And then I'll do my daily meditation session, practice the magic I gained from Loki's card, increase my mental defenses even more. Mental defenses are never strong enough. In the future I think I will be able to replace the need for sleep with meditation. Heck, I think I can go months without sleep. But being sleep deprived is not something I want to experience. Increases the chances of making mistakes. So I have the habit of sleeping daily when I can. In the world of BNHA I had a record of 17 days without sleep. I didn't feel affected too much, but when I rested for like 3 hours, I felt much better. Then I saw the difference that lack of sleep can make. I think my mind is still human. Next morning. Coming back from a little jog, I enter the house and smell a delicious breakfast prepared by Isabella. In fact, I don't need to run, I don't get much out of it. But it became a habit. And it's good to think. Running and bathing. Very good to have ideas. On the plus side, it's nice that people see me leading a healthy lifestyle because of my physical changes. Breakfast is ready, Master Hector. Isabella talks while she finishes setting the table. Thank you, Isabella. I'm just going to take a shower first. I say, going upstairs. 15 minutes later I'm already sitting at the table, eating and watching TV, looking for any news about heroes and villains. But it doesn't look like anything interesting is happening. No one is talking about any weird happenings from last night either. That's good. The breakfast is delicious too, Isabella, I say, thanking her. Like my father said. There is no harm in being polite. Thank you. You had said earlier that I was going to have to go out and buy something. She says. Yes. I've made a list of everything I want and places to get it. There are instructions to follow as well. It's on paper and has already a photo on your smartphone. The credit card with the password is here too. I say, handing a handbag to her. Buy something to you too, like clothes or whatever. And one last thing. I know you're not doing anything dangerous, but you never know. If the situation calls for it, just teleport away. Don't mind the consequences, I will figure something later. Your life is more important, your power can turn your body into mist, so just run away. I say. I may be exaggerating, but you never know. All right, I will be careful. She says with a small smile. After that I go back to my room to finish getting ready and getting my stuff for school. Taking a look in the full-length mirror, I notice. Damn, I'm hot. Even trying to disguise it with baggy clothes, a jacket and glasses and leaving my hair messy. There's no denying the difference. I'm a lot taller and I'm more muscular. I thought about using some powers to make myself look smaller and thinner, but I gave up. Honestly, I want to look good too. Sue me. And my changes will happen anyway, better now. I can blame everything on puberty. I will try to be inconspicuous, but I don't think will work for long. I'm suffering from success, I say narcissistically. After my little joke, I left my room. Walking down the stairs, I see Isabella looking at her smartphone. There's my number in it, and the number of everything you might need. You don't have to leave now. It's early yet. I'm off. Bye-bye. I say, grabbing a helmet and heading to the garage. Very well. Have a good day, Master Hector. She says, bowing a little. Riding on my newly painted Triumph bike, I take it off. I will finally see more people of interest. Let's see how the day go. Midtown High School. Midtown High School is a public school located in the Forest Hills neighborhood of Queens. I'm the first to arrive. Of the students, of course. I want to take a walk around the school while it's still deserted. Know the layout of the school, routes, everything. In the outside, I'm just a student walking around the school because I arrived very early and wants to kill time. There's a little problem with this school, which is why I'll have to be careful. The problem is, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And no way in 9 hells that S.H.I.E.L.D. don't know about it. The guy has never been the most careful, he literally walks out of his bedroom window dressed as Spider-Man. I think that's how Mary Jane discovered his secret identity in the comics. Honestly, I can't blame Peter, he doesn't even know that a spy organization is monitoring the entire world 24/7. And by the time a superpowered vigilante showed up, they must have focused on him pretty quickly. Maybe they've already approached him, or realized he's just a teenager and are probing him. So far he hasn't done anything bad after all. He is a potential asset. So maybe there are agents at this school. Maybe the teachers, janitors, maybe even the students. At least there are cameras. I've already located some, which are certainly not for the safety of the students, I can say. Who would put a camera behind the bathroom mirror? Or in the trophy cabinet? Heck. There are 30 more in my classroom, and I bet that's because Peter is there too. TCH. It limits my movements a bit, but okay. I just need to be careful not to show strength or reflexes above human level. Returning to my classroom. I grab a chair in the back and try to be inconspicuous. Over time more and more people arrive. Gwen Stacy, Liz Allen, Michelle Jones, Mary Jane, Sally Averill of the Girls. Flash Thompson and his followers Brian McKeever, Jason Iannello, and Seymour. I remember them because they sometimes implicated with me. But I usually just avoided trouble. Betty Brant and Ned Leeds is in my class too. And also Harry Osborn. Looking at their appearance, I can see that they're not exactly like the actors. No Emma Stone, no Kristen Dunst. But MJ too looks a little like Zendaya. They are similar, I can't deny it. But it seems that this world is actually more comic. Judging by the events of Iron Man, Fantastic Four and Hulk. I would say the timeline is similar to the movies. But with all the characters from the comics. And judging by the fact that Luke Cage seemed to have a strength between 70 and 100 tons, I'd say the power levels are comic-based too. Well. Even though I'm on hard mode, my power is very broken too, with time and luck I'll be the strongest. I just can't falter. Now looking at appearances I notice. Is everyone pretty here? At least the relevant ones. Mainly women, with special focus on Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy. Everyone has the comic book pretty perk. And Mary Jane. Damn. I think she is one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. And I literally meet anime girls. No wonder she is Spider-Man's main love interest. Well. It's not like I'm going to make a move on them. I made a rule not to start anything with normal women. Never ends well. Too many bad examples. Could I make them super too? Yes. But it's not worth the effort. Better not force anything. I will focus on myself. Women can't be my focus now, maybe a consequence. But it's no good going out of my way to seek pussy. After the teacher arrives, I notice that the classroom star hasn't arrived yet. But when I'm thinking about it, a panting Peter Parker comes through the door quickly. Heh. Difficult to reconcile the double life Peter. I notice some bruises in his knuckles, a slightly broke lip, and he probably has more wounds hidden by his jacket. Ha, Peter Parker, Peter Parker. If he didn't have spider sense he would have died so fast. He just threw himself head-on into the world of heroes. Did his web shoulders and suit, and BAM. Friendly neighborhood Siderman. No wonder so many things go wrong for him. Well. I'm not his nanny, if I cross paths with him, and I know will happen, I can lend a hand. But I won't interfere too much. Peter still has some score with the teachers, so Mr. Myers lets him in without a problem. No Tom Holland, huh? If I had to pick one of the actors, I'd say he looks more like Andrew Garfield. But also not exactly. He takes a seat diagonally across from me, next to Ned. This Ned seems to be the CEO of Sex Jacob Batalon, so I don't think he's going to become a villain, like the Hobgoblin. Or maybe he will. Who knows? I will keep an eye on him too. The Ned Leeds from the comics is a blondie and quite different from the movies, he impersonates the Hobgoblin for a while I think. Although the characters don't look like the actors, you can still imagine them that way. They're similar, they're just not carbon copy. Peter and Gwen are exchanging certain glances, and my powers accuse the intention of the two. Ugh. Get a room you two, or a web. Someone is me looking. Turning my face slightly, I see Michelle Jones looking at me with narrowed eyes. When she notices that I notice, she turns forward. Damn. I think she was the only one who noticed my changes. I remember she was thoughtful and insightful in the movies. But whatever. Using my observation hockey, I look at her, to see her emotions, to find out if she's suspicious and... She has a crush in me. And she must not have developed today. Has she had a crush on me since last year? So tots, why did she look at me more closely today? What a heck. The few times she talked to me, she offended me in some way, in that condescending way of hers. Weird way of trying to get noticed, I might say. Well, I don't see any romantic development happening anyway, sorry. But I'll be careful, now that I know she's looking at me more closely. While multitasking and listening to the teacher talking about what the future class schedule will be like, I think about more important things. Marvel has too many characters. Holy fuck. I mustn't remember 20% of everything. I was a casual fan that got more delved into because of the MCU. Because of that, I can't hold on to this preconception that everything is going to be the same as in the movies. Thor being Donald Blake is the biggest sign, and all these people who are a cross between the comics and the MCU. I need to know more, I need to have some contact with people of interest. Confirm my assumptions. But with whom? The best option would be the X-Men. I still don't know what version of the X-Men exists in this world. I don't even know if they were ever created. Are the founding members just students? Or are they already teachers? I need to expose myself a little. Going to find the X-Men in Bayville will also allow me to complete other objectives. Most important is my personal growth in power. And the best method would be to copy powers, apart from Gacha obviously. But Gacha depends on luck. But copying powers is not that simple, because of one simple fact. No one wants to have their powers copied. It's only natural that people want to keep their uniqueness. I wouldn't like either. Well, the exception would be people who don't like their own powers. But most would not like to see someone else copying their skills, it's a natural reaction. So in the world of BNHA I did this, if I was nice and went around asking if I can copy people's powers, most would deny it. For obvious reasons. Hell. I doubt I could copy, New Order, that power is practically a national asset to the USA of that world. Politics would only complicate matters. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission. But that tactic cannot be used now, in Marvel. I need Eidolon to have a good image in the supers community. So I can't go attacking the X-Men for no reason. Could I create another persona? Yes, but I don't think it would stay a secret for long. Eventually it would backfire. Whatever. It's not like I want to copy everyone's powers. My focus is just one person. Jean Grey. For many reasons. I need a real telepathy, not this nerfed version I have. Other telepaths are unavailable. Xavier, Emma Frost, Moondragon, Cassandra Nova, and I don't even know if Quentin Quire was born yet. Jean Grey has the strongest power, and is probably the most inexperienced. I also need to check if she is a flaming ticking time bomb. So I guess I'll look for her and see if I can talk to her alone. Let's try to be reasonable. We can talk to each other, right? Let's exhaust the options before moving on to more drastic measures. Honestly. If it proves that she will become Dark Phoenix, and nothing can stop it, I won't hesitate to take Wolverine's place and kill her. I won't feel too guilty if I have no other choice. Who knows? Maybe she'll even come back. Another problem. People resurrecting. I really hope dead people stay dead, like in the Ultimate Universe. But thinking about dead people reminds me. My parents. I know it's possible to resurrect them, but I didn't want to think about it right now, or rather, I don't dare think about it right now. Resurrecting someone usually comes with a price. Especially here in Marvel that I know there are gods of death. Even Lady Death herself. And Lady Death of Marvel is a fucking cunt. Those who read the comics know. I don't know anything about souls, underworld, hell, heaven. But I have Gacha. And in fiction there are several ways to resurrect someone, but then I would depend on my luck. It's not something I control. So there's no use thinking about resurrecting my parents. I incinerate my parents, apart from being able to do the double funeral, for mainly two reasons. The first is that I wanted to protect the genetic material of my closest relatives. If someone were to discover my identity, I can already imagine someone digging up my parents' graves. To try to make another of me. Like Mr. Sinister or High Evolutionary. Obviously, I have my parents' hair saved in case I need it. But the main reason incinerate my parents is more of a deterrent to myself. Sounds silly. And is a little logic flawed, but if I don't have a method to resuscitate my parents, without needing their bodies, it means that this method is not that strong. So it won't be worth the risk. I need to be strong enough to fight demons or whatever. Like Doomslayer. So it's no use thinking about resurrecting my parents. In Marvel there is no safe method, which will not bring attention and perhaps unimaginable consequences. And for Gacha, I don't control what I earn. The only thing I can do now is get stronger. To be prepared for whatever comes. I will advance some plans later this week. Time waits for no one. The rest of the class is completely uneventful. I just use the time to observe the people of interest and see how they are doing. No surprises. Peter is Ned's friend. Gwen sometimes talks to both of them. MJ too, Michelle Jones, too. But Gwen and MJ too are more loners too. Although Gwen also talks to the popular group. The popular kids, Flash Thompson little group. I wasn't surprised that MJ1 is more with that group, my surprise was more that Harry was more a part of that group too. I swore he bonded more with Peter, even defended him against Flash, or something in the media, right? But here, Harry sticks more to the popular ones. He exchanged a few words with Peter. But they seem more acquaintances than friends. And there's me. No one comes to talk to me. Huh. It's ideal, I didn't go talk to anyone anyway. I'd be happy to spend this semester unnoticed until I can graduate and go to college. Sigh. But it doesn't seem possible. I feel a basketball approaching my head. I'm just getting some stuff out of my locker before I go home. With my luck, my locker is one of the lower ones. PAH. The basketball hits my head, obviously I am not dodging. It didn't even hurt. Oh, headshot. Nice one. Seymour, one of Flash's cronies, speaks. I sigh in my mind, why this cliché development? Sorry heinous Hector, I just thought I could fix your face. But I was not able. I recommend a plastic surgeon. Or be born again. Haha, he talks and laughs with his friends. I don't show any change in expression, and just keep pulling out my stuff. But like a dog, bullies don't like to be ignored. He starts to be more aggressive with the offenses. Nothing very original. My appearance, nationality, and others. I wonder if I should beat him. Taking a quick look around, I see that a small crowd has already gathered. Flash has grabbed my hair, and seems to be trying to get my head closer to his crotch. Obviously I don't bulge, he's trying hard, but outwardly he tries to look like he's not. Trying to look nonchalant, huh? So we're in an awkward situation. I see people gathered together and judge their reactions. Most don't care, others laugh, some feel sorry for me. Now the more or less important people. Peter seems conflicted, whether he should interfere or not. Ned seems to hold him and Gwen. MJ1 looks uncomfortable with the whole situation, but she doesn't seem that will say anything in my defense. Liz Allen is the same. Worried about their social standing, I think. MJ2 is frowning, and looking around to see if she doesn't find any teachers around. Harry Osborn seems to have fun with the Flash's group. I sigh in my mind. Those kids. Honestly, I thought I'd be angrier to be manhandled like that. But Flash is so small. I'm not talking about height. It's just that in the grand scheme of things, in this world, in the multiverse and the omniverse. How small we are. And how much of amazing is Flash Thompson? Huh. In my past life I was always annoyed when superpowered people like Superman and Peter don't came to stand up and beat the bullies. I've always liked a good face slapping of the protagonist and the annoying antagonist. Who doesn't? But I think now I understand a little. It's not worth. Huh. It reminds me of one of my favorite scenes from One Piece. The bar scene with Bellamy. That Luffy and Zoro don't fight back when Bellamy laughs and hits them. They can go ahead and laugh at us. When you aim high, you sometimes come across fights not worth fighting. Marshall D. Teach, Blackbeard. Huh. I think I finally understand why Shanks only laughs when that mountain bandit drops liquor in his head. But I don't need to take all this crap in silence, right? Even though I know I won't complete this year, I want the next few months not to be filled with Flash nagging me. Flash. Stop it. I say calmly, not even looking at him. He's still got his hand in my hair, to everyone else it looks like he's just holding it. But he's really trying to move me. But he'll never make it. Or what? What will you do? A few months and you've forgotten how things work. Do I need to remind you? He says, acting tough, raising his fist. Ha kids. Let's make a little show. I get up abruptly while I grab his wrist, removing it from my head. I need to talk, I'm taller than Flash now. Even more if I hold his wrist with my hand, forcing him to bend over a little. My quick rise and the realization that I'm pretty big brought gasp from the crowd and then silence. I choose this moment to speak. Do it. I spoke very low. Huh. I said do it. Take your shot. And make it count. Because after this, everything I'm going to do to you will be attributed to self-defense. I say, growling a little. I invade his personal space, square my shoulders, puff up a little my chest, everything to make myself look bigger. I spoke quietly to force people to be silent to hear me. These are all tactics Batman uses for intimidation. Batman commands respect and fear with his mere presence, because he dominates wherever he is. In nature, having more territory and being bigger is a sign of superiority. In this way, only passively I already put myself in a superior position to Flash. I also use the larger answer, which is basically mirroring my opponent's action more drastically, to secure my position. Flash grabbed my hair and couldn't move. Now I'm holding his wrist and he can't let go. I look straight into his eyes. No blinking. He gulps almost loudly. Flash is just a teenager, if I go too rough with him he's probably going to piss his pants. I let the silence and the tension in the air linger. Another Batman tactic. Nobody reacts. No one even dares to breathe too loudly. Everyone looks at me with varying degrees of shock. But I don't want to beat him and get attention. I let go of his wrist that I've been holding in a steely grip. And bam. I close the locker strongly and loudly. Flash and everyone flinches. And I start to walk out of the place. People paving the way for me, while I still keep eye contact with Flash and his goons. Rooting them in place. After I've taken a few steps, I look forward and start walking normally. My more relaxed body language seems to break the spell everyone was under, and they start moving and talking fast. Scattering. This much shouldn't be a problem. I didn't use any power. My change in attitude can be attributed to the recent death of my parents. Nobody will find it strange. Sucks to use their deaths like this, but is life. Only some months, Hector. I allow a mental smile after everything. I diffuse the situation without resorting to violence. Maybe I'm becoming cool, like my fictional heroes. I read a book once, Becoming Batman, by Paul Zier. So I know a little about Batman mannerisms and actions. And psychology baying it. I like this scene because I can use this almost useless knowledge. There is some reasons that Batman is the card that affects the MC the most. Hector is in truth a little similar with Batman, without all bullshit of course. Is his first card and his foundation. And because I know Batman a little better. Author power. Peter Parker POV, damn. That's. Ned starts talking next to me with an expression of astonishment. Speaking what I was thinking. Intense, Gwen completes with a similar expression. No. Cool as hell. Damn it, Hector almost fought and the crazy thing is, I have a feeling he would mop the floor with Flash. Ned speaks sounding astonished. I have to agree, and I believe no one would argue against it. And Hector. Wow. Puberty hit him like the Hulk. Do you guys think is something with his Brazilian heritage? I'm Latino too. Do you think I'll be like him too? Ned starts talking excitedly. Half joking and half serious. I don't think it's a trait of his race, Ned. Gwen speaks. How do you know? Brazilians are the most mixed race in the world. They must be like the apex of humanity. Ned argues. I can't help but laugh at his exaggeration. This is not your D&D table, Ned. There is no racial perk to people. Genetics don't work like that. Gwen rolls her eyes. Isn't it great that she knows enough to reference D&D? She notices me looking and looks away a little embarrassed. Oblivious Ned of our exchanges continues to speak. And how do you explain him? The guy in 3 months grew almost a foot, and I've never seen Hector be this aggressive. He always seemed like the chillest guy in school. Ned speaks. And Asians are smartest, right? And African have bigger D-. Dude. I interject. He looks embarrassed. Sorry, sometimes I forgot taught you are a girl. He says to Gwen. I will take this a compliment, she only laughs it off. Although the basis of his argument is ridiculous, the facts cannot be denied. WEL. I don't know about his growth spurt. But I know a little about his attitude. Gwen speaks a little hesitantly. And. I ask a little curious. Gwen hesitates again, biting her lips. After a little nudge of Ned she finally relents. You guys know that my father is the captain of New York Police Department, right? She asks. We nod. Well. I think a month ago, he came to tell me about an occurrence where a couple died in a car accident. He recognized the last name because I had it with from my colleagues. Hector's parents were the couple who died. Damn, that's awful, Ned says, losing any playfulness of his face. Yeah. I can relate. Uncle Ben's death is still very fresh in my mind. But I still have Aunt May. Hector, on the other hand, is all alone. Do you guys think we should go talk to him? Like, give our condolences or something? Help a little. Ned speaks uncertainly. I think getting condolences from strangers like us shouldn't help much. The support of people who are already close to him will help more. I say this from my own experience. The two notice my mood and give me sympathetic looks. Ned puts his hand on my shoulder. No words are needed for me to know what the two are trying to convey. I give them a smile to calm them down. I am all right, guys. I'm going now, I have to help Aunt May. I say, saying goodbye. After a bro handshake with Ned and a smile for Gwen, I leave the school to find an alley and put on my suit. After that, I'm a few streets away. I look around abruptly. My spider sense just flared. Has some villain discovered my identity? But I don't find anything out of the ordinary around me. I decide to take a bus home. And don't put my suit on until then. Hector POV spider sense is really bullshit. It has nothing to do with how spiders sense the movement of wind in their fur. Spider sense looks more like low-level cosmic awareness with focus in danger. I conclude this after having threatened Peter a little with my intention to hurt him. I didn't even mean to hurt him, but my only intention was enough to warn him. I'm really like an anime character right now. I have bloodlust. Good to know. And damn it, Peter. Would you really change near the school like that? Ugh. Well. I hope this wake-up call will make you more cautious. Let's go home. Starting my bike, I start cutting New York traffic. Arriving home, I feel relieved to find Isabella safe and sound. I know the stakes of something happening are really low. But you never know in this crazy world. Hey Isabella. I suppose everything went well. I say as I cross the living room. Welcome home, Master Hector. Yes. Everything went well. She responds after getting up from the couch and bows. She continues. The only problem was due to the large amount of food you ordered to buy from that distributor. As you instructed, I said it would be for charity. They will deliver in 2 days. Excellent, I say as I sit on the couch and start petting Thulu, who has come to climb onto my lap. He is now wearing a leash. Food is one of the few things I can't produce with creation. I have a plan for this food, but now that I've decided to go to Bayville, the plan will wait. So it's okay for them to take a long time to deliver. Something more. I'll be out in minutes and I don't know when I'll be back. I ask. Mr. Darrow and Mr. Foggy called. They are awaiting you to call back. She says. Tucking my chin between my fingers, I wonder if I should call back now or not. Okay. Let's settle this. My legal issues are a priority too. I call Mr. Darrow first. Because by the time I call Matt and Foggy, I'll be able to inform them of anything Mr. Darrow to inform me. But he just wanted to make an appointment. To resolve important matters. I said he could come tomorrow. After school. I'll confront this guy soon. If Matt and Foggy give me bad news, I'll reschedule to a later date. Dialing their office number, I wait for them to answer. Good evening. Nelson and Murdoch, attorneys at law. How can I help you? A woman voice responds. Searching my mind, I guess that's Karen Page. I can be wrong though. Good evening. This is Hector Carvalho. I would like to speak with Mr. Murdoch or Mr. Nelson, please. I say. One moment, I will pass to one of them, it's the answer I hear. After waiting a few seconds. They are probably not very busy. Hey, Mr. Hector. How are you? I have good news. I hear Foggy Nelson's cheery voice. Hey Mr. Nelson. You can just call me Hector. I already told you that. And I like good news. Okay, Hector. We only need your grandparents' signature to achieve your emancipation. Do you have it? Can you send? We can finish by Thursday if all goes well. He says, obviously pleased. Great. I have the signature, yes, I asked for them while visiting. I'll have someone deliver later today, okay. I answer. Matt and Foggy had given me a standard authorization document, which I'd already asked my grandparents to sign. They didn't hesitate in sign. They just offered me the option to live with them. I declined, obviously, I need to stay in New York. Great. I will be waiting. We close at 6 p.m., but we usually stay here a little longer to sort things out. You can talk to whoever you send, to just knock at the door. Even if everything seems closed. He says. Okay, it won't be long. I say and say goodbye. Getting my emancipation will make me breathe easier. I think I can advance some plans too. I got some ideas while I was in the world of BNHA learning. I dial my grandparents' number. Hello. I hear my grandmother's voice on the other side. Grandma, it's me Hector. How are you? Ooh Hector. I'm good, I'm good. And you? Today was your first day of school, right? How was it? Did you make friends? She asks. Well. I made an impression. I say hesitantly. Oh. That's good. That is the first step. Hee hee. To drive everyone away. But I don't say that. And girls? Do you talk to any? She asks. Ah. Grandma really thinks I need reaction with people. It's just natural. Well. There is a girl who has a crush on me. I say a little just to please her. A crush? What's this? Is this bad? She asks confused. Ah. A crush is liking me a little but not enough to love. I explain quickly. Ah. That's good. Are you going to ask her out? She asks hopefully. No, I don't like her very much. But you can give her a chance, right? Who knows what could happen? May your guys are compatible, you can try. Ooh, I forgot that Grandma teach me to be a player. Don't worry Grandma, I will have many girlfriends to please you. I will not waste your teachings. I say cheekily. Hector. You know I didn't mean that. She speaks slowly. Oh no. Speak slow is a sign that I'm in trouble. Relax Grandma. None of my girlfriends are going to find out about each other. You teach me well. I say in a voice full of respect. Hector, when I see you. Grandma. I need to talk to my grandfather about something. He is there. I say interrupting, I just wanted to change the subject of my love life. Oh, he's here. I will call. My grandmother allow the subject to be dropped too. After a few minutes I'm on the phone with my grandfather. Oh Ito, how are you? Do you need something? I hear my grandfather on the phone. I am good Grandpa. And yes I need. Sorry to dump work on you. I say apologetically. He laughs. Ha ha. A grandpa is for these things. You can speak. Well. I'll get my emancipation sooner than expected. And I realize that I have money to spare. Hoo hoo. He laughs too. So instead of leaving money lying around, I was thinking of investing a little there. Buying a farm. You told me once that you're not afraid of this business going wrong, right? Oh haha. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But you know that everything I have is yours anyway, right? He says. Yeah. And honestly I feel a little bad. Because even if I give the money, I know you'll be the one taking care of it Grandpa. But I think I need to start on my own. Somehow. Until I have a summon with good administrative skills, there is no one else I will trust to take care of this farm I want to have. Only my family. And the reason? Obviously I hide out outside of USA. I will abuse of my double nationality. I have some big plans and I need a land for myself. Wanting to do things by yourself, huh? Well. It won't be bad. I think I have some acquaintances who are selling some land nearby. I will ask for you. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll find someone to take care of, I don't want to overwhelm you. You should rest more Grandpa. I already have plans to retire at 30. I say joking. Ha ha. I can't stop even if I tried. Work is my life, Hector. And remember this, work keeps a man honest. Nothing better than doing something productive with your own hands. He shares some wisdom with me. Hee hee. I couldn't agree more, Grandpa. It's really satisfying that feeling of accomplishment. Well. I have to go see the lawyer now. I call you later. I lie out of necessity. All right. Bye. Tell my grandma that the next time I visit I'll bring a couple of girlfriends Tachi wants to see so much. I'll take more than she expects since she asks so many times. I say playfully. My grandpa guffawed. Ha ha ha. It's in the family blood. Then I will give you some tips. You have to enjoy your youth. I'll tell you my stories. I've had 5 simultaneously at one time. And none knew about the other end. And, what? I hear my grandmother's voice in the background. Gulp. Pft. Bye Grandpa. Kisses to Grandma. I say and quickly hang up. Joining my hands I say a little prayer. Stanley protect my grandfather. Excelsior. I think I can go to Bayville now. Isabella, sorry to make you go out again. But can you take these documents to that address? I say after having used D4C to get the folder the documents are in. I don't want to see Matt Murdock right now. My body has changed a lot in a short period of time. He have super senses, by the way. Speak only what is necessary. I say to Isabella. I prefer to avoid contact with Daredevil for now. No problem. I will go immediately. She says, taking the folder. You're a lifesaver. Thanks. I will leave now. I don't know when I'll be back. But will not take long. Bye. I say quickly as I disappear. Time to meet some interesting people. I can't help and get a little excited. Catherine Kitty Pride, aka Shadowcat POV Ugh. I hate Mondays. After a not-so-good vacation, doing X-Men stuff like training and the likes. I have to go back to school. And now do more X-Men stuff. Serious, Brotherhood. I already have a pile of homework and I have to train too, and you had to ambush us. Phasing to dodge Toad Tongue. Yikes. I begin to go in the direction of the most problematic but Todd I can't take easily, Blob. Me, Jean, Rogue, Scott and Evan, Spike, were ambushed on our way back to the Institute. Unfortunately, Kurt, Bob, Jubilee and others had already returned early. So we can't use our numerical advantage against these guys. They seem confident with the new guy, Pyro, or something. Now is 5v5, and Avalanche, Blob, Toad and Quicksilver don't care too much about property damage, so it took us a while to lure them to this forest far from the city. But that would give them a bit of an edge. Forest, you know. Against a frog and fire and guy that can do earthquakes. Well, Logan says that you can always do something with what you have on hand. So let's find a way. Fwash. Damn. That guy is a pyromaniac, this way the whole forest will turn to ash. Has Jean managed to contact the professor yet? And... is over. The Brotherhood was defeated and now there's a guy in a black hood talking to Jean. I know in my life it's normal for crazy things to happen, but I just want to go home. Hector POV. What mess. Looking from above at the 5v5 metahuman fight below, the only word that can sum it up is chaotic. Like. I expected the X-Men, who have formal training at Danger Room and others, to be a little better than the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man acts I've seen on TV. But I disappointed. The BNHA World Pro Heroes are leagues above these guys in seriousness. They may be inherently weaker. But they are better heroes professionally. I think I will change that. I will make a mental note about this situation. I remember Civil War started because of that, right? The amount of damage to the location is atrocious. Point to the X-Men for guiding the fight to a place away from people. But they could have chosen better, couldn't they? How many years have you lived here? Don't know any open spaces. So Cyclops and Jean can use their powers effectively. Toad and Quicksilver is toying with them. And I won't even mention Pyromaniac. And shouldn't Jean be stronger than that? Like just shut down the brain of these guys or something. Theoretically she could win 1v5. Well. With that I confirm that the X-Men are in my age group. Although I'm not seeing everyone apparently. Now I have to make a decision. Jean and Rogue are my main goals in coming here today. I just wanted to observe, but this is a good opportunity. Should I blitz and take the two? Nah. It would be the easiest way. But considering the long term, it's not ideal. It's okay to use this tactic in a world where I have a limited time, but it's not right to do it here. I've seen how bad my image can get with it. Let's try to talk with them first. Focus on Jean today. But first, let's try to make a good first impression by saving the day, or something like that. Using Whirlwind, I put out most of the fire, and then I freeze the rest. Slowly descending in front of the stunned combatants I just raise my hand and clench my fist. The 5 of the Brotherhood are yanked to make a ball of people. Everyone except Blob is knocked unconscious. When I touch the ground, the earth moves and swallows the bastards, burying them leaving only the head out. Ms. Jean Grey I suppose. Can I have 10 minutes of your time for a little chat? Alone. I say. I look to the side to convey a message to the observer of this whole situation, Mystique. Raven Darkholm aka Mystique. Dangerous. I've lived a long life, longer than the vast majority. So my sixth sense is very good at warning me of dangerous situations. And from enemies I know I have no chance to face. Magneto is one of those. And that person in a black robe is another. Looks like today's tests are a failure. I gave the new suits to the Brotherhood to test. I even used my identity as principal of the school to make Theses 5 stay longer, and separate them from their X-Men fellows. All for nothing. A man showed up and ended the tests. Let's retreat for today. Charles's soft heart won't allow anything to happen to the boys, and he doesn't want mutants to be arrested either. It will further worsen our public image. I almost snored out loud. He looked in my direction. He knows I'm here. A warning, huh? Okay. I'm going away. Talk secretly whatever you want. Hector POV. For a moment I thought about capturing Mystique, maybe read her mind, interrogate, bug her. But let's get her off the hook for today. Not because I'm nice. But I've already watched her with Search, so I can find her whenever I want. Let's make her think she escaped, then I can find her base. And now even if she changes her appearance, I'll know it's her instantly. Giving a false sense of security to potential enemies is always good. And I also want to know what the Magneto of this world is like. Looking ahead again, I see that the 5 X-Men have already gathered and are staring at me. Jean, Kitty, Rogue, Spike, I think, and Scott. They just look at me silently. Talking telepathically. Maybe. So what do you do with them? I say, pointing to the fallen Brotherhood. Just Blob trying to escape, but he doesn't have leverage to exert force. There's no reason to do anything. If we turn them over to the police, it will only cause more problems. Scott is the only one who answers, staring at me. Sounds like a very shitty reason, if I could say. Half measures will change nothing. I say. This cycle of defeating the enemy and him coming back always bothers me. And what do you want us to do? Kill them, he practically barks back. Don't like a little criticism. Well. There are a lot of better ways, but you already have your minds made up. There's nothing I can say that will convince you anyway. I shrug. I'm here to have a little chat with Jean Grey. It won't be long. There's no reason for them to deny it, right? Catherine Kitty Pryde, aka Shadowcat POV. Tall, dark, smooth voice. I don't know this hero. But heroes are popping up like mushrooms after a rain, so it's just normal, I guess. And how do I know he's a hero? Well, clothing is a good indicator. And the fact that he didn't start attacking us while looking down from above position. This hints, you know. I'm here to have a little chat with Jean Grey. It won't be long. He says. Oh. Scott, Mr. Loveboy will not allow any man who can tarnish his precious Jean. I think sarcastically. I don't think this meeting will end well if this hooded guy presses this issue. Jean isn't going anywhere with you. And there we go. I would like to hear it from her own mouth. What you are? Her boyfriend. No. He is not. We don't know nothing about you. You came out of nowhere and just tell her to follow you alone, obviously we won't trust you. Scott says. Meanwhile telepathically we are having a little conversation. Jean. Who is this guy? Can you check? Scott communicates on the telepathic channel. No. I can't read his mind. I have never seen a mind like that. Jean replies with a slight frown. Is he a telepath too? Evan asks. No. I mean, I don't know. But his defenses don't resemble a telepath. In fact, I didn't even feel him until he announced himself. And if he weren't in front of me I would almost not believe he exists. But focusing I can feel his mind. Like, high-density metal concentrated in one spot, no weakness. Simply impenetrable. Jean in her telepathic analogies, to try to explain these sensations to us. You know. It's not cool to go probing someone's mind. The hooded guy talks. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'll consider that you just don't control your powers. Don't. Repeat. It. He concludes. I gulp. But he looks nice. I mean, it shouldn't be a problem to listen to what he has to say, right? But the final decision is Jean's. Sorry. I'm just curious and cautious. Jean says apologetically. You can call me Eidolon. That's all I can say until you agree to have a little talk with me. The hooded guy, Eidolon says. And isn't that a cool name? I still like Shadowka better, it even matches my nickname, Kitty. You seem to know a lot about us. And you just give us a false name, obviously we won't trust you, Scott interjects again. Eidolon seems to sigh. First of all, it's not a false name. Is my identity as a meta, or at least it will be in the future. And second, the fact that I know about you and you don't know about me comes to my own merit and advantage. I won't give you my real name or show my face, just to make you feel better, putting me at a disadvantage. Next time try not to fight with civilian clothes in public space. Eidolon says. Fair. I can't argue with that. And it appears that Scott doesn't have an answer either. By the way he clenches his fists. Anyway. I want to hear from Jean Grey. Do you want to talk 10 minutes with me? It could be right here, just far enough for no one to hear. After the conversation, it will be your choice if you tell anyone what we talked about. Idolin speaks. Honestly, it's reasonable. Jean can call us telepathically at any second. It's not like he's kidnapping her. Like I said. We don't want to hear anything from you. Scott continues, I almost sigh out loud. I'm afraid that I need to force a little the subject until I receive an answer from someone with at least 2 brain cells. And what do you think you're doing answering for her? I think she can make her own choices, you don't have to treat her like a glass sculpture. Don't you realize you're just objectifying her? Don't speak, don't listen. Just look pretty. You are very machist, Mr. White Knight. Idolin speaks and my mouth drops. Damn. I almost laugh. Oh no. Pfft. Oh God. I will laugh. Someone do something. Scott removes his glasses and attacks Idolin with his power. Oh no. When I told someone to do something, it wasn't you. And not this. Idolin is thrown about 20 meters, destroying several trees in the process until he comes to an abrupt stop. Unharmed. Scott didn't hold back in that attack, and I've seen Scott destroy a building that was falling. Damn, he is tough. I don't want to fight him. But when your friends make a mess, you throw yourself in the middle first and ask questions later. I see. Even if your attack doesn't hurt me, I can be thrown because of the force. After all, I weigh less than 100 kilograms. I need to always make a conscious effort to stay in place. Idolin speaks as he walks calmly towards us. Maybe he won't take this attack seriously, right, to don't escalate the situation. It's no wonder that in those fighting in anime, the fighters are thrown for several kilometers, even though they don't take damage. As thanks, let me teach you the same lesson. Idolin disappears and when he reappears he is already in front of Scott. Damn, he is fast too. And does he watch anime? I want to talk to him more now. He punches Scott, throwing him a few meters until he hits a tree. After that he stops in place and takes a paper from somewhere, and scratches something with a pen. -1. He says. Weird. Well. Now the conversation's been thrown out the window, by the way you all are in combat stance. Now I'll have to be a little more forceful and rough with your guys. Sorry, but we'll talk later. Idolin says. I can't resist and talk. Forceful is with Rogue. Yeah, I had see your porn history. Kinky. She looks bright red now. Kitty. Friend, I have the moral obligation of always embarrass her. From the hand of Idolin black whip-like things begin to stretch. But tentacles are up to you, Kitty. I know you watch that Japanese shit. Now is my turn to blush. Damn. Nice comeback. Touché, Rogue, touché. Hoo-hoo. You two are funny. No hard feelings after this, right? We could even hang out in the future. Idolin says, and I'd agree, but all I can think when dozens of those things he's holding out come my way is. Fuck you, Scott. Hello boys and girls. Long chapter, hope you all enjoyed it. Stay with me now just a little longer and I'll answer some questions, okay? I thought about answering directly, but I think it will give more visibility here. Well, first about the MC alignment. I've answered in the past, but it fits more with chaotic good. Overall he wants to do good things, but he won't hesitate to do bad things for his goal. I have already shown this in several instances. The BNHA arc is a good way to see the MC moral compass. He knows that in order to accomplish certain things, it is necessary to get his hands dirty. He can't be a good guy like Superman. Little spoiler, a long-term plan for Hector is to replace the criminal underworld oppression with his own group. Dominate all organized crime. He feels that it is impossible to stop crime, so the best option would be to control crime. And replace the activities, so as not to affect the lives of ordinary people. No more protection feed, threats, blackmail, harmful drugs. Like old school mafia. Obviously it will be a summon that will take care of that. He won't want to publicly associate himself. See the importance of summons now. About my schedule release, is in general at the weekend, but sometimes I can't post. Too much to do. Now about Kana and the child. I have several ideas, but I haven't decided yet. And I won't bring the two into the story for now. I feel like it's not the time for Hector to have that emotional baggage. Let's the men be free a little. The child was conceived a few hours before Hector left, which is the main reason Hector didn't notice. If he stayed a few more days. Maybe. He made a mistake. But if even Batman can have Damian Wayne with Talia al Ghul, and not know for 10 years. We can forgive our MC. Now I'm going to answer some specific questions from a reader. Daoist IITOF. I like the questions, constructive criticism is always appreciated. 1. Solitary pinnacle. Hector has a lot of charisma. But will he make any real friends if he keeps this up? Luke Cage reconsidered his mistake, but the protagonist has no plans to give second chances. Hector is being as paranoid as Batman. What good is he to have power or money, no friends, no family? Summons are just puppets based on how Gacha Essence treats it. They cannot fill that void. Answer: Hector doesn't know that Luke Cage has reconsidered the mistake. When someone gives you a bad first impression, it's hard to overlook, right? But Hector didn't take it to heart. In the future they will get along well. I like Luke Cage. And Hector has a preconception of the comics, movies, cartoons he's seen. So he doesn't really trust people in the Marvel world that much. Because almost all of them screw up badly at some point. That's why he's leaving them all in arm's length. And I think this is normal. Over time he will live and open up more. And relax, he'll have people to trust besides summons. It's just hard for him at the moment. Trust in my character development. 2. Brainwashed by essence. This option should be optional. Summons are sentient beings. In Marvel it is very dangerous to play with love, affection, and will. Love and will are the authority of the one above all. Also the BNHA arc showed that Hector has a moral compass. Essence is too overbearing and looks more and more like an evil product. Answer: Essence does not have a concept of good and evil. Essence only acts with the best interests of the host in mind. The power, when not flawed, will not harm the host. And bringing people in is a high risk. Now it will be up to MC on how he will treat summons. A more amoral guy, or a perverted. Well, you can imagine what they would do. 3. Loyalty levels. It seems that Hector doesn't appreciate what comes easily. Obtaining loyalty must have its own difficulty. I recommend dividing it into stages: 1 to 3 low, 4 to 6 medium, 7 to 9 high. 3, 6, 9 would work as control points for a geometric increase. While 10 would become a quest in the original world of the summon. Answer: but it's exactly like that, haha. But Hector doesn't have a guide to know that. At first it will be easy. But reaching the maximum level is really difficult. But without the quest part, a lot of work goes into doing a quest for one person. But Hector can help with regrets and ambitions of a person and level up. Things to the future. 4. Balanced as it should be. Thanos was right. The gender of the invocation must be balanced. Or this novel will become a generic ecchi. Readers who were looking for something different will disappear in ashes. It is my prophecy. If Gacha Essence engraves love towards Hector, what will happen to the male or other summons? He will create embarrassing situations or flaws in your logic about Essence. It is better to replace love with fanaticism or respect. Answer: first, there will be male summons. They will come in the next gacha. I just picked the women at first, to appeal to the audience. I know most are men, and we all like badass women. And love is very broad. Brothers love, mother, father, friend, subordinate, fan, pets. I think fanaticism would be too much. Fanatism becomes obsession. And obsession is dangerous. Yanderas and stalkers. As I've already said, Essence has Hector's best interests in mind, not that it's sentient. So love is very strong. No yaoi, sorry. Unless he summons someone gay, who might like Hector. But he will not reciprocate. 5. The hidden problem of longevity. Wolverine, Loki, Zeus, Apollo. Do you know what they have in common? They are pansexual. Many authors forget this point. Time is merciless and people change their tastes. Hector is straight, but will he give up the entire forest for a few trees? In the Omniverse there is a diversity of admirable characters that can attract Hector by the light of him. Answer: I'm not a part of the LGBT community, so I don't feel comfortable trying to write about it. It's hard enough to write about women POVs. And what I think it's about longevity. There are many instances where people don't change that much. Superman remained loyal to Lois, even for 1,000,000 years. After her death. In cultivation novels, people live a long time. But strong feelings remain. It's a difficult subject, the human mind adapts really easily. But I don't think this story will show Hector as 15,000 years old or something like that. So I'm not too worried. But that's why harem is a thing in this story, sorry. Hector has all the Omniverse at his fingertips. Is hard for him and don't make a harem. Realism. That's all. Sorry for being long. Be well and until next time.